How is it? The distant azure fiend had been taking a nap while seated. He opened his eyes to look at Ning, a hint of excitement in his gaze. Have you solved it, Master? Whitethall looked at Ning as well. I think I have. Ning nodded. What do you mean, you think you have? Azure Fiend stared at him. My mental visualizations should be correct, but I need to actually try them out. Ning took a deep breath, manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms as his aura grew markedly more powerful. All 6 of his arms expanded in size as they simultaneously reached out to the 6 black chains. Each of the fingers on Ning's 6 hands turned crystalline in color as he drew hand seals with them. His fingers began to naturally come together into a series of formations. The formations around his 6 palms began to naturally merge together, almost like a marvelous mechanism that was coming together in layers. Then, Ning's 6 hands separated to touch the black chains on 6 different spots. Some moved slowly, some moved quickly, but there was a certain natural beauty to the cadence. Clack! One of the black chains let out a series of clattering as it began to move. The black chains began to undergo certain changes, transforming to become significantly thicker in size. The thickened black chains began to reach out towards one direction, moving alongside the flame wing god's leg. Clack! The black chain covering the leg suddenly expanded and then naturally separated from the others. Once this happened, the second black chain began to stretch out as well. All 6 black chains seemed to be influencing each other. In the end, all 6 of the chains imprisoning the flame wing god began to naturally separate from each other. Get over here. Ning reached out with all 6 hands, his crystalline fingers once more tapping the 6 chains on 6 different locations. Whoosh! 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 All 6 black chains were released from their void anchors and flew over towards Ning. Ning dispelled the 3 heads, 6 arms technique. He reached out with his right hand, causing all 6 chains to become very fine and delicate as they coiled obediently around his arm like a bracelet. This is a fine treasure, a unique weapon which the Sith used in war. Ning smiled. Once these chains coil around someone, they can fully suppress it. Even chaos primordials can be suppressed by them. Most likely, anyone below the autarch level of power who is trapped by them would be unable to break free. However, Ning also knew that no one would be so stupid as to allow the chains to just coil around them. Flamewing! Flamewing! Ning leapt off the Flamewing god's back and moved to stand in front of it, then gave one of its paws a little kick. Eh? The slumbering Flamewing god opened its gigantic bleary eyes, then stared downwards at the tiny white-robed figure standing in front of it. Rather unhappy, it said, Master, I'm still sleeping. Call me once you break the formations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 12, The Flamewing God Descends. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 12, The Flamewing God Descends. Ji Ning secretly smirked. You are a chaos primordial. But all you do is eat and sleep. You have no gravitas whatsoever. Hurry up and get up. Haven't you noticed that the chains are gone? Ning shook his head. The chains are gone? The Flamewing god's eyes turned huge. He hurriedly turned his head to stare at his 2 wings, then stared downwards from his flank to look at his 4 stubby legs. Ha ha ha. They're gone. They're really gone. Those damnable chains are finally gone. The Flamewing god jumped to its feet, its giant body quivering in excitement. I've been trapped here forever. I couldn't even change my size or appearance, or find anything good to eat. I didn't have a good meal until you came, Master. That was absolutely agonizing. Now. Ah ha 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 ha. Flamewing raised his head and let out a delighted laugh. His laughter echoed within the hidden room, forcing Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw to all press their hands over their ears. The laughter was simply far too large. Change! Flamewing boomed loudly. Whoosh! His large and winged frame instantly transformed to become the same size as Ning and Azure Fiend. He was just slightly taller and very chubby. His skin was ruddy, and his eyes were rather vacant-looking, as though he wasn't all that clever. His aura was completely reserved. He didn't look like he posed the slightest threat to anyone at all. Whoa! It's been ages since I've taken human form. This feels nice. None of those cultivators or Sith would be able to recognize me like this. Flamewing smugly shook his rear a few times. In his normal form, he was like a giant-winged giant bear who loved to stretch his wings. In human form, he naturally liked to shake his rear. Human form? Intrigued, Ning asked, Flamewing, can it be that you normally spent the majority of your time in human form? That's right. Flamewing nodded. I only used my true form when I was wandering in the Great Dark. That allowed me to travel faster. When I reached a realmverse, I'd occasionally feel so hungry that I'd eat the entire thing. The vast majority of the time, however, I wouldn't want to do that. That's because there are a lot of things in realmverses which are unappetizing. A thought suddenly entered Ning's mind. Birth and death, destruction and creation, this was a form of natural rhythm the Chaosverse went through. Chaos primordials had the intelligence levels of children, that made them perfect tools for the prime essences of the Chaosverse to exert their will. Powerful cultivators had incredibly strong Dao-hearts, making it very hard for the Chaosverse to guide them. However, guiding a Chaos primordial was far simpler. When they felt a sudden, powerful desire to eat, they'd eat entire realm verses. Natural destructive celestial bodies like yin-yang samsara wheels were terrifying, but they took time to be born. Even the Chaosverse needed time to create them, as well as many other factors. No wonder the Flame Dragon realmverse is threatened by the yin-yang samsara wheels, but the autarchs won't intervene. If they intervene, they'll suffer a backlash from the Chaosverse. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Flamewing continued, when I'm not in the mood to eat the realmverse, I'll secretly take human form. No one will be able to discover my true entity, and I can just relax and wander through the various places within that realmverse, searching for delicacies to eat. Hehehe, when I accidentally reveal my true identity, I'll immediately slip away. I'm able to sense when powerful cultivators appear nearby. It is a form of precognition, and I'll immediately slip away to ensure they cannot find me, Flamewing said smugly. Nin nodded. No wonder so few had ever encountered a chaos primordial. Unfortunately, the last time, I sensed danger coming and immediately fled, but the Sith were still able to catch up to me. After that, they caught me. The Flamewing god ground its teeth. If I ever see another Sith, I'll eat him alive. The Sith were wiped out long ago. Even if a few of them are still around, you wouldn't have a chance to kill them. The autarchs would have intervened long ago, Ning said. Alright, now that the formations have been disrupted, you are free to leave. Come, accompany me in a visit to my homeland. Alright. Flamewing's ruddy face was covered in excitement. I want to go right now. It's been so long since I've visited a realmverse. The nearby Azure Fiend and White Thaw both felt rather embarrassed. It really was like talking to a child. Flamewing glanced sideways at Azure Fiend and White Thaw. Suddenly, Flamewing narrowed his eyes and sauntered over to them. He soon reached Azure Fiend, who stared at him, rather puzzled. Burp. Flamewing suddenly used his rear to shove Hegem and Azure Fiend to one side. Starting today, Flamewing slapped his chest with a pudgy hand. I'm the boss of Master's servants. White Thaw, you are second. As for you, you ugly old man? You are ranked third? What the hell? Azure Fiend was instantly irritated by this. The Flamewing god was like a child but was terrifyingly strong. For it to be above him was one thing, but why the hell was the Sith Protector Golem also ranked above him? Because I said so, and because I don't like you. Flamewing glanced sideways at Azure Fiend. Don't think I'm too stupid to notice. I can tell just from the way you look at me that you look down at me. Humph. I've visited countless realmverses and seen countless cultivators. I can tell at a glance who likes me and who dislikes me. Whitethaw's much better than you. The nearby Ning let out a startled laugh. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Flamewing wasn't very smart, but he had the pure heart of a child. He could immediately tell who was good to him and who wasn't. Did you hear me? I'm the boss, Whitethaw's second, and you are third. If you don't agree, I'll beat you up until you do. Flamewing tapped his pudgy white finger against Azure Fiend's chest. I hear you. Azure Fiend was speechless. Fine. You are the boss, Whitethaw's second, I'm third. There was no point squabbling with a chaos primordial. That's more like it. Flamewing walked over to Ning, then said in a very fond manner, Let's go, master. Ning rubbed his head. He felt as though he had suddenly adopted a child. All right. Let's go back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning said. Dark North, should we finish off Winterflame first? Azure Fiend suddenly said. No rush. Winterflame is like meat that's already on the chopping block, but we would need Flamewing to actually kill him. One Flamewing attacks, Winterflame would definitely spread the news to everyone before he dies. Ning shook his head. Best not to introduce too many variables into the mix for now. I'm planning to use Flamewing against the Ice Peak army. The Ice Peak army dares to attack you, master? Oomph, leave them to me. I'll eat them all. Flamewing held the Ice Peak army in no regard at all. Aside from the Autarchs and the Sith Exalts, Flamewing truly feared nothing and no one whatsoever. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. An empty region within the Imperial Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom. Hegemon Brightshore's vast form was located here. Hegemon Brightshore slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in them. Why do I suddenly have a strange premonition that something major has just happened within the Flame Dragon Realmverse? The last time I felt something like this was when Crimson Wave Temple appeared. The fruits within it were quite useful to hegemons and emperors, and the temple itself is tremendously important. This time, it doesn't feel as though a treasure has emerged. Rather, I can sense a strange sort of pressure. Hegemon Brightshore was puzzled. It was as though something had just happened which caused a wave of invisible pressure that pressed down on his heart, causing him alarm. When one had reached certain heights in cultivation, one would be able to sense when something incredibly important to them had just happened. Hegemons were second only to Autarchs when it came to actual insights into the Tao. The so-called Otherverse Lords were nothing more than hegemons who had managed to take control over an Otherverse. With regards to the Tao, hegemons and Otherverse Lords were on the same level. This was true even for figures like Realms Lord Windgrace or the Lonely King, who had managed to take control of terrifyingly powerful Sith war machines. What just happened in the Flame Dragon Realmverse? I feel my heart clenching for no reason, as though something terrifying just happened. Hegemon Windrain of the Aberrant Special Lifeforms was awoken from his meditations. He began to worry. My senses can't be deceiving me. Something has to have happened in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. I'll go talk to Brightshore and Windrain and see if they know what just happened. Hegemon Netherlily of the Ancient Cultivators felt rather uneasy. In the past, the truly supreme powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse had always been the three of them. They would always discuss any major events that happened. Ning had successfully resolved the formations, unshackling the Flamewing God and bringing it to the Flame Dragon Realmverse with him into Vast Heaven Palace. The only ones in the Flame Dragon Realmverse who could sense that this had happened were the three hegemons. The major powers of other realmverses were simply too far away, and this matter was of negligible impact to them. They naturally couldn't sense anything at all. However, there was one major power in the 16 Realm versus Alliance outside the Flame Dragon Realmverse who was able to sense something. This was the true leader and most powerful member of the Alliance. Realms Lord Windgrace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 13, Emperor Waveshift returns. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 13, Emperor Waveshift returns. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse. The Black Sun. An old man was seated atop an extremely slick boulder within a secluded courtyard. This old man had a large, tousled beard and mussed-up hair. His eyebrows were so messy that they were growing into a unibrow, giving him a very unkempt appearance. However, his face was extremely calm. His eyes were closed, and he just sat there silently in the lotus position. Each time he entered this form of silent meditation, it would last for varying amount of times. Sometimes, he could sit there for more than 10,000 chaos cycles. Realms Lord Windgrace enjoyed sitting quietly like this. When meditating, his spirit felt free and unencumbered. All sorts of thoughts and insights flowed through him. It was like both thinking and not thinking at the same time. At his level of insight, treasures which assisted in cultivation were of no further use. He had simply been for training for far too long. He had already made breakthroughs in everything he possibly could. Right now, what he needed was a true epiphany, but true epiphanies could not be achieved via any treasures at all. The Autarchus stone dais which Ning used simply allowed him to emulate a quasi-epiphany state that allowed him to train at incredibly faster speeds, but there was nothing it could do to allow him to breach a true bottleneck. Once one had reached a bottleneck, no treasures would be of any use in assisting you in the breakthrough. Only insights and epiphanies would suffice. An invisible tendril of power suddenly snaked its way through his empty spirit like a premonition. Realms Lord Windgrace suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise within them. Moments later, he regained his usual calm, but he frowned and thought, I have the feeling that a terrifying force has just emerged, one which even I am incapable of controlling. And yet, I can sense that it should be connected to me. Is it within the Hidden Fiend realm? Or is it elsewhere in the 16 Realm versus Alliance? The 16 Realm versus Alliance was his territory. Even a force as arrogant as the Ice Peak Army wanted to first verify that Lord Darknorth didn't have a connection to Realms Lord Windgrace before taking action. Even then, they chose to sneak into the Flame Dragon Realmverse and would only act against Ning and Ning alone. They didn't want to cause too much trouble. This was a testament to what a preeminent power Realms Lord Windgrace was. Generally speaking, the likes of Realms Lord Windgrace or the Lonely King wouldn't get involved in minor squabbles. Avoiding causing too much trouble was the key. If even I am incapable of controlling it, what could it be? Realms Lord Windgrace was puzzled. He immediately began to engage in some numerancy divinations. He had been a hegemon for far too long. He was far more ancient than even hegemon Brightshore. He had been a legendary figure even during the Dawn War, and he had been given guidance by more than one autarch. He had reached an incredibly high level of insight into multiple Daos, and had mastered 3 hegemonic Daos. However, the Tao of numerancy was simply far too difficult to master. He had yet to reach even the Archon level in numerancy. In fact, he was far from it. Most likely, he was nearly on par with the level which Lord Badlands would reach once the latter became a Lord of the 4th step. Still, he was able to divine a few things. It is connected to me, and it is indeed something within the 16 Realm versus Alliance. However, no further details can be divined. Realms Lord Windgrace frowned. The uneasy feeling in his heart made it impossible him to meditate calmly any further. I have no idea where Emperor Waveshift is. My only choice is to ask Blackwood to help out, Realms Lord Windgrace mused. Emperor Waveshift had obviously reached terrifying heights in the Tao of numerancy. He had actually reached the hegemon level in this Tao. Although he was a bit weak in actual combat, he had reached the apex of numerancy for anyone aside from the autarchs. Thus, not even the likes of Realms Lord Windgrace or the Lonely King were willing to offend Waveshift. Everyone treated him with the utmost of respect. Realms Lord Windgrace's first reaction was to seek out Waveshift, but alas, he was unable to find him and thus could only ask Blackwood for assistance. Although Hegemon Blackwood only trained in numerancy as a secondary Dao, he had at least reached the Archon level in numerancy and thus was still incredibly skilled. A planet that was 900 million kilometers in diameter. This planet was surrounded by 8 gigantic azure wooden boards, each of which was 1.8 billion kilometers tall, 36,000 kilometers wide, and 9,000 kilometers thick. There were no living creatures on this planet, just a single bearded man who was seated on the vast earth. This was Hegemon Blackwood. Rumble, the 8 titanic wooden boards slowly swiveled around the planet. They moved like the functioning of the cosmos itself, carrying a strange, unique cadence to them. Whoosh! Hegemon Blackwood suddenly opened his eyes. His face was a bit ashen. The 8 azure wooden boards surrounding the planet quickly flew towards him and landed on his back. My calculations are complete. It happened in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Hegemon Blackwood nodded slowly. A terrifying new power has emerged, so strong as to be completely impossible. My subconscious is warning me that it is even more dominating than Realms Lord Windgrace himself. Who does this new force represent? Can it be that a Hegemon has discovered yet another Sith war machine? Hegemon Blackwood couldn't help but come to this conclusion. Terrifying Sith war machines were capable of terrifying amounts of power. Some were stronger, some were weaker. For example, although Ning's chain weapons had incredible suppressive and absorptive powers, they had to first be wrapped around a cultivator successfully. This meant that they were fairly unique, but of limited use in combat. The Black Sun, however, it was just a single item, but it was capable of changing the results of an entire battlefield during the Dawn War. Realms Lord Windgrace had just one Sith war machine while the Lonely King had several, but the two were equal in status. This was why. The Flame Dragon Realmverse? After Realms Lord Windgrace received Hegemon Blackwood's response, he immediately sent a message: Brightshore, Netherlily, Windrain, I believe a terrifying new force has emerged with your Flame Dragon Realmverse, one which is beyond my abilities to control. You need to keep a close eye on your Realmverse. Once anything unusual happens, you need to immediately inform me and I'll head there right away. Understood. We sensed something as well, a terrifying sense of pressure, but we're already searching for it. After receiving the word from Realms Lord Windgrace, all 3 Hegemons felt slightly more confident. If even Realms Lord Windgrace was able to sense it, then that meant that they could ask him to intervene and help out if something happened. And so Brightshore, Netherlily, and Windrain, alongside the Dao Alliance, which also received orders from Realms Lord Windgrace, began to scour the Flame Dragon Realmverse in an attempt to find any hints about what the premonitions entailed. Alas, the Flame Dragon Realmverse remained extremely peaceful. Nothing happened at all. Time flowed on. More than 6 million years went by after the Flamewing God's release. Whoosh! A realm ship suddenly appeared at the borders of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Just one person was within the realm ship. This person was dressed in azure robes and stood tall. He didn't have any weapons on him at all, and his gaze was warm and calm, seemingly capable of seeing through to the truth of everything. When he saw the Flame Dragon Realmverse appear before him, he revealed a hint of a smile. I'm back. Flame Dragon Realmverse. I, Waveshift, am back. This was the legendary Emperor Waveshift. In the vast Chaosverse, his web of connections was far superior to even Realms Lord Windgrace. Although Windgrace was much stronger than him, the major powers located in distant realmverses and other verses didn't care about Windgrace at all because they would probably never meet the man. There would never be anything they would need from Realms Lord Windgrace, but there were many who needed favors from Emperor Waveshift. The feeling of coming home, Emperor Waveshift commanded his realmship forwards, joy in his heart as he stared at the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Emperor Waveshift had a very unique aura. It was quite transcendent, almost as though he was a spectator viewing the vast chaosverse from a lofty height. I never would have imagined that my homeland, the Flame Dragon Realmverse, would have produced such an incredible figure that even I would sense it from afar. Emperor Waveshift had a smile on his face. He had reached such incredible heights in the Tao of numerancy that he would have premonitions whenever anything momentous happened in his homeland, the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He could sense when a new hegemon was born, and could also sense when the Flamewing God came out alongside Ning. Time for me to visit this incredible newcomer. Emperor Waveshift smiled. Swoosh! His realmship tore through spacetime and began to advance towards Vast Heaven Palace. Given Emperor Waveshift's skills in numerancy, he was able to divine where the terrifying new force was currently located. Thus, he was able to continuously move closer towards it with ease. He couldn't even be bothered to engage in repeated divinations. Instead, he tore through spacetime and went straight to the Vast Heaven Everworld. He used the information he knew regarding the entire Flame Dragon Realmverse to engage in reverse divination, skimming through the countless lines of karma to find what he wanted to know. It is highly probable that this incredible newcomer is that genius Tao Lord Dark North, who has managed to develop an Omega Tao. Upon reaching the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Emperor Waveshift quickly came to a few rough conclusions. If his conclusions were wrong, he would then engage in a few more divinations to come to a more detailed level of understanding. Emperor Waveshift stood there within the void outside the Vast Heaven Everworld, staring at everything within it. Ah! My guesses were correct. Emperor Waveshift nodded slowly. The Chaosverse was filled with countless lines of karma. Although Ning was able to see karma, it must be remembered that even ordinary mortals were bound by countless lines of karma. Think about how many people lived in Everworlds. Everworlds were filled with so much karma, they were like seas of smoke, there was simply no way to make anything out clearly. Emperor Waveshift, however, was different. When he viewed the Waveshift Everworld, he knew that his guesses were correct. This new power is indeed within the Vast Heaven Everworld. Tao Lord Dark North, eh? I want to see just how terrifyingly powerful this new force is. Emperor Waveshift took a single step forwards and entered the Vast Heaven Everworld. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 14, Ning and Emperor Waveshift. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 14, Ning and Emperor Waveshift. Within the Vast Heaven Everworld. Ning was seated in the lotus position next to a bridge, a few swirls of swordlight flowing around him. Not too far away, a chubby man was lying on the ground within a patch of flowers, crushing quite a few of them beneath his bulk. The chubby man had a haunch of meat in his hands, and he was enjoying a wonderful meal. He continuously rolled right and left while he ate, almost as though he was in a rocking cradle. Hegemon Azure Fiend was eating and drinking in a distant pavilion while occasionally casting extremely unhappy looks towards the ruddy-skinned fat man. As for Protector Whitethaw, he quietly sat in a corner. He would always be on guard for Ning. Life is great. The chubby Flamewing mumbled while eating. Bastard Flamewing. He keeps taking my food. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't outfight him, bah. Azure Fiend muttered to himself as he ate, but made sure to keep up a barrier of immortal energy to ensure that his voice did not carry. Azure Fiend really was irritated. He was a glutton as well, but whenever he brought out any good food it would be taken away by Flamewing. He was unable to outfight Flamewing. All he could do was to privately insult the Chaos Primordial, but he had to ensure that Flamewing didn't hear it. Fellow Taoist Dark North. A voice suddenly rang out. Eh? Ning opened his eyes. Fellow Taoist, your formations certainly are formidable. Ordinary sect formations are unable to bar my path, and I'm able to bypass them with ease. The formations you set up, however, are inscrutable and unfathomable. I'm not able to breach them yet. A voice rang out from outside Vast Heaven Palace. Ning turned to look, only to see an azure-robed man standing in the air outside the formations. Ning couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this man, who gave Ning a very unique feeling. The man radiated a transcendent aura, almost as though he was beyond all worldly concerns. Ning could even see that the karma surrounding this person was extremely calm and warm. The karma lines were all neat and orderly, as though they were under the azure-robed man's complete control. This was because this azure-robed man was not bound by his karma, instead, he used it as a form of tool. Of all the people Ning had ever encountered, only Autarch Titanos surpassed this man. Autarch Titanos had completely surpassed karma itself, which didn't even touch him. "Please come in, fellow Taoist." Ning immediately opened up the formations and invited the azure-robed man in. The azure-robed man walked through the air to come in, then entered Ning's estate. "A hegemon," the legend said, "Tao Lord Dark North, that you have a hegemonic retainer by your side. This must be hegemon Azure Fiend." The azure-robed man cast a sidelong glance at the distant hegemon Azure Fiend, then turned his gaze to the still feasting chubby man who was rolling around within the flowers. A hint of surprise finally appeared in the azure-robed man's eyes, and he let out a shocked laugh. "So it is a chaos primordial. Impressive, truly impressive. Judging from its karma lines. Tao Lord Dark North, you actually managed to tame a chaos primordial? I truly do admire you." Ning was speechless. The karma lines connecting him and Flamewing were indeed quite thick, but how was it that this person was able to immediately recognize Flamewing as a chaos primordial? It must be remembered that Flamewing's transformation ability was an innate gift, not even Ning himself was able to see any flaws in it. "And who are you?" The skinny old hegemon Azure Fiend walked over, an unhappy frown on his face. This newcomer had immediately called him a hegemonic retainer and didn't seem to have much respect for him. This naturally displeased Azure Fiend greatly, and he didn't feel as though this person was much of a threat to him. "My name is Waveshift," the azure-robed man said. Ignoring the shocked look which appeared on hegemon Azure Fiend's face, he turned to look at Ning. "I was previously wandering the outside world when I suddenly sensed that a new power had emerged within my homeland. Thus, I immediately hastened back. I was able to divine that the new power was within the vast heaven everworld and thus came to your residence, Tao Lord Dark North. I never would have imagined that this new power would be a chaos primordial. Truly praiseworthy, Tao Lord, with a chaos primordial at your command, you are now an incredible figure of the Chaosverse." Ning felt rather stunned, but was able to maintain an outwards appearance of calm. "Emperor Waveshift, you truly do surprise me. I never would have imagined that I'd be able to meet you today. Come, come. Please have a seat. Let us chat." "Very well." Emperor Waveshift nodded. Ning was filled with admiration and curiosity towards the legendary Emperor Waveshift, while Emperor Waveshift also viewed Ji Ning as a truly legendary Tao Lord. Anyone capable of becoming a Tao Lord of the fourth step via an Omega Tao could be described as a legendary figure. Incredibly few had ever accomplished this. There were far more Otherverse Lords than Omega Tao Lords. As for a Tao Lord capable of convincing a hegemon to become a retainer? That was even rarer, and now, this Tao Lord had even tamed a Chaos Primordial. Emperor Waveshift truly did feel admiration towards Ning. The two chatted and laughed together, quickly finding out that they were birds of a feather. "Ah, so that's how it is." Emperor Waveshift nodded. The Ice Peak army truly is famous for its arrogance and overbearing behavior. As they see it, you are a Tao Lord with a limited lifespan. Once you fail your Tao merge, people will end up fighting over the realmship anyhow. It only makes sense for them to want to get a head start on it. Given that you also embarrass them, there's no way the Ice Peak army is going to let things rest. Still, this time they should merely be sending one of their golden emperors, Lord Wolf, and the black emperors under his command. Given that you have a chaos primordial, they are of no threat to you whatsoever. Ning nodded in agreement. Oh, right. When I arrived at Vast Heaven Palace, I saw that the formations protecting it truly are marvelous, Emperor Waveshift said. Although the Tao of formations is a secondary Tao for me, I've still reached the Archon level in it. Given my skills in numerancy, I'm usually quite skilled in dissecting formations, but I found your formations to be quite difficult and complex. Ning laughed. Big brother Waveshift, you truly are formidable. You were able to recognize them as being set down by me with just one glance. A minor parlor trick. Divination is the only thing I am good at, Emperor Waveshift said. By now, the two were already on such good terms that they were referring to each other as brother. My formations primarily stem from two completely different schools of thought which belong to the Sith lineage. Their power stems from the combination of these two schools of thought, Ning said. No wonder. Emperor Waveshift nodded, then said, You've only trained for a brief period of time, but you've reached such heights in the art of formations. You truly are a genius who has mastered an Omega Tao. Although we've only known each other for a short period of time, I feel that we are quite similar. I must remind you, now that you have a Chaos Primordial, there is no one capable of posing a threat to you. You need to focus on your cultivating. To you, the greatest problem shall be the Tao merge. If you fail the Tao merge, ugh. Well. But if you succeed, you'll gain eternal life and will be able to meet often. Cultivators each had their own unique personalities. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, they all had their own unique temperaments. Ning was on fairly good terms with them, but he wasn't exactly close friends with them. The experiences he had shared with Nine Dust had resulted in them slowly becoming friends for life. As for Emperor Waveshift, they shared extremely similar personalities, resulting in both taking a liking to the other right away. As a result, they became friends as well. It wasn't easy for major powers to become friends with each other. Now that they were friends, Emperor Waveshift couldn't help but worry about Dark North's chances at the Tao merge. The Tao merge, all I can do is try my utmost with no looking back. As for whether I succeed or not, so long as I do my best, I'll have no regrets, Ning said. Time flowed on. To emperors, 2 chaos cycles was a very short period of time. Thus, Emperor Waveshift decided to temporarily take up residence in Vast Heaven Palace. Later on, when Emperor Soulsky learned that the legendary Emperor Waveshift was actually within his own palace, he was scared silly. He only kept it secret after being requested to do so by Ning and Waveshift. Emperor Waveshift would only meet those he wanted to meet. There were many he did not wish to meet, they would just bring too much trouble. 10 million years after Emperor Waveshift's arrival. Dark North. Emperor Waveshift and Ning were seated next to each other, playing a game of chess. As a master of formations, Ning was quite skilled in chess, while Emperor Waveshift was naturally even better. It was rare for them to encounter such excellent opponents, and so they often played chess against each other. Ning glanced over at Emperor Waveshift. The Ice Peak army should be arriving soon, Emperor Waveshift said. Let us go and welcome them. They've arrived? Ning's eyes lit up. The Ice Peak army? Hegemon Azure Fiend and the chubby Flame Wing were eating and drinking together off in the distance. Both turned to look at Ning. Ning immediately rose to his feet and called out, Let's head out and give the Ice Peak army a proper welcome. They've finally come. Gore. I'm going to eat them all. Flamewing was quite excited. He had been waiting for this day for quite some time. Whoosh. Ning, Emperor Waveshift, Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all boarded Ning's realm ship, then flew out to the margins of the Flame Dragon realmverse. Let's wait for them here. The azure-robed Emperor Waveshift stared off into the endless great dark. In roughly the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, the Ice Peak army shall arrive. Ning felt a sense of absolute reverence for this level of numerancy-fueled precognitive foresight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 15, Kill. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 15, Kill. Here they come, Emperor Waveshift suddenly said. Ning also saw how a series of ripples began to appear at the margins of the Great Dark. Moments later an enormous spacetime tear appeared within the darkness, followed by a realm ship flying out of it. Humph! An angered snort rang out from within the realm ship as an aura of tremendous might swept outwards, causing Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thought to turn slightly pale. Emperor Waveshift and the Flame-Wing God remained as composed as ever. Emperor Waveshift wasn't all that powerful, but he had experienced many things. He had met some truly terrifying figures and had been to many mysterious places, far more than even the Lonely King or Realms Lord Windgrace. He truly was the embodiment of the term highly experienced. Naturally, he was able to maintain his equanimity when encountering a single Golden Emperor. As for Flame-Wing? Most likely, only Sith Exalts or the Autarchs were capable of inspiring dread in him. How bold! You actually dare to appear before me. A series of figures began to fly out of the realm ship, with a humanoid figure that glittered like gold at their head. Behind him was a total of 9 black humanoids, each of whom had auras of transcendent power. A single Golden Emperor was equivalent to an Otherverse Lord in power. 9 black emperors fighting in concert were also a match for an Otherverse Lord. The amount of pressure they brought to their foes was truly incredible. Waveshift? The Golden Emperor, Lord Wolf, turned to look at Emperor Waveshift. A hint of astonishment flashed past his eyes. He snorted coldly, no wonder Downlord Darknorth just so happened to be waiting for us right here. So he has you standing behind him, Emperor Waveshift. I've heard of you long ago, but today is the first time we've met. Are you here to stop me? Emperor Waveshift laughed. If I asked you to leave, would you actually leave? Of course not. Lord Wolf had a more baleful and more dominating aura than anyone Ning had ever encountered, and he held Emperor Waveshift in no regard at all. Those who like you, Emperor Waveshift, will flatter you, but to those who don't like you, you aren't worth half a damn. Lord Wolf was an incredibly proud figure. There was nothing he wanted from Emperor Waveshift, and this was actually the very first time the two had met despite both having lived for countless years. He naturally felt no respect for Waveshift, an emperor who didn't even have the combat power of a hegemon. Yes, I'm quite weak, my talents lie in numerancy and numerancy alone. My friends flatter me, but to those who have no need of my talents I truly am worth very little. Emperor Waveshift remained quite calm and composed. Lord Wolf's face was a mask of icy arrogance, but many thoughts flitted through his mind. Emperor Waveshift is actually here. Can this be a scheme of some kind? But as a Golden Emperor, I'm even better at staying alive than actual Otherverse Lords. Given my power and the power of the 9 black emperors who serve me, the only person in this area who would pose a threat to me should be Realms Lord Windgrace. Even if Emperor Waveshift is plotting against me, he won't be able to do anything to me at all. I'll overwhelm them with raw power. In front of absolute power, all schemes are nothing more than jokes. Lord Wolf was extremely confident in his abilities. Downlord Darknorth. Lord Wolf stared at the distant white-robed youth who bore that black sheath on his back. Ning was looking at him as well, and their gazes met in the air. General Wolf, Ning responded. You are an impressive Downlord. Truly, you are incredible, Lord Wolf said. I've been alive for a very long time, but you are the only Downlord I have any respect for. You praise me too much, General, Ning said. Don't be modest. A Downlord who can reach hegemonic levels of power and even command a hegemon retainer truly is incredible. Lord Wolf glanced sideways at Azure Fiend, who was by Ning's side. However, your retainer is a bit too cowardly. I would have committed suicide long ago. Cold light flickered through Azure Fiend's eyes. My contempt is reserved for those who commit suicide, Ning said. Lord Wolf frowned as he looked at the white-robed youth, then said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. No wonder you dared to make an enemy out of our Ice Peak army. Downlord Dark North, as a Downlord you shall merely live for 108,000 chaos cycles. This is an incredibly short period of time. Once your lifespan comes to an end, you shall perish and your realmship will fall into the hands of others. In fact, there might even be a great battle over it. Emperors like myself who possess limitless lifespans can use it to wander the many realmverses and see more things, but for you to hold a realmship is an absolute waste. I urge you to hand it over. That way, you'll at least remain alive," Lord Wolf said. He had been planning to attack immediately, but when he saw Emperor Wave shift, he still felt extremely confident in his chances, but he chose to be just a bit more cautious than he otherwise would have been. Hand it over? Ning shook his head. Why should I just hand my treasures over to you? Are you sure you are going to refuse me? The baleful aura surrounding Lord Wolf began to froth and churn. The hint of caution he had felt upon seeing Emperor Waveshift was beginning to dissipate, and his innate brutal disposition was beginning to reveal itself once more. I refuse. Ning shook his head. You are courting death. Lord Wolf's gaze turned cold. He pointed angrily at Ning as his voice echoed throughout the surrounding area, kill them all, and exterminate Vast Heaven Palace. Let everyone know what happens when they make enemies out of our Ice Peak army. Acknowledged, the 9 Onyx humanoids simultaneous said respectfully. Kill them all. Kill. Murderous looks appeared on the faces of the 9 Black Emperors, and their auras began to flare with awesome power. They were like 9 streaks of black light that split apart the void as they shot forward. They had long ago grown accustomed to warfare and conquest. They had completely uprooted and destroyed quite a few powerful organizations. To them, an organization that was merely headed by a Downlord was nothing worth mentioning at all. Flamewing, kill them all. Ning pointed towards his foes and issued an order as well. I've been waiting for you to say that. Flamewing had been standing restlessly by Ning's side. Upon hearing the order, he wagged his big butt excitedly, then let out an excited roar. This ordinary-looking fatty suddenly transformed into a dazzling ball of blazing fire which had a strange creature inside of it, a creature that looked like a fiery winged bear. The 9 attacking Black Emperors all revealed looks of nervousness and puzzlement. They could sense incredible danger, but they had no idea what it was they were looking at. The distant Lord Wolf suddenly turned pale. Gwar! Flamewing let out a shocking roar, and as he did so he belched forth a torrent of dark red flames from his mouth. It almost instantly covered the surrounding void, including the 9 Black Emperors who were charging in their direction. What's that? Arg! Not good, those flames are too powerful. Quick, run! The 9 Black Emperors felt tremendous pain as soon as those dark red flames touched them. Even their black skin began to slowly melt away. Although they were a bit more powerful than Whitethaw, they were still just Black Emperors. In other words, they were living beings who had used the ritual sacrificium to inherit a certain level of power. In contrast, Whitethaw was a pure golem who was designed for defense. His survival abilities were far superior to theirs. What terrifying flames! These flames are far more powerful than even a hegemon's flames, Waveshift said with an amazed sigh. Ordinary hegemons would be burned to death by those flames, the nearby Azure Fiends said. These Black Emperors have incredibly tough bodies, they are just melting slightly from the heat. Whoosh! As Flamewing belched out those terrifying dark red flames, his wings fluttered and sent him streaking forwards like a bolt of terrifying light. That's fast! Ning was shocked. Flamewing was flying far faster than even a realmship. That creature is far too fast. Hegemon Thunderstar, hiding off in the distance within his own realmship, was shocked by this as well. He had become a hegemon via the Tao of Thunder and could be described as having reached the very apex of speed amongst cultivators, but he still felt astonishment. He's far, far faster than me. How can he be this fast? Why was Flamewing known as the Flamewing God? It was precisely because of how incredibly fast he flew. This was why many classified him as a bird, as his prowess lay in his flight speed. Attacking techniques were of secondary importance. Up. Flamewing transformed into a streak of light and almost instantly shot towards a Black Emperor. He reached out with one of his chubby paws and swiped at the Black Emperor with it, causing the Black Emperor's arm to twist unnaturally. A large wound appeared on the Black Emperor's chest as well, so deep as to expose the countless stone passageways located within his chest. One of the planets inside his body completely exploded. This was a lethal blow for the Black Emperor, who instantly lost his life as a result. Slash. Yet another paw strike, this time aimed at the head of a Black Emperor. Although Black Emperors had incredibly sturdy heads, it was still possible for one to shatter those heads with enough power. As a result, the second Black Emperor died as well. Retreat, quick. Lord Wolf could do nothing but watch as this all happened, his eyes threatening to leave their sockets. As soon as he had seen those dark red flames, he knew something was wrong, and so he immediately charged forwards to rescue his subordinate, but compared to Flamewing, his flying speed was far slower. They were on completely different levels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 16, The Shocking Chaos Primordial. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 16, The Shocking Chaos Primordial. These Black Emperors moved far more slowly than the Flamewing God, and the terrifying dark red flames had only caused them to slow down even further. As for Lord Wolf coming to reinforce them, they immediately gave up that notion. Given his speed, by the time he flew over, the Flamewing God would have pretty much killed them all. Thus, they had to take care of themselves. Join forces. Work together to buy some time. We only need to hold on for an instant. The Onyx humanoids were all absolutely terrified. It was as though they had met their natural predator. Fortunately, the 9 of them had charged over together and thus were quite close to each other. By the time the Flamewing God had killed 2 of them, the other 7 had already quickly gathered together. Hide inside this estate treasure first. One of the Black Emperors tossed out an estate-type treasure. Crack! The dark red flames were powerful enough to kill even hegemons. This top-grade eternal estate treasure instantly began to crack apart, followed by the treasure being completely destroyed. Whoosh! Bathed in flames, the Flamewing God's wings fluttered a single time, sending it straight towards the 7 Black Emperors. Block! The 7 Black Emperors simultaneously swept out with their palms as the silver diagrams covering their bodies began to light up. An awesomely cold aura swept out from them as ice began to form over their gigantic black palms, sweeping towards the attacking Flamewing God. Die! Flamewing was a dominating force of nature, it naturally chose to meet their attacks head-on. It flew straight towards its opponents, its giant bear-like paws smashing downwards with such power that even Ning and Azure Fiend felt their hearts tremble as they watched from afar. Its attack collided head-on against the giant black palms of the 7 Black Emperors. Boom! This was a collision of incredible power, and it instantly caused space around them to completely collapse and crumble. When the 7 Black Emperors joined forces, they were able to unleash an amount of power that was equal to that of an Otherverse Lords. Although they were clearly at a disadvantage when battling the Flamewing God, they were at least able to briefly pause it in its tracks. As for the 7 Black Emperors themselves, they were knocked flying backwards, their bodies trembling and crackling as a large amount of tears and injuries appeared on them. They had suffered incredibly heavy injuries, even they would need quite a long period of time to completely recover. Whoosh! The Flamewing God was enraged at having been briefly stopped in its tracks. It once more fluttered its wings. Swoosh! It instantly swept through the void and charged at the Black Emperors, who were still in the process of being blasted in each direction. They didn't have the chance to recover yet. Not good. Flee separately. Save yourselves. The Black Emperors had all suffered heavy injuries, and they had been blasted backwards with such force that they had lost control over themselves. It was impossible for them to once more join forces to block the Flame-Wing God, and so they simply followed the momentum of the previous blast and began to flee for their lives. Yep. The Flame-Wing God was able to move at incredible speeds. Its claws swept past the body of one of the fleeing Black Emperors, instantly tearing the Black Emperor's chest open. Quite a number of critical systems lay within the chest, and so this strike was a lethal one. Gwar! Flamewing opened its giant maw and bit down, crushing a Black Emperor to bits with its teeth, then crunching through the remains and swallowing them. This was one of the most terrifying beasts in existence in the Chaosverse, a chaos primordial. They would often eat entire realmverses when hungry. In comparison, these onyx humanoids were devoured with ease by Flamewing. In fact, Flamewing rather enjoyed the chewiness. Stop that immediately. Lord Wolf had finally arrived. Lord Wolf had moved to bar Flamewing's path, but Flamewing was still able to land a clawing blow to a Black Emperor's back, causing his spine to completely cave in and a series of crackling sounds to emanate from his body. The Black Emperor's aura instantly whittled away into nothingness. Die, damn you! The enraged Lord Wolf suddenly drew a saber in each of his two hands. Slash! A pair of rainbow-like streaks of saber light chopped through the skies, filled with Lord Wolf's boundless rage and murderous will. The twin blows chopped straight towards the Flame-Wing God, who simply fluttered its wings and used them to block the two strikes like a shield. Boom! The shockwave from this collision was even more powerful than the one generated by the clash between Flamewing and the 7 Black Emperors. Lord Wolf was sent flying backwards, while Flamewing came to a halt as well. It glanced at Lord Wolf, slightly surprised. Damn. Lord Wolf glanced behind himself, only to see the 4 heavily wounded surviving Black Emperors fleeing towards the distant realm ship. This caused Lord Wolf to feel a sense of pain in his heart. I had 9 Black Emperors, and now, I've suddenly lost 5 of them. The Ice Peak army has never, in all its history, suffered such catastrophic losses before. The Ice Peak army had conquered all within its path, stirring up one war after another, but even then its total losses had merely been 8 Black Emperors. This time, they had been planning to slay this puny Dao Lord with ease, and yet they had instantly lost 5 of their Black Emperors? You are pretty strong. You should be on par with those other verse lords. I probably won't be able to kill you, Flamewing growled. So you can go ahead and fuck off. Can't be bothered to fight you. If it wasn't for the fact that those 7 were able to block me briefly, I would have wiped them all out by now. Indeed. Given the Flame-Wing God's terrifying speed, he was in fact capable of killing all of the Onyx humanoids before Lord Wolf had arrived. However, that extra moment of time the 7 Black Emperors had bought themselves by joining forces had caused the Flame-Wing God to briefly slow down, resulting in just 5 perishing and 4 escaping. Why you? Lord Wolf felt even angrier. He had never suffered such catastrophic losses before, and felt as though he was about to go crazy. Die. I can't beat you to death, so I was planning on not beating you up at all, but you insist on attacking me? Flamewing let out a furious roar as he charged over. Space for 10 billion kilometers around them completely collapsed, with the void itself having been ground up into countless tiny scorching pieces of space sand as the titanic Flamewing battled furiously against that golden figure. This was combat on a completely different level, a clash of the titans. Flamewing had the advantage and was completely dominating the golden figure, smashing it backwards over and over again. However, Golden Emperors simply had incredibly durable bodies, not a single scratch could be seen on Lord Wolf's golden form, and so Lord Wolf continued to attack again and again with his indescribably exquisite hegemonic saber arts. The terrifying clashes caused Ning and Azure Fiend to both tremble. So this is what a battle between other verse lords looks like. Nin nodded slowly. Flamewing was indeed quite a bit stronger than an Otherverse lord, but it was still incapable of actually killing them. In the end, its insights into the Tao were simply too weak. It completely relied on its innate gifts to do battle, and thus other verse lords were able to stay alive in the face of its onslaught. However, there was no way they could actually overpower Flamewing in a frontal clash. Even someone whose body was as durable as Lord Wolf, a Golden Emperor, was sent flying backwards with every single clash. However, rage caused Lord Wolf to continue to press the futile attack. It truly was a scene of apocalyptic might. Even hegemons would perish before attacks like these. And this is just one of the Ice Peak Army's generals. Azure Fiend let out an amazed sigh. He is a Golden Emperor. Even the Lonely King himself is just a Golden Emperor, the nearby Emperor Waveshift said. The Lonely King's advantage lies in his war machines, but those war machines would barely tickle your Flamewing God. There's no way they can damage the Flamewing God's nigh indestructible body. Thus, even if the Lonely King came, he would still be dominated and abused by your Chaos Primordial. This is what makes those creatures so terrifying. Ning nodded. Suddenly, a space-time ripple appeared off in the distance, followed by a white-robed, white-bearded elder with 6 curved horns on his head emerging from a space-time rift. It was Hegemon Brightshore. What terrifying shockwaves! Hegemon Brightshore stared ashen-faced at the apocalyptic scene before him. This was a level of combat which was vastly beyond him, and these shockwaves were on a completely different level as well. Such power! Is this the terrifying force which Realm's Lord Windgrace spoke of, the force which is beyond even his ability to control? Yet another figure appeared in the distance. It was Hegemon Windrain. A Golden Emperor? One of the legendary Golden Emperors, who are supposedly on par with other verse lords, is being completely dominated in battle? Where the hell did this beast come from? Hegemon Netherlily appeared as well. The terrifying shockwaves from this battle had been sensed by all 3 of the mighty hegemons of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, and so they had all hastened over here. On one side was Hegemon Thunderstar and his realm ship, along with the 4 surviving Black Emperors. On the other side was Ning's party and the 3 newly arrived hegemons. All of them stared, stunned, as the battle progressed between Flamewing and the crazed Lord Wolf. Damn, damn, damn. Aorg. Lord Wolf let out an infuriated bellow which rang out in every direction, his voice filled with rage, resentment, and humiliation. He had never been as angry as he was right now. He had launched countless attacks, but he wouldn't be able to continue fighting like this. This was because the energy stores in his body would begin to be exhausted if he kept this up, at which point he would be in mortal danger. Lord Dark North, I won't forget this. I won't forget this. Lord Wolf turned to glare at the distant white-robed youth, his eyes filled with terrifying hatred and malice. Let's go. Lord Wolf immediately began to flee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 17, Pursuit. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 17, Pursuit. Oh, now you want to flee? By now, the Flamewing God had been thoroughly enraged by Lord Wolf as well. Its wings fluttered, sending it soaring through the void at terrifying speeds as it instantly caught up to the fleeing Lord Wolf. Flamewing once more sent its clawed paws against Lord Wolf. So you think you can just attack and run as you please? Boom! A titanic explosion rang out. Lord Wolf remained undamaged, and the war blades in his hands seemed to spin like circles of light. He himself arced outwards, borrowing from the momentum of the shockwave to continue fleeing. His body was so tough that it was completely undamaged. Lord Wolf continued to flee, while Flamewing pressed the attack. Chase him down, Flamewing! Ning ordered mentally. Leave it to me. This guy thinks he can just flee whenever he wants? It won't be that easy. Flamewing chased furiously, giving vent to his rage. Let's follow them. Ning waved his hand, producing his realm ship. Ning, Azure Fiend, Emperor Waveshift, and Whitethaw all flew into it. Dark North, let us watch as well. Hegemon Brightshore flew over, followed by Hegemon Netherlily and Hegemon Windrain. They were extremely interested in watching a battle between other verse Lord-level combatants, especially since they themselves were in no danger. The brief part of the battle they had seen earlier had already caused them to learn a few things. Without question, the mysterious and terrifying beast which had completely dominated the Golden Emperor had to be on Ning's side. Alright, let's go together. Ning didn't refuse them. And so Ning, Emperor Waveshift, Azure Fiend, Brightshore, Windrain, Netherlily, and Whitethaw all rode the realm ship as it chased after the two combatants. Although in raw speed alone Ning was unable to make the realm ship move as fast as the Flame-Wing God, Lord Wolf was much slower than both of them. As the Flame-Wing God continued to hunt after and beat down upon Lord Wolf, Ning and the others were able to keep up with ease. Waveshift. Long time no see, Waveshift. Hegemon Brightshore and the other two Hegemons all greeted Emperor Waveshift. Like them, Emperor Waveshift was a native of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He had naturally met all three of them long ago. They chatted amongst themselves as they watched the distant, high-level battle occurring before them. Dark North, is this creature one of those legendary chaos primordials? Hegemon Brightshore soon asked the question he wanted to ask the most. The nearby Hegemon Windrain and Hegemon Netherlily were both curious as well. Ning nodded. It is indeed a chaos primordial. Its name is the Flame-Wing God. No wonder. I knew it. Only the legendary chaos primordials could possibly possess such a level of power. Hegemon Brightshore and the others were enlightened. Although they had their guesses, they had never actually seen a chaos primordial before. Those were legendary creatures which were never seen. Incredibly, simply incredible. Flame-Wing God, a chaos primordial, is battling against the Ice Peak army. It must have been tamed, right? Hegemon Windrain asked. Hegemon Netherlily turned to look at Emperor Waveshift. A smile on her face, she said, Waveshift, did you tame this chaos primordial? All of them felt amazement and awe. The legendary chaos primordials were incredibly rare, and taming one of the creatures was something out of the myths. Still, for Emperor Waveshift to accomplish this was shocking but believable to them. Emperor Waveshift was often invited and feted by the most supreme of major powers, who asked them to accompany them to some incredibly mysterious places. It was believable for him to have been lucky enough to tame a chaos primordial on one of those trips. I don't have that sort of ability. Emperor Waveshift shook his head. It was Dark North who tamed it. Dark North? Hegemon Brightshore and the others all turned to stare at Ning in disbelief. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. Lord Dark North was an absolute monster. They had never heard of such a terrifying Lord. It would be understandable if a power emperor like the Lonely King or Hegemon Windrain had tamed a chaos primordial, but a Lord? This was truly miraculous. Nothing more than lucky. Ning calmly watched as the battle proceeded, his gaze focused on the enemy realm ship that was following from behind like a streak of lightning. That realm ship really is fast. It flies far more quickly than even my own realm ship. I can sense from its sudden bursts of speed that it's even faster than Flamewing. Hegemon Thunderstar became a Hegemon via the Tao of Thunder. He's extremely skilled in speed, and when he is in command of a realm ship he's able to more perfectly draw out its full power than many, allowing it to move much faster, the nearby Emperor Waveshift said. Thus, personal insights truly do matter. Different treasures in the hands of different major powers will be capable of unleashing different levels of might. Ning nodded. Whoosh. Hegemon Thunderstar kept his realm ship at the margins of the battle, hiding far away and watching as the Flame-Wing God continued its pursuit. Thunderstar, hurry up and go rescue our general. The other 4 Black Emperors urged desperately. There's no way for me to save him. Hegemon Thunderstar shook his head. That chaos primordial is too fast. Although I'm skilled in flying, my speed still isn't even close to being on par with that creature's. Even though I'm in command of a realm ship which is famous for its speed, I'm still just slightly faster than it. The problem is, your General Lord Wolf is far too slow, even slower than me flying normally. The Chaos Primordial continues to circle around him. Once I go nearby, I'll probably be captured by it as well, and once it captures us, we're doomed. Ugh. Damn. The 4 Black Emperors were utterly enraged as well. They had suffered severe mental and physical blows from this, but they knew just how terrifying the Flame-Wing God was. It had slain 5 of their comrades in the blink of an eye, after all. If they had been just a heartbeat slower, they would have died as well. Don't worry. I can tell that Lord Wolf is more than capable of keeping himself alive, Hegemon Thunderstar said. Yes, the general has stopped launching all those crazy attacks. If all he needs to do is keep himself alive, he's able to dramatically lessen the amount of energy he uses up. He'll be able to keep fighting for an extremely long period of time. Although that Chaos Primordial is very strong, its insights are too weak. Its attacks are all quite clumsy, making it easy for the general to stay alive. All 4 of the Black Emperors nodded. However, they also knew that Lord Wolf was only able to keep himself safe thanks to the fact that he had an Otherverse Lord's combat prowess. Black Emperors like them? Yes, the Chaos Primordial might have an extremely low level of insight into the Tao, but it would still crush them with contemptuous ease. No amount of insights would be enough in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power. Boom! Slash! Whoosh! Lord Wolf was being battered around like a ball. Each time, he was able to exquisitely time his defenses to make use of the momentum generated by the Flamewing God's attacks to flee, allowing him to use up just a small amount of his energy even though he was sent flying repeatedly. Lord Wolf remained quite calm, and he continued to pay close attention to the realm ship following behind them. Tao Lord Dark North. I won't forget about this. Just wait and see. Time flowed on, with the pursuit lasting for tens of thousands of years. Ning continued to pursue the 2 in his realm ship, but the frown on his face was beginning to deepen. He was continuing the pursuit because he didn't wish to give up the chance to kill a Golden Emperor. His Chaos Primordial was born with tremendous karmic blessings and had a virtually indestructible body as well as unearthly amounts of strength with it replenished incredibly fast. This was why the Sith had chosen to use it as a power source for the Jadefire realm. Golden Emperors, however, replenished their energy stores much more slowly. Ning had been eagerly awaiting the sight of Lord Wolf exhausting his energy stores, at which point he would probably perish. Alas, his foe was no fool. Lord Wolf had ceased his frenzied attacks and was instead borrowing from the momentum of Flamewing's own strikes. As a result, he was keeping energy expenditures low enough that he was able to replenish whatever he used up, allowing him to resist for an extremely long period of time. It's been tens of thousands of years, but Lord Wolf remains able to defend with ease. Ning frowned. It seems clear that his energy expenditure rates are below his replenishment rates. Come back, Flamewing. Ning finally issued the order. Gwar! Flamewing let out a final, proud roar within the Great Dark. For it, pursuing an opponent for tens of thousands of years was nothing. It could spend an entire chaos cycle just taking a nap. The fleeing Lord Wolf was briefly startled. Moments later, he realized that the Flamewing God had finally ceased its pursuit. Only then did Lord Wolf turn to fly towards Hegemon Thunderstar's realm ship. Swoosh! He quickly flew into the realm ship, which then sped up dramatically and transformed into a dazzling streak of electric light and disappeared into the Great Dark. Ning quietly stared into the darkness. The nearby Emperor Waveshift said, in terms of energy stores, Chaos Primordials vastly outstrip Otherverse Lords. Alas, its insights into the Tao are too low level. It is like a child, capable of just the most basic forms of combat. Thus, all of its overwhelming power is of no use, it's only able to suppress, not kill, Otherverse Lords in combat. The legends say that there has never been an Otherverse Lord or a Golden Emperor who has perished to a chaos primordial. Ning nodded. It does not make efficient use of its power. The Sith were able to take all of its terrifying energy to set up the Jadefire realm, then transform it into a decimatous wave which could kill Otherverse Lords with ease. If Flamewing had reached Ning's level of insights into the Tao, it would be able to kill Golden Emperors with ease. Alas, its insights into the Tao were negligibly low, and it possessed just the most basic of animalistic instincts. All it knew was the most basic forms of attack. A pity that we had to let that Golden Emperor escape, Azure Fiend mumbled. We can't chase after it any longer. If we did, then we'd be in trouble once the Lonely King commanded the rest of the Ice Peak army to come and reinforce them, Emperor Waveshift said. By then, we'd have no choice but to hide behind the Flamewing God's protection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 18, Two Competing Sides. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 18, Two Competing Sides. Ning nodded. The entire Ice Peak army had a total of 4 Golden Emperors, with the most powerful being the Lonely King due to his possession of multiple Sith war machines. He had destroyed even other verses with those machines. The Flamewing God was all by itself. After all, it would be very hard for it to fight that many people at once. If it had to protect others as well, the only way for it to do so would be for them to hide within its estate world as it fought. Of course, Ning could have ordered for the Flamewing God to charge straight into the Lonely King's base. In other words, if this battle truly got out of hand, it wouldn't be good for anyone involved. Whoosh! Flamewing transformed back into a ruddy-faced fatty and re-entered the realm ship. That was a good fight. It's been ages since I've had the chance to fight like that. Phew! Flamewing was quite delighted with itself. That Lord Wolf or whatever, he sure can take a beating. I can't even count the number of times I whacked him, but I just couldn't put him down. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Netherlily, Hegemon Windrain, and Azure Fiend all stared at the fatty with a look of some dread. This harmless-looking man was capable of butchering Hegemons with ease when he fought. Even Otherverse Lords would be completely dominated, albeit still capable of staying alive. And who are these 3? Flamewing glanced at Hegemon Brightshore and the other 2, then licked its lips. Master, should I eat them? Don't! Hegemon Brightshore and the others were badly frightened by that offhand comment. They are my friends, Flamewing. Stop causing trouble, Ning immediately said. Oh. Flamewing nodded, then casually slouched over a nearby chair. It then waved its hand, causing some food to appear which it began to munch down on. Chaos primordials truly are exceptional. Hegemon Brightshore let out a relieved breath. All of them unconsciously moved closer towards Ning, wanting to keep a safe distance away from the Flamewing God. My horizons have been expanded after seeing that battle, Hegemon Windrain said with a sigh. I've often heard of how terrifying the battles between Otherverse Lords can be, but I've never witnessed one myself. Experts on that level rarely fight, after all. This was the very first time, and it truly was an incredible sight. They really do completely surpass us in power. Ning nodded. He had also been stunned by this recent fight. The Flamewing God's flames alone would have been enough to roast him to death, while the Golden Emperors lived up to their reputation. Flamewing had unleashed everything it had but remained unable to harm Lord Wolf. Ning was slowly beginning to understand that Flamewing had slightly more attack power than Otherverse Lords, but wasn't capable of actually killing them. In terms of defensive strength, however, Flamewing was completely indestructible, and its strength was nearly limitless as well. The Lonely King's Sith war machines allowed him to actually slay Otherverse Lords. And yet, he still wouldn't be able to harm Flamewing in the slightest, and his defensive strength was merely on par with other Golden Emperors. Most importantly of all, he was unable to fight an extended battle. Much like how Realms Lord Windgrace would expend an enormous amount of energy with each activation of the Black Sun, the Lonely King's Sith war machines also consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Thus, even though some major powers clearly had greater attack power than a Chaos Primordial, they still remained completely unable to harm those creatures. Flamewing could slaughter all of the Lonely King's subordinates with impunity, and the Lonely King would be able to do nothing but watch. This battle truly had been quite stunning for everyone involved. Ning, Azure Fiend, Brightshore, Windrain, Netherlily, they were all hegemonic figures, and today they realized how terrifying the higher-level Otherverse lords were. The others were also envious of the fact that Ning had actually managed to tame a Chaos Primordial. Damn it! Multiple figures were scattered throughout the realmship. All of them were silent, and the golden humanoid was the first to speak and disrupt the deathly silence. Lord Wolf stood there, his eyes cold and filled with murder. The air around him seemed to have frozen solid. He had never suffered a humiliating defeat like today's. General? The other four looked at Lord Wolf. We definitely cannot just let things end here. Lord Wolf gritted his teeth. We have to invite His Majesty to help out. Push. An endless aura of cold emanated out to cover the surrounding void. A giant iceberg was hanging in the middle of the void, and the iceberg was filled with frozen mountain peaks. A figure was levitating in the air above the peak of one of those mountains. This figure was seated on a giant levitating silver throne and dressed in beautiful silver robes. His hands, his neck, his face, and the other exposed parts of his body were all golden. The silver-robed golden humanoid sat there atop his throne, his arms resting against the throne's armrest. A blood-red gemstone was affixed to the middle of his forehead like a third eye, and it brimmed with might. This man was staring into the distant void silently. Everyone in the Ice Peak army knew that the Lonely King would often sit there by himself and stare off into the void. The Lonely King always had a cold look on his face, a look that inspired terror in those who saw him. With but a thought, he could rescind the Golden Emperor and Black Emperor bodies of his subordinates, then give them over to others. Thus, all of the soldiers of the Ice Peak army were filled with dread towards him. They were terrified of incurring his displeasure. The only time he ever revealed the hint of a smile was when he was engaged in battle and slaughter. Majesty. A gray-robed figure flew over, then bowed respectfully. The Lonely King turned his golden gaze across the gray figure. You are Lord Wolf's retainer? I am, the gray-robed figure said respectfully. My true body has accompanied the general for many years now. Just now, I received orders from Lord Wolf to report some news of grave import to you, Your Majesty. Speak, the Lonely King commanded calmly, his gaze focused upon the infinite void once more. This matter involves a Dowlord known as Dark North. The gray-robed figure began to respectfully narrate the entire affair in detail, not exaggerating anything at all. He described things exactly as they had occurred. The Lonely King listened to the entire story without interrupting a single time. When he heard that Ning had the power of a hegemon, his only response was a blink. It wasn't until he heard the words Chaos Primordial that he turned to look at the gray-robed figure. A Chaos Primordial? The Lonely King murmured softly, and who does it serve? Wave Shift? No. Lord Wolf said that he saw Dowlord Dark North issue an order to the Chaos Primordial. He said, Flamewing, kill them all, the gray-robed figure replied. This Chaos Primordial should therefore be named Flamewing, and its master should be Dowlord Dark North. This Chaos Primordial's master is Dowlord Dark North? The Lonely King's lips curved upwards slightly. He was smiling. This scene inspired terror in the gray-robed emperor. Whenever he saw the Lonely King smile, he felt a sense of terror. Good. It is good that he serves a Dowlord. The Lonely King nodded slowly, seeming to be quite pleased. Lord Wolf said that he lost 5 Black Emperors, the gray-robed figure said hurriedly. What should we do? We're waiting for your orders, Majesty. Let bygones be bygones. Let this matter come to an end, the Lonely King said calmly. Then what of our 5 slain Black Emperors? the gray-robed figure asked. If they died, they died. The lonely king remained quite calm and indifferent. Let this matter come to an end. This Downlord Dark North deserves his reputation as an unbelievable genius. He now has a chaos primordial at his beck and call, and most Downlords are madmen. Best not to fight against this Downlord Dark North. If we fight against him and he orders his chaos primordial to attack our base, who can withstand it? The gray-robed figure continued to listen obediently. Send my response to Lord Wolf. He and his subordinates are to be stationed permanently in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. A hint of anticipation was in the lonely king's eyes. Let him wait and collect every bit of information he can find about Downlord Dark North. Once he receives word that Downlord Dark North has failed his downmerge, have him notify me. Understood, the gray-robed figure said respectfully. Remember. From this day forth, you are not to antagonize Downlord Dark North. Do not speak to me of him until he fails his downmerge, the lonely king commanded. Now go. The gray-robed figure bowed respectfully, then immediately departed. The lonely king continued to sit there atop his levitating silver throne, staring quietly into the void. A hint of anticipation was within his eyes. So its master is a Downlord? Downlords have such short lives. Once the Downlord dies, it'll be time for the creature to accept a new master. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse. The Black Sun. Realms Lord Windgrace had received the reports from Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, and Hegemon Netherlily. A Chaos Primordial? And its master is Downlord Dark North? The disheveled-looking old man walked out of his little courtyard, his eyes brighter than ever. So one of the legendary Chaos Primordials has appeared. Realms Lord Windgrace immediately barked, on my orders, ensure that no news regarding the Chaos Primordial is divulged to outsiders. All hegemons within the 16 Realmverses Alliance, as well as the visiting hegemons and emperors, are all under strict orders to not spread this information to anyone. Yes, Master, the two nearby disciples both said respectfully. Realms Lord Windgrace mused softly, once word spreads, even more of those old fellows will be drawn over here. Downlords have such short lives. Once this Downlord dies, if he issued an order for the Chaos Primordial to follow another, it would quickly come to accept its new master. Master, the Lonely King should be aware of this matter as well, Hegemon Wuya said. I know the Lonely King. He would never divulge this information to others. Realms Lord Windgrace shook his head. As for what happens when Dark North fails his downmerge, if the Lonely King tries to fight with me over it, he'll learn that he cannot beat me. Humph. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 19, All Grows Calm Again. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 19, All Grows Calm Again. Master, what should we do next? Hegemon Wuya said softly. He had once been one of Realms Lord Windgrace's least remarkable students, but in the end he had become the most successful. Hegemon Wuya looked rather foolish, but how could a hegemon who devoted to his life to analyzing Sith golems possibly be foolish? At critical times like this, he was able to maintain a level of incredible calm. Wuya knew that the question of who the Chaos Primordial belonged to was a question which would impact his own master's status. Unlike Downlord Dark North, his master was going to be around for an extremely long period of time. Downlord Dark North had a limited lifespan, while his master had one eternity for himself. If he could also tame a Chaos Primordial, then his status in the vast Chaosverse would rise up once more to new heights. The Lonely King would no longer be on the same level as him. Do nothing at all. Realms Lord Windgrace shook his head. There's no need for us to try and force things. Downlord Dark North is an intelligent man. He has his own plans. All right. Wuya nodded. The more you try to force something, the less likely it will work out as you hoped. The only result would be that Tao Lord Dark North might feel a sense of enmity towards us. The Lonely King's subordinates have already caused the seeds of enmity to be sown between him and Dark North. Based on my understanding of his personality, he's definitely going to try and force things. Realms Lord Windgrace smiled. We cannot try to rush this matter. We must be patient. Tao Lord Dark North has to willingly hand over control. Once he fails his Tao merge, he's eventually going to have to come to a decision about what he will do. But the nearby Emperor Skylight asked, Master, what if Tao Lord Dark North succeeds in his Tao merge? Succeeds? Realms Lord Windgrace laughed. He trains in an Omega Tao. I once heard from an autarch that there has never been a Tao Lord who has successfully completed the Tao merge for an Omega Tao. If he does succeed, he'll reach such a terrifyingly high level of power that he'll probably be far stronger than even the Chaos Primordial. By then, the Chaos Primordial won't matter. What would matter would be Dark North himself. Hegemon Woye and Hegemon Skylight couldn't help but begin to silently speculate as to how powerful an Omega Tao Emperor would be. Stop thinking about it. The cultivator civilizations of the vast Chaosverse have given birth to a number of autarchs, but it has never given birth to so much as a single Omega Tao Emperor. Realms Lord Windgrace shook his head. His chances of success are very, very low. Since Realms Lord Windgrace had issued orders, everyone in the 16 Realmverses Alliance immediately moved to obey. In truth, Realmverses were all extremely distant from each other. It was quite difficult for news to spread across multiple Realmverses, and the only ones within the 16 Realmverses Alliance who were capable of contacting the outside world were the Hegemon-class Emperors. So long as they kept their mouths shut, there was no way word would spread. But as for within the 16 Realmverses Alliance, word had already spread. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, and Hegemon Netherlily had only managed to contact Realms Lord Windgrace by going through several other Hegemons and Emperors. They didn't have primal twins or avatars in the Black Sun, and so they had to convey their messages through others, who then conveyed the message to Emperor Skylight to give to Realms Lord Windgrace. Given how many had been informed, word naturally began to spread within the 16 Realmverses Alliance. A realm ship suddenly appeared at the borders between the Flame Dragon Realmverse and the Great Dark. This was the realm ship which Hegemon Thunderstar commanded. Within it were a total of 6 figures. One was a golden humanoid, 4 were onyx humanoids, and the final figure was a violet-robed, violet-haired man. They were Lord Wolf of the Ice Peak Army, 4 Black Emperors, and Hegemon Thunderstar, respectively. Swear the oath right away. Lord Wolf cast the violet-robed, violet-haired man a cold look. Sure. Hegemon Thunderstar immediately smiled. I would never dare to go against the Lonely King's orders. I, Thunderstar, swear on my very life itself. Hegemon Thunderstar had been forced to swear an oath not to divulge any information regarding the Chaos Primordial known as the Flame-Wing God. You can leave now. Lord Wolf tossed out a storage-type magic treasure, then left alongside his 4 Black Emperors. Whoosh! The realm ship quickly departed, leaving Lord Wolf and his 4 Black Emperors at the borders of the Great Dark. General? Are we really supposed to just swallow this crap? The 4 Black Emperors remained unwilling to accept this. They had just suffered a huge loss. Were they to take this lying down? The Ice Peak Army would generally launch frenzied reprisals against any who dared to challenge them. This was why the Lonely King had gone so far as to kill 3 other Verse Lords. You already know what His Majesty has commanded, Lord Wolf said coldly. What His Majesty commands, we shall carry out. Right now, His Majesty doesn't care about this Tao Lord Dark North. The only thing he cares about is that Chaos Primordial. If he can take control of it in the future, then our Ice Peak Army shall become far more powerful than it is right now. When the 4 Black Emperors thought back to how terrifying the Flame-Wing God had been, they couldn't help but shudder. In the coming days, we shall remain hidden within the Flame Dragon Realmverse and keep a close watch on Tao Lord Dark North. We shall wait for him to fail his Tao merge. The news that a chaos primordial had appeared was like a bomb exploding within the 16 Realmverses alliance. It shocked all of the hegemons and emperors. As for the Lonely King and Realms Lord Windgrace, they just waited quietly. Both of them were waiting for Ning to fail his downmerge. Let's go. A vile, blood-robed elder who radiated a reeking aura of blood stood there in the air. He let out a sigh. Behind him was an entire host of evil emperors. Are we really going to just leave like this? The emperors were rather unwilling to go. We lost. The blood-robed emperor shook his head. Lord Darknorth has survived many attempts against his life, and he now has both a hegemon retainer and a chaos primordial. There's no way we can possibly be a match for him. If we stay in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, given his influence and power, we'll probably be wiped out soon. Now, our only chance for survival lies in departing from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, the blood-robed elder said. Let us go our separate ways and begin to wander through the great dark. Only by leaving can we survive. The blood-robed elder let out a sigh. The blood cloud, simply am not strong enough. I feel ashamed. Whoosh. The legendary Emperor Bloodcloud, a man who had reached the Archon level of power, tore through spacetime and departed on his own. The other emperors traded glances with each other. All of them were truly unwilling to accept this. It would take them at least 1,000,000 chaos cycles to travel another realmverse, after all. This would take an incredibly long period of time. In the end, there shall be other places in the Chaosverse where we can live and thrive. Let us go. The emperors quickly came to the decision to depart. Singly and in small groups, they began to depart from the Flame Dragon Realmverse and begin to wander through the Great Dark. Ning had once sworn to slay every single one of the demons of Silksnow Palace. How could they possibly dare to remain here any longer? Vast Heaven Palace. By now, Hegemon Brightshore and the others had departed. Now, Emperor Waveshift had come to bid Ning farewell as well. Big brother Waveshift, you are leaving as well? Ning was rather surprised and unwilling to part from him. The main reason I came back was to see just what new power has arisen within my homeland. Now that I know it is the Flame Wing God and have met with you, Darknorth, I'm satisfied. Emperor Waveshift smiled. I have other business to attend to in the outside world. Ning nodded. Now that you have Flamewing under your control, the only ones you need to keep an eye out for are two people. One is the Lonely King of the Ice Peak Army, and the other is Realms Lord Windgrace. Emperor Waveshift smiled. The Lonely King's temperament is a bit too bloodthirsty, and in comparison he isn't quite as experienced as the Realms Lord. He was simply someone who was lucky enough to find a Sith armory and thus rose to power. Realms Lord Windgrace is different. He rendered great merits during the Dawn War and has been guided by multiple autarchs. He has seen far more things, and as a result he has chosen to be low-key. It's hard to predict what Realms Lord Windgrace will do. If you do fail the downmerge, you can entrust your final wishes to Realms Lord Windgrace. That old man is quite trustworthy, Emperor Waveshift said. Ning was slightly startled by this. Of course, I hope you succeed in the downmerge. Emperor Waveshift let out a long sigh. You've only seen a tiny fraction of what the Chaosverse holds, you haven't even left the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Countless marvels are waiting for you, and there are countless secrets waiting for you to uncover them. Darknorth, I truly do hope that you succeed in the downmerge. When you do, I'll ride your coattails and have you take me to some places I would never dare to visit on my own. Ning said with some surprise, countless marvels are waiting me? You've barely visited any places. Emperor Waveshift shook his head. I've visited an alternate universe before. Ning said. And also many places here in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. As I said, you've barely visited any places. Other verses are created by autarchs for amusement, and they hold nothing special within them, Emperor Waveshift said. The Chaosverse, now that is truly something. Even the Sith were nothing more than part of the Chaosverse. Only those who truly understand how marvelous the Chaosverse will know how tiny they themselves are. This is why Realms Lord Windgrace, who has served and followed autarchs in the past, is such a low-key figure, while the short-sighted and ignorant Lonely King is so arrogant and brash. His only claim to fame stems from those Sith war machines. In terms of real power, those other verse lords who managed to merge their heart force, divine power, and immortal energy together are the truly terrifying figures of the Chaosverse. They truly do stand at the very peak of power, save for the autarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 20, Regret. Book 38, Dalmerge, Chapter 20, Regret. Ning nodded as well. If another verse lord managed to merge all of his types of energy together, he would truly become a force to reckon with. Ning had received legacies from over 300 hegemons, with God Emperor Helong being one of them. God Emperor Helong had been an otherverse lord who had created the God Emperor's Apocalypse technique, a technique akin to the Heartsword art. As a result, he had been far more powerful than most other verse lords, and was strong enough to fight Chaos Primordials head-on with his own power. However, on the other hand, Sith war machines come in varying levels of power as well. The Lonely King has multiple war machines and is capable of slaying ordinary otherverse lords and destroy entire otherverses. Emperor Waveshift nodded. Although he is rather short-sighted, he's still not someone to trifle with. Sith war machines are simply terrifying to behold. You need to be wary of him. I understand. Nin nodded. Train hard and succeed in the Dalmerge. Emperor Waveshift looked at Ning. The Chaosverse holds far too many marvels which you have yet to see. For example, the most stunning sight I've ever seen is a Sith Exalt who is kept in perpetual imprisonment. That terrifying presence he had, even though I only saw his blurred outlines from afar, I still felt completely shaken. Well, that's enough of that. Here's a treasure for you. Emperor Waveshift suddenly waved his hand, causing a cube-shaped treasure to appear within it. He gently flicked this crystalline cube over towards Ning. All you have to do is shatter it, and I'll be able to sense it. Emperor Waveshift looked at Ning. I'll then head back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse at top speed. Thank you. Ning felt rather moved. I feel like we are old friends, even though we have just met. Emperor Waveshift let out a sigh. He scanned the area with his gaze, then used his immortal energy to block the sound of their voices from the outside world. Before I leave, there's one more thing I need to tell you. When Ning saw how cautious Emperor Waveshift was, to the point of not even wanting Flamewing or Azure Fiend to overheard the conversation, Ning couldn't help but feel rather surprised. In recent days, I secretly used all the power and skill I had to engage in numerancy divination on your behalf, Emperor Waveshift said. Ning's heart lurched. Your Dalmerge, it will have a tremendous impact on the world. Even though I did everything I could, I was still only able to see a tiny amount. Emperor Waveshift looked at Ning. He elected not to mention the fact that he had used up an incredibly important treasure to carry out this divination, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. You saw a tiny amount? Ning listened carefully. A tiny, blurry amount. Emperor Waveshift nodded. All I can say is, I saw nothing but darkness. What do you mean? Ning's face paled slightly. It means that there was no life at all. Emperor Waveshift shook his head. Based on what I saw just now, you will definitely fail your Dalmerge. Are you absolutely certain? Ning found it hard to accept this. Don't be hasty or disheartened. Remember, the Tao of numerancy involves divination and probability, not ironclad prophecy. Nothing is fixed. The future is always filled with infinite possibilities, Emperor Waveshift said. Thus, you need to seize every single possibility, every single bit of karmic luck. You have to fight for every scrap of every chance, for every treasure and every legacy you can find. Do everything you can to improve your chances, because if you do not, you will fail. If you do your utmost, perhaps you may stand a chance. Emperor Waveshift looked at Ning. That's all I have to say. I'm going to leave now. After speaking, Emperor Waveshift turned and departed into the skies. Waves of emotion were rocking through Ning's heart. He had felt certain that he had reached a sufficiently high level of insight into the Tao. He never would have imagined that Emperor Waveshift's divinations would suggest that he had no chance whatsoever at succeeding. He's right. If I want to succeed in the Tao merge for an Omega Tao, I truly do have to do everything I can. I can't let myself relax in the slightest. Nin nodded slowly. Master, has Waveshift departed? Flamewing sauntered over lazily. He left. Nin nodded. Life shall become rather peaceful and uneventful for a time. No one will come to disturb us. Ning was planning to continue his training. He had multiple other Taos he needed to train to the Archon level, so as to fulfill the requirements Autarch Awakener had laid down. That would allow him to gain a treasure which the Autarch had left behind, a treasure which the Autarch had believed to be supremely useful for the Tao merge. He absolutely had to acquire that treasure. So there's nothing else to do for now? Azure Fiend asked. Dark North, are you planning to remain in secluded meditation here at Vast Heaven Palace? Yes. Nin nodded. However, before I go into secluded meditation, I'm planning to pay a visit to the Jadefire realm. There's still a hegemon imprisoned there. Winterflame. Azurefion's eyes lit up. By now, the only person remaining in the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm was hegemon Winterflame. The silver-robed and devilishly handsome hegemon Winterflame was seated in the lotus position within a flaming passageway. He was quite patient, and ever since he had ended negotiations with Tao Lord Darknorth he had begun to wait. He was waiting for Tao Lord Darknorth to fail his Tao merge, at which time he would stand a chance at surviving and escaping. What? A chaos primordial? Hegemon Winterflame's face turned completely pale. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. A look of terror was in his eyes. He finally began to panic, and it was impossible for him to remain calm any further. By now, the entire 16 Realm vs. Alliance was frothing after received word that Tao Lord Darknorth had tamed a chaos primordial. Hegemon Winterflame's avatar was in the outside world and he thus received word of it as well. To the other hegemons and Tao Lords, this was nothing more than a bit of entertaining news, but to hegemon Winterflame, it was a sudden pronouncement of doom. He had always been a vicious and unscrupulous man, which was why he had planned on kidnapping everyone in Vast Heaven Palace to threaten Ning. He had even battled against Ning's avatar, and hegemon Brightshore had to intervene to stop him. In the end, he had been unwilling to completely accede to Ning's demands within the flaming passageway. He wanted to await for the day that Tao Lord Darknorth failed his Tao merge and perished, and so he had been waiting, but who would have imagined that this terrifying news of a chaos primordial would suddenly descend upon him? Is this real? The chaos primordial is named the Flamewing God, and he easily butchered 5 Black Emperors of the Ice Peak Army? Lord Wolf of the Ice Peak Army was beaten so badly he had to flee in terror? The more hegemon Winterflame heard, the more terrified he became. If even Black Emperors had been slain, how could he, Winterflame, pose any threat to the creature at all? How could this have happened? He's just a Tao Lord. How is this possible? I've always been so careful. Hegemon Winterflame was rather dazed. He had never been so foolish as to make an enemy out of any truly formidable figures. Although he was unscrupulous and capable of anything, causing many to hate him, he had still been able to remain alive. Alas, if one always walks by the riverside, sooner or later one's shoes would get wet. Tao Lords were usually nothing more than bugs to be crushed, but this time, one of them had just given him a huge surprise. And no. I can't accept this. Hegemon Winterflame's face turned completely red as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. He asked for more and more information from those in the outside world before, finally, he gave up. Flee. Hegemon Winterflame's eyes were bloodshot. I have to flee. Since Lord Darknorth is now fighting against the Ice Peak army, his true body isn't present. Perhaps the Jadefire realm is unguarded for now. Hegemon Winterflame felt a thin tendril of hope. Swoosh! He immediately transformed into a streak of white fire and began to flee. It really is safe now. Hegemon Winterflame flew for several seconds without activating any traps. He immediately felt a sense of delight. Lord Darknorth must have left. There's no one in control of the Jadefire realm. Boom! Right at this moment, a wave of terrifying power swept towards him with terrifying destructive power. Hegemon Winterflame immediately retreated in a blind panic, but the flame still split his body in half. Slash! After putting up a struggle, half of his flaming body was completely destroyed by that wave of power. The other half quickly reformed into Hegemon Winterflame's appearance. His face was ashen, and a look of horror was in his eyes. He had very nearly died just now. Hegemon Winterflame. On Master's commands, I've been watching over you. A voice boomed out, echoing within every part of the surrounding area. Hegemon Winterflame lifted up his head to scan the surrounding area, a feeling of dread in his heart. You were pretty lucky this time, but next time you are dead meat. The flaming passageways are quite long. You'll have to fly for very, very long before you can escape them. You survived the first time, but I refuse to believe you'll survive a second and third time, the cold voice said. This was the Emperor-class golem which Ning had ordered to remain here and watch over this place. Why you? Hegemon Winterflame was panicking. He called out loudly, is your master Lord Darknorth? Hurry up and help me send word to him. Let him know that I'll accept his terms. I'll give him all of my treasures, including my armor and my universe weapon. I'm willing to offer all of them to Lord Darknorth, so long as he is willing to let me go and spare my life. Poof. So now you choose to beg for your life? The cold voice boomed out. Just hurry up and tell your master. Hegemon Winterflame said frantically. I don't want to be enemies with him. Just wait. He will be arriving soon, the cold voice replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 21, of Little Use. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 21, of Little Use. A realm ship appeared within a spatial tear outside the Jadefire realm. And here we are. Ning stared at the vast blazing whirlpool of blazing flames and smiled. Hegemon Winterflame has probably heard the news by now. He definitely has. A look of excitement was on Azurefion's old face, and his eyes were gleaming. Based on my understanding of him, he's probably scared out of his mind. He might immediately beg for mercy once you arrive, Darknorth. Let's go and take a look. Ning was looking forward to seeing that panicked look on Hegemon Winterflame's face. In the past, Winterflame had always behaved in an arrogant and domineering manner. Whoosh! The realm ship flew into the Jadefire realm at high speeds, descending into the flaming passageways. Master! A voice rang out from the surrounding area. This was the voice of the Emperor-class golem in control of the flaming passageways. Is Winterflame still in the same old position? Ning asked. Master, the voice rang out. Hegemon Winterflame attempted to flee, but I took control over the mechanisms in accordance with your orders and nearly killed him. This frightened Hegemon Winterflame so badly that he no longer dared to flee again, and he's very close to where he originally started. He actually tried to flee? Azurefien grinned and said, he finally knows the meaning of fear. He has an invulnerable form, which means that even though I am a bit stronger than him I cannot kill him, but now that we have Flamewing, killing him will be simplicity itself. If he tries to run, the mechanisms in the flaming passageways are also capable of claiming his life. Both fleeing and not fleeing will both spell doom. Ha, I'm looking forward to seeing that look on his stupid face. Ning laughed as well. He also felt delighted. After they flew for a period of time, they finally saw Hegemon Winterflame. Hegemon Winterflame was seated in the lotus position in the void. He still looked as devilishly handsome as ever, but his aura was rather chaotic. Hegemon Winterflame turned his head as the distant realm ship approached him. He hurriedly rose to his feet. 4 figures flew out of the realm ship, with the leader being the white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back. Next to him was the chubby Flamewing and Hegemon Azure Fiend, with Protector Whitethaw standing behind them all. I greet you, Lord Dark North, Hegemon Winterflame said. His attitude was very humble, and he cast Flamewing a glance as he spoke. Flamewing was chomping through some food he was holding as he glanced sideways at Winterflame as well. Winterflame couldn't help but feel as though he himself was being devoured bit by bit, and his mental state grew even more chaotic. Ha! Look at how respectful our dear Hegemon Winterflame is being. Azure Fiend roared with laughter as he clutched his sides. He's being as humble as a servant. Last time we saw him, he was quite arrogant and proud, no? Winterflame, do you remember the final words you said to us when we last met? Hegemon Winterflame's face was ashen as Azure Fiend continued to speak. I think you've forgotten, but I haven't. I recall it all quite clearly. Watch, Winterflame. Azure Fiend waved his hand, causing an illusory image to appear next to them. This was the scene of their previous meeting, and in the illusory images Winterflame was snarling with hatred as he roared, "Let's see if you die first or if I die first." Winterflame gritted his teeth. Enough, Azure Fiend, Ning said. Fine. Azure Fiend fell silent as instructed. Winterflame relaxed slightly. Although he was completely unscrupulous, as a hegemon he still cared about face. He felt miserable suffering such mockery from Azure Fiend. Upon hearing Ning order Azure Fiend to halt, he was suddenly filled with hope. Perhaps Lord Dark North wasn't going to hold a grudge and would release him? He's about to die soon. There's no need to go too far. Ning's voice rang out once more, and Winterflame's face instantly turned bone white. Lord Dark North. Hegemon Winterflame let out a throat-rending howl. Even Ning was badly startled by the grief and rage in Hegemon Winterflame's voice. Lord Dark North, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I was being too arrogant and ruthless. Hegemon Winterflame stared at Ning, then said in a begging manner, I know I made a huge mistake. I beg you to give me a chance, Lord Dark North. Everyone should be given a chance. Give me one. In your dreams, Azure Fiend muttered. Hegemon Winterflame gritted his teeth. I'm willing to be your retainer. So long as you spare my life, I'll serve you. Ning just watched quietly, while Azure Fiend chuckled. Didn't you look down at me for becoming his retainer? I'd be honored to be given the chance to serve Lord Dark North as his retainer, Hegemon Winterflame said hurriedly. Upon seeing that Ning appeared completely unmoved, he began to panic even further. I'm willing to be an eternal retainer. Even if you fail your Dao merge and die, Lord Dark North, I'd be willing to swear an oath to follow your orders to the end of my days. I don't mean to suggest that I hope you will fail the Dao merge, Lord Dark North. I obviously hope that you will suck dash. Halfway through his babbling, Ning suddenly shook his head. Flamewing, get rid of him, Ha, I was waiting for you to say that. Flamewing let out a strange howl, transforming into his normal form of a giant blazing winged bear as he charged straight towards Hegemon Winterflame. Hegemon Winterflame had a terrified look on his face, but moments later it was replaced by a look of savagery. He glared at the distant Ning with a hate-filled look in his eyes, then howled, Lord Dark North, you'll die too. You'll die too. Re-up. Flamewing destroyed everything in its path with its overwhelming power. Even though Hegemon Winterflame was able to transform into a sea of fire, he was still extinguished by the Chaos Primordial's might. Nothing was left save a few scattered treasures. Azure Fiend shook his head when he saw this. Dark North, Winterflame was still a Hegemon. Taking him on as a retainer wasn't a bad idea. I thought you'd choose to accept him in the end. Ning stared at the scattered treasures floating in the air. I did briefly consider taking him on as a retainer, but, for some reason, he just disgusted me far too much. I already have the three of you, an extra Hegemon retainer really wouldn't make much of a difference. Better to keep my surroundings clear of such filth. Azure Fiend was speechless. He never would have imagined that Ning would have declined a hegemonic retainer for a reason like this. Let's go. Ning had already made certain plans for the three realms. By now, Hegemon Winterflame truly was of little use to him, as Ning simply wouldn't trust a Hegemon like Winterflame to watch over the three realms. Hegemon Winterflame died, and his avatar perished alongside him. This news quickly spread throughout the 16 Realm vs. Alliance. The Hegemons and Emperors of the Alliance all knew long ago that Hegemon Winterflame had been trapped within the flaming passageways. They all suspected that the killer was Dowlord Dark North, the controller of the Jadefire realm. All of them couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of dread towards him. They knew that Dowlord Dark North was not the benevolent, merciful type, and they secretly celebrated the fact that they handed over their treasures and had been able to leave the Jadefire realm safely. And so, the Hegemons and Emperors of the 16 Realm vs. Alliance now feared a total of two people. The first was Realm's Lord Windgrace, while the second was the monstrously talented Dowlord who had tamed the Flame-Wing God, Dowlord Dark North. These two people were mighty enough to cause even Hegemons to fear the approach of death. Ning didn't really care about what was happening in the outside world. His focus was on cultivation. He had to come up with those 10 Archon-class techniques as soon as possible, so that he could earn the precious reward which Autarch Awakener had left behind. Even the Autarch viewed the treasure as valuable and not to be casually handed over to others. According to the estate spirit, this treasure was the #1 most helpful cultivation treasure in all the Chaosverse, and it was #1 in assisting during Dao merges as well, but Ning absolutely had to acquire such a supreme treasure. The Dao merge for the Omega Dao would be incredibly difficult. Even Emperor Waveshift said that he saw no hope at all for Ning in attempting it. In addition, the path of the Omega Dao was the only path available for Ning if he wished to revive Yue. Only through this path would he have a chance to surpass the Autarchs and take back Yue's true soul fragments from the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Of course, it was highly likely that he would fail and perish, but he still had to do his absolute utmost. Time flowed on. Vast Heaven Palace. Within Dark North's estate, Ning was seated by himself in quiet meditation atop a mountain. Next to him was a hot stove that had a flagon of wine atop it, while there was some snow on the boulder nearby. Ning's primal twin remained in secluded meditation atop the Autarch's stone dais, while Ning's true body lived a fairly relaxed life. This dichotomy of harsh training and relaxedness actually caused many insights to flicker through Ning's mind. He broke through a number of bottlenecks in this way. I've finally reached the Archon level in the final Dao, the Dao of Earth. The white-robed Ning's eyebrows were covered in snow. He suddenly opened his eyes to stare at the nearby flagon of wine. This wine had been kept warm for an extremely long period of time, because Ning only permitted himself a single drink of wine when he finished completing a Dao. Thus, it had been countless years since he had last drank from the wine. Now, all 10 techniques have been developed. An eager look was in Ning's eyes. I wonder what sort of precious treasure Autarch Awakener has left behind for me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 22, Stonefire Pearl. Book 38, Dao Merge, Chapter 22, Stonefire Pearl. Within the Azure Flower Estate, the black-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position atop the stone dais. He had already been in this position for more than 10 chaos cycles without moving at all. Success! The black-robed Ning suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. He waved his hand, causing a series of jade slips to appear next to him. Ning had filled every single one of the jade slips with all sorts of techniques which he had devised over the course of many years. Although only 10 chaos cycles had gone past in the real world, he had spent that entire period of time under 100x temporal acceleration. In other words, for him over 1,000 chaos cycles had already gone by. Ning had come up with a total of 10 Archon-class techniques. These techniques were based on his Omega Sword Tao, his Heart Force illusions, the Tao of Fire, the Tao of Water, the Tao of Thunder, the Tao of Space, the Tao of Formations, the Tao of Metal, the Tao of Wood, and the Tao of Earth. There were 10 Taos in total. After slaughtering Hegemon Winterflame, Ning had chosen to work in simpler Taos such as that of Metal, Wood, and Earth, so that he would more quickly acquire the treasure reward. He personally wanted to study the Tao of Time, but judging from how he had spent more than 200 chaos cycles working on the Tao of Space, he felt likely that he would need to spend even more time on time. In the end, he was a sword cultivator. As a result, he was quite quick with the Tao of Metal, making his breakthrough in just 20 or so chaos cycles. He wasn't very talented in the Tao of Wood, and so he spent more than 50 chaos cycles on it. As for the final member of the 5 elements, Earth, thanks to the fact that he had already mastered the first 4, he had actually managed to complete his mastery of it in just 10 or so chaos cycles. In just 90 real chaos cycles, 900 chaos cycles for him, he had actually managed to create 3 Archon-class techniques. Senior, the black-robed Ning called out. The distant white-haired elder, also seated in the lotus position, slowly opened his eyes. Senior, you already know about my Omega Sword Tao and my illusions. Here are the other 8 techniques. Ning pointed at the 8 slips levitating in the air behind him. Please take a look at them. The 8 jade slips all floated over to the white-haired man. That fast? The white-haired old man's eyes lit up as he immediately stared at the 8 slips. After analyzing them, he nodded, not bad. You've mastered all 5 of the 5 elements, and you actually made tremendous progress in even the Tao of Formations. You truly do have an incredibly high level of comprehension of the Tao. In truth, just judging from how quickly you were able to create your Omega Sword Tao and then reach the 4th step as a Tao Lord, I felt certain that your comprehension skills were exceptional. However, I still had to obey my master's orders. Of course. Ning nodded. In truth, one's comprehension skills could change. For example, even the most talented of newborns wouldn't be able to comprehend much. The many experiences you went through in life would mold you like metal in a forge, either breaking you or making you stronger, harder, and more dazzling. Ning's heart had been completely focused on the Tao of the sword, and he had experienced many exceptional things before reaching his current heights. Now that he had reached the 14th stance of the heart sword, his heart and his will were both incredibly pure, allowing him to train even more quickly than before. You've created 10 techniques, which means I can give that treasure which Master left behind. The white-haired old man waved his hand. Whoosh! The hall suddenly seemed to ripple as rays of light appeared, causing a tiny fist-sized space to appear at the very center of the room. After this tiny space appeared, one could vaguely make out 2 objects levitating within it. The first object was a completely round and slick pearl. It looked to be roughly the size of an egg, and it emanated incorporeal ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Ning could sense the waves of power sweeping across him, causing him to feel more relaxed and comfortable than he ever had before. He felt almost like a child in his mother's embrace. That was how incredibly warm and soothing this felt. The second object was also round, but it was covered with countless lines and runes. Come here. The white-haired man waved his hand, causing both objects to float over towards him. Dark North. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. This first treasure was named by my master and the autarchs as the Stonefire Pearl. All of them concur that it had to be a naturally occurring treasure manifested by the Chaosverse, and that it is the #1 most helpful cultivation treasure. Master focused all of his efforts on completing the 9 chaos seals, and so he found these types of treasures to be invaluable. As a result, he paid a fairly significant price to convince the other autarchs to let him have it. Ning was shocked. So Autarch Awakener had personally used this treasure in the past? Let me tell you about its history. The white-haired elder laughed. Our story begins when the Sith were at the prime of their power. They had yet to launch the Great War against the cultivator civilizations, but my master and the others were already secretly on guard against them, keeping a vigilant eye on them at all times. One time, Master and the others suddenly sensed a hint of danger appear, and so they hurriedly joined forces to go to that location. They discovered that the Sith had captured and were escorting a strange stone lifeform who was completely covered in flames. My master and the others did not hesitate at all, they immediately attacked. The Sith either fled or died. As for the Stonefire lifeform, it was actually on par with my master and the other autarchs in might. On par with autarchs? Ning was amazed. The Sith are actually in control of creatures with such power. That creature probably wasn't a Sith. None of us know where the Sith found the thing and how they took control over it, the white-haired elder said. Master and his peers spent tens of thousands of years battling it before it finally ran out of energy and died. As soon as the strange Stonefire creature died, its body crumbled apart and revealed this pearl within it. This pearl has marvelous properties and is of tremendous use to cultivators when training, the white-haired elder said. We found a total of just 2 creatures which had reached this level of power. One was this Stonefire creature, the other was an iceberg creature that was also controlled by the Sith and fought for them during the Dawn War. The autarchs killed both of these creatures. I imagine they should know more about where these creatures came from, but they've never discussed it with me. Ning sighed in amazement. Living creatures who were on par with autarchs in power? Can the Sith have created them? Ning asked. Impossible. They were actual living beings, the white-haired elder. Autarch Awakener didn't provide any additional information about them? Ning asked. No. He did once say that with the Sith having been annihilated, these creatures will no longer be seen ever again, the white-haired elder said. Ning nodded, but he was still completely puzzled. Why was it that these terrifying creatures would no longer appear now that the Sith were gone? Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. In the end, he simply hadn't visited enough places. He hadn't even seen a fraction of what Emperor Waveshift had seen, to say nothing of the autarchs. He knew far too little about the vast Chaosverse. This Stonefire pearl is now yours. The white-haired elder handed it over to Ning while saying, but of course, you are not allowed to give it to others. If you die in the future, it'll fly back to the estate and await its next destined owner. Fly back? After accepting the pearl, Ning at first felt as though it was rather cool. Soon, however, the warmth of his hand began to heat it up. Ning sent his divine power into the pearl to investigate it. It's not a magic treasure? Ning was surprised. This was just an ordinary item, not a magic treasure. How was he supposed to bind and use it? This is a natural treasure. All you need to do is to send a strand of your godsense into it and you'll be able to activate it, the white-haired elder said. This estate also holds the Stonefire creature's corpse within it. If no one is in control of the pearl, it'll pass through spacetime and then come back. How incredible! Ning was shocked. The autarchs destroyed the Stonefire creature and shattered its bodies into tiny bits, but the Stonefire pearl would fly back towards the shattered bits of its body and quickly bring it back to life. The white-haired elder laughed. In the end, Master and the others had to destroy its soul and true soul before it stopped trying to revive itself. By now, the corpse has been ensorcered by Master and remains suppressed in here, and so once you die, Dark North, the Stonefire pearl will come back to this place. Ning nodded. As soon as he had sent a strand of his godsense into the pearl, he was able to sense that it seemed to have become part of himself and had become completely one with him. come in." Ning willed the stonefire pearl to enter his body. A faint warmth spread throughout every part of him, and his soul and true soul both felt incredibly at ease. When Ning attempted to meditate on the Tao of time in this state, he immediately felt as though a wellspring of insights began to flow through his mind. This is incredibly useful for cultivation. The white-haired elder smiled. It is the #1 cultivation treasure, which means it is naturally also the #1 Tao merge treasure. Ning felt a sense of excitement in his heart. He, Gemin Brightshore and the others had actively contested over Crimson Wave Temple's fruits. Why? Because those fruits could be used to forge spirit pills which when eaten would be of tremendous use for cultivation. The Stonefire Pearl was the supreme cultivation treasure which had been used by Autarch Awakener himself, and the same was true for the Stone Dais. Now, both had been inherited by Ning. I'm sure you know what Master was hoping for when he left these things to you. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. I understand. Autarch Awakener's greatest wish was for the 9 Chaos Seals to be perfected, Ning said. Yes. This was his greatest regret in life. The white-haired elder nodded, then gently waved a finger and caused the second floating sphere to fly over towards Ning as well. Ning saw that this sphere was covered with countless runes and pattern lines which flowed across its surface. He immediately had the feeling that it was connected to the 9 Chaos Seals somehow. The white-haired elder explained, this is the Heart of Eternity. It is covered with layers of runes, all of which must be deciphered and resolved. Dark North, you should continuously work at solving these layers of runes. Once you've completely mastered all 99 layers of runes which cover the Heart of Eternity, you will have reached Master's level of insight into the 9 Chaos Seals. But solving and comprehending the Heart of Eternity merely means you have reached his level in just a single aspect. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. My master's hope is that someone can improve this technique to the Eternal Emperor level, which was why he named this sphere the Heart of Eternity. Learning to solve it will be of some assistance to you in the Tao merge. Although the assistance will be fairly minimal, Master left behind a final treasure within the core of the Heart of Eternity. If you can fully solve it, then the treasure inside it will be yours, and I can promise you that it is just as valuable as the Stonefire Pearl. Ning felt both joy and sorrow. Autarch Awakener truly had spared no expense in trying to ensure that his heirs would complete the 9 Chaos Seals. He had even gone so far as to seal away a treasure inside the Heart of Eternity. If someone wanted to acquire it, they would have to first completely deconstruct the Heart of Eternity and reach Autarch Awakener's level of insight in the 9 Chaos Seals. This would truly require an enormous amount of effort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 23, Difference. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 23, Difference. Senior, Ning asked, might I ask what other external treasures exist in the Chaosverse which are of major benefit to someone attempting the Tao Merge? Success in the Tao merge was a combination of two factors, internal and external. Internal referred to oneself and one's insights. Only if one reached a sufficiently high level of comprehension would one's chances increase. External factors referred to special treasures which would improve one's chances, such as the Autarch's Stone Dais or the Stonefire Pearl. What Ning was attempting was something which had never been successfully carried out, a Tao merge in an Omega Tao. No one in the history of the entire Chaosverse had ever successfully done such a thing, and so he naturally had to both perfect himself as well as acquire all external sources of help he could find. That way, his chances at the Tao merge would improve slightly. External treasures? The white-haired elder glanced at Ning in surprise, then pointed at the Autarch's stone dais beneath Ning. This serves as the core for the estate, and Master spent countless amounts of effort in forging it. You've already acquired a Stonefire Pearl as well, which is the essence core of a creature which was comparable to an Autarch in might. These were treasures which my master himself used to assist him in cultivation. With them, what other external treasures could you possibly want? I understand, Ning said hurriedly. The Autarka's Stone Dais and the Stonefire Pearl are both tremendously helpful in cultivation. They will provide me with sustained, long-term benefits while I am training. What I was referring to just now is another type of external treasure, something akin to the Void Sea Jade Seal or the 9 Orifices Void Pill, treasures which can generate an astonishing effect for a brief period of time. Ah! The white-haired elder nodded. Many talented Dao Lords would create magic altars and seek out special spirit pills in preparation for their Dao merge. Those spirit pills, when eaten, would cause the true soul to be tremendously stimulated. As for the Void Sea Jade Seal, it actually allowed for a complete Dao merge simulation. You walk the path of the Omega Dao, and so there is no way to simulate your Dao merge, the white-haired elder said. As for special spirit pills, they probably wouldn't even be as useful as the state you are normally in when using the Autarka's Stone Dais and the Stonefire Pearl. Ning immediately asked, "Isn't there something particularly special which I could use?" Ning would go for anything and everything which was of use to him. The white-haired old man pondered for a while, then said, "If you absolutely have to have something. I do remember an incredible single-use Dao merge treasure which can instantly unleash a tremendous amount of power for an extremely brief period of time. Master once mentioned it briefly to me and described it as one of the top 3 treasures in its class." Ning's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The number 1 treasure is known as the Dao merge Firecloud Flower. The second-ranked treasure is known as the Incense Spirit Fruit. The third is known as the Cloud World Jade. The white-haired elder said resignedly, "But I've only heard of them because my master once chatted casually about them with other autarchs. They didn't speak in detail and so I know very little about them. But Dark North, these are all limited-time objects. Once you use them up, they are gone. They aren't even close to being comparable to the Stone Dais or the Stonefire Pearl in value." The white-haired elder shook his head. "And, I recall my master once saying that the Cloud World Jade's effect only lasts for roughly 3 months or so, but the effect is merely as strong as the Stonefire Pearl's constant effect. It can only be used for 3 months, while the Stonefire Pearl is constant and can be used long-term." The white-haired elder looked at Ning. Finding the Cloud World Jade would be enormously difficult. Why bother? Ning just silently memorized all of this information. There clearly was no reason to seek out the third-ranked treasure, the Cloud World Jade. The other 2, however, were worth searching for. Anything that might increase his chances at the Dao merge by even a smidgen was worth hunting for. "Senior, where should I go to find these things?" Ning asked. "No idea." The white-haired elder shook his head. "I never asked Master about them." "Oh." Ning pondered for a moment. In the past, he had never even heard of Incense Spirit Fruit or Dao merge Firecloud Flower. It seemed as though only truly experienced and worldly figures would know of them. A pity that he hadn't asked his big brother Waveshift about them. In all the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, perhaps the most worldly figure outside of Emperor Waveshift was Realms Lord Windgrace. Realms Lord Windgrace had served and been taught by more than one autarch. Dark North. "I have to warn you," the white-haired elder said solemnly, "treasures of such rarity are all extremely hard to find. Not even the autarchs know everything there is to know about the vast Chaos-verse. The technology of the Sith, the 2 slain autarch-level creatures, they are all testament to the fact that the Chaos-verse holds many terrifying secrets within it. You are still just a Dao Lord, so what if you are strong? There are some truly dangerous places which would cause even hegemons to fall, to say nothing of you." "I understand." Ning nodded. However, since he had the Flamewing God, he felt that he was still able to give it a good shot. Chaos Primordials were famous for its virtually indestructible body, after all. The Flame Dragon Realmverse is nothing more than a tiny part of the Chaosverse. It is best for you to harbor a healthy fear of the universe, the white-haired elder said with a sigh. I hope that you won't overestimate yourself prior to completing your Dao merge. If you succeed in it, you'll probably become far more powerful than even an Otherverse Lord. You can go and wander the chaos first them, only then will you be assured of staying alive. Thank you, Senior. Ning could sense that the estate spirit remained worried, and so he quickly explained, actually, I've already tamed a chaos primordial. The white-haired elder instantly turned speechless. You, wah? Ahem. Well, enough of that. The white-haired elder didn't seem to know what to say, and so he immediately began to vanish into thin air. His voice echoed for one final time within the second hall. Remember, for you to solve the Heart of Eternity is the one final wish my master had. It will be of tremendous benefit to all cultivator civilizations as well. I understand. Ning nodded. The black-robed Ning was seated atop the Autarka's stone dais, toying with the runed Heart of Eternity with his hands. Oh, Autark Awakener, Ning looked at the Heart of Eternity. So this is your final wish, eh? But, my only wish is to complete the Tao merge and then become an Autark in the future. Ning's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His wish and Autark Awakener's wish, they involved heading down two different paths. Ever since they had gained victory in the Dawn War, the Autarks had stood at the very apex of the universe and were without equal. As a result, they were quite lonely, and they often searched for things to do. Autark Bolin had created the Aeonians, while Autark Awakener had spent his efforts on analyzing the 9 Chaos Seals and creating a type of cultivation technique similar to what the Sith used. The cultivation technique the Sith used created something similar to the Azure Flower Mist energy, but it was clearly even more profound. Alas, they were completely different types of living creatures than cultivators, and thus there was no way for cultivators to use their cultivation techniques. Autark Awakener put all of his efforts in creating something similar. If he truly succeeded, it would have benefited all cultivator civilizations. Alas, he was only able to at most create something which allowed for Tao Lords of the fourth step to convert their divine power and immortal energy. There was no way to transform Emperor-class energy. Autark Awakener, I'll give it a try. If I turn out to have incredible talent for this, I might be able to help you. Ning remained quite clear-minded. As a Tao Lord, his time was limited. There was no way he could spend all of it on researching the 9 Chaos Seals. But if it looked like he might somehow manage to succeed in a short period of time due to having an incredible affinity for it, he didn't mind spending that time. Break. Ning looked at the runes covering the sphere. Ning was able to break through the first layer of runes with ease. Break again. Ning was at an incredibly high level of insight and had trained in the 9 Chaos Seals before. Thus, he found it quite simple to break the second layer of runes. He broke through one layer after another, but the difficulty level began to gradually increase. Ning began to need more and more time for each layer. In the blink of an eye, over 100 million years went by. Time to give it a rest. Ning suddenly came to a halt. The Heart of Eternity had a total of 99 layers, and solving all of them would represent having reached the same level of insight into the 9 Chaos Seals as Autark Awakener had reached. I've only solved 19 layers. Ning felt a sense of misery in his heart. The difference between the two of them was simply too great. Things would only grow more difficult as he progressed, and for now 19 layers was his limit. If he spent an extremely long period of time, he would at most be able to just barely solve the 20th and 21st levels. 99? Far too hard. Autark Awakener, you created your stone dais and procured the Stonefire Pearl, yet still spent countless years to reach your final level of insight into the 9 Chaos Seals. How can I possibly compare? Ning shook his head. Even if I spent another 100,000 chaos cycles on this, my chances of successfully breaking through all 99 levels are still very low. I need to complete the Tao merge. Even if I did manage to somehow create this technique, it would be of no use to me in the Tao merge. Ning secretly sighed to himself. I'm sorry, Autark Awakener. He had no choice but to put aside this mission of solving the Heart of Eternity for now. To occasionally spend some time on solving the Heart of Eternity to balance out the time spent on other things, but if he focused all of his efforts on it, it would make the already difficult Dao merge completely impossible. The end result would most likely be what Big Brother Waveshift had divined, certain doom. 99 levels, 19 levels, Ning could only laugh at the difference between the two. He then waved his hand, putting the Heart of Eternity away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 24, Life Training. Book 38, Dao Merge, Chapter 24, Life Training. Ning didn't hesitate at all. He was completely focused on his own path, the path of the Dao Merge. With regards to the Dao Merge, all external sources of help were still of secondary use. In the end, his own insights were what counted for the most. Ning was unable to make further strides with his Omega Sword Dao. Even though he occasionally gained a few insights, they were scattered rather than systemized. This was why he had decided to emulate Autark Bolin. Back when Autark Bolin had been a hegemon, he had gone out of his way to train in many other Daos. As he had raised 9 different Daos to the hegemonic level, he had gained so many scattered insights into the Dao of the Claw that in the end, they had allowed him to suddenly burst through his bottleneck and reach autarky, becoming one of the paramount leaders of the cultivator civilizations. I am quite similar to how Autark Bolin was. I'm unable to make any further advancements in my Omega Sword Dao, and it's also quite difficult to gain even scattered insights. However, all Daos are linked together. The more I train in other Daos, the better my chances of succeeding in the Dao Merge for my Omega Sword Dao. Ning calmed his mind and began to train in other Daos. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, formations, space, thunder, illusions, he was quite accomplished in all of them already. Ning's next target was the Dao of Wind. Amongst Daos, there were certain groupings. For example, the 5 elements were viewed as one group, while wind, earth, fire, water was yet another grouping. Ning found it quite simple to train in wind, especially after having acquired the Stonefire Pearl. He needed merely a single chaos cycle to train the Dao of Wind to the Archon level. Time, however, was even more difficult than space. Time flowed on like water. Ning's black-robed primal twin constantly trained, while Ning's true body began to rove the universe alongside Azure Fiend, Whitethaw, and Flamewing. He had visited fairly few places within even just the Flame Dragon realmverse, after all. There were many dangerous places he had yet to visit. By visiting more places and seeing more things, he would be stimulated and have a better chance at an epiphany. Ning had a realm ship, was at the hegemonic level of power, and also had Flamewing for protection. He only needed to spend around 18 chaos cycles to completely go through all of the special danger zones of the Flame Dragon realmverse. However, he had yet to truly traverse the Terror Star Sea, which was filled with far too many dangers. That had been a battlefield of the Dawn War, after all. Even Flamewing would find itself easily caught by some of the dire traps located there. After finishing his wanderings through the danger zones of the Flame Dragon realmverse, Ning began to wander through some ordinary chaos worlds and everworlds, living amongst ordinary mortals and countless aliens. Ning viewed them all from afar and up close. Within an ordinary chaos world, 30,000 years ago, a tremendous calamity had descended upon this world, causing its denizens to suffer countless casualties. This world had lost virtually all of its experts and many of its clans, and it was now thousands of times more difficult for mortals to cultivate to become immortals. Old man, what do you think you can do? You are merely at the Hotian level, while I am as well. I'm just 20 years old but still couldn't make the cutoff. Look at how old you are. What makes you think you can succeed? A young man dressed in brocade who was within a tea house was laughing and teasing an older man. The age cutoff this time is just 50 years, and one has to have reached the Xiantian level. You don't fit either of the two criteria, some of the longtime customers teased the tea house owner. I heard that countless unaffiliated cultivators have been gathering within Pure Plume City, located at the base of the mountain which houses the Pure Plume sect. By now, there are hundreds of thousands of them present. Just a few months remain before the great ceremony. Most likely, by then nearly 1 million cultivators will have arrived to fight over the slots. 1 million Xiantian experts fighting over 1,000 honorary disciple slots? I can count the number of Xiantian experts in our little city on 2 hands. It is truly unfathomable that the Pure Plume sect can attract nearly 1 million cultivators when it openly recruits for new disciples. They all shook their heads and discussed this topic eagerly. Several figures were seated in the corner of this tea house. One was a white-robed youth, one was a chubby man, one was a skinny old man, and another was a muscular, honest-looking man who was clearly the bodyguard. The skinny old man looked like a steward, while the chubby man had to be a retainer. As for the white-robed youth, he had to be a young master of a clan. However, judging from how they dressed, they had to be quite ordinary. It seemed unlikely that they were from a major clan or family. The 4 were Ning and his 3 followers. Ning continued to eat while listening attentively. "Don't go, big brother." A young man and woman were seated at a nearby table. The maiden was lively and dressed in green robes, and she was begging the man, "Big brother, you just broke through to the Xiantian level a short while ago and are merely at the early stage of it. Didn't you hear? Nearly 1 million Xiantian experts have gathered there and all of them want to enter the Pure Plume sect. Peak-level Xiantian experts might stand a chance, while late-stage Xiantian experts can at least give it a try, but you are just an early-stage Xiantian cultivator. Going will be suicide. Even if I risk my life, I have to go." The youth gritted his teeth. "If I go, at least I have a chance at one day clearing the names of our parents and clan. If I don't go, I'll probably never be strong enough to gain revenge, and our clan shall forever bear the infamy of those lies. Father, mother, all the seniors of the clan, none of them will be able to rest in ease." "Big brother," the green-robed maiden begged, "let's just find a quiet little place and live a peaceful life." "What's wrong with that? You want me to swallow this feud and live a peaceful life? I can't endure it." The youth shook his head. "Give it up, little sister. We're already quite close to Pure Plume City. We've already spent 3 years on the road, and we're finally about to reach our destination. You know you won't change my mind, but..." The green-robed maiden gnawed at her lips. I only have you left, big brother." The youth's eyes reddened in response. The 2 of them were also in a corner, and they spoke in hushed whispers. The people next to them were unable to hear what they were saying. "Live a good life. If I can enter the Pure Plume sect, I'll come find you one day." The youth rose to his feet, then walked over to Ning's table and said, "Brother Ning, we've traveled together for half a month. Today, we must part ways. Today's drinks are on me. If fate wills it, we will meet again. If fate wills it, we will meet again." Ning smiled as he lifted up his own cup. "Brother Chu, I hope you will succeed in joining the Pure Plume sect." "I definitely will." The youth's eyes shone with great determination. "Come, let me offer you a final toast prior to our parting." As Ning spoke, he picked up 2 cups of wine and offered one to the youth. The youth was slightly startled, but he still accepted it. "Cheers." The youth immediately raised his head and drank the wine. As he did, a faint stream of light within the wine flowed into his body, invisibly and naturally coming to nest within his sea of consciousness. "Time to go." The youth put down the cup of wine, then turned and left. Ning revealed a hint of a smile as Brother Chu left. He had spent nearly 20 chaos cycles wandering through various ordinary chaos worlds, and he rarely revealed his power. He chose to act just like an ordinary mortal. Ning had met this youth previously while riding a ship alongside him. The 2 had shared a spirited conversation while drinking one night on the ship, and thus they had traveled together until today. "Little sister Chu." Ning walked over to the young maiden's table. The young maiden's eyes were rather red and wet. "Big brother Ning," the green-robed maiden said. "Your big brother will definitely join the Pure Plume sect, and he might become one of the most incredible cultivators in their history. He'll definitely come back and find you, Ning said. I want to offer you a toast as well. All right. The green-robed maiden shared a cup with Ning as well, and once more that invisible essence of light slipped into her body via the wine. A short while later, the green-robed maiden bade Ning farewell as she departed from the teen house. She was going to Pure Plume City as well to watch what happened. She was worried about her big brother. Dark North. Azure Fiend watched as the green-robed maiden departed, then walked over to Ning. Puzzled, he asked, "You've spent nearly 20 chaos cycles wandering through various ordinary worlds. You rarely show your power, and even when you do choose to help someone you merely provide them with a tiny bit of guidance. Why did you go out of your way to help these two so much? Not only did you begin an invisible process of completely transforming their bodies, you even bequeathed each of them with a legacy." Ning laughed. In the past, he had merely provided a bit of guidance through karmic magic, using it to change a few mortal destinies. This time, however, he had indeed provided the two with an enormous amount of help. The help he had just provided was enough to allow these two to reach the absolute apex of this chaos world with ease, and they would even have a chance to reach the world level. This is because today is the final day of my 20 chaos cycles of voyaging, Ning said with a laugh. Why can't I have a bit of fun on my last day? Last day? Azure Fiend, Whitethaw, and Flamewing all stared at Ning in surprise. They had spent nearly 20 chaos cycles wandering through mortal worlds. Why was today suddenly the final day? Yes. I've more or less finished my training. Ning nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 25, The Tao of Karma. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 25, The Tao of Karma. Let's go. Ning rose to his feet, departing the tea house with Azure Fiend, Whitethaw, and Flamewing by his side. As they walked, their forms gradually dissipated into nothingness. None of the ordinary mortals in the tea house noticed a thing at all. They continued to live their ordinary lives. Whoosh! Ning and the other three appeared out of nowhere in the void outside this chaos world. So it's all over? You don't need to train any further? Azure Fiend asked. Yes. Ning nodded. I've already succeeded in training in the Tao of Karma. Everything has been completed, and at my current level of mastery of the Tao of Karma I can subconsciously sense that even if I trained in other Taos, it would be of no use in attempting the Tao merge for my Omega Tao. Ning had trained for nearly 38 chaos cycles after acquiring the Stonefire Pearl. Given that his primal twin had constantly been under 100x temporal acceleration, he had actually spent over 3,000 chaos cycles training. The Tao of Wind had been completed incredibly fast, while the Tao of Time had cost him over 300 chaos cycles. The rest of the 3,000 plus chaos cycles had all been spent on the Tao of Karma. The Tao of Karma was legendary for its complexity. Generally speaking, eternal emperors would at most learn how to follow karma lines to slay all of an enemy's clones and avatars. Their mastery of karma would be limited to simply that. Of all the hegemons and emperors which Ning had met, Emperor Waveshift had reached the highest level of insight into karma. Emperor Waveshift had organized all of the karma lines surrounding him in a very neat and orderly way, ensuring that he was no longer bound by it and instead was in control of it and able to make use of it. However, Emperor Waveshift had actually merely reached the Archon level of mastery in the Tao of Karma. Ning had the Autarka's Stone Dais and the Stonefire Pearl, as well as incredible powers of comprehension, but it had still taken him nearly 3,000 chaos cycles in order to reach the Archon level. This was a testament to how difficult this Tao was. Once one mastered the Tao of Karma, one would surpass even hegemons in understanding how all living things were connected to each other. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements. They are supported by the storm of wind and thunder, while space-time envelopes them all. Formations and illusions merge them into one whole, while karma serves as the heart. Ning nodded. 9 represented the apex of numbers, while 10 represented perfection. After mastering the Tao of karma, Ning understood this concept. Now that he had reached the apex in these 10 paths, he had already reached the level of full perfection. He could train more in other Taos, such as the Tao of the saber, Tao of snow, or the Tao of ice, but it would be of no use. They wouldn't allow Ning to gain any more fragmentary insights into the Omega Sword Tao at all. Karma. Ning stood there in the void outside the chaos world, gazing at everything around him. He had just mastered the Tao of karma, and he was attuning to the many new insights into the universe it was bringing him. He was gaining many new ideas into the Omega Sword Tao. Although they weren't systemized, they would be of use to him when the Tao merge came. Ning turned to scan the surrounding area. Spacetime could no longer bar his gaze, and he saw countless distant chaos worlds, planets, and even everworlds. He was able to see through over 100 territories around them. He saw the grass emerge from the dirt of a distant world. He saw how Immortal lived for 100 years, then returned to the embrace of the earth. He saw Immortal embark upon the path of cultivation, completely focused on becoming an Immortal. He saw monsters struggling in terror, fearing that they would be found and slain by cultivators. He saw dire monsters claim hegemony over a region, devouring and massacring countless humans within it. He saw aliens propagate to become legion in number, becoming the rulers of a land. These were all things which Ning had personally experienced and witnessed at close range during the past 20 chaos cycles. He had seen many powerful fiend gods and immortals wander the lands unimpeded. He had seen mighty world-level cultivators who rose to dominate their respective chaos worlds and become the undisputed overlords of them. He also saw them battle against other world-level cultivators for supremacy, with some dying in those battles. He saw world-level cultivators focus on their cultivation. He saw Samsara Tao Lords experience all sorts of tempering experiences. Some fearlessly went out adventuring and finally attempted the Tao merge. Even though they all perished, they continued to charge towards the Tao merge like moths towards the flame. Every so often, a few would succeed and gain eternity for themselves, but perhaps 99,999 out of every 100,000 would fail the Tao merge and perish. Everyone from ordinary mortals to Samsara Tao Lords have their own paths, Ning murmured softly. This is the nature of the cultivator civilizations. How wonderful! This was how Ning summarized it all. He liked how the cultivator civilizations worked. Thank goodness they had won the Dawn War. Otherwise, all living beings would have been enslaved by the Sith. All living beings within the cultivator civilizations should feel gratitude towards the autarchs. When Ning thought of this, he could immediately but subconsciously sense that all living beings were connected to the autarchs by karma. They all owed the autarchs. However, the autarchs were so overwhelmingly powerful that karma had no power over them any longer. I hope the cultivator civilizations will be able to survive and thrive unto eternity. I hope we won't be destroyed by the Sith or other similarly terrifying groups. Ning then smiled. Not really for me to worry about, though. I'm not even as strong as Flamewing right now. Ning put this out of his mind and began to make the karma lines around him more orderly. He hadn't been alive for too long, and so although the karma lines around him seemed complicated, he was able to realign them and smooth them out in short order. 2 knots? Ning frowned upon realizing that there were 2 knots in his karma. If he didn't solve these knots, he would definitely fail his Tao merge. The first knot was the lifeblood oath he had once sworn. Prior to attempting his Tao merge, he had to accept 10 honorary disciples on behalf of Emperor Mirrors now. This was something he was bound to do by his lifeblood oath, and Ning knew of it. The second knot was what truly surprised Ning. It was his promise to slay Emperor Malobo. When Ning had first left the 3 realms and was merely an elder god, he had visited the all-god estate. He had been bestowed with the Novescence Thunder technique by the Formation Spirit, which was one of the 9 novescence arts. As the formation spirit had put it, it was sowing the seeds of good karma with Ning. It had said to Ning, "I won't force you to do it, I merely hope that you can help," and had also said that I'm just planting seeds to sprout in the future. I don't expect all of them to blossom. Back then, the formation spirit would never have dared to imagine that one of its many seeds would blossom in such a manner. It only hoped that if Ning did become powerful in the future, that he would slay Emperor Malobo. Ning had felt this to be an impossible and impossibly distant task, but he had still been rewarded the novescence thunder technique. I've now reached the hegemonic level of power, killing Emperor Malobo would be extremely simple, Ning mused. Indeed, now that I think back to it, I do owe both the formation spirit and Tao Lord All God. During my Tao merge, even the slightest of karmic debts can cause me to be negatively impacted. An Omega Tao merge cannot accept even the slightest of such impacts. It would definitely cause me to fail. Right. I absolutely must complete these 2 tasks before the Tao merge. Nin nodded. It'll take time for me to track down Emperor Malobo, and it'll also take time for me to accept 10 honorary disciples, Ning mused. I'll go visit Realm's Lord Windgrace first, then take care of these 2 matters. Sorry for the trouble, Hegemon Brightshore. Ning had come to ask Hegemon Brightshore to assist him in tracking down Emperor Malobo. Hegemon Brightshore was the #1 Hegemon of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, after all, and he was skilled in the Tao of spacetime. He also had a strong web of relationships. It would be easy for him to locate Malobo. A minor matter, Hegemon Brightshore replied casually. Please keep this secret. Don't let Malobo find out and then flee the Realmverse, Ning said. Don't worry. I'll handle this matter personally and will ensure that no mistakes happen. If you don't mind, I can help you kill him, Hegemon Brightshore said. It would be best if I did it personally, Ning said. Very well. Go ahead and visit Realm's Lord Windgrace. By the time you are back, I'll have handled everything. Hegemon Brightshore was quite confident. He knew that Emperor Malobo was definitely within the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Where, exactly? He didn't know, as it was difficult to find where an emperor was hiding, but if Hegemon Brightshore personally investigated this matter, he would definitely be able to find Malobo within 100,000 years. After having asked Hegemon Brightshore for help, Ning, Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw rode the realm ship out of the Flame Dragon Realmverse and towards the Hidden Fiend Realmverse. These 2 realmverses were fairly far away from each other. The realm ship needed to engage in extremely long-distance spacetime teleports, and it needed as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea in order to build up energy between each teleport. 60,000 years later. Whoosh! A realm ship suddenly appeared from a spatial tear within the void outside the Hidden Fiend Realmverse. And here we are. Ning stared at the world outside the realm ship, his eyes lighting up. This was his first time visiting another realmverse. In contrast, Whitethaw, Azure Fiend, and Flamewing were all quite calm. They had all visited many places. Ning was the only inexperienced one present. This place is fairly close to the Black Sun. A single teleport will take us there. Ning had already acquired a star map of the Hidden Fiend Realmverse prior to arriving. One more spacetime teleport later, Ning found himself staring at a beautiful and distant star. To be precise, it was an absolutely enormous war machine that was riddled with channels and canals that made up complicated rune paths. The Black Sun was a terrifying war machine that was capable of changing the destiny of entire realmverse sectors. Just by looking at it, Ning felt an ancient aura of power sweep across him, pressing down upon him like an invisible threat. Fellow Daoist Dark North. A voice rang out, followed by a chubby youth appearing on the Black Sun who stared in Ning's direction. Although they were over 100 billion kilometers away, the two were able to see each other with ease. Hegemon Woye. Ning put away his realm ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 26, Jade Slip. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 26, Jade Slip. Prior to visiting Realms Lord Windgrace, Ning had long ago sent word via the 16 Realmverses alliance that he would be coming. Realms Lord Windgrace was quite willing to meet with Ning as well. The Black Sun. Ning's group of 4 was led to a courtyard within it. Hegemon Wuye smiled. Master has been waiting for quite some time. When he heard that you were coming, he was quite excited. I felt quite eager as well. I've heard of your illustrious reputation long ago, Dark North, and I've also heard of Flame Wing God the Chaos Primordial. Today, I've finally met you too. He was unable to disguise his interested glance towards the nearby Flame Wing. Flame Wing was quite chubby, but was much larger than Wuye. When he saw Wuye, he mumbled, "He looks yummy." Hegemon Wuye's face turned pale and he hurriedly pushed the door open and called, "Master." There was a withered tree inside the courtyard. Below it was a prayer mat, with a disheveled-looking old man seated atop it. The old man's eyebrows looked quite messy, but his gaze was extremely calm. He had a smile on his face, and he pointed to the prayer mats next to him. "Dark North, my young friend. Sit." "Thank you, Realms Lord Windgrace." Ning walked over and sat down on a prayer mat. Azure Fiend and Whitethaw did the same, while Flamewing lazily sauntered over to a boulder and lay down on it while shaking his rump. "Chaos Primordials truly are extraordinary," Realms Lord Windgrace praised. He then glanced at Ning. "Dark North, my young friend. I'm sure you didn't come to visit me just to show off your Chaos Primordial. There is indeed something I wish for you to help me with, Realms Lord," Ning said. "Go ahead and explain." Realms Lord Windgrace was quite willing to help Ning out. The more he helped Ning out, the greater his chances of acquiring the Flame Wing God after Ning failed the downmerge would be. "I've heard legends of 2 marvelous items that are of tremendous use during the downmerge. One is known as the Downmerge Firecloud Flower, while the other is known as the Incense Spirit Fruit," Ning said. "Are you aware of them, Realms Lord?" Realms Lord Windgrace looked at Ning in astonishment, then sighed. "Impressive, truly impressive. Lord Dark North, how is it that you know of such incredibly rare items? Even I only learned of them due to a lucky encounter." Ning was delighted. He immediately asked, "Realms Lord, do you know where they can be found?" Downmerge Firecloud Flowers and Incense Spirit Fruits should be considered legendary treasures for Downlords attempting the downmerge, Realms Lord Windgrace said. "When I served Autarch Titanos, we once discussed downmerge treasures, with the topic focusing on the treasures that provided incredibly marvelous effects for short periods of time. Autarch Titanos praised the downmerge Firecloud Flower as being best, with the Incense Spirit Fruit being second. Both of these 2 items vastly surpass the Void Sea Jade Seals. During the downmerge, someone who has eaten an Incense Spirit Fruit will enter a truly profound state where his body is divided into 9 different incarnations. All 9 of them can test out a simulated downmerge while the true body undergoes the real downmerge. So long as one of the 9 incarnations succeeds, the true body can succeed in the downmerge as well, Realms Lord Windgrace said. As for the downmerge Firecloud Flower, it's even more remarkable. It can allow for the creation of 81 incarnations that will all simulate the downmerge at the same time. But of course, what I'm saying only stands true for ordinary Downlords. The more talented a Downlord is, the more energy each incarnation consumes from an Incense Spirit Fruit or a downmerge Firecloud Flower. Those who have fused multiple Supreme Daos will only be able to create a single incarnation after eating an Incense Spirit Fruit, while a downmerge Firecloud Flower can at most maintain a total of 9 incarnations. These 2 treasures have a similar function, which means you can only choose to use one of them. You can't mix and match, and they only have these marvelous effects when you use them during your actual downmerge. Realms Lord Windgrace looked at Ning and smiled. "What, Dark North, do you need the downmerge Firecloud Flower?" Ning was amazed. So this was the effect these items had? The Void Sea Jade Seal allowed for just a single simulated downmerge, but it didn't have to be used during the actual downmerge. The problem with it was that it just wasn't all that powerful in comparison. For Supreme Dao Lords who had fused multiple Supreme Daos, it would only allow for a small part of the downmerge to be simulated. In comparison, the Incense Spirit Fruit was clearly far more powerful, while the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower was ridiculously effective. The problem was, they could only be used during the actual downmerge. So someone who has fused multiple Supreme Daos can have 9 incarnations assisting him when he uses the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower? Ning mused to himself, then my Omega Dao. I wonder if I'll have even a single incarnation. As for the Incense Spirit Fruit, Ning had already mentally discarded it. You train in an Omega Dao, yes? Realms Lord Windgrace asked. Yes. Ning acknowledged it. Downmerges for Omega Daos are incredibly difficult. I imagine only the top downmerge treasure, the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower, will be of some use to you. Realms Lord Windgrace shook his head. And its use will probably be highly limited. I've heard of Omega Dao Lords who have used it but still failed. There has just never been anyone successful in an Omega downmerge. Realms Lord Windgrace let out a sigh. Every single realmverse had a few hegemons, which meant that the vast Chaosverse had a large number of them, but it had never seen so much as a single successful Omega downmerge. As long as it helps out, I'll take it. Ning laughed. Anything that can increase my chances by even a sliver is a good thing. Perhaps that'll be the sliver that pushes me over to success during the downmerge. That's a nice way to view it. You need that sort of attitude when you attempt the downmerge. If you are panicking, you'll have lost half the battle before it even starts, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Realms Lord, do you know where downmerge Fire Cloud Flowers can be found? Ning asked. I do. They can be found in several places, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Downmerge Fire Cloud Flowers are incredibly valuable to Dao Lords, but to us they are nothing more than fairly unusual treasures that are generally used to create pills. Ning was overjoyed. His eyes lit up as he asked, if the downmerge Fire Cloud Flowers are used to create pills, will they perhaps be of even greater assistance during the downmerge? No. If you use them to make pills, you'll actually waste the special effect they have during the downmerge, Realms Lord Windgrace said hurriedly. Downmerge Fire Cloud Flowers are naturally endowed with those unique properties, but once you use it to create a pill the properties are lost. In addition, they can only be used within 1,000 years after they first bloom. After 1,000 years go by, their aura will completely vanish and their medicinal value will drop by over 90% as well. Ning nodded. Then where can they be harvested? Realms Lord Windgrace frowned. Are you still going to go for one? The place they are located is incredibly dangerous. I know where they can be found, but even I wouldn't dare to go there without a good reason. Generally speaking, several of my friends would join forces in venturing there. The place is that dangerous? Ning was surprised. The Chaosverse is filled with countless marvels as well as many incredibly dangerous places. However, the Chaosverse is so vast that it's hard to even locate those places unless you know exactly where they are, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ordinary realm verses and other verses would never be able to give birth to something like a downmerge Fire Cloud Flower. Only some of the truly marvelous places of the Chaosverse, places which gather together countless different types of universal essence, can possibly give birth to such remarkable treasures. All of these places, however, are tightly protected by the prime essences of the Chaosverse, Realms Lord Windgrace said. The Sith attempted to invade and conquer many of these places and take their contents by force, but the result was that they suffered tremendously heavy casualties. So what type of dangers do those places hold? Ning asked. A type of being known as a Source Walker, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Let me put it to you like this. Normally, the Chaosverse can give birth to two extremely perfect types of beings. The first are known as the Chaos Godbeasts, while the second are known as the Ancients. Nin nodded slowly. Hegemon Brightshore was a chaos god beast, while Ninedust was a member of the Ancients. They were born at the world level and had incredibly perfect divine bodies. Chaos god beasts have comparatively lower levels of comprehension, while Ancients take human form and have much higher comprehension skills, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ning smiled. The only member of the Brightshore Imperials to succeed in the downmerge was Hegemon Brightshore himself. It was incredibly difficult for Chaos God Beasts as a race to succeed in the downmerge. Azure Fiend and Welkin were both Chaos God Beasts, but they were the only Hegemons to have ever arisen from their race. They had no colleagues at all. They were unable or unwilling to spend their entire lives taking care of weaker Chaos God Beasts as Hegemon Brightshore did, and so they wandered by themselves through the Chaosverse. This was something they had been accustomed to since youth. In contrast, Ancients were far more intelligent and thus had far more eternal emperors in comparison. Chaos God Beasts and Ancients, they are present in virtually every realmverse. They are quite common, Realms Lord Windgrace said. However, two types of living beings are born within the prime essences of the Chaosverse, and they are even more elite. One type is fairly unintelligent, and they are known as the Chaos Primordials. The other is fairly intelligent and also has human form, and they are known as Chaos Essence Walkers, or Source Walkers for short. Chaos Primordials and Source Walkers are born with far more exalted bloodlines than Chaos God Beasts and Ancients, Realms Lord Windgrace said. However, they represent even greater extremes as well. Chaos Primordials are as unintelligent as mortal children, but are born with virtually indestructible bodies. In contrast, Sourcewalkers are very intelligent and have incredible comprehension skills. They are incredibly solitary and proud figures who do not dwell in ordinary places. They delight in dwelling in treasured places where countless streams of essence from the Chaosverse gather together, and they treat those places as their own territories, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Unlike Chaos Primordials, they cannot be tamed, they are simply far too intelligent. There is no way one can force them to submit. If you wish to go to one of those sacred places where downmerge firecloud flowers can be harvested, that means you are going to steal treasures from a Sourcewalker's territory. You will enrage them. Realms Lord Windgrace shook his head. Ning pondered this matter. He wasn't surprised at all. Although this was his first time hearing of Sourcewalkers, he had already heard of strange beings that were on par with the autarchs themselves. Why would he be shocked to hear that there were certain creatures on par with Chaos Primordials in might? Sourcewalkers are all extremely intelligent, which means they do have a weakness. Their bodies aren't nearly as indestructible as that of the Chaos Primordials, and they are born with much lower levels of strength. However, they can slowly cultivate and grow with time. Thus, there are varying levels of power amongst Sourcewalkers. The weaker ones are perhaps merely at the hegemonic level, while the most powerful were supposedly on par with the Sith Exalts, capable of killing us in an instant, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ning relaxed slightly. If even the most powerful were merely on par with Sith Exalts, that meant they were still much weaker than the autarchs. It must be remembered that it took 3 Sith Exalts working together to capture the Flame Wing God. A single one wasn't able to do the trick. Plus, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into literally the most powerful type of Sourcewalker in existence, right? When the Sith furiously invaded those sacred places to loot the treasures, they enraged the prime essences of the Chaosverse with their greed. The prime essences allowed the Sourcewalkers to borrow from the inherent power of those sacred places, resulting in them becoming much more powerful. This was why the Sith suffered greatly for their actions, Realms Lord Windgrace said. However, you must be cautious if you do go. Realms Lord Windgrace suddenly waved his hand, causing a jade slip to appear. He then filled it with his god sense, imprinting it with a great deal of information. This is one of the closer locations. If you ride on your realm ship, you should reach it in just a few 100,000 years. As I recall, this place has downmerge firecloud flowers within it. This slip now contains all of the information I know regarding that place. As Realms Lord Windgrace spoke, he delivered the jade slip to Ning. Remember, the information I provided covers just the vast majority of situations, not all situations. I didn't delve too deeply into that place either. You really must be careful. Thank you, Realm's Lord. Ning accepted the slip. After having received the intelligence he needed, that very day Ning bade Realm's Lord Windgrace farewell and embarked on a return journey. He had to first deal with Emperor Malobo, then take on 10 honorary disciples for Emperor Mirrors now. Only then could he go adventuring with a calm heart. Anything was possible while out adventuring, after all. He might be forced to initiate the Tao merge for some reason, which would be disastrous if these karmic knots were not resolved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 27, Emperor Malobo. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 27, Emperor Malobo. After 60,000 years, Ning returned from the Hidden Fiend Realmverse to his homeland in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, at which point his first course of action was to go meet with Hegemon Brightshore. Whoosh! Hegemon Brightshore noticed right away when Ning and the others entered the Brightshore Kingdom. He appeared at the peak of a tall mountain, having set a banquet in welcome. Dark North. Hegemon Brightshore called out loudly. Ning and the others turned to look, then all flew over and landed. They sat down, with Flamewing naturally beginning to eat and drink with delight. I'm embarrassed to say this, Hegemon Brightshore shook his head, stroking his beard after downing 2 cups of wine. I thought I'd definitely be able to find Emperor Malobo within 100,000 years, but this Ionian Emperor truly is slippery. I've been tracking him in secret, but I haven't been able to find his true body. Recently, I asked Netherlily to help out as well. Only when the two of us worked together did we manage to find him roughly 10,000 years ago. Ning let out a sigh of relief upon hearing the words "managed to find him." I'll have to thank Hegemon Netherlily, Ning said. A minor matter. The 3 of us are usually quite bored, Hegemon Brightshore said with a laugh. Honestly though, Emperor Malobo really did hide his tracks quite carefully. He's afraid that the Tao Alliance will discover him devouring some of their Tao Lords of the 4th step, and so he has been cautious to the extreme. Not even the other Ionians know his whereabouts. If you truly wish to go into hiding, you need to ensure that not even your allies know where you are. That's the safest way to handle it. Ning asked, Oh, right. So where is Emperor Malobo currently? The Orchid Fall Everworld of the Orchid Fall Territory, Hegemon Brightshore said. The Orchid Fall Territory? Nin nodded slowly. The Orchid Fall Territory was an ordinary territory located within the Tao Alliance. Inside the Orchid Fall Everworld was a powerful sect known as the Sacred Orchid Fall, with the most powerful member being a Tao Lord of the 4th step who had quite a few disciples. You aren't Tao Lord Orchid Fall. Who are you? An alluringly beautiful woman stared angrily at the plainly dressed man before her. Ha, my aura is Tao Lord Orchid Fall's aura, and my appearance is his appearance. How could I possibly not be him? The man's voice seemed quite strange and sinister. Tao Lord Orchid Fall isn't as powerful as you are. There's no way he could have destroyed my avatar in just one strike, then caught me with such ease. The woman's forehead was creased in anger. Who are you? The man laughed, his laughter becoming even more evil and piercing to the ear. It echoed within the vast palace, but there was no one else in the entire palace aside from the 2 of them. Who am I? The man's appearance slowly began to change, as did his aura. Soon, he had transformed into an evil-looking man with long red hair. His eyes were staring greedily at the woman in front of him, as though he was caressing her with his gaze. A puzzled look appeared on the woman's face. An emperor? Oh, it seems you do not recognize me. The long red-haired man let out a smile. I am an Ionian, the mighty Emperor Malobo. I am your savior, the one who shall rescue you from your doomed path as a Samsara Tao Lord. What do you want? The woman was rather nervous. Her power had been completely sealed away, making it impossible for her to fight back. "You are absolutely beautiful." "Phew. Such beauty," the long red-haired man said, a blissful look on his face. "I have to say, Emperor Waveshift has truly been a blessing to the Flame Dragon realmverse. He gave us Crimson Wave Temple, and even techniques like Vitalis. As a result, I can now easily simulate the auras of others, allowing me to infiltrate the Dao Alliance and catch beautiful Dao Lords like yourself with increasing ease." "Why you are an Aeonian. Are you?" The woman began to panic. "Dao Lord, you, do your best to fight back and struggle against me. That'll make things more fun." Emperor Malobo walked towards her one step at a time, licking his lips. Aeonians were a very special race. They devoured cultivators like food, which allowed their Aeonian bloodline to evolve. However, after completing the Dao merge and becoming an eternal emperor, eating Dao Lords became of negligible assistance no matter how many they ate. Alas, there were some Aeonians who simply liked to eat cultivators. Not for the sake of growing stronger, but just for the taste. It was just an intrinsic hunger they had. Emperor Malobo was one who delighted in devouring surpassingly beautiful female Dao Lords. Their auras made him feel extremely comfortable, which was why he viewed them as perfectly delicious morsels. Long ago, Emperor Malobo had devoured Dao Lord Algod's Dao companion. Dao Lord Algod had gone completely crazy, with killing Emperor Malobo becoming his strongest desire. Aeonians, the woman felt shock, horror, and anger. And yet, there was nothing she could do. "We view you cultivators the same way you might view wild animals. You, however, are the most delicious of morsels." Emperor Malobo enjoyed the horrified look on the woman's face. "Don't worry. More and more female Dao Lords will accompany you in my belly. The Dao Alliance will definitely discover you. You'll definitely die." The woman was filled with hatred. "Impossible." Emperor Malobo shook his head. "Prior to acquiring the Vitalis technique, I already moved with great care for fear of the Dao Alliance, and now that I have it and can disguise myself, it'll be completely impossible for them to find me. I only act when all factors are completely under my control, and I never make any mistakes. Even if they try to reverse spacetime to scan for what had happened, they won't find me." But Emperor Malobo was very confident in his own cautious nature. He felt certain that although a hegemon who wholeheartedly searched for him via multiple channels might be able to find him, it was virtually impossible for anyone else. Only the most supreme powers of the realmverse would be able to find him, and that only if they were using all of their resources. "Why you, Dao Lord?" You felt a sense of sorrow and grief in her heart. There had to be a reason why Emperor Malobo had been able to stay alive for so long. How much longer would it be before he died? That look of despair on your face is simply delicious. Emperor Malobo continued to slowly walk towards her, extending a hand to gently stroke her face. "Dao Lord," you wanted to dodge, but her power had been completely sealed away. How could she possibly avoid him? A twisted, excited look appeared on Emperor Malobo's face, and he began to open his mouth. Right at this moment, a foot was suddenly planted right in his face. This kick was lightning fast, giving him no time to dodge at all. A muffled boom could be heard as Emperor Malobo was knocked flying backwards, smashing into the distant dais at the end of the palace. He bounced off the dais, then smashed into an enormous pillar before finally falling to the ground. He was bleeding from every orifice, and his face had been completely wrecked. "Who?" Emperor Malobo stared forwards in shock and horror. "Who is this?" Moments ago, Dao Lord Yu had been gripped by despair. Now, her eyes lit up as she saw that white-robed youth who had a black scabbard on his back had appeared in front of her. Next to him were 4 figures. The first was a white-bearded, white-robed old man who had 6 curved horns on his head. The second was a wizened old man. The third was a muscular, white-furred creature. The fourth was a fat man who was eating some meat. Dao Lord Yu didn't recognize any of the other 4, but she instantly recognized the white-robed youth who had kicked Emperor Malobo. Dao Lord Dark North. she cried out in delight. This was the most legendary Tao Lord to have ever existed in the endless territories. Ning turned to glance at her. He recognized her as well. Long ago, when he had first gone out exploring, he had acquired information on all of the known Tao Lords of the Flame Dragon realmverse. He immediately smiled and said, "Tao Lord Yu, everything has come to an end. There will no longer be an Emperor Malobo in this world." Tao Lord Yu immediately understood what this meant. She said with grateful excitement, "Thank you, Tao Lord Dark North." When she looked at him, she felt for some unknown reason that his aura truly was special. In fact, she couldn't help but begin to feel stirred by him. She was a female Tao Lord of the fourth step, but she had never had a Tao companion in her life. This was her first time meeting Ning, and she could feel her heart stirring. "No!" The heavily bleeding Emperor Malobo hurriedly crawled to his feet, frantically smiling and bowing. "Tao Lord Dark North, Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Azure Fiend, Flame-Winged God. I've never offended any of you. Tao Lord Dark North, please spare me. I'll never dare to enter the Tao Alliance's territory again. Never again." Just now, when Ning had said that there would no longer be an Emperor Malobo in this world, Malobo had felt truly terrified. In truth, Tao Lord Dark North's very appearance had terrified him. Tao Lord Dark North was now an exalted figure who had a hegemon as his retainer and a chaos primordial as his servant. Even the other hegemons dreaded him. Who would dare to antagonize him? There were now two transcendent figures in the 16 Realmverses alliance. One was Realm's Lord Windgrace, the other was this monstrously talented Tao Lord, Dark North. Hegemon Brightshore? Hegemon Azure Fiend? Tao Lord Yu was stunned. She didn't know the secret identity of the Flame-Winged God, but she was shocked to hear that there were actually two hegemons standing before her. Dark North. Hegemon Brightshore chuckled and said, "Don't waste words on Malobo. Just go ahead and kill him. Don't kill me." Emperor Malobo was at the verge of tears. He was an ordinary emperor and didn't have all that much courage. He begged, "I've never caused trouble for any of you. If there's something you want, just tell me, Tao Lord Dark North. I'll definitely obey you." Ning said, "Malobo, there's a reason I didn't just kill you with that earlier kick. There's something I need to tell you first." Malobo's face turned pale. And indeed, Ning was telling the truth. Given his hegemonic power, he was easily capable of annihilating Emperor Malobo with a single kick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 28, Tao Lord Dark North's Era. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 28, Tao Lord Dark North's Era. Emperor Malobo really did begin to cry. Begging was useless. What was he to do? Ning continued, "The reason why I'm going to kill you is because of Tao Lord All God." Tao Lord All God? Emperor Malobo's already pale face turned completely ashen. Of course he remembered that madman. Tao Lord All God had been willing to pay any price in his efforts to kill Malobo, and he had nearly succeeded. Emperor Malobo had only been able to escape by the skin of his teeth. He died. He died long ago. There's no way you could have ever met him. Emperor Malobo was panicking. True. I never met him. When I was an elder god, however, I received a bit of kindness from him. His formation spirit bestowed me with a secret art, Ning said, and then expressed the hope that if I ever grew strong enough, I would help Tao Lord All God exact revenge upon you and kill you. Although this was nothing more than the dying will of a man who had already lost himself to despair, since I have benefited from him, I'm naturally going to help him carry out his wishes. But the reason I'm telling you this is so that you'll understand that you are now dying because of Tao Lord All God, Ning said. Emperor Malobo now understood everything, and his mind was in a state of chaos. Tao Lord All God had once been an extraordinarily talented figure, and he and his Tao companion had been like a pair of truly divine lovers. Alas, Emperor Malobo's devouring of his Tao companion had driven him completely mad. Tao Lord All God had been filled with resentment and hatred until the day he died, and even when he died his eyes remained open and filled with rage. Neither Emperor Malobo nor All God ever would have imagined that the All God estate he casually set up before dying would result in an elder god, Ning, owing him a debt, and then coming to repay it. Today, Emperor Malobo would die. Slash. Ning waved his hand, causing a streak of swordlight to appear in the air. The swordlight was ephemeral and indistinct, hard to see with the naked eye. It instantly slashed across Emperor Malobo's body, and as it did so it spread out alongside the Eonion's karma lines. Everything which had any of his soul or true soul within it was completely severed. Emperor Malobo's gaze grew dim. His soul was shattered, and he perished on the part. Now that Ning had reached such incredible heights in the Tao of Karma, he had learned some new and truly terrifying ways of killing people. Fine sword arts, Hegemon Brightshore said in praise. A pity. Ning glanced at Emperor Malobo's corpse, then murmured softly, Tao Lord All God was a true genius, but he spent most of his life a madman because of this Eonian. Not even death was an escape for him. If Tao Lord All God knew what you did for him, he would feel relieved, Hegemon Brightshore said. But he has died and his Tao has vanished. There's no way for him to know. Ning sighed, then turned to leave. Tao Lord Yu continued to stare at Ning, her eyes shining. Ning gently waved a finger at her, causing a stream of immortal energy to fly into her body. It easily undid the seals that were inside of her. Given Ning's current level of mastery of the Tao of formations, unlocking seals like these was incredibly simple. Let's go, Ning said. Hegemon Brightshore and Hegemon Azure Fiend both glanced at Tao Lord Yu, and then they followed Ning in stepping into the void and vanishing. Tao Lord Yu stared as Ning vanished before her very eyes. Tao Lord Dark North. Tao Lord Dark North, she murmured repeatedly. He had appeared in her hour of need, when she had been gripped by complete despair. Then, with unbelievable power, he had killed Emperor Malobo as easily as squishing an ant. All of this had intoxicated her. Even Hegemon Brightshore and Hegemon Azure Fiend, two mighty hegemons, had clearly accepted Ning as their leader in this affair. His power, his voice, his swordlight, all of these things stirred her heart. However, she also knew that this was nothing more than a bit of infatuation. It feels like a dream. Tao Lord Yu smiled. A dream was enough for her. She suddenly turned and saw the various treasures which Emperor Malobo had left behind. A long-lived emperor like Malobo had many treasures, but Tao Lord Dark North and the others had left without touching them. Clearly, they had left the treasures for her. For me? Tao Lord Yu rose to her feet. Tao Lord Dark North left them behind for me? She felt a surge of joy in her heart. In truth, Ning had already swept through the Jadefire Realm's prisons and possessed an incredible amount of treasures. Emperor Malobo wasn't even at the Archon level, how could Ning feel any interest towards his treasures? Ning didn't even want to bother going through them, and the same was doubly true for Azure Fiend in Brightshore. Within the Eonian Kingdom, an avatar was lying within an ancient palace. This was Emperor Malobo's avatar. Moments ago, he had been begging for help. Now, his aura had vanished. Emperor Anshan, Emperor Alhide, and Emperor Dug all stared at his avatar's corpse. It was Tao Lord Dark North who did the deed, Emperor Alhide said softly. What can we do? Emperor Dug said helplessly. Nothing but just stare. Emperor Anshan laughed bitterly. We should feel thankful that Tao Lord Dark North has chosen not to cause trouble for us Eonians. There's no way we would ever dare to go find him. All we can do is hide here in the Eonian Kingdom and keep ourselves alive. All three of them felt quite resigned. Emperor Malobo had begged them for help, but who were they supposed to beg? It was Tao Lord Dark North who had killed Malobo. Who in the entire 16 Realm versus Alliance would dare stand in his path? Realms Lord Windgrace, perhaps, but if he knew of this matter, he'd probably come help Dark North out. All of the hegemons and emperors were quite intelligent. By now, they could all guess that Realms Lord Windgrace and the Lonely King, two truly terrifying figures, were both waiting for the day Dao Lord Dark North failed his Dao merge. Neither of them wished to make an enemy out of Dark North at a time like this. If they pressed him too hard, it would be of no benefit to them but could possibly bring disaster upon themselves. Nobody could stop a rampaging Flamewing, after all, but I told them all long ago, given that we aren't on good terms with Dao Lord Dark North, we Ionians need to stay low-key during this era, the era of Dao Lord Dark North. Don't cause trouble. Emperor Anshan muttered. Malobo actually dared to secretly infiltrate the Dao Alliance. He has no one to blame for his death but himself. Send word once more to all the elders that they need to be good boys. Dao Lord Dark North isn't as reasonable as the other major powers, and there's no one who can stop him if he attacks. Agreed. All of them understood that so long as Dao Lord Dark North was alive, this era would belong to him. He was the most dazzling figure in all the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, and even Realms Lord Windgrace would stand on his side. Dark North, if my vision serves, that female Dao Lord seems to be a bit smitten with you. After leaving the Orchid Fall Everworld, Hegemon Brightshore began to tease Ning a bit. Haha, Ning laughed. Nothing more than a bit of infatuation. It doesn't count for much. By now, the only person in all the 16 Realm vs. Alliance who was on par with Ning in the Tao of Karma was Emperor Waveshift himself. Ning had naturally been able to discern Dao Lord use interest in him through his mastery of karma. But it was nothing more than a bit of interest, it wouldn't have any true impact on her at all. Hegemon Brightshore, next I plan to scour the entire Flame Dragon Realmverse to accept disciples on behalf of my master, Ning said. Accept disciples on behalf of your master? Hegemon Brightshore was puzzled. Yes, on behalf of my master, Emperor Mirrors now, Ning said. I need to accept 10. Although I'm technically accepting on his behalf, given that he is adventuring in the outside world, I'll naturally have to teach them myself. He would be their senior apprentice brother in name, but their teacher in truth. I might be taking on disciples on his behalf, but I still cannot be casual about this, Ning said. I'm planning to divide the Flame Dragon Realmverse into 9 regions, and will pick out 10 world-level cultivators from each region. I'll then select 10 disciples from those 90 world-level cultivators. If I meet a few I'm truly interested in, I might even accept them as my own personal disciple, but only after this concluded would he go out adventuring. He would be fully prepared for the Dao merge by then, and so he would also have to select a few more heirs in the event of his failure. The 3 realms was simply too small of a place. Although he was leaving his Omega Sword Dao behind in the 3 realms, he had yet to find anyone he felt truly worthy of passing his technique down to. You accepting a disciple would be a momentous occasion. Hegemon Brightshore grew a bit excited. Ha, a Dao Lord who has the power of a Hegemon, this is truly unprecedented. Your Dao has to be far stronger than ours. Perhaps I'll send a few geniuses from the Brightshore Kingdom to take part as well. That's fine. Nin nodded. Everyone in the Flame Dragon Realmverse is invited, save for the Ionians. Ning didn't feel any enmity towards the Dark Kingdom. In truth, it consisted of cultivators who had escaped a destroyed Realmverse. There was no need to truly treat them as enemies. As Ning had grown more powerful, his view of the universe had changed as well. The only ones he continued to harbor enmity towards were the Ionians. Ionians treated cultivators as food. Ning felt a tremendous amount of distaste towards them. However, since he knew that Autarch Bolin had been the one to create the Ionians, Ning elected to simply ignore them. There was no way he would go accept one of them as his disciple. Ning also told Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, and the Dao Alliance about his plans to accept disciples on behalf of his master. He informed them that he would be accepting 10 disciples and could possibly even choose a few personal disciples. However, all candidates had to be skilled in the sword and be at the world level of cultivation. The entire Flame Dragon realmverse was thrown into a state of chaos by this news. It must be understood that Ning would never casually transmit his Omega Sword Dao to others. To date, the only one he had shown it to was Taoist Bluestone. Everyone knew how incredibly powerful Ning was, and every organization hoped that one of their geniuses of the Tao of the Sword would have the chance to inherit Tao Lord Darknorth's supreme technique. And so, word of how the Flame Dragon realmverse was being divided into 9 regions quickly began to spread. Even many of the independent cultivators heard of this, and they all began to hasten towards the region closest to them. The countless world-level cultivators all wished to become apprentice to the most peerless Tao Lord to have ever existed, Tao Lord Darknorth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 29, Sword Shack. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 29, Sword Shack. Within a private room inside Vast Heaven Palace, the white-robed Ji Ning was seated alone. Waving his hand, he caused 10 stones to fly towards him and then hang there in the air before him. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Ning waved his finger gently, causing flames to appear around the 10 levitating stones and blaze away against them. The stones slowly began to melt, with runic patterns beginning to gradually appear on their surfaces. Everything was Ning-willed it, and so the runic patterns joined together into a complex runic formation that caused the 10 stones to transform into 10 black loops. Ning then picked out a few other precious materials and infused them into the loops. Ning had reached incredible heights in both the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Formations. As a result, creating simple eternal treasures like these was incredibly easy for him. As for the materials he used, they were valuable enough to drive many eternal emperors mad with greed, but to Ning, he had literal mountains of them. Success! Ning smiled. All 10 bracelets glimmered with golden, silver, and violet lines that emanated strange ripples of power. Top-grade eternal treasures. Given the ingredients I put into them, only hegemons should be able to destroy them. Ning then took control over the 10 loops, sending his god sense into one of them. Whoosh! A space that was 10,000 kilometers in size appeared before him. These loops were all estate-type treasures. However, they were limited in size to just 10,000 kilometers because they were exceptionally stable. Let the earth form. A vast earth began to emerge from the bottom of the space, quickly covering up all 10,000 kilometers of the estate treasure. Let the mountains arise. Soon, a vast mountain range thundered up from the earth, stretching upwards for nearly 10,000 kilometers. In accordance with Ning's will, this 10,000-kilometer world became primarily filled with mountain ranges as well as a few rivers. The Sword Shack. Ning's Godsense incarnation waved a finger, causing an ordinary-looking thatched cottage to appear within the largest mountain valley. Another hour went past. By now, Ning's true body had created a prayer mat which he put within the Sword Shack. The most valuable item in this entire estate treasure was this prayer mat, something which even many eternal emperors would pine for as they cultivated. Cultivators would find that their hearts and minds would grow very calm as they sat there, and they would be able to train and meditate much more quickly than normally. Ning had emulated the Autarka's stone dais in his creation of this prayer mat. Although he wasn't even close to the Autarka's level of insight, his prayer mat still had roughly 5% of the effectiveness of the stone sensor of reunion, thus, they could be considered rare and valuable treasures. This world shall be a world of the Tao of the Sword. Ning's Godsense incarnation swept the world with his gaze. Rumble, every single part of this world, including the mountains and the deep crevices, all became filled with sword arts. There were many of them, all of them varied and complex. These were the various sword arts which could be discovered once one researched and dissected Emperor Mirrorsnow's heart seal sword art. By now, Ning had reached a higher level of insight into the Tao of the Sword than Emperor Mirrorsnow ever had. He had first dissected all of the many sword arts which were the underpinnings of the heart seal sword art, and then used the heart seal sword art as the basis for formulating 8 even more profound sword arts that were focused in different areas. Ning had now reached a high level of mastery over karma, giving him even greater powers of deduction reasoning. Given that he already had the Omega Sword Dao as his foundation, it was quite simple for him to formulate multiple Archon-class sword arts. If Ning merely wished to attempt the Dao merge via a single Supreme Dao, he would probably find the Dao merge to be much easier. However, his path was already set. Once it was set, there was no way to go back, no room for regret. Besides, all things were relative. Ning's path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. He had seen and experienced many things, and had also created multiple Archon-class techniques for the Daos of space, formations, space, time, karma, and more. This was why he was able to create so many Archon-class sword arts with ease. If he had chosen to embark upon a simpler path, he would have been much more limited in his abilities and would never have reached his current heights. The sword shack is perfect for meditation, allowing one to train quite quickly. Ning nodded. Within the world of the sword shack, those who wish to acquire rare and exceptional sword arts must first pass a few tests. All right. The sword shack will be more than enough to guide them on their paths. Ning revealed a smile. Since he had chosen to accept disciples on behalf of his teacher, he naturally had to give these fellow disciples some treasures. It was guaranteed that he wouldn't have much time to personally teach them, which was why he had put all this effort into creating the sword shack. This was a treasure that was far more valuable than the Godsense legacy which Emperor Mirrors Now had provided him when Mirrors Now had taken him on as a disciple. Ning had a higher level of insight into the Tao of the sword, after all, which meant that he also had better ways of teaching. He truly did hope that these 10 junior apprentice brothers or junior apprentice sisters would be able to surpass what he was able to offer them. It took Ning half a day to create these 10 sword shack worlds, then another 80+ years creating 5 more silver sword shacks. Thanks to his mastery of the Tao of Karma, Ning had the vague feeling that he would at most take on a maximum of 9 disciples. He had previously already taken on Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, Green Bamboo Yang Suting, and Young Master Skywind, 3 disciples in total. If he factored in the legacy he had left behind after becoming a Tao Lord of the 4th step, it was guaranteed that he would have a 4th disciple as well. Ning had the feeling that he would at most take on 5 more disciples. This time, he would see if there was anyone who interested and intrigued him enough so that he would take them on as a personal disciple instead of an honorary disciple on behalf of his master. He wouldn't try to force things, it would all be left up to luck and fate. If he found someone interesting, he would accept them. These 5 silver sword shacks were meant for his personal disciples. Thus, Ning spent much more effort on them. They were quite similar to the other sword shacks, but Ning used even more precious ingredients on the prayer mats, and also put much more effort into the creation of the formations. Every single one of the prayer mats was almost 20% as effective as the stone censer of reunion. More importantly, the silver sword shacks were not centered around Emperor Mirrorsnow's heart seal sword art, rather, they were centered around Ning's own Omega Sword Dao. But of course, he couldn't simply transmit his Dao to them. Rather, he used many different sword techniques to serve as guides, and also left behind imprints of the sword intent of the 5 stances of his Omega Sword Dao. I'll have given them all I can give. Even the 10 ordinary sword shacks have been filled with all the foundations they need. With those foundations, they have enough to develop the Omega Sword Dao on their own if they have the talent. Ning nodded. He himself had slowly gained bits and pieces of insights which he had gradually used to make up for the deficiencies in his foundations, then finally been tempered into developing his Omega Sword Dao. After finishing the creation of his gifts, Ning waited for another 9 million years before the grand event which spanned the entire Flame Dragon realmverse began. Everyone was filled with excitement. It's said that many powerful Dao Lords of the 4th step have come to watch the competitions. Even if we cannot end up being apprenticed to Dao Lord Dark North, we might be able to become apprenticed to other powerful Dao Lords. There are even some legendary eternal emperors and other ancient figures who have come to watch. They might take the opportunity to accept a disciple as well. That's nothing. All 3 of the almighty hegemons have come alongside Dao Lord Dark North. To be apprenticed to one of the three hegemons or Lord Dark North would be truly incredible. This event was simply on far too vast of a scale. The 6 major organizations in the Flame Dragon Realmverse were normally in a state of balance, and so it was impossible for anyone save Ning to cause the entire Realmverse to be thrown into such a state of upheaval. This sort of tournament and selection process was far grander than the ones which the Brightshore Kingdom utilized. But of course, there were many major powers and emperors who were watching intently, wanting to take advantage of Ning's event to perhaps choose a few genius disciples for themselves. The 9 major regions were each governed by Archon-class major powers as well as their subordinate emperors. There was an orderly process that had been implemented. However, the number of independent cultivators who came was simply enormous. Thus, the first year was just the pre-selection competition, where all those who didn't reach a certain minimum level of power were washed out. Ning was naturally the one who set the minimum threshold, which was simply the supreme world god level. This alone washed out 99% of the cultivators. Next, he teleported the remaining elites into the vast Heaven Everworld, to a place Ning had personally created, the Stairway to Heaven. The next trial would be the process of ascending the Stairway to Heaven. The Stairway to Heaven were unfathomably high. If you wished to advance farther along the Stairway to Heaven, you would have to go through one contest after another. One side had to be killed or surrender before the other side could advance. The emperors, hegemons, and Ning all watched intently as the battles in the Stairway to Heaven proceeded. This kid isn't bad. I want him. One of the Eternal Emperors in the Tao Alliance laughed, then waved a finger gently as he caused a strand of eternal power to reach out and envelope the world-level cultivator who had nearly died just now. Ning and the 3 hegemons sat upon the highest thrones, watching from afar. They didn't move to interfere. Only emperors were qualified to select disciples from those who were on the Stairway to Heaven, but even then, they could only choose those who had failed. Only Ning and the 3 hegemons were permitted to choose successful competitors. Interesting. Ning's gaze pierced through the void, coming to a rest atop of 2 figures who were walking side by side through the titanic Stairway to Heaven. Dark North, have you taken an interest in those 2 kids? Hegemon Brightshore asked. I want to watch for a bit longer and see how they perform. I do quite like the 2 of them, though. Ning revealed a smile, causing Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Netherlily, and Hegemon Windrain to all laugh. It must be remembered that there were several peerless geniuses on the Stairway to Heaven who had fused multiple supreme Daos together. The 2 Ning were staring at each master just a single supreme Dao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 30, 5th Disciple, 6th Disciple. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 30, 5th Disciple, 6th Disciple. A young man and woman were standing side by side upon the Stairway to Heaven. The stairways were incredibly vast and covered with vague sword scars. Ning had left them here in order to benefit the world-level cultivators who were selected to take part in the tournament. As for how much benefit they would gain from it, that would be up to their own comprehension abilities. Absolutely incredible. The youth and the maiden were staring upwards at the sword scars above the stairs. Boundless, even the sword scars which Lord Dark North left behind in a casual manner are filled with unfathomable profundity. Even if we don't manage to become apprenticed to him or the other major powers, just having viewed them here at the Stairway to Heaven means it was all worth it, the white-robed maiden said. The youth nodded. Both of them knew their own limits. Although they were excellent figures in the world at large, here at the Stairway to Heaven they were ranked close to the bottom. However, as they ascended the Stairway to Heaven and viewed more and more of the sword scars, they were beginning to skyrocket in power. As the controller of the Stairway to Heaven, Ning made sure that they weren't given ridiculously powerful opponents. Only the weakest would be washed out, while the strongest would be able to walk farther and farther. Ning wanted to make sure that the strongest wouldn't run into each other and then be washed out early. Time passed on, 1 year after another. The world-level cultivators all moved quite slowly up the stairway to heaven, as all of them wished to meditate on the mysteries hidden within the sword scars. Each battle meant that they might lose and be forced to leave, and so they were all quite slow and cautious. 10,000 years had passed since their arrival at the stairway to heaven. Boundless, you've now mastered 2 supreme das? You were faster than me, the maiden said jubilantly. Muse, you were 1 step ahead of me in mastering the first supreme Tao. The youth smiled as he looked at the maiden. Everyone could easily tell how deeply they loved each other. The two had arisen together step by step from the mortal world. The maiden had once been young Master Boundless' maidservant, and she had been given the name of Muse. Muse had been born with an incredible soul physique and had been selected and taken away by an immortal to a so-called immortal realm. As for young Master Boundless, he continued to struggle his way through the mortal world, eventually clambering into the path of immortal cultivation as well. After countless battles and tempering experiences, he managed to dazzle everyone as he ascended into the immortal realm, where he finally met his former maidservant Muse once more. The two even had a child together. Eventually, the two ascended to the world level almost simultaneously, and to this very day they were the only world-level cultivators their homeland had ever produced. Muse was a chaos immortal, while young Master Boundless was a dual refiner, both a key refiner and a fiend god body refiner. As a result, both had primal twins which they had left behind in their homelands. They were a pair of divine lovers, and together they departed from their homeland to wander the Chaosverse, encountering quite a few fortuitous events in the process. The story of how the legendary Tao Lord Dark North was going to accept disciples on behalf of his master was an earth-shattering piece of news, resulting in them deciding to take part as well. I admit defeat. Muse's sword formation had been overcome by her opponent. She knew that she no longer had any chance, and so she immediately and voluntarily admitted defeat. After the battle. Boundless, I lost. Be careful as you proceed up the stairway. If you are unable to win, just admit defeat. Muse could sense how the stairway to heaven was becoming increasingly difficult, and so she wanted to admonish her Tao companion. I know. Boundless nodded. Half a month later, Boundless and Muse reunited at the base of the stairway. He was just too powerful. Not only was he an ancient cultivator, he had even reached a higher level of comprehension than I did. I was thoroughly convinced by my defeat. Boundless shook his head, then said helplessly, I thought that the two of us could be considered quite talented and would attract some attention from one of the major powers watching, or perhaps a Tao Lord of the 4th step, but who would have thought that not a single one would reach out to us? I waited for half a month at the base of the stairway without anyone coming to meet me either. Muse nodded. Both were proud and talented figures, the only world-level cultivators their homeland had ever produced. They had benefited greatly from this experience, but in the end no major powers had come to take them on as disciples. Let's wait for a while longer. Perhaps there will be a Tao Lord who takes interest in us, Boundless said. All right, let's wait. Muse held on to hope as well. Having a good master could make all the difference in the world. Neither Boundless nor Muse had received any guidance from a Tao Lord, and thus they knew almost nothing at all about the endless territories as a whole. Hey there, kids! A voice suddenly rang out. Boundless and Muse both turned to look, rather excited and eager. Had a major power just chosen them? Who was it? Was it a Tao Lord of the 4th step, or perhaps even an eternal emperor? Or could it be a hegemon, or perhaps even Tao Lord Dark North? Although they knew rationally that it was unlikely someone particularly powerful had chosen them, they still clung onto their hopes and dreams. They saw a white-robed youth walking towards them from afar. His aura was quite unique, and he didn't give them any sense of pressure at all. He seemed quite ordinary. A Tao Lord? Both Boundless and Muse felt rather disappointed. It was still fairly easy to distinguish a Tao Lord's aura from an Eternal Emperor's aura. Every single Eternal Emperor emanated an aura that had the scent of eternity about it, an aura that whispered that time had no hold over this person. Moments later, they quickly regained their usual calm. They were still quite pleased, to tell the truth. Perhaps the Tao Lords who chose disciples here were the weakest masters available, but at least the two of them had been chosen. If no one had chosen them at all, they really would have felt saddened. You two have superb comprehension of the sword, Ning congratulated with a smile. Indeed, they were quite impressive. As far as growth went, Boundless and Muse could actually be ranked in the top 10 amongst the world-level cultivators who had come here and learned from the Swordscars. It must be remembered that he knew that the other powers would also be interested in taking on disciples, which was why he had merely required all of the world-level cultivators be skilled in the sword, rather than exclusively focus on the Tao of the sword. Thus, there were, for example, some incredibly talented figures who were skilled in swordplay, but whose true forte lay in the Tao of spacetime, in the Tao of the saber, or even heart force. Of those who focused on the Tao of the sword, Muse and Boundless had grown and improved faster than everyone else. Ning was able to tell at a glance that the two hadn't received the proper tutelage, which was why they had improved at such a rapid pace. When Ning saw them, he felt like he saw the mirror images of himself when he had first left the Three Realms. It was only after Ning had joined the 12 Palaces of Brightshore that he developed a Supreme Tao, and it wasn't until he had entered the alternate universe that he had mastered fused Supreme Taos. In addition, Boundless and Muse were so close to each other that Ning couldn't help but think back to the feelings he and Yue had shared for each other. What a pity, Ning sighed to himself. If she was still alive, perhaps the two of them could adventure the Chaosverse together, just like Boundless and Muse. Are the two of you willing to enter my tutelage? Ning asked. Senior, are you skilled in the Tao of the sword? Muse asked. Ning nodded. As he did so, he caused a terrifyingly powerful aura of sword intent to emanate from his body, an aura so strong that both Boundless and Muse felt their hearts quiver. However, they didn't truly understand what this aura entailed. They were merely a pair of inexperienced world-level cultivators. After all, in their eyes, all Tao Lords of the fourth step were terrifyingly powerful. They only felt that Ning was terrifyingly strong, capable of wiping them out with just a fraction of his might. Boundless and Muse exchanged a glance, then immediately knelt down. Your disciples greet you, Master. Ning nodded. Follow me, then. An invisible dimensional ripple swept across the two of them. Ning took a single step forwards, shuttling through spacetime and arriving back at the place where the hegemons and the emperors were all gathered together. Tao Lord Dark North. Dark North. Congratulations, Tao Lord Dark North, on having accepted some fine disciples. The hegemons and emperors were all laughing and congratulating Ning as they glanced at the two young fellows standing behind them. They couldn't help but secretly sigh at how incredibly lucky those two young fellows were. Instead of choosing more powerful cultivators, Ning had actually ended up choosing this pair of Tao companions. Ning returned to sit in the lotus position atop his cloud, with Hegemon Netherlily, Hegemon Windrain, and Hegemon Brightshore by his side. The four of them were seated the highest. But Boundless and Muse continued to stand behind Ning. They stared at the three awesome hegemons next to them, then at the many eternal emperors below them. Every single person here emanated an aura of eternity. Even the most foolish of world-level cultivators would immediately understand that the many major powers standing subserviently before them were all eternal emperors, and so, Boundless and Muse instantly understood that they had just become apprenticed to the legendary Tao Lord Dark North. Boundless and Muse exchanged a glance. Both felt rather lightheaded. The auras of the hegemons and the many eternal emperors present were simply too oppressive. Master, Boundless whispered softly. From this day forth, you shall be the fifth and sixth disciples under my tutelage, Ning said. Boundless and Muse instantly felt excited. Boundless asked, Master, I heard you are taking on 10 disciples in total? No. Misinformation certainly spreads quickly. Ning shook his head. All of you young fellows have been spreading all sorts of wild rumors around. Hegemon Brightshore laughed merrily. For this event, Dark North is accepting disciples on behalf of his own teacher, which means those 10 are technically just his junior apprentice brothers and sisters who he will teach in his teacher's stead. As for the two of you, you are Lord Dark North's personal disciples. Boundless and Muse turned to stare at the white-robed, white-haired old man next to them. They felt a sense of closeness and warmth radiating from him. Dark North, how many disciples do you plan on selecting? Brightshore asked. If you are done picking, I'm going to start. I'm done. Ning nodded. I'll only choose these two from this event. I'll pick 10 junior apprentice brothers and sisters at the very end. Although quite a few geniuses had taken part in this event, the only ones who had truly moved and intrigued Ning were Boundless and Muse. He felt as though he saw himself and Yue in them, and so he had taken them on as his disciples. At Ning's level, taking on a disciple was more a matter of personal feelings than anything else. For example, his second example Green Bamboo Yangxuding had been nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Ning didn't keep his words private at all, allowing everyone to hear them. All the emperors below him turned to stare towards Boundless and Muse with changed looks in their eyes. These two lucky kids. They don't even know how lucky they are. Their master was someone who no one in all the 16 Realmverses alliance would dare to offend, a peerless Lord who caused even hegemons to feel dread. He had set up this great tournament which covered the entire Flamedragon Realmverse, and in the end, the only two disciples he had chosen were the two of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 31, A Distant Journey. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 31, A Distant Journey. Finally, this great Flamedragon Realmverse event came to an end. The hegemons and emperors all departed one by one, with the vast Heaven Everworld regaining its usual calm. Within vast Heaven Palace. Greetings to you, senior apprentice brother Dark North. 10 world-level cultivators were present. There were youths, elders, aliens, aberrant special lifeforms, and even an ancient cultivator. They all bowed respectfully, their gazes filled with unabashed excitement. They had finally been selected. It must be remembered that there were some geniuses who took part in this competition that were just as talented as them. A few were even more talented. From this day forth, you are now honorary disciples of Emperor Mirrors now, Ning said. Our master, Emperor Mirrors now, has long ago departed from the Flamedragon Realmverse and gone off adventuring, which is why I shall teach you in his stead. However, in the end cultivation must come from the self. Thus, I will only provide each of you with 10 sessions of individualized guidance. After the 10 sessions are over, I will not provide you with any further guidance until you become Lords. Understood? Understood. Although these world-level cultivators were all secretly surprised, they remained quite calm. They were all geniuses and all quite proud. They usually weren't all that impressed by most major powers, but they were filled with almost fanatical devotion towards Lord Dark North. This was why they had striven so hard to become apprentice to him. It certainly wasn't because of Emperor Mirrors now. Not even the chance to become Emperor Mirrorsnow's personal disciples, rather than just honorary disciples, was nearly as attractive as the chance to have Lord Dark North personally instruct them. 10 sessions? They felt certain that there was a reason why Lord Dark North had said this. Good. Ning smiled upon seeing their reactions. The 10 of you are all extremely talented in the Tao of the Sword. 3 of you have fused Supreme Daos together, while the other 7 have all mastered multiple individual Supreme Daos. All I really need to do is provide you with some guidance. In the end, it will be up to you to walk the path between life and death as you become Samsara Lords. Disciples weren't necessarily capable of learning everything a teacher had to offer. In life, you had to make do with what materials you had to work with. Every single Samsara Lord had to find his or her own Tao. Ning felt that it would be quite incredible if even a single one of his personal disciples or junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sisters ended up embarking on the path of an Omega Dao. The far more likely result would be that none of them would find that path. The Omega Dao simply couldn't be taught. You had to go find it on your own. As a wise teacher, Ning knew that all he could do was guide them on their paths. Fortunately for them, Ning's own path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. His Dao was like a tall, sturdily built house, and his guidance was the best guidance possible. This is the world of the Sword Shack. Ning waved his hand, causing 10 black loops that glowed with runic lines to fly towards the 10. The Sword Shack is filled with countless sword arts. Aside from the Heart Seal, sword art of our master, Emperor Mirrors now, it also includes all foundations for the Tao of the Sword, Ning said. In other words, it contained the foundations for his own Omega Tao. This was why he dared to make the claim that it contained all foundations for the Tao of the Sword. You can train in seclusion within the Sword Shack, but you must be tempered via adventuring through the outside world. Perhaps you will then be able to understand and find a path which truly belongs to you. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. The 10 disciples were all delighted. You are the only ones permitted inside the Sword Shack. If anyone else tries to bind it, the estate world inside will be automatically destroyed, Ning said. Thus, you must not give it to anyone else. Understood. Many of the 10 mused that only a fool would give something like this to another. Ning waved his hand again, causing a number of Dao seals to fly out towards the 10 as well. These are Dao seals which I personally forged. Some involve the Tao of the Sword, some involve the Tao of Space, some involve the Tao of Time, some involve Heart Force, some involve the Tao of Karma. Each of you shall have 9 seals total, and they come in varying levels of power. Some are meant for escape, some are meant to kill foes, and some are used to scout and explore. Just 3 of them can be used to attack foes head-on, Ning said. When you go out adventuring, you must be careful and also conserve your Tao seals. If you use them all up, I'm not going to just remake them for you. These 10 disciples were all overjoyed, but they also felt stunned. Dao Lord Dark North had personally forged them? Forging Dao seals was fairly easy, and many major powers were capable of it, but the cost was quite high as only valuable materials could be used to store such incredible levels of power. And, more importantly, the creator of the Dao seal had to understand the Daos he was infusing into each seal. In other words, if their senior apprentice brother Dark North created that many Dao seals for them, he must have reached inconceivable heights in the Tao of the Sword, the Tao of Space, the Tao of Time, the Tao of Karma, and multiple other Daos. Here are 100 million cubes of chaos nectar for each of you. Ning waved his hand, causing a few more storage-type treasures to fly out. Here are some top-grade eternal swords which have been made in accordance with your own specific insights into the Tao of the Sword. Each of you can have 6. Ning waved his hand again, causing a total of 60 swords to fly out towards the 10. Top-grade eternal treasures? Ning had a literal mountain of these things. In truth, every single hegemon had piles and piles of top-grade eternal treasures. Ning was far wealthier than most hegemons. Not only had he blackmailed multiple hegemons and killed hegemon Winterflame, he had also accumulated a terrifying amount of treasure when he had swept through the Jadefire realm. He had a total of 6 universe treasures. Alas, none of them were swords. I've already given you everything I can and should. Sword arts, divine abilities, secret arts, you'll find them all within the Sword Shack, Ning said. If you want to earn them, go into the Sword Shack and fight for them. Go now. I've already set up estates for you within Vast Heaven Palace. Calm your minds and train hard. You can come find me if you have any questions, but remember, each of you will only have 10 opportunities. Understood. The 10 fellow disciples all departed excitedly. What an absolute fortune. Each of us was given 100 million cubes. Perhaps ordinary Tao Lords of the 4th step might feel pain at giving away 1 billion cubes of chaos nectar, but senior apprentice brother treats with hegemons as equals. He's able to toss out such sums without batting an eye. Ah! The sword shack has a prayer mat inside. When my primal twin sat down upon it, its cultivation speed increased dramatically. This thing is far more valuable than the cubes of chaos nectar. While journeying towards their estates, these 10 fellow disciples began to discover how marvelous the prayer mat was. All of them were stunned by it. There were many eternal emperors who would be envious of such a treasure. Most of the treasures which Ning had prepared for his 5th disciple Boundless and his 6th disciple Muse were on par with what the other 10 had been given. The only difference lay in the sword shack. Before you become Samsara Downlords, the 2 of you shall also have 10 chances to come ask me for instruction, Ning said. Therefore, you should train hard within the sword shack. Do your best to resolve your questions on your own. If you find that you can make no progress at all, come find me. Understood. Boundless and Muse were incredibly respectful. You can go now, Ning instructed, and the 2 immediately departed obediently. Upon seeing everyone finally leave, the nearby hegemon Azure Fiend finally spoke up. Dark North, don't you think you are just a bit too casual when it comes to teaching your students? I can guide them, but providing them with overly detailed tutelage will actually constrain their growth, Ning said. It'll be far more helpful for them if they can find answers to their questions on their own, rather than come to me for everything. Besides, the sword shack I created for them can be viewed as half a teacher as well. You might be overestimating your disciples a bit. Most of them have merely devised multiple supreme Daos and have yet to even fuse them together. Not everyone is as freakishly talented as you know. Azure Fiend shook his head. Well, if they just can't progress, then they can live in mediocrity. Ning smiled. By its very nature, the Tao of the sword required one to advance without looking back and to act in accordance with one's own nature. How could one possibly become a major power if someone was always yammering at him about what he should do? Even though he was their teacher, he couldn't interfere too much in their choices. Besides, the more famous a teacher was, the greater his influence would be on his students. He had to be careful, and he couldn't provide them with excessive guidance. If he did, he might end up causing his students to depart from the path which actually suited them the most. The path which was best for Ning wasn't necessarily the path which was best for his students. However, just letting them roam freely wasn't an option either. This was why Ning had chosen to create the sword shack, which he had infused with the foundations of virtually all paths one could take in the Tao of the sword. He would let his disciples choose the path which suited them the most. Although it looked as though Ning was acting in a casual fashion, in reality he had put a lot of effort and consideration into how he was going to teach the disciples he had chosen. This was true for both his personal disciples and the disciples he had chosen on behalf of Emperor Mirrors now. Yes, he was technically just their senior apprentice brother, but in reality he was like their master. This was why Ning had worked so hard to create all those different types of Tao seals for them, which would be enough to allow them to deal with all sorts of strange predicaments. They were more than enough for the types of adventures which world-level cultivators would get into. After having accepted all these disciples, Ning led Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw in departing from the Flame Dragon Realmverse once more. This time, they were going to go on a very distant journey to a place outside the domains of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. As for his disciples, Ning's avatar would be permanently stationed at Vast Heaven Palace and would keep an eye on everything which happened in Flame Dragon Realmverse. Thus, it could also teach and guide the disciples. Whoosh! The realm ship continued its advance through the endless great dark. Inside the realm ship, Azure Fiend and Flamewing were gorging on a veritable sea of food, while Whitethaw quietly stood guard over Ning. Ning, in turn, was pondering while holding onto a jade slip. Realms Lord Windgrace had given him this slip, and it included all the information he had acquired regarding the dangerous place he was about to visit. The Icewind Sea? Ning mused silently. The Icewind Sea was a place which Realms Lord Windgrace and his peers had scouted out in the place, and they were the ones who had chosen this name. The Icewind Sea could be described in one word: cold. However, it was a place which gave birth to quite a few fire-aligned treasures, with the downmerge firecloud flower being one of them. This was also the treasure which Ning valued the most highly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 32, Icewind Sea. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 32, Icewind Sea. Realms Lord Windgrace and his peers have ventured inside the Icewind Sea in the past, and they encountered a Source Walker who was at the other verse Lord level of power when they were there. Ning nodded. Within the realms of what we can handle. Although he's beyond myself and Azure Fiend, so long as we have Flamewing with us we can deal with him with ease. However, this Source Walker has lived within the Icewind Sea and is able to make use of its local environs. It'll be quite difficult to deal with. We have to be careful. If we let it catch us off guard and ambush us, both I and Azure Fiend will both be at risk of dying, Ning mused. The realm ship warped through spacetime for over 500,000 years before finally reaching the distant Icewind Sea. How beautiful! Ning, Azure Fiend, Whitethaw, and Flamewing stood within the realm ship, staring in amazement at the beautiful scenes outside. The endless great dark should be filled with nothing but darkness. It was an empty, lonely place without even a hint of light, but now, an enormous silvery white vortex world had appeared before them. A fierce, icy gale was howling throughout the region, forming an icy maelstrom of absolutely inconceivable size around it. Although Ning's group was able to see it with the naked eye, they were actually still extremely far away from it. This vortex had to be comparable in size to an entire territory. The Icewind Sea, Ning murmured softly. What an enormous sea of cold energy. I feel as though endless amounts of freezing energy have gathered around this area, Azure Fiend said with an amazed sigh. Although I visited many realmverses and seen quite a few dangerous places, this truly is my first time seeing such an enormous conglomeration of cold energy. Ning concurred. Normal realmverses are filled with lightning, wind, light, darkness, and all types of other energy. That's why life is able to flourish and take root. In addition, the various streams of energy will be fairly docile and not too agitated, but the cold energy here has spread out to cover an entire territory in size. We could take all of the cold energy out of the Flame Dragon realmverse and put it here, and it still wouldn't be as dense as this. Weaker eternal emperors would probably be frozen to death, Azure Fiend said with a laugh. That's why this place, filled with such freezing might, is capable of giving birth to so many inconceivable treasures. Realmverses are quite plain and ordinary by comparison, which means they are unable to give birth to truly remarkable treasures. I don't like this place, the nearby Flamewing muttered. We'll leave right after I harvest the downmerge firecloud flower, Ning consoled. Whoosh! The realm ship began to engage in short-distance warps. It soon arrived at the borders to the Icewind Sea. Slash! 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 The furious wind howled against the realm ship, striking against it as though it was formed from icy knives. The realm ship was in peak condition and thus was able to endure the attacks with ease, but its flight path became slightly twisted. This wind is far too powerful, Azure Fiend muttered. We learned long ago from this jade slip that we must pass through this tempest layer if we wish to reach the continent inside the Icewind Sea, Ning said. The Icewind Sea was called a sea, but it wasn't an actual sea. It was actually an absolutely enormous iceberg which naturally attracted all of the surrounding cold energy of the Chaosverse in an extremely large area. This was why such a terrifying vortex had appeared around it. This terrifying vortex was capable of killing even weaker eternal emperors. This sort of extreme environment was highly inhospitable for ordinary lifeforms to enter or live in. Only hegemons and other verse lords and other major powers on or above their level would dare to enter a place like this. There was no way to teleport through spacetime within the Tempest layer. The only option was to slowly fly through it. Under Ning's control, the realm ship slowly stabilized as it followed the wind inwards. Given Ning's mastery over the Tao of Wind and the Tao of Thunder, the realm ship was able to maintain its incredible speeds as it pressed onwards. Alas, the tempest layer was simply so vast that flying through it would take time. They flew at top speed for over 90,000 years. "Look! There's a planet up ahead," Azure Fiend called out. "A planet?" Flamewing turned to look, then smirked. "That's not a planet, that's just a hunk of ice." Indeed, it was a piece of ice that was billions of kilometers in diameter which was flying through the tempest layer at high speeds. "Let's move over and take a look." According to Realms Lord Windgrace records, these planet-sized hunks of ice all broke free from the main Windsea continent and often have marvelous treasures hidden within them. Ning smiled. "If we're lucky, we might even find a Dowmerge furcloud fruit." Ning and the others were quite patient. Even if they spent a few dozen chaos cycles hunting for the Dowmerge firecloud fruit, it would be fine. Rumble, as the realm ship drew closer, a wave of chaotic force suddenly swept across the realm ship, causing it to tremble. It took Ning nearly an hour before they were finally able to successfully land on the ice planet. This ice planet had its own gravitational field which repelled the tempest outside of it. As a result, things were quite calm on the surface of the planet. "Phew! We finally made it out." Azure Fiend flew out, rather excited. Ning put away the realm ship and then descended as well. This was a world of nothing but ice, even the ground was solid ice. The ice. Ning made a casual grabbing motion towards the ground, causing a claw shadow to sweep out against the icy ground. He wanted to forcibly tear out a chunk of it, but the only result was a clacking sound as a few scratches appeared on the ice. "It's that tough?" Ning was rather amazed. It looked as though he would have to put some real effort into it. He waved a finger, causing a streak of swordlight to fly out and carve a large hole in the ground, digging out a large chunk of ice. The ice then flew straight towards Ning, who reached out to touch it. He could sense the terrifying cold within the ice. Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. This was far colder than some of the famous types of mystic ice which existed in the Flame Dragon realmverse, and it was far tougher as well. His claw strike had failed to pull anything out of it. In the end, he had been forced to exert 50% of his full power to carve this piece out. Azure Fiend's voice suddenly rang out from off in the distance. "What the hell type of ice is this? It's incredibly tough. I'm a freaking hegemon, but I wasn't able to break it apart by stomping on it. This ice is everywhere. Don't worry about it for now. Hurry up and search this place." "Let's see if we can find any treasures," Ning said. "Yes, Master," Whitethaw said. "I'll go search as well." Flamewing returned to his usual form, excitedly spreading his wings and then flying into the air. It had been quite some time since he had flown about in such a manner. As for Ning, he began to search this place using his powers over spacetime. Godsense was of no use. Every part of the Icewind Sea was filled with such an overwhelming aura of limitless cold that even Godsense was suppressed, making it impossible for him to search too far with it. Ning scanned the area, his gaze seeing past space and time as he scoured the place. "That's a lot of treasure." Ning quickly found certain treasures which lay within some fairly well-hidden places. He saw a completely crystalline-looking tree of ice, a warm jewel, a fiery red clump of grass, and more. Ning was able to name some of them, but most were completely foreign to him. All of them were clearly quite valuable. However, Ning was so incredibly wealthy by now that he didn't really care about these treasures. Most likely, all of the treasures he had discovered would be at most compared to the net worth of an ordinary eternal emperor. Still, this was a testament to what an incredible place the Icewind Sea was and how many treasures it held. However, this was a place so dangerous that even someone like Realms Lord Windgrace would only enter after calling a few friends to help out. "Master! Master!" Flamewing let out an excited cry, his voice forcibly tearing through the suppressive effect of the terrifying aura of cold. Ning was able to hear him clearly from afar. "Flamewing, what happened?" Ning immediately moved, transforming into a streak of light as he flew straight towards Flamewing. Flamewing was standing within an icy gorge. Master, take a look. Do you see that? Flamewing was rather excited, and he flapped his wing a few times as he pointed towards the front. Ning hurriedly looked, only to see a series of long slender green leaves that were each 3 meters long. They were all growing slanted alongside the distant, icy jade walls of the gorge. There had to be hundreds of those leaves, and there was a fruit at the very center of them. This fruit was completely azure in color, and it emanated a particularly pungent smell. Incense spirit fruit? Ning was rather amazed. This fruit was the second-ranked Dalmerge treasure, but it clearly wasn't ripe yet. Fully ripened incense spirit fruit was flecked with red and would emanate an absolutely alluring aroma which would cause even hegemons to drool. For many major powers, incense spirit fruit was primarily considered a delicacy to be eaten. How many Dao Lords could possibly procure such a treasure, after all? So the Icewind Sea has incense spirit fruit within it? Ning was very surprised. When Realms Lord Windgrace had come here, he hadn't found any incense spirit fruit. However, the Icewind Sea was a very large place. There had to be many places here which the Realms Lord had yet to visit. Ha ha! Hegemon Azure Fiend flew over as well. He stared at the incense spirit fruit, then laughed. Dark North, your luck isn't bad. We've just entered the Icewind Sea and haven't even landed on the main continent, and you've already discovered some incense spirit fruit on an iceberg planet floating at the very outskirts. Given your crazy luck, you will probably be able to find the Dalmerge Cloud Fireflower after all. Right. Nin nodded. Judging from the information Realms Lord Windgrace had provided, incense spirit fruit would probably be of very limited use to him. However, it was still far more valuable than a Void Sea Jade Seal and still could be considered a valuable treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 33, Descending Upon the Continent. Book 38, Dalmerge, Chapter 33, Descending Upon the Continent. After an hour, Ning and his team had finished fully scouting out this ice planet. They didn't find any Dalmerge ice cloud flowers, while they only found a single incense spirit fruit. They did find quite a number of other marvelous items. There was nothing? The Flamewing God continued to fly about the skies like a streak of light, unwilling to admit defeat as he continued the search. Forget it, Flamewing. This ice planet was nothing more than a tiny fragment of the Icewind Sea continent. We should feel lucky that we even found a single incense spirit fruit, Ning called out loudly. Whoosh! Flamewing descended and transformed into human form. He stared at the floating azure fruit before them, then muttered, "It isn't even ripe yet. I wonder how long it would take for it to fully ripen. Judging from the looks of it, it'll take roughly 10,000 chaos cycles to fully ripen," Ning estimated with a smile. But that's simple. Ning stepped forward to set up a formation around the spirit fruit, causing spacetime to accelerate. As time began to speed up around the spirit fruit, it began to absorb increasingly greater amounts of energy from the surrounding area. Ning couldn't just harvest it right away, as fruits like this could only develop in highly specific environments. Even if Ning moved it over to another part of the Icewind Sea, he still might not be able to ensure its survival. I'll accelerate time around it by a rate of 3000x. If I increase it any further, the rate of energy absorption will destroy the entire frozen gorge, Ning said. Powerful cultivators were living beings, making it extremely difficult to accelerate time for them. The incense spirit fruit, however, was just a type of unique vegetable. Given Ning's mastery over the Tao of Time and the Tao of Formations, he would be able to easily accelerate time by even a rate of 10,000,000x. Slowing down time wasn't too hard either. His main worry was that if he accelerated time too fast, the environment wouldn't be able to provide the incense spirit fruit with enough energy. Thankfully, the incense spirit fruit will maintain its potency indefinitely after ripening. Ning shook his head. If it was like the Dalmerge Firecloud flower, which must be used within 1,000 years after it ripens, it would be a pain to deal with. The Dalmerge Firecloud flower has a far more powerful effect. Of course, it also comes with more stringent requirements, Azure Fiend said. Ning scanned the area one final time, then said, "Let's go. If we have enough time, we can come back after a few chaos cycles." Ning and the others boarded the realm ship, then departed from this ice planet and entered the Tempest once more. Because Ning had personally set up a formation on the planet, he was able to sense its location even as they flew farther and farther away from the ice planet. Whoosh! A wild wind howled ravenously through the void, causing even Ning and the others to have a limited field of vision. All of them were staring at the outside, but there was nothing but a haze blocking their sight. Still, judging from how powerful the infinitely cold aura radiating from icy sea of energy was in each direction, they were able to sense the general direction of the main continent. Time flowed on, 1 year at a time. The realm ship continued to fly forwards at maximum speed, while Ning and his team remained within the warm interior, eating and drinking. Ning and Azure Fiend often discussed the Dao with each other. Ning's advantage was that he was skilled in many Daos, while Azure Fiend was a hegemon. They occasionally gained insights from their discussions with each other. They spent over 150 million years slowly flying through the Tempest. During this time, they only encountered one additional ice planet. Alas, this one didn't have any treasures which intrigued Ning at all, and the total value of the materials they found on it was perhaps at most comparable to an Archon's net worth. Ning naturally didn't care at all. "Here we are." Ning revealed a smile as he rose to his feet. "We've made it already?" Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all looked outwards the outside, only to see an utterly vast ice world that was a bit hard to make out due to the storm. This was a world that was unfathomably vaster than the 2 planet-sized pieces of ice they had encountered previously. "Starting from today, all of us must be careful. Especially you, Flamewing, don't cause any trouble," Ning instructed. "The Icewind Sea is quite massive, so long as we remain cautious, we might be able to avoid detection by source walkers." "What have we to fear?" Flamewing was unhappy. "Master, based on what Realms Lord Windgrace told us, the source walkers of the Icewind Sea are at most comparable to other Verse Lords in power. I can beat the crap out of any of them. Obey my commands." Ning frowned. He was afraid of Flamewing causing trouble. Azure Fiend was a hegemon, he would definitely be extremely cautious in such a terrifying place as the Icewind Sea. The Protector Whitethaw went without saying, he would obey all orders unquestioningly. Flamewing, however. Ning might have tamed him, but he was still like a child. He might just go crazy and start causing chaos. Flamewing lowered his head and started to mumble to itself. "The source walkers might be a bit weaker than you, but they've lived in the Icewind Sea for an extremely long period of time and understand it much better than us. They might use the local environment against us. If Azure Fiend and I aren't careful, they might end up ambushing and killing us before you can do anything," Ning explained. "I'll make sure to protect you and keep you safe, Master," Flamewing said hurriedly. "Also keep in mind that Realms Lord Windgrace and the others only explored a small part of the Icewind Sea. There might be other unknown dangers here," Ning said seriously. "That's why you have to obey my orders." "Oh." When Flamewing saw the serious look on Ning's face, he nodded obediently. "I'll do exactly what you tell me to do. If you tell me to fly, I definitely won't walk on the ground. If you tell me to walk on the ground, I definitely won't fly." Ning secretly let out a sigh of relief. Without Flamewing, he and Azure Fiend would never dare to enter a place like the Icewind Sea. That's why he had to make sure that Flamewing obeyed all of his orders. If they weren't careful, they could very well die. "Come, let's keep going," Ning said. "The Icewind Sea." Azure Fiend was quite excited as well. By now, the realm ship had already landed upon the infinitely vast continent of ice. Ning and the other 3 flew out, then scanned their surroundings. As far as they could see, the vast icy world around them seemed quiet and calm. However, a few vortexes rising into the skies could occasionally be seen. Given their ocular prowess, they were able to see to a distance of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers. Even there, they saw over 10,000 vortexes spiraling into the skies and merging into the tempest layer above. Scout the area out and find all treasures that are hidden here. Remember, stay close to each other and don't run around, Ning said. The four began to scout the place carefully by themselves. This vast continent of ice had gorges, canyons, mountains, and more. However, everything was completely made out of ice. The ice continent was almost as large as an entire territory in size. As a result, it had its own systemized laws, to the point where it had its own prime essences. Much like how the much smaller Everworlds had their own laws and essences, this vast continent did as well. Although it was merely the size of the Badlands territory or Vast Heaven territory, its total energy levels surpassed that of entire other verses. It had its own laws and its own prime essences. Once a cultivator took control over the prime essences of an otherverse, that cultivator would become known as an otherverse lord. However, there was no way for anyone to take control over the prime essences of the Icewind Sea. Not even the Source Walkers who had lived in here since time immemorial were capable of it. The Source Walkers had merely been blessed by the prime essences of the Chaosverse, who had been enraged by the manner in which the Sith had invaded and looted so many sacred sites. As a result, the Source Walkers were able to borrow some of the power from the sacred sites, causing the Sith to suffer great losses as a result. If a Source Walker was able to take control over the entire Icewind Sea, then even Flamewing would be of no use. It might be able to stay alive, but the rest of us would probably be wiped out instantaneously. After wandering the Icefire Sea for just a single year, Azure Fiend found enough treasures to rival an ordinary hegemon's net worth. This caused him to feel stunned as to how marvelous the Icewind Sea was. The Sith were too proud and too ravenous, causing even the prime essences of the Chaosverse to feel enraged. That's why the Source Walkers were granted power from these sacred places. Ning smiled. Ever since the Sith were destroyed, there have been no further tales of Source Walkers being able to control such power. Suddenly, Ning's immortal energy flared out. Swish! It grabbed the other three, then brought them with Ning as he warped to the edges of a distant gorge. Even ice planets had their own chaotic gravitational fields, preventing Ning and the others from warping through spacetime. The Great Ice Continent, however, was extremely stable and had its own system of laws. The only places where things were chaotic were those vast vortexes which rose into the skies. There, warping through spacetime was impossible. Thus, Ning and the others engaged in fairly short warp teleports, ensuring that they were able to avoid those places. This process was still far faster than flying normally. When the four arrived in the air above the canyon, they all peered downwards into it. I don't see a downmerge firecloud flower. Azure Fiend shook his head. I don't sense any fire-type energy at all, Flamewing agreed. This gorge was the place where Realm's Lord Windgrace and the others had discovered the downmerge firecloud flower. Ning and the others had been making haste towards it, although of course they would have been pleased to find another flower midway. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Ning and his team continued to advance through the Icewind Sea, searching for the flower Ning needed. They encountered and picked up a number of valuable fruits, but most were unripe. In addition, they were afraid to harvest too much, for fear of being discovered by the Source Walkers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 34, Source Walkers. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 34, Source Walkers. Another 129 years went by in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A vortex could be seen rising into the skies in the distance, causing spacetime to be twisted and distorted. Ning and the other three were in a cave close to the margins of the vortex, peering towards it. Azure Fiend murmured softly, according to what Realm's Lord Windgrace said, the most precious materials are all located deep inside the vortexes, which connect to the very deepest underground tunnels. Dark North, shall we go in and take a look? No need. Our target is the Dalmerge Firecloud Flower. There's no need for us to enter the depths of those vortexes, Ning said. If we do go in, we would be easily discovered by the Sourcewalkers. All right. Azure Fiend didn't argue, even though he really did want to go in and give it a try. They hadn't picked up many treasures in the past few years, as they were afraid that scouring too much would result in them being discovered, but even so the few treasures Azure Fiend had picked up were worth 2 or 3 times more than his previous net worth. Thus, he wanted to go into the depths of the abyss and search for even rarer treasures, but the only way he could do that was if he relied on Ning's Flamewing God. The other Valley Realms Lord Windgrace mentioned isn't too far away. We should be able to reach it in around 30 years, Ning said. Let us continue. Dalmerge Firecloud flowers were simply too rare. They had searched for many years but found nothing at all. They did find another incense spirit fruit, but unfortunately it was yet another unripened one. Ning and the others had only walked for the time needed to boil a kettle of tea when suddenly, boom! A blurry black light suddenly appeared beneath their feet, oozing out of the icy ground and forming into curved lines that stretched out trillions of kilometers. Not good. That's a formation. Ning's face tightened. An alarm formation. We've been discovered. Hegemon Azure Fiend was shocked as well. Rumble, an enormous earth-shaking boom rang out in the distance as the ground began to crack apart. A titanic mountain-sized ice humanoid emerged from the ground, using his 2 hands to tear through it as rose from the depths. Ning's gaze narrowed. The ice here was so tough that if he didn't use his Dark North swords, he'd need to use roughly 50% of his full power to break through it. Most likely, fairly powerful Archons would have to use 100% of their full power to just barely break through the ice. This person, however, had been able to instantly tear through the ground with his bare hands. This terrifying level of strength alone showed that this creature was vastly stronger than hegemons. Most likely, he was at the Otherverse Lord level of power. That's the Sourcewalker, Ning said mentally. Sourcewalker? Azure Fiend's face turned pale. He finally came. Flamewing, on the other hand, was excited. It really hated the Icewind Sea, as every single part of this place was filled with uncomfortable icy energy. When it saw the Sourcewalker, it instantly grew excited. The Sourcewalker before them was covered in a layer of extremely thick ice which served as a form of icy armor which glowed with azure light. His head was covered with a helmet that had 2 icicles protruding from it, and he had long azure hair which fell down to his waist. He had a great deal of facial hair, and his gloomy azure eyes were filled with rage and violence. More of you thieves, come to steal my treasures. The Sourcewalker let out a furious bellow, his voice transforming into a wind of terrifying power which swept out in every direction. The endless might in his voice alone caused Ning and Azure Fiend to quail. The difference in power was simply too great. We ran into a Sourcewalker before we even found a Dalmerge Firecloud flower. What terrible luck! Ning felt rather resigned. They hadn't even gone into any of the vortexes or deep underground, where the treasures were more abundant and more valuable. That was where the Sourcewalkers usually resided. Sourcewalker, Ning called out loudly, we've come here just for the sake of finding a Dalmerge Firecloud flower. It's not all that valuable, and we're willing to use our own treasures to trade for one. We'll leave immediately after acquiring the flower. Dalmerge Firecloud flowers were incredible treasures for Dowlords, but they were fairly ordinary when compared to the other treasures of the Icewind Sea. There were treasures here which would drive even hegemons and Otherverse lords mad with excitement. A Dalmerge Firecloud flower? The ice-armored Sourcewalker was 540,000 meters tall. It stared downwards at Ning's group and said angrily, you can forget about taking away so much as a piece of ice from my turf. All you cultivators are nothing more than damnable thieves. This is my territory. We can trade for it with our treasures. Ning said frantically. Treasures? What use do I have for your miserable treasures? The Sourcewalker took a furious step forwards, then shot forwards through the air. Just die instead. Ning felt speechless. This Sourcewalker was just as Realm's Lord Windgrace had described, a berserker. Whoosh! The Sourcewalker wielded a long frozen halberd which gleamed with azure light, sweeping it towards Ning's group with such power that Ning had no choice but to instruct Flamewing to defend. Flamewing, go! Ha ha! I was at the verge of losing my patience. The chubby Flamewing instantly let out an excited cry as it reverted to its true form, transforming into the titanic Flamewing god. Its giant flaming wings spread out fully as its body became bathed in furious flames that were so powerful, even the frigid energy of the surrounding area was pushed away. Everything within 10 billion kilometers began to grow blazingly hot. Other verses had their own prime essences, as did the Icewind Sea, and in a sense, the Flamewing god itself had its own prime essences. Its energy levels truly were virtually inexhaustible, and its body was virtually indestructible. Ever since it was born, it had wandered the Chaosverse and had devoured entire realm verses with ease. Truly, its power was inconceivable. Its only weakness was that its level of insight was extremely low. If it was just a bit more clever, it would be able to massacre even other verse lords with ease. Still, all things came in balance. There was no way even the prime essences of the Chaosverse could give birth to creatures as powerful as Chaos Primordials, which also had the comprehension skills of Sourcewalkers. This was completely impossible. A Chaos Primordial? The attacking Sourcewalker was rather stunned when it saw those vast wings unfurl and the flames spread out in every direction around the Flamewing god. Ha, I've never eaten a Sourcewalker before. Flamewing howled through the skies, while Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all immediately moved to hide within the realm ship. They weren't qualified to get involved in a battle of this magnitude. This is my first time meeting a Chaos Primordial as well. Let's do this. The Sourcewalker was just as eager to do battle, and he valiantly charged forwards with his halberd at the ready. Swoosh! His halberd suddenly pierced forwards, howling through the skies with incredible speed, but Flamewing was even faster. The strike missed, just barely managing to scrape past Flamewing's claws but not injuring Flamewing in the slightest. Up you go! The Sourcewalker suddenly changed his stance. Previously, he had been using the halberd to stab at Flamewing, now, he suddenly lifted it upwards. This was a strike that seemed to split even the heavens in twain. Not even Flamewing was able to avoid this strike, but of course, Flamewing wouldn't deign to do so. Boom! Flamewing had already been flying through the air. This strike sent it stumbling a few hundred kilometers higher. The Sourcewalker was shocked. When he had used this killer technique against the cultivator otherverse lords he had fought, they had all been knocked backwards and suffered heavy injuries. The Chaos Primordial had merely stumbled a bit? Gruar! Flamewing excitedly flapped its wings, instantly charging downwards while using its enormous and thick claws to strike at the Sourcewalker. The Sourcewalker hurriedly brandished his halberd, spinning it into a circle that defended against the approaching attack. Flamewing completely ignored the profundity of his opponent's attack, just striking down with its claws in an absolutely savage blow. Boom! An enormous collision rang out as the earth itself began to split apart. As for the Sourcewalker, half of its body had just been hammered into the ground from this collision. I ablated over 90% of its power, but it still suppressed me completely? The Sourcewalker was rather speechless at this result. Moments later, the look within its eyes grew even more frenzied. Again! Boom! 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 The Sourcewalker was incredibly valiant. At first, it chose to meet all of Flamewing's attacks head-on, but later on it began to choose to dodge instead in an effort to win through technique. In terms of comprehension, it was already at the Archon level of insight. Due to its innate gifts, this level of insight was already enough for it to unleash the Otherverse Lord level of power in battle. Supposedly, the legendary Sourcewalkers who could fight even Sith Exalts were actually just at the hegemonic level of insight. Then again, the hegemonic level of insight was an incredibly high level. Realms Lord Windgrace, the Lonely King, and the other major powers were all at this level of insight. The only thing above this level was autarky. Every so often, the Source Walker was sent slamming into the nearby mountains, hammered into the ground, or smashed so hard that it created deep craters and gouges in the earth beneath it. Clearly, after Flamewing became a bit more accustomed to the way in which the Source Walker fought, Flamewing became able to completely dominate it in battle. The Source Walker had even lost his helmet, and his azure hair fluttered about wildly. He continued to roar with fury, but it was clear that he was being crushed in this fight. However, the icy armor that covered his upper body remained completely unscathed. It was quite a marvelous item. Dark North, the Source Walker can't hold back Flamewing. Azure Fiend chuckled merrily as he watched from within the realm ship. The Source Walker will probably retreat soon. If this fight continues, it'll be nothing but bad news for him. Ning smiled and nodded as well. He was still going to be able to find the Downmerge Firecloud flower. Boom! 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 At first, the Source Walker had been filled with a towering desire to do battle, but after being dominated for so long it was beginning to feel rather miserable. It had been a long, long time since it had felt this miserable. His body wasn't nearly as tough as a Chaos Primordial's, but it was still vastly better than the bodies of cultivators. Thus, when he encountered cultivators like Realms Lord Windgrace, he was able to chase down the cultivators and beat them down as he pleased. It had been quite some time since it had suffered in a fight like this. After being slammed into a mountain yet again, the Source Walker angrily raised his head. His long azure hair fluttered in the wind as he roared, "Big brother! Hurry up and come out, I'm getting killed here!" His roar was like thunder, and it shook the world around them. Big brother? Within the realm ship, Ning and Azurefion's eyes both bulged out. He has a big brother? Ning couldn't help but feel rather dazed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 35, Clash. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 35, Clash. I thought you enjoyed fighting and causing a ruckus. Why are you asking me for help this time? An icy voice rang out, shaking the world around them as the icy ground off in the distance suddenly split apart. An enormous crevice appeared, followed by a similarly towering figure emerging from it. This figure was dressed in long black robes that had silver patterns embroidered on them. His black hair fell down to his waist. He looked fairly handsome, but his eyes were ice cold. It felt as though there was nothing capable of stirring or shaking his heart. He slowly walked over, causing an invisible wave of pressure to push down upon Ning and Azure Fiend. Both turned pale. This black-robed Source Walker is far more powerful than the other one, Ning mused. Guarar. Another one? I'll eat this one, then I'll eat you. The fire blazing around Flamewings towered ever higher as the boundless sea of flames around him swept outwards. He flapped his wings, once more charging towards the increasingly battered armored Source Walker. Big brother! The armored Source Walker was terrified, hurriedly dodging while flying towards his big brother. The black-robed Source Walker took a single step forwards, moving to block in front of his little brother. Fuck off! The black-robed Source Walker stretched out both hands simultaneously, causing a strange, gloomy black light to appear from his palms which seemed capable of devouring everything in the world. As for Flamewing, he continued to charge forwards with brute force as he sent his giant fleshy claws towards the black light. Boom! The twin palms met the twin claw head-on. Both were extremely confident in their abilities. The black-robed Sourcewalker's face tightened slightly as he hurriedly took a few steps back, each step causing the icy ground beneath him to crack and shatter. He had to retreat a total of 8 steps before coming to a halt. As for Flamewing, it was also knocked flying backwards. It had to hurriedly flap its wings a few times before stabilizing itself in midair. What? He's actually able to fight Flamewing head-on to a standstill? Ning, watching from within the distant realm ship, felt rather stunned. Although Flamewing seemed to have a slight advantage, the difference in power was clearly minimal. This Source Walker is as powerful as that? Azure Fiend was shocked as well. Chaos Primordials can effortlessly dominate even other Verse Lords and Golden Emperors. It took 3 Sith Exalts working together to catch the Flamewing God. For this Source Walker to be able to fight Flamewing to a standstill means that it is probably quite close in power to the Sith Exalts. Be careful, Flamewing. Ning immediately sent mentally. Don't be overconfident. Wow. Flamewing let out a strange cry in midair, the scales on its body standing up like the hair on a cat. An excited look was in its eyes as it howled, "You are pretty strong, Source Walker. The only foes I've ever met who are stronger than you were those Sith Exalts. However, you still aren't a match for me. I've long heard of how powerful Chaos Primordials are, but now, it seems, you aren't all that impressive." The black-robed Source Walker remained quite confident in his chances. He leapt forwards, once more charging towards Flamewing. Swish! 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 Both transformed into blurs as they fought against each other at high speeds. The black-robed Source Walker had clearly chosen to stop using the clumsy method of meeting Flamewing blow for blow, as that was simply too exhausting. Unlike the Chaos Primordial, he didn't have endless reservoirs of energy. However, he clearly was highly superior on a technical level, and so he chose to use his superior techniques to deal with Flamewing, using all sorts of defensive techniques to ablate and draw away Flamewing's power, causing Flamewing to begin to struggle a little bit. You still aren't a match for me. Flamewing let out a loud bellow as it finally went crazy. Swish! Its speed instantly skyrocketed to its absolute maximum. That's fast. The black-robed Sourcewalker's face tightened. Yep. Flamewing pounced towards its foe at terrifying speeds, its fierce claws tearing through the air. The black-robed Sourcewalker hurriedly moved to defend. Just as it was about to counterattack, Flamewing suddenly flew away, then arced back from afar to once more assault him. Swish! 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 The skies became filled with countless streaks of flaming light. Flamewing was so incredibly fast that this was all that could be seen of him. There was no need for it to allow the black-robed Sourcewalker to fight back against it. It relied on its raw speed to launch repeated and unanswered attacks, causing even the black-robed Sourcewalker to feel quite frustrated. Flamewing was simply too fast. Flamewing's speed vastly surpassed the speed of any hegemon. Even hegemon Thunderstar, who was extremely skilled in speed, was far from being a match for Flamewing. Only when hegemon Thunderstar was riding in his realm ship was he able to just barely surpass Flamewing in speed. As for Ning, he was slower than Flamewing even in a realm ship. It's too fast. Although I have a realm ship, I still wouldn't be able to outpace it, the black-robed Sourcewalker mused. In the end, it had yet to reach hegemony in terms of its insights. In contrast, hegemon Thunderstar had become a hegemon via the Tao of Thunder. Master! Master! Flamewing sent mentally to Ning, this Sourcewalker is a pain to deal with. I've yet to harm him at all, despite hitting him with everything I have. It doesn't look like he's using up too much energy. If this continues, he'll probably be able to continue holding on against me. Although Flamewing had the initiative thanks to its speed, the black-robed Sourcewalker had reached such a high level of insight that he was still capable of protecting himself. Ning instantly began to frown. What were they to do? Flamewing was extremely strong, having completely the first armored Sourcewalker and injuring him, causing his energy to deplete rapidly. As a result, the first Sourcewalker chose to flee after a brief bout. But this black-robed Sourcewalker, its only weakness lay in its speed. In all other aspects, it was Flamewing's equal. In fact, it actually had an advantage in close combat. You are pretty strong after all, Chaos Primordial. You'll make a good mount for me. The black-robed sourcewalker suddenly let out a laugh. Arise! Boom! 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 Light began to shine all around them as power began to circulate through the area. Countless runic lines appeared in the icy earth around them as an enormous formation began to reveal itself. The entire area became blanketed in blurry light. Clearly, this was a trapping formation. If I had to deal with you anywhere else, it'd probably be quite hard, but this is my turf. Admit defeat, Chaos Primordial. The black-robed sourcewalker was extremely self-confident. Retreat, Flamewing, Ning sent mentally. Flamewing immediately flapped its wings and charged back towards Ning. Store the realm ship into your estate world, then obey my orders with regards to breaking this formation apart, Ning sent. Alright, Master. Flamewing was quite unhappy after having been trapped within the opponent's formation. It didn't really understand formations, given how low its level of insight was. All it could do was try to overwhelm the formation with raw power. Given that it was strong enough to dominate even other verse lords, ordinary formations were no match for it. However, this was a formation that was controlled by a sourcewalker that was every bit as strong as Flamewing. Overpowering it probably wasn't an option. Whoosh! Flamewing put away the realm ship. Even though Ning was now within Flamewing's estate treasure, his gaze was still able to see past the dimensional barriers and into the world outside. This was primarily because Flamewing was in control of the estate treasure. It didn't move to oppose Ning, and so Ning was able to see what was happening outside. This trap formation is a bit interesting, but defeating it won't be hard. Flamewing, given how strong you are, this is actually going to be easy. Ning felt quite confident. Obey my commands. The Tao of Formations was an incredibly difficult one, but Ning had reached terrifying heights in it. In all the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, there was probably no one superior to him in this regard. When he had first unlocked the secrets behind the Jadefire Realms formation diagram, he had already reached the Archon level in the Tao of Formations. He had then spent another long period of time studying formations in order to unleash Flamewing, and as a result his insight into the Tao of Formations had deepened even further. Swish! Flamewing transformed into an arc streak of light, flying through the blurry formation at high speed. It repeatedly changed directions, sometimes choosing to ram through certain points with raw force. To break the entire formation through raw power was impossible for Flamewing, but Ning's level of mastery over the Tao of Formations was so high that he was able to find its weak spots with ease. To locate and then break through those weak spots was naturally quite simple. Boom! 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 A number of explosions could be heard in succession. The formation which the black-robed sourcewalker had spent quite a bit of time setting up was instantly disrupted, and the surrounding area returned to its usual appearance. It was once again possible for everyone to clearly see the vast, icy world around them. Why did it break? Big brother, your formation was so powerful that when I was trapped inside it, I had no idea how I was supposed to escape. How was it breached like that? The armored sourcewalker was rather dazed. You idiot. All you know how to do is fight. You know nothing of formations. The black-robed sourcewalker stared towards the fleeing Flamewing, his eyes shining. It was actually able to disrupt my formation in the blink of an eye. There's no way that Chaos Primordial could have accomplished it on its own. Those things are legendary for their stupidity. That means that it had to have been one of the two cultivators in that realm ship. So one of them is actually a grandmaster in the art of formations. After breaking through the formation, Flamewing instantly grew excited. It let out an earth-shattering roar, then said, "Hey, Sourcewalker. Wasn't your formation supposed to be really awesome? Why don't you activate a few more and let's see how they do?" Formations had to be set up in advance. The black-robed Sourcewalker had detected Ning's group early on and thus had set up this formation before revealing himself. How could he suddenly manifest another powerful formation out of thin air? Gentlemen. The black-robed Sourcewalker had an excited look in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Do you think you can escape simply because you breached my formation? Without your formations, do you think you can stop me?" Flamewing howled back, "Be good and hand over the downmerge firecloud flower. Otherwise, I'm going to loot the entire Icewind Sea completely clean. This place is my territory. You should play nice and listen to what I have to say." A strange, rhomboid-covered globe suddenly flew out from the black-robed Sourcewalker's forehead and into the air. Boom! A strange power which belonged to the Tao of space suddenly swept out and covered the entire area, moving at such incredible speeds that it completely covered 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The entire region covered by this power completely changed. It had transformed into a world of the starry skies, with Flamewing and the two Sourcewalkers both located within it. "This is a weapon which I acquired from a Sith who once attacked this place." The black-robed Sourcewalker's voice echoed throughout every part of the starry skies. "Flamewing!" Ning immediately issued an order from within the estate world. War machines might be powerful, but activating them uses up an enormous amount of energy. Don't worry about him. You have a virtually indestructible body and limitless energy. Focus all of your efforts on tearing through this astral world. Rip it to pieces with your power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 36, easily accomplished. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 36, easily accomplished. Yes, Master. Ning's command was perfectly suited to the Flamewing god's temperament. It immediately unleashed an earth-shaking howl as it flapped its wings, leaving behind a jagged scar in the air as it soared towards the limits of this astral world. The black-robed Sourcewalker simply watched calmly, the forceful response, "Eh?" Boom! The membranes of this astral world rumbled as the charging Flamewing's giant fleshy claws slammed into them, with the explosion filling the entire starry realm. However, this astral world remained quite stable. It didn't even budge in the slightest. Instead, it was Flamewing who was knocked flying backwards by tens of thousands of kilometers. Sith war machines truly are impressive, Ning said mentally. This black-robed Sourcewalker may be far more powerful than most hegemons, but there's no way it can possess limitless power like you, Flamewing. Ignore all else and just launch repeated attacks. 100 attacks, 1,000 attacks, 10,000 attacks. I want to see how long the Sourcewalker can resist you. Fine. Flamewing's confidence was soaring thanks to its master's words, and it once more sent itself slamming into the edges of the realm. Boom! 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 Flamewing used all of its power to slam into the edges of the realm, moving in a fairly rhythmic manner. Seeing this, the black-robed Sourcewalker slowly shook his head. Whoosh! The Sourcewalker willed it, and the strange energy that had covered this area of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers instantly dissipated, flying back into the globe in front of the Sourcewalker. The world around them once more reverted to the normal icy world. He gave up. Ning felt a sense of delight. Don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of you. The black-robed Sourcewalker's voice boomed out, echoing through the skies. The dimension formed by this Sith war machine is incredibly stable and is not easily breached. I, Taoist Tower Dawn, have wandered the Chaosverse for countless years and have many tricks up my sleeve. Even if I cannot kill you, it would be very easy for me to keep you trapped here. If you wish to leave this place, you must go through the Tempest region. Even if no one is bothering you, it will take you 100 million years to fly through it. If I chose to interfere, you might be able to stay alive, but you'll never be able to escape. Ning's heart sank. Indeed, the only way out was to slowly fly out rather than warp through spacetime. The black-robed Sourcewalker was probably telling the truth. However, thanks to Flamewing's power, it wouldn't be that easy for him to trap them either. Whoosh! The realm ship appeared next to the Flamewing, with Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw inside of it. They didn't dare to leave it, for fear of being ambushed. You talk a big game, Azure Fiend called out. Why did you put away that Sith weapon, then. Ha! Daoist Tower Dawn actually let out a rare laugh. This caused the armored source walker to stare at him in astonishment. His big brother almost always had an icy look on his face, and he rarely laughed. You were able to defeat my formation with ease. I refuse to believe this chaos primordial learned the art of formations. That means one of you two has to be a formations expert. Daoist Tower Dawn's gaze was cold and calm as he stared at Ning's realmship. That's why I feel that there's no need for us to fight. All you want is a downmerge fire cloud flower, right? Those things are of no use to us at all. I want your help in breaching a formation. If my guess is correct, you need the flower for the white-robed Dowlord inside the realmship, yes? So long as you help me breach that formation, I'll gift the flower to you. Not just that, I'll give you other downmerge treasures as well, like the spirit incense fruit. I'll give them all to you. But big brother, the spirit incense fruit is delicious. The armored source walker couldn't help but interrupt. Daoist Tower Dawn cast him a cold gaze, causing him to instantly shut his mouth and fall silent. Breach of formation? Ning and Azure Fiend were both intrigued as they considered this from within the realmship. If they could avoid a fight, they would prefer to do so. Clearly, this source walker wasn't easy to deal with. Azure Fiend sent mentally, Dark North, the downmerge fire cloud flower and the spirit incense fruit are only useful to Dowlords, they aren't all that valuable to source walkers or eternal emperors. He probably won't try to cheat you. This works for me. However, you must swear a lifeblood oath on this, Ning said. Very well. However, I do want to let you know something. The entire Icewind Sea only holds a single downmerge fire cloud flower, and it is still growing. I estimate that it'll take tens of thousands of chaos cycles before it ripens. Even if you accelerate time, you'll only be able to accelerate it by a ratio of 1000x, otherwise, you'll impact its growth cycle. In other words, you'll have to wait a minimum of a few dozen chaos cycles before you can actually obtain it. That's fine. Ning had suspected this would be possible, as downmerge fire cloud flowers had to be used within 1,000 years of ripening. Thus, any ones he encountered were likely to be unripe. These marvelous flowers needed extremely long periods of time to grow. A few dozen chaos cycles, this was a fairly long period of time, but he needed to make other preparations for his downmerge as well. Once the flower bloomed, he would need to immediately begin the downmerge. Very well. I need you to unlock the restrictive seals covering this shield. Daoist Tower Dawn waved his hand, causing a bronze shield which was roughly 9 meters long to immediately appear before him. This shield had the enormous face of a beast as its motif, and it emanated a mysterious yet dominating aura. This is something I came across by accident when I was wandering the borders of the Sith homelands, but I've been unable to defeat the formation sealing it, Daoist Tower Dawn said. The Sith homelands? Ning and Azure Fiend were both surprised. Yes, the homeland of the entire Sith race, Daoist Tower Dawn said. Don't ask any more questions, the only task before you is for you to unlock these seals. Ning and Daoist Tower Dawn both swore lifeblood oaths. Only then did Ning exit his realmship. Whoosh! Daoist Tower Dawn rapidly shrank in size from 540,000 meters to a height equivalent to Ning's. He glanced at the armored source walker, who obediently shrank down as well. Ning, Azure Fiend, White Thaw, and Flamewing all walked over as well. What cowards, the armored source walker mumbled. They are simply being cautious, Daoist Tower Dawn said, then glanced at Ning and the other two. If you can breach the restrictions covering this shield, it shall be as I swore. If not, you can forget about acquiring those treasures. Ning walked straight over to the shield as he said, Don't worry, if I can't break it we can just keep fighting if that is what you wish. There'll be plenty of time for that. Gore, Flamewing let out a low growl towards the two sourcewalkers. Ha! You really do have a Sith treasure here. Ning nodded. It is actually covered with 7 layers of restrictive seals. This has to be an extremely important treasure, Early on, one of my friends guessed that since it is shaped like a shield, it is probably meant for defense, Taoist Tower Don said. There were many types of Sith war machines. Some were strong, some were weaker. The chains which Ning had acquired had suppressive effects and could absorb energy, while the one Taoist Tower Dawn had just used was able to create a dimension of its own. Realms Lord Windgrace Blacksun was capable of allowing instantaneous teleportation across great distances and also had incredibly powerful attacks. The Realms Lord's single war machine was so powerful that it could influence entire sectors, making it incredibly precious. Ning nodded, then lowered his head to carefully inspect the shield. He smiled. Interesting. The person who set down this formation can be considered an expert, I suppose. The formations over the shield served to suppress and seal its power, making it quite similar to the chains which had imprisoned the Flame Wing God. However, it was clearly much less complicated. The Flame Wing God had been incredibly important to the Sith. They had sent 3 Sith Exalts to capture it, then had fashioned the chains which kept it imprisoned. There was no way this buckler was equivalent to a Chaos Primordial in value, and the person who created the seals over it hadn't been at the Sith Exalt level. The seals over the chains that had been around the Flame Wing God? Now those had been complex. If it hadn't been for the fact that Ning had a detailed library of many Sith formations, there was no way he would have been able to solve them. He had been at a very high level of insight into the Tao of formations, and also had many detailed guides. Despite that, he still had to spend hundreds of chaos cycles analyzing the chains before managing to succeed. In comparison, the formations before him were far simpler. Ning had reached a high level of mastery over Sith-style formations, and the formation before him was actually something which was written down within that library of Sith techniques. No need to rush things. Let's take it slow. So long as you can finish before the downmerge Firecloud flower ripens, it'll be fine. You have dozens of chaos cycles, Taoist Tower Dawn said. Dozens of chaos cycles? I'm gonna take a nap, big brother. Wake me when it's over. The armored Sourcewalker turned, preparing to go take a nap. No need for all that trouble. Ning simply reached out and gently tapped the surface of the buckler. Instantly, a unique type of immortal energy flowed out from Ning's finger and began to silently break through the layers of formations covering the shield. In just the blink of an eye, all 7 layers of formations were instantly breached. The azure shield immediately began to emanate with a terrifying aura that seemed to have the weight of mountains. Ning himself felt as though he could use all his power but still be completely unable to budge the shield at all. Big brother, didn't you say that the formations were really tough? The armored Sourcewalker stared in shock. Taoist Tower Dawn was rather surprised as well. Moments later, an overjoyed smile appeared on his face, and he actually slapped Ning on the shoulders in a very friendly manner. This caused Ning to feel rather surprised himself. Taoist Tower Dawn said with a joyful laugh, "You aren't bad, you little Tao Lord Tyke. I thought it was the skinny old man standing behind you who was the one skilled in formations. When I saw that it was you, I actually lost hope. I never would have imagined you'd break it almost instantly. You really are incredible. Feel free to take the downmerge Firecloud flower and the incense spirit fruit." Ha ha. Oh, right. I have a few other incense spirit fruits here in my estate treasure. I was planning to serve them to any friends who came calling, but I'll just give them to you instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 37, 50 Chaos Cycles in the Icewind Sea. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 37, 50 Chaos Cycles in the Icewind Sea. Taoist Tower Dawn waved his hand as he spoke, causing a jade green box to open in front of him. Within the box was 5 fiery red fruits that emanated such succulent auras, Ning couldn't help but begin to drool. Thank you. Ning gladly waved his hand and accepted them all. Although these fruits might be of limited use to him, they would be of tremendous use to the likes of his good friend Ninedust or his master Subhoodie when the time came for their downmerge. No need for thanks. This is just like candy to me, the only thing it is good for is the taste. It's only useful to you Dao Lords. Daoist Tower Dawn's attitude towards Ning had clearly improved quite a bit. Come, let me take you to the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower. Ning's eyes lit up. He immediately led Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and White Thought to follow Daoist Tower Dawn and the armored Sourcewalker in quickly delving deep underground. The depths of the Icewind Sea were filled with frozen tunnels. Daoist Tower Dawn quickly led Ning's group before a spacetime formation. This realm of mine has many tempests within it, causing spacetime to be unstable. Even I am unable to warp through spacetime, Daoist Tower Dawn said. That's why I spent quite a bit of effort in setting up all these formations to stabilize spacetime in certain areas. I was able to create a total of 8 stable spacetime tunnels that allow me to travel to various parts of the Icewind Sea quite quickly. Prior to this, we were forced to slowly fly normally, Azure Fiend said with a laugh. Ha, when cultivators see us they are usually terrified and will flee immediately, Daoist Tower Dawn laughed. Very few are unafraid of us. Come, let us enter the formation. Whoosh. The formation stabilized spacetime, creating a stable spacetime tunnel that allowed Ning's group to be quickly transported to a different part of the Icewind Sea. Soon, Daoist Tower Dawn led them to the location which held the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower. Deep within the earth, there was a freezing pool of water that glowed with azure light. At the very center of the pool was a flower that was slowly swaying. The flower had yet to bloom, but it was already tinged with a pink color. It had 3 leaves, and all of them were a fiery red color and seemed to be kissed by flames. That right there is the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower. Daoist Tower Dawn pointed as he spoke. Once the downmerge Fire Cloud Flower blooms, it'll be truly magnificent, but... So this downmerge Fire Cloud Flower is located underground? Ning was rather startled. Daoist Tower Dawn, is it really true that there are no other downmerge Fire Cloud Flowers in the Icewind Sea? The one which Realms Lord Windgrace has spoken of was located in a valley. But of course, that was a long time ago. That flower had long ago bloomed and been harvested. Still, Ning felt that there should be others above ground as well. Downmerge Fire Cloud flowers are very unique, and only a place as unique as the Icewind Sea can give birth to them. More importantly, the Icewind Sea can only give birth to one at a time. Daoist Tower Dawn laughed. Sometimes, it'll bloom underground, other times, it'll bloom on mountain peaks or halfway up a mountain. It can bloom anywhere in the Icewind Sea, but only one can ever exist at any point in time. This is my territory, and I know it quite well. It's true, there's only one at any point in time, the armored Sourcewalker agreed. And it causes quite a disturbance when it blooms. There's no way we'd miss the telltale signs of it. My big brother is often roaming the outside world, but I always reside here in the Icewind Sea. I've seen hundreds of downmerge Fire Cloud flowers bloom, and each time the process is the same. Ning nodded. Even if they had been able to sneak in undetected, they wouldn't have been able to find the flower even after scouring the entire surface of the Icewind Sea. As for the underground area? The frozen underground tunnels were all incredibly winding and complex. It'd be even harder to find the flower down here, and their chances of being discovered would increase dramatically. It seems that them being discovered early on and being forced into battle against Daolord Tower Dawn was actually a good thing. It ensured they didn't waste too much time, at least. It only has a bud and stem, it'll be tens of thousands of chaos cycles before it blooms. Daoist Tower Dawn looked at Ning. Will you set up a formation, or shall I do it for you? Allow me. Ning immediately stepped forward. Your formations are stronger than mine, and you are more detail-oriented as well. Daoist Tower Dawn smiled merrily as he watched from nearby. He normally always had an icy look on his face, but today he was in an exceptionally good mood. This Sith weapon which had puzzled and frustrated him for countless eons had finally been unsealed. He had already bound it in secret and now knew how it was used. With this weapon at his disposal, he was now significantly more powerful than he had been in the past, and his status amongst his friends and peers would probably rise a bit. Ning carefully and attentively set up a temporal acceleration formation around the entire freezing pool. Although Taoist Tower Dawn had stated that the maximum was 1000x temporal acceleration, Ning only gradually and carefully increased the temporal acceleration rate. 100x, 300x, 500x. Ning was afraid that he might disturb the Tao Merge Firecloud Flower's growth patterns, but in the end Taoist Tower Dawn was right. Ning was able to upgrade the temporal acceleration all the way to 1000x without any instability at all. Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. The Tao Merge Firecloud Flower was at hand. For now, he could think of nothing else he needed for his preparations. As far as external sources of support went, he had the Autarka's Stone Dais, the Stone Fire Pearl, and a Tao Merge Firecloud Flower. It could be said that his preparations were perfect. Ning temporarily took up residence in the Icewind Sea. Taoist Tower Dawn and his brother welcomed him warmly, and eventually Ning learned that the armored Sourcewalker's Taoist title was Fireflame. The Sourcewalker had clearly chose to live in a place like the Icewind Sea, and yet chose Fireflame as his title. Ning really didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Ning ended up spending more than 50 chaos cycles in the Icewind Sea. This was an extremely long period of time for Ning. His primal twin continued to remain within the Azure Flower estate, maintaining a 100x rate of temporal acceleration atop the Autarka's Stone Dais as he meditated on one technique after another, wasting not even a single moment of time. He spent a total of over 5,000 accelerated chaos cycles in training. In truth, given Ning's mastery over spacetime, formations, karma, and his Omega Sword Tao, it was quite easy for him to study other techniques. Even the most difficult of Taos, the Tao of Numerancy, Ning managed to learn after spending less than half the time he had needed for the Tao of Karma. This was because the Tao of Formations and the Tao of Karma both had many links to the Tao of Numerancy. In truth, there were many Taos which overlapped with each other in important ways. For example, the Tao of Ice and the Tao of Water. Ice was considered part of the Tao of Water, but the Tao of Ice was a purer extension of it which would allow one to walk farther along this path. One Tao after another. Ning reached the Archon level in many of them, allowing him to gain many new insights as to how the vast Chaosverse functioned. However, as he suspected, he was unable to gain even a single new insight into his Omega Sword Tao. There was no technique, no cultivation path, no insights which would be of use to him in his Omega Sword Tao. I am making no progress whatsoever. All I can do is throw everything into the Tao Merge, Ning mused. The many years he spent in the Icewind Sea served to temper his heart, making his Tao heart even purer than before. All other thoughts had fled from him, his only thoughts were of the Tao Merge. Ning, Taoist Tower Dawn, the Flamewing God, and the others had all assembled deep underground next to the flaming pool. Almost. It's going to bloom at any moment. Taoist Tower Dawn and Taoist Fireflame, the two Sourcewalkers, watched with looks of expectation in their eyes. Ning stared intently at the flower in the middle of the pool. It was in the process of budding. Compared to before, the amount of marvelous energy gathering inside it had grown markedly more dense, almost as though it was about to explode at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, without any preamble, the flower bloomed. Flaming energy swirled out around the surrounding area, forming a beautiful flaming flower. Flaming clouds circled the area, ensconced by leaves. The flower had bloomed, releasing its beauty unto the world for all to see. The Firecloud Flower. Ning murmured softly, the Tao Merge Firecloud Flower. Hurry up and harvest it, Dark North. Taoist Tower Dawn said. Ning immediately stepped forwards and dispelled his formation, then sent his immortal energy towards the flower. It easily covered the entire Firecloud Flower and then pulled it out by the roots. At the same time, Ning caused a jade box to manifest in front of him. The jade box opened, and Ning placed the flower into the box while setting up a temporal deceleration formation over it. The flow of time continued to slow. Once it reached the rate of a millionth of the normal rate of time, Ning realized that the amount of energy it took to maintain the formation suddenly skyrocketed to the point where even he couldn't endure it. "Don't try to force it," Taoist Tower Dawn said. "Once the Tao merge fire cloud flower blooms, it has to be used within 1,000 years. Otherwise, its marvelous energies will completely evaporate. You can cause time to slow down around it, but its energies will naturally try to resist. That's why it's impossible for you to completely freeze time around it." Ning nodded in understanding. It was impossible for anyone to completely stop the Tao merge fire cloud flower's energies from dissipating. If one could simply stop time around it, then it would be easy to harvest and then store Tao merge fire cloud flowers for Tao lords to use. However, at most one would be able to slow down time to a millionth the normal rate. In other words, at absolute most the flower could be preserved for roughly 1 billion years. No major power, no matter how mighty, would be able to accumulate a large supply of Tao merge fire cloud flowers. It's enough. I'll have enough time to bring it back to my homeland. Ning smiled as he looked at Taoist Tower Dawn. "Brother Tower Dawn, I've bothered you quite a bit in recent days. It is time for us to leave. The Tao merge is the greatest obstacle you cultivators must face. You must be careful. If you succeed, we'll be able to meet again in the future," Taoist Tower Dawn said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 38, Chapter 38, The Night Before the Tao Merge. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 38, The Night Before the Tao Merge. Back down on the vast ice continent, Taoist Tower Dawn and Taoist Fireflame stared with heads raised as the realm ship rapidly advanced into the great tempest high up in the skies. "Big brother, do you think he will succeed in the Tao merge?" Taoist Fireflame asked. "He trains in one of the legendary Omega Das. His Tao merge will be very difficult." Taoist Tower Dawn shook his head. During the many chaos cycles Ning had spent in the Icewind Sea, the two had naturally discussed the Tao with each other. "He is the only Tao Lord friend I have ever made. I hope he succeeds in his Tao merge." Ning's group spent more than 100 million years in slowly flying through the Tempest layer, then began to hasten back to his homeland. The Tao merge fire cloud flower was the most important treasure Ning had acquired in the Icewind Sea. However, he had also acquired 15 incense spirit fruits on top of that. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. Vast Heaven Territory. Vast Heaven Palace. Whoosh! A realm ship passed through the barriers protecting the palace, then descended upon the Dark North Estate. Usually, the only people in the Dark North Estate were Su Yuji and Pilsaint. Ning's disciples generally didn't dare to come disturb them. Ning. Master. Emperor Sulsky, Su Yuji, and Pilsaint all came out to greet him. Ning and the others flew out of the realm ship. Ning stored the realm ship away, then turned and smiled. "Big brother. Yuji. Pilsaint. You succeeded?" Emperor Sulsky asked expectantly. "I found the Tao merge fire cloud flower," Ning said. "I'm planning to spend the next year preparing for it. I'll also remake the formations and barriers protecting Vast Heaven Palace. After that, I plan to initiate the Tao merge." "The Tao merge?" Sulsky, Su Yuji, and Pilsaint were all shocked. "Master, you are going to attempt the Tao merge this soon?" Su Yuji said frantically, "Master, you aren't even close to your lifespan limits yet. There's no need for you to rush. You can wait another 100,000 chaos cycles before attempting the Tao merge. What you don't realize is that the Fire Cloud Tao merge flower must be used within 1,000 years of harvesting it," Ning said. "More importantly, even if I delayed for a while longer, it wouldn't be of any benefit to me in the Tao merge. There were literally no improvements he could make. He couldn't even get a hint of a new insight with regards to the Omega Sword Dao. Waiting would be a pure waste of time. In addition, Ning knew just how difficult the Dao merge for the Omega Sword Dao would be. He had to be completely decisive and resolute in facing it. He couldn't show the slightest bit of cowardice. His only chance was in charging through remorselessly and then succeeding. Master, Su Yuji's eyes were filled with concern. Be careful. She had wanted to attempt the Dao merge alongside Ning, but she herself had just recently become a Dao Lord of the fourth step. Her Dao wasn't all that strong, and as a result she hadn't even reached the verge of the Dao merge yet. Pilsaint was also a Dao Lord of the fourth step, but he also needed a great deal of time to prepare for it. Don't worry. Ning looked at Su Yuji. Yuji, let me know when you are planning to engage in the Dao merge. I'll have a present waiting for you. Ning could sense who truly cared about him. This was even more true now that he had reached such great heights in the Dao of Karma. Of the three present, Soul Sky, Pilsaint, Su Yuji, without a doubt Su Yuji cared about Ning the most, and the karmic lines binding the two of them were extremely deep. She probably wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice her own life to protect him, and so Ning naturally felt closer to Su Yuji. Ning, should we tell Hegemon Brightshore and the others that you are attempting the Dao merge? Soul Sky asked. All three Hegemons have requested me to inform them in advance if you are planning to engage in the Dao merge. No need to tell them. Ning shook his head. I don't want to cause too much of a fuss. Fine. It'll be as you choose. Soul Sky nodded. Soul Sky knew that there were two reasons why Hegemon Brightshore and the others wished to be notified of Ning's Dao merge attempt. The first reason was because Realm's Lord Windgrace had requested it. The second was because they wanted a chance to prepare themselves. Once a Dao Lord failed his Dao merge, his true soul would begin to disintegrate, but this was a fairly slow process. The more powerful a true soul was, the more time would be needed before it fully disintegrated. It must be remembered that even World God Northrest's true soul managed to survive for nearly a chaos cycle before disintegrating. Given Ning's current level of insight, even if his true soul did disintegrate, it would probably be able to last for an extremely long period of time. Given that he was guaranteed to die and given how much time he had, who knew what he might do? Would he cause any trouble? Many Samsara Dao Lords who failed the Dao merge would lose themselves and do as they pleased, doing some things which they normally would never dare to do. Some would become so crazy that they would massacre people in great numbers. It must be remembered that Ning had the Flame Wing God on his side. The more powerful a Dao Lord was, the more terrifying that Dao Lord could be when he went crazy. If Ning failed the Dao merge and truly became a demonic figure, then led the Flame Wing God on a rampage, who could possibly stop him? All I wish for during my Dao merge is peace and quiet, Ning said calmly. I know exactly what Realm's Lord Windgrace is attempting, as well as the lonely king of the Ice Peak army who has been slowly biding his time. However, I shall be the one to decide who I will give Flame Wing to, if I give it to anyone at all. Ning knew that both were waiting for him to fail his Dao merge and then die. In truth, in his heart, Ning wasn't willing to actually force Flame Wing to serve someone else in the event that he failed his Dao merge and died. He wanted for Flame Wing to be able to make a choice for itself. We'll wait and see. Ning had made some decisions regarding this long ago. If he failed his Dao merge and began to die, he would become an object of terror to others. If he succeeded, the results would go without saying. I don't need to worry about any of that. I only need to do one thing: complete the Dao merge. Ning was filled with a terrifying degree of focus on the Dao merge. Ning had mastered many different Daos during the chaos cycles he had spent in the Icewind Sea, including the Dao of Numerancy. He had also spent a great deal of time further perfecting the Dao of Formations for the sake of the Three Realms and Vast Heaven Palace. He had studied many formations from both the Sith as well as the cultivator civilizations, then used them as references in order to perfect a terrifying complicated grand formation. This grand formation was formed by a total of 52 separate formations. Ning was preparing to set it up in both Vast Heaven Palace as well as the Three Realms. This grand formation was incredibly profound. Most likely, even a hegemon who had reached that level via the Tao of formations would not find it easy to reach this formation. This was because this was a formation that combined the essences of many ancient grandmasters. Ning was just setting them up in accordance with their wisdom, then using his own insights to merge all 52 of them together. These two different schools of formations were like yin and yang, merging together to form a whole. Even a hegemon of the Tao of formations who wished to technically solve and then breach it would find it to be quite difficult. Most likely, he would need an extremely long period of time before succeeding. As for using raw force to overpower it, Ning had so many treasures that he was certainly using only the finest energy sources for these formations. These tremendously powerful energy sources, when matched with these mighty formations, would ensure that not even 10 hegemons working together would be able to shake this formation. Ning himself was at the hegemonic level of power, and so he knew just how strong this formation was. However, Ning wasn't confident in his formation being able to stand up to Realms Lord Windgrace's legendary Black Sun weapon. The Black Sun was able to easily connect two extremely distant places together and was also able to unleash attacks of incredible power. The location and existence of the Three Realms has always been a secret. Everyone who knows of it has long ago sworn a lifeblood oath not to divulge its location, Ning mused. If I fail the Tao merge, I'll do my best to leave behind something else for the Three Realms. However, there's a limit to what I can do. The rest will be up to future generations. Ning felt quite calm and relaxed about this. He had seen both great joy and great sorrow. If he failed the Tao merge, he would die. The future of the Three Realms would indeed be up to the cultivators of the Three Realms themselves. Time flowed on, one day after another. Ning established formations in both Vast Heaven Palace and the Three Realms, with the materials and energy sources he used being equivalent in value to the net worths of 3 hegemons. To Ning, however, these things weren't really all that important. The atmosphere within the Dark North Estate in Vast Heaven Palace was extremely quiet and peaceful. Su Yuji, Pilsaint, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and even the normally rambunctious Flamewing were all exceptionally quiet. All of them knew that Ning was going to attempt the Tao merge the following day. Tomorrow, Ning raised his head to stare into the night sky. Flamewing. Master. The chubby Flamewing immediately walked over. Tomorrow, I shall attempt the Tao merge. If anything happens or if anyone comes to interrupt me, take me into your estate world treasure, Ning said. Understood. Flamewing immediately said, don't worry. I'll eat anyone who tries to cause trouble. Ning smiled. This was nothing more than a backup plan. In truth, it was his primal twin which would be the most important part of his Tao merge, as it was in the Azure Flower Estate and would be completely safe. It also had the Autarka's Stone Dais and the Stonefire Pearl, that meant its chances at the Tao merge would be the highest. Ning had even sent over the Tao merge Firecloud Flower to his primal twin. Since his primal twin and his true body were all part of one whole, they would both engage in the Tao merge together. Thus, if anyone came to bother Ning's true body, it actually wouldn't make much of a difference. All right. Ning stared into the night sky, his heart feeling exceptionally at peace. After his experiences in the Icewind Sea as well as the year he had spent quietly preparing formations, he had focused his entire Tao heart upon the Tao merge. Suddenly, a certain desire flashed through his heart. Before he began the Tao merge, he wanted to take a look at the Three Realms. He decided to follow through on this desire. I'm going on a small trip. No need for you to follow me, Ning said. He then took a single step forwards and vanished without a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 39, Seclusion. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 39, Seclusion. Ning arrived at the Three Realms by himself. Given his mastery over the Tao of Karma and the Tao of Numerancy, it was virtually impossible for anyone to see him if he did not wish to be seen. The Three Realms. The white-robed Ning sat there within the void in the lotus position, staring off into the distant emptiness of the primordial chaos. Long, long ago, the original three realms had been located here. However, the new three realms had been destroyed and reborn numerous times by now as a complete chaos world. It was never again divided into the celestial realm, mortal realm, and netherworld kingdom, or the 3,000 major worlds and trillion minor worlds. Ning sat there in the lotus position, staring silently into the void. His spirit, however, was pulsing rapidly. He felt as though he could see the three realms of old. Countless scenes flashed through his mind. His thoughts turned to how the netherworld kingdom had suffered an attack from the Seamless Alliance, resulting in Ning being reborn into the world without having drunk from Granny Meng's soup. He had been born into the Ji clan. He had been born to his father Ji Ichuan and his mother Yuchi Snow. He had then become apprenticed to the Black-White College, met his first master Immortal Diensai, befriended Mu Northsun, then met Nine Lotus and Yue. Nine Lotus was a straightforward person who dared to choose the person she loved for herself, but she was also a person who was extremely decisive. The problems with the Young Flame clan had resulted in them separating, while Yue had always silently supported him. During the conclave of immortal destiny, Lu Dongbin and the Xia Emperor, along with countless other immortals and fiend gods, all watched as Ning and Yue finally ended up being together. Alas, shortly afterwards Ning had been taken to the Tri-Star Crescent abode of Mount Innerheart, where he had entered the tutelage of Patriarch Subhuti. By the time they next met, the Seamless Alliance and the Nuwa Alliance had already launched a furious war against each other. Yue. Ning continued to reminisce on the past. He truly did feel great sorrow and pity for his departed wife. Those days, Ning had roamed and dominated the three realms. During the End War, he had personally reversed the entire outcome of the war, then departed the three realms to continue his adventures elsewhere. He had now reached such heights within the vast chaosverse that even hegemons felt dread towards him. Not only had he taken on a hegemonic retainer, he had even tamed a chaos primordial and had hegemonic power as a samsara downlord. Given all of this, Ning could truly be described as a dazzling figure. He was far more dazzling than Emperor Heartsword or even Hegemon Brightshore had ever been. But his wife? Her destiny had been far more calamitous and pitiful. During her previous life, she had been born into a minor grasslands tribe. Calamity had descended upon that tribe, resulting in her suffering endless torments which had transformed her into a female Azura demon. She had lived a hellish existence, with the God King secretly manipulating her from afar. Although she was reborn as an immortal in her next life, her soul had remained under the God King's control. She had been his pain, and as a result her heart had been filled with such worry and fear that she initially had been afraid to even confess her love to Ning. In the end, Ning had come to her. Yue had decided that she would rather accept her soul being shattered than bring harm to him, and so the two had ended up together. Alas, the God King had continued to threaten and coerce her. Yue knew that she would eventually be exposed, and so she had a child with Ning. Soon after that child had been born, Yue had been consigned to the hells and eventually had her true soul extinguished. Her life had been a calamitous, miserable one. The only bright spot in her life had been the time she had spent with Ning and her giving birth to a daughter for him. Unfortunately, that moment of happiness had been a brief one. Ning spent that night seated by himself within the emptiness of space, quietly thinking back to days past. His thoughts were chiefly of the time he had spent with his wife, Yue. As a powerful cultivator, he was able to remember every single one of his previous memories with perfect clarity. Not even the passage of time could dim them in the slightest. He didn't feel too many complicated or mixed emotions. All he felt was a tinge of heartache for his wife. Whoosh! Ning rose to his feet, then turned to stare at the enormous flaming ball off in the distance. This was the solar star, and its light illuminated Ning's face. "Seen your apprentice sister." I have already come this far on my path of cultivation. Today, I shall begin my Tao merge. This shall be my last gambit. Wait for me. One way or another, we will be together again, Ning murmured softly. His Tao heart, the entirety of his soul and true soul, all of it was waiting in peak condition. The night he had just spent in solitary, silent reflection had caused them all to reach the greatest apex possible. Up. Ning tore through spacetime and took a single step forwards, disappearing from the three realms. Dawn. Vast Heaven Palace. The Dark North Estate. Emperor Soulsky, Hegemon Azure Fiend, the Flamewing God, Su-Yuji, Pilsaint, and Whitethaw were all up. None of them had rested the previous night. All of them were waiting, and the more they waited the more nervous and impatient they became. All sorts of mixed emotions filled their hearts, as all of them knew what the Tao merge represented for any Tao Lord. Whoosh! Ning appeared out of thin air, manifesting within the Dark North Estate. Ning. Master. Dark North. All of them rose to greet him. Ning swept them with his gaze, then revealed a smile. All of you came? What's with all the long faces? It's like I already failed the Tao merge. Master, you'll definitely succeed in the Tao merge. Flamewing was rather teary-eyed. Of the people present, it had the least amount of control over its emotions. It emotionally relied on Ning much like how a child would rely upon a parent. It hurriedly said, Master, you are much more powerful than any and every Tao Lord I've ever encountered, and more of a genius than any of those hegemons. An Omega Sword Tao is nothing to you. You'll definitely succeed. Flamewing. Ning walked over, patting Flamewing on the head. When he had first tamed Flamewing, his only thought had been to acquire a powerful servant. However, as time had passed and as the two got to know each other over the course of many chaos cycles, Ning had realized how implicitly the beast trusted him. Flamewing truly was like a child and was incapable of complex schemes. After so much time, Ning felt a deep sense of affection for Flamewing, and as a result, he felt a degree of revulsion towards Realms Lord Windgrace and the Lonely King for harboring designs on Flamewing. Dark North, you must succeed in the Tao merge. I swore an oath to follow you for 1,000 chaos cycles. It has only been 100. We're not even close to being done with each other. Hegemon Azurfian's wizened old face smiled, causing even more wrinkles to appear. Don't worry. Once the 1,000 chaos cycles are over, you'll probably be begging and crying for the chance to continue following me, Ning said with a laugh. When the time comes, I'll have to think long and hard on whether or not I want you. Ning turned to look at Emperor Soulsky, Su-Yuji, Pilsaint, and Whitethaw. He smiled once more. Alright, no need to waste time on words. I'm going to go into seclusion and initiate the Tao merge, Ning said. You are much more formidable than me. You'll definitely succeed, Emperor Soulsky said immediately. Master, Su-Yuji said hurriedly, I want you to be by my side when I attempt my own Tao merge in the future. Ning nodded. He then patted Pilsaint and Protector Whitethaw on their shoulders, then turned and entered his estate. Pilsaint didn't know what to say, while Whitethaw just watched silently. Although he was just a golem, he was sentient and extremely intelligent. All of them watched as Ning's figure disappeared past the great gates of the estate. Rumble. The gates to the estate swung shut, sealing it completely. Flamewing transformed back into its true form, that of an enormous, flaming, winged ursine, the Flamewing God. It lay down in front of the estate, continuously sweeping the area with an icy cold look in its eyes. Clearly, it had chosen to immediately carry out Ning's order to protect the estate. Starting from this moment, it wouldn't permit anyone to disturb Ning's Tao merge. Yuji, relax a little. Being nervous isn't going to help Master at all, Pilsaint said consolingly. It'll all be up to him now. Supposedly, a Tao merge can last for a total of 9 years. Yes. It'll all be up to Master now. Su-Yuji sat down in the lotus position, closing her eyes and taking up a silent vigil. Soul Sky, White Thaw, and Azure Fiend all began to wait as well. To them, waiting for 9 years was an extremely short period of time. Within the estate, the white-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position atop a golden altar. This magic altar was something which Ning had poured all of his efforts into after researching the Autarka's stone dais to the best of his ability. It was all thanks to Ning's mastery of the Tao of formations that he was able to emulate the stone dais as much as he had, and he had paid a fortune in treasures as well. Despite his efforts, success in the Tao merge would still primarily be up to his primal twin. His primal twin had the original stone dais, the stone fire pearl, and even the Tao merge fire cloud flower. It was far better resourced than Ning's true body, but of course Ning did his best to outfit his true body as well. That way, his chances at the Tao merge might be slightly improved. He had given his true body some valuable spirit pills, as well as the stone sensor of reunion. Perhaps his true body was only going to be 0.1% as effective as his primal twin, but every little bit helped. But of course, once the Tao merge actually began, the insights and experiences shared by the two sides would be identical. The two were two parts of a whole, and their souls, true souls, and memories were all as one. As far as the Tao merge was concerned, there was no difference between a true body and a primal twin. If he succeeded in the Tao merge, his true body and his primal twin would both gain eternity at the same time. If he failed, his true soul would begin to crumble. The white-robed Ning sat there atop his altar, while the black-robed primal twin Ning sat upon the Autarka's stone dais in the distant Azure Flower estate. As for Ning's two avatars, they went into silent seclusion as well. An avatar contained part of the true soul and God sense as well. If the Tao merge failed, the God sense within the avatars would quickly begin to crumble, causing the avatars to perish. However, since the true body and the primal twin both had complete souls and true souls, they were able to ensure that the process of decay was dramatically lessened. "Let it begin," the white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning both said at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 40, The Tao Merge Begins. Book 38, Tao Merge, Chapter 40, The Tao Merge Begins. Within the Azure Flower estate, the elderly white-haired spirit of the estate watched silently, feeling both worried but hopeful. "I hope this kid can succeed. If he can succeed in the Tao merge with the Omega Sword Tao, he will have achieved something which no one has ever done before. Perhaps Master's final wishes will then be completed." The Autarka's wishes were simply too hard to achieve. After becoming an Autark, Awakener had reached a level of tremendous insight and understanding, and he had many treasures aiding him. He had been alive for unfathomably more times longer than Ning had, and he had reached incredible heights in his mastery of the 9 Chaos Seals. There were a total of 99 layers to the Heart of Eternity, but even after having returned from the Icewind Sea, Ning had only been able to solve the first 22 layers of the heart. He was far, far away from being able to completely solve it. In truth, the spirit of the estate also knew how unlikely it was that Ning would succeed, because even the other dazzling geniuses who had come before Ning had fallen far short of the mark of completing Autark Awakener's wishes. The Tao merge Fire Cloud Flower. The black-robed Ning waved his hand, causing a jade box to appear before the stone dais. The jade box opened on its own, followed by a perfect Tao merge Fire Cloud Flower that was still attached to its roots and leaves to fly out. "Let the Tao merge begin." The black-robed Ning closed his eyes. Over in Vast Heaven Palace, the white-robed Ning in Vast Heaven Palace swallowed his own spirit pills, activated the incense from the stone sensor of reunion, and then closed his eyes. He began to visualize the inside of his divine body, formed from a total of 108,000 God gems. Each God gem contained his divine power, his soul, his true soul, and more. They also contained Ning's insights into his Omega Sword Tao. Ning visualized the Tao tree within his Jindan Chaos region. The towering Tao tree's branches and leaves were the material representations of Ning's insights. Countless insights began to resonate through his mind and soul. What he needed to do was to gather together all of these insights, then transform them all and cause his Re to give birth to a beautiful flower of eternity. His divine body would then transform to become a truly eternal body. If he became an eternal emperor, every single one of his god gems would transform into a world heart, even if his true soul was somehow extinguished. The god gems would forever give birth to new chaos worlds. The flower of eternity, an eternal body, Ning exerted his will. Boom! Every single god gem in his body began to tremble. The god gems, previously coalesced with his fourth step Tao Lord energies, began to disassemble and then advance to a completely new level of existence. The towering Tao tree within his body was shaking as well, as all of the insights represented by those branches and leaves began to gather together. If someone was standing nearby, that person would quickly discover that the white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning were both beginning to glow with blurry swordlight. Countless streaks of swordlight emanated from Ning with such power as to cause even hegemons to shudder. This was the light of the Tao. Or to be precise, this was the light of the Omega Sword Tao, and its power was covering him and protecting him. Every single Tao Lord would emanate the light of the Tao when they began the Tao merge. This would be the most dazzling moment of their life, and it was only in this state that the Tao merge would even be possible. This was also the state one needed to be in order for the Tao merge fire cloud flower to unleash its true potential. Arise! The black-robed Ning opened his eyes, staring at the Tao merge fire cloud flower within the jade box. The blurry swordlight emanating from Ning's entire body illuminated the Tao merge fire cloud flower, causing it to levitate into the air. Guided by Ning's will, the flower began to be surrounded by clouds of fire that gathered together into a half-translucent humanoid figure directly above the flower. This figure looked identical to Ning. My incarnation. The incarnation formed by the Tao merge fire cloud flower. Ning immediately took control over the flow of time, having the incarnation complete a simulated Tao merge as quickly as possible. If a Tao Lord like Ninedust used the Tao merge fire cloud flower, a total of 9 incarnations would be formed. In other words, one would have 9 chances to simulate a Tao merge. If one took control over the flow of time and accelerated time for the incarnations, these 9 simulated Tao merges would at most take perhaps 2 or so hours, at which point the Tao Lord could begin the true Tao merge. I hope this incarnation can last long enough to attempt a complete Tao merge. Ning felt hopeful. Let's begin. The incarnation immediately initiated a simulated Tao merge, with a towering Tao tree appearing within its body. The reason why it didn't form a complete divine body was because Ning wanted to conserve power. There was a limit to how much energy the Tao merge fire cloud flower held within it. Time passed, one day after another. The incarnation continued to carefully carry out the Tao merge, with the Omega Sword Tao insights embodied by the Tao tree all slowly gathering together. Finally, a series of thick trunks began to emerge from the very center of the Tao tree. These trunks began to manifest a total of 2 new leaves. One of the 2 leaves emanated an incredibly profound and abstruse aura, while the other emanated an aura that was incredibly titanic and vast. Between these 2 leaves, an unremarkable little flower bud began to emerge as well. The flower bud began to slowly grow larger and larger. So far, so good. My path is the correct one. This is just how it should be. Ning felt a tremendous sense of confidence in himself and how things were progressing. The Autarka's stone dais and the stone fire pearl helped ensure that he was in absolute peak condition for this Tao merge, and he was in a prajna-like state of epiphany. All sorts of scattered insights were rapidly coming together to form a perfect whole, with no flaws that could be discerned whatsoever. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. By now, the flower was so large that it could no longer grow any further. All of Ning's insights into the Omega Sword Tao, as well as the other scattered insights he had gained, had been infused into the flower bud. Time to let it bloom. Ning knew that the blooming process was the most dangerous part of the Tao merge. Many Tao Lords had attempted to make the flower of eternity bloom, only to see it wither halfway through. Suddenly, his incarnation began to tremble. Eh? Ning's face tightened slightly. Only now did he turn his attention to the Dalmerge Firecloud flower. He realized that the flaming clouds around it had almost all vanished. As the final cloud was depleted, the materialized incarnation suddenly vanished as well. As a result, the simulated Dalmerge came to an end as well. It's over? The energies were all used up? Although Ning was briefly startled, he quickly regained his equanimity. Omega Das truly are the hardest of Das. I wasn't even given a chance to attempt to cause the flower of eternity to bloom via a simulated Dalmerge, Ning mused. The Dalmerge Firecloud flower had enough power to allow a Dowlord who had fused multiple Supreme Daos to simulate the Dalmerge 9 times, but he hadn't even been able to do it a single time. This had at most been half of a simulated Dalmerge, and strictly speaking, it was the simpler first half. Even if Ning hadn't had a Dalmerge Firecloud flower, Ning wouldn't have made any mistakes during the first part. However, it still helped me save 3 years of time. Ning didn't let himself feel dispirited. Saving 3 years of time meant that his chances at succeeding in the Dalmerge had increased considerably. And so, let the true Dalmerge begin. Thanks to the wonders of temporal acceleration, the 3 years of time which the simulated Dalmerge had taken had, in reality, been nothing more than a few minutes for Ning's true body and primal twin. The white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning simultaneously began to speed up the Dalmerge process. Whoosh! The transformation process of the God Gems began to speed up rapidly, advancing in the blink of an eye. As for the Dao tree in his body, it began to give birth to a new trunk upon which 2 leaves grew. A flower bud quickly appeared and began to grow larger, and it quickly reached its maximum size in just a few seconds. Now, it was ready to bloom whenever Ning chose. Let it bloom. Ning knew just how the Dalmerge worked. The flower of eternity was safe when it was merely a bud. Once the initial blooming process began, it was extremely easy for cultivators to make mistakes, and a single mistake would result in a failure in the blooming process, causing the flower to wither away. That would represent the Dalmerge having failed. The true soul would immediately begin to crumble. If the initial blooming process was successful, the flower would slowly bloom more and more. This middle part would be comparatively safer, and the flower of eternity would grow more and more beautiful. When it reached its most dazzlingly beautiful form, it would gain true eternity for itself. This final part of the blooming process was the most difficult part of the Dalmerge. Ning had met Dowlord Leia in the Starflow River. When Dowlord Leia had failed the Dalmerge, he had failed during the initial blooming process. In other words, the flower of eternity hadn't been able to bloom at all. In truth, the blooming represented the process by which Dowlords crossed beyond that final threshold to become eternal emperors. That moment when the flower of eternity reached maximum beauty was the moment in which both it and the Dao stabilized. This represented success, with the Dowlord having become an eternal emperor. Whoosh! The petals slowly began to extend up the stem of the flower of eternity, laboriously seeking to reach out and bloom. As for Ning himself, he began the process of leaping into a new level of existence. Boom! The Dowlight surrounding both the white-robed Ning and Vast Heaven Palace and the black-robed Azure Flower Estate began to dramatically increase in intensity. The countless streaks of swordlight began to skyrocket in power, instantly ascending beyond hegemony. In just the blink of an eye, it actually surpassed even the other Verse Lord level of power. Rumble! This terrifying aura of power instantly swept through all that sought to contain it. The formations around Vast Heaven Palace were completely incapable of containing this terrifying aura, a supreme aura of power that vastly surpassed that of hegemons and even other Verse Lords. This was the most terrifying aura generated by the Dao of the Sword which had ever appeared in the Chaosverse, the aura of an eternal Omega Sword Dao. Emperor Soulsky, Suyuji, Pilsaint, Azure Fiend, Whitethaw, and everyone else all felt so terrified by this aura that their hearts trembled. It was as though every single cell in their bodies were screaming in fear. Even the Flamewing God felt a sense of fear when this mighty aura swept past it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 41, The Critical Moment. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 41, The Critical Moment. Within the Azure Flower Estate. Boom! The black-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position. Suddenly, the sword light coming from his body dramatically increased in luminosity and power. The might of his aura spread out in every direction, causing even the elderly white-haired spirit of the estate who was watching nearby to feel a tinge of fear. The spirit couldn't help but lower his head and hunch over. This was an intrinsic fear that came from the very core of his being. In truth, estate spirits could be considered a special type of life form. Such power, the white-haired elder tamped down his fear and struggled to raise his head to look at Ning. The black-robed Ning was emanating countless streams of swordlight that were filled with an aura of utter dominance and exaltedness. The only time the long-lived white-haired elder had ever seen anyone like this had been when he had served his almighty master, Autark Awakener. The Omega Daos live up to their reputation. If he succeeds in the downmerge, perhaps the only people who will be a match for him in the entire Chaosverse shall be the Autarks, the white-haired elder mused silently. Once an Omega Dao became eternal, how powerful would it become? No one knew. This was because no one thus far had ever been able to accomplish such a thing. The vast Chaosverse had given birth to numerous Autarks, but it had never given birth to an emperor of an Omega Dao. The hegemons and other verse lords, no matter how talented, were at most only at the hegemonic level of insight. Beyond that was the level of autarky. However, one who made an Omega Dao eternal would surpass all hegemons in terms of profundity of insight into the Dao. Only two beings can surpass hegemony. The first are the Autarks, the second would be an Omega Eternal Emperor. The white-haired elder stared rather eagerly at the black-robed Ning, who continued to glow with that aura of infinitely awesome light. Dark North, there has never been an eternal Omega Dao before. If you succeed, all of Master's efforts would have been worth it. The Azure Flower Estate had been the Autarka's personal, private training grounds. It was filled with barriers and restrictions of such might that it naturally was able to block out all auras, including that of Ning's downmerge. Vast Heaven Palace, however, was completely incapable of the same. The white-robed Ning within the Dark North estate of the Vast Heaven Palace was also emanating blinding amounts of swordlight, and the power from his aura surged straight out of Vast Heaven Palace and reached out to spread across the entire Vast Heaven Everworld. In fact, the ripples spread out into the vast void outside as well. However, the farther the ripples spread, the fainter and harder to detect the ripples became. They quickly spread out to cover the entire Flame Dragon realmverse and then spread out into the endless Great Dark as well. What's going on? What is this sense of awe and pressure? The countless living beings within Vast Heaven Palace, from immortals and animals to the eternal emperors, all felt a sense of terror stemming from the very fiber of their being. None of these living beings were injured, but in this instant the entire Everworld fell completely silent. All of them instinctively knelt down towards the direction from whence this aura came, almost as if they were prostrating themselves and displaying submission towards an emperor. This aura was the aura of an eternal Omega Sword Dao. No one would dare to stand against this terrifying aura. Such power. Such might. This aura is far more powerful than mine. Not even the Sith Exalts were this powerful. Flamewing was able to instinctively judge the power of this aura. There had never been an emperor who reached that level via an eternal Omega Dao. Someone who did would be more powerful than other verse lords, sourcewalkers, and even Sith Exalts. Only the unfathomably powerful Autarks would be on this level of power. So this is the power of the eternal Omega Sword Dao? Emperor Soulsky, Azure Fiend, and the others all felt completely stunned. This level of power was far beyond the hegemonic level of power. Whoosh! A dimensional tear appeared at the very margins of the Vast Heaven Everworld, followed by a snowy-robed, white-bearded old man appearing. This was Hegemon Brightshore. A heartbeat later, 2 more tears appeared. A man with long green hair and a green beard emerged from the first, while a dazzlingly beautiful scepter-wielding woman appeared from the second. They were Re20-Vol29 and Re20-Vol29. Up. Another dimensional tear appeared off in the distance, followed by 5 figures emerging. The first was a golden humanoid figure, while the other 4 were all onyx humanoid figures. This was Lord Wolf of the Ice Peak Army and 4 of his Black Emperors. Such power! Everyone's gazes were focused towards the distant Vast Heaven Palace. Vast Heaven Palace was the source of this incredible, exalted aura. Simply looking at Vast Heaven Palace caused them to all feel a sense of tremendous pressure. If Ning himself appeared, staring at him would cause them all to feel a sense of terror. This was something you would innately feel when you encountered someone who was at a higher level of existence than you. So this is the power which comes from an Omega Tao which has gained eternity? Re20-Vol29 murmured softly, "This aura is utterly terrifying. I've never sensed anything as terrifying as this." Lord Darknorth's flower of eternity has probably already begun to bloom, Re20-Vol29 said. If he can succeed in making it fully bloom, he'll gain true eternity, but will he be dazzling for an instant, or dazzling for all eternity? The answer will come soon, Re20-Vol29 said. They had witnessed many Tao Lords undergone the Tao merge and thus they understood the process. The aura of the eternal Omega Sword Tao which they could all sense wasn't being consciously produced by Ning, rather, it was something which naturally manifested as the Tao merge began. Only if he succeeded in the Tao merge and truly gained a complete eternal Omega Sword Tao would he gain control over that terrifying level of power. If he failed? Everything would disappear like mist, and his brief moment of brilliance would amount to nothing more than a testament to how powerful an eternal Omega Sword Tao truly was. He has begun the Tao merge. Lord Wolf stared from afar, a look of dread in his eyes. How terrifying! If he succeeds in the Tao merge, not even the Lonely King would stand any chance against him. There's no way something as unearthly powerful as this can exist, one of his Black Emperor subordinates said. Agreed. If he succeeds in the Tao merge, he'll probably be invincible unless an autarch intervenes, Lord Wolf murmured softly. But if he fails, that'll be when he becomes truly troublesome. No one can guess what a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge would do. More importantly, the Lonely King also will be competing against Realm's Lord Windgrace. The struggle over the Flame Wing God will probably be the greatest battle which our Ice Peak Army has ever engaged in, Although the Ice Peak Army had taken part in numerous great wars, it had never faced off against an opponent of Realm's Lord Windgrace's caliber. In addition, there was a third party to this conflict. Ning and the Flame Wing God who served him. Lord Wolf spoke the truth when he described this conflict as the greatest battle the Ice Peak Army would have ever engaged in. Lord Darknorth won't go crazy, right? The 4 Black Emperors were rather nervous. They had all witnessed the Flame Wing God's power. Who knows what a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge might do? Lord Wolf stared at the distant Vast Heaven Palace. However, we must give it our best shot, no matter how dangerous it is. There's no way Realm's Lord Windgrace or our Lonely King would give up a chance to control the Flame Wing God. They'll throw every resource they have into it. The Flame Wing God was more valuable than all the combined value of all the treasures Realm's Lord Windgrace and the Lonely King possessed. There was a limit to how powerful a Sith war machine could be, after all, and the greater the power, the greater the cost of activating it. Each time Realm's Lord Windgrace wished to use the Black Sun to fire off an attack, he had to pay an enormous price. But Flame Wing? It had a virtually indestructible body and could fight without rest. The Flame Wing God was more valuable than the entire Ice Peak Army. However, only the likes of the Lonely King and Realm's Lord Windgrace were actually interested in trying to take control over Flame Wing. The ordinary soldiers and generals of the Ice Peak Army, along with the likes of Re20-Vol29, simply felt fear. This was because no one could predict how wide-ranging and destructive such a war would become. A war on this level could easily result in the deaths of hegemons and Black Emperors. Even the likes of Lord Wolf would perish under the might of a fully powered Black Sun. The only ones who stood a good chance at surviving were the Lonely King, who had numerous Sith war machines at his disposal, and Realm's Lord Windgrace, who had his Black Sun. Everyone else could very well perish. Oh, right. Lord Darknorth would be safe, as he could hide behind the Flamewing God. However, if Lord Darknorth had failed the downmerge, he might go crazy and become an even greater threat than Windgrace or the Lonely King. Ugh. Let's pray that he succeeds in the downmerge. In truth, some of the Black Emperors were silently hoping for Ning's success. They would be nothing more than cannon fodder in a battle at this level, after all. Still, all of them knew in their hearts how unlikely it was that Ning would succeed. The white-robed Ning in Vast Heaven Palace and the black-robed Ning in the Azure Flower Estate meditated silently as the Flower of Eternity began to bloom with excruciating slowness. This is correct. No errors thus far. Ning was being incredibly careful. As soon as the flower had started to bloom, his eternal Omega Sword Tao had begun to take form. Everything seemed so perfect and flawless, but if he made so much as a single mistake, the Flower of Eternity would instantly begin to wither and his true soul would begin to crumble away. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Thus, Ning proceeded very slowly with the downmerge. Time passed on, one day after the other, and more eternal emperors appeared around the vast heaven everworld. Ning's exalted aura had covered all of the Flame Dragon realmverse and had even stretched out into the Great Dark. Although the aura grew increasingly weak with distance, the majority of eternal emperors in the Flame Dragon realmverse were able to sense it. However, realmverses were so far from each other that the aura spread just a comparatively short distance into the Great Dark before becoming completely indetectable. Roughly half a year after the Flower of Eternity began to bloom, the faces of the white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning simultaneously turned pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 42, Swordheart. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 42, Swordheart. Now this is a deadly problem. Ning had just encountered the greatest obstacle within the downmerge thus far. Why was it that Lords all wished for the chance to completely simulate the downmerge? It was so that they would have sufficient experience for the real thing. A mistake in the simulated downmerge could be fixed in the real one. Alas, even the downmerge Firecloud Flower could only simulate a partial downmerge for an Omega Dao. It could only simulate the downmerge up to the point where the bud first formed. In other words, the only real benefit it brought to Ning was that it had saved him 3 years' worth of time. It hadn't given him a chance to actually compensate for any mistakes or errors. And now, as a result, the completely unprepared Ning now encountered an enormous problem which he had to resolve. If I wish to succeed in the downmerge for the Omega Sword Tao, I must also master the 15th stance of the Heart Sword art. After spending half a year slowly blooming his Flower of Eternity, he immediately realized this problem. Ning had originally thought that the Heart Sword art was just a type of special technique that combined heart force, divine power, and immortal energy. He didn't believe that it had anything to do with his Omega Sword Tao, but now that he had actually initiated the downmerge, he realized that he was wrong. It was connected. In fact, it was connected in a very important way. Ordinary emperors and even hegemons didn't need to worry about techniques like the Heart Sword art during their downmerges, but Ning was different. His path was that of the Omega Sword Tao. The Heart Sword art focuses on training the heart of the sword. The more sincere one's heart is towards the sword, the more perfectly one can merge heart force, divine power, and immortal energy. I was only able to master the 14th stance of the Heart Force art because I realized that Yue would not come back to life, and thus I came to understand the essence of remorseless unto death. I poured everything into the sword without any remorse, but that isn't enough. Although a sword heart like this is enough to merge divine power, heart force, and immortal energy to a very high degree, it still isn't enough. I need a truly perfect and complete sword heart. Only then can I also have a perfect, eternal Omega Sword Tao. He only came to understand this during the Tao merge itself. The many insights he had gained into the Tao of the sword would form the body of his eternal Omega Sword Tao, while his perfect sword heart would form its soul. Only then would it be fully formed. Only then would it become a true and truly terrifying eternal Omega Sword Tao. This was why the Heart Sword art was so marvelous, and why it allowed for one to merge all types of energy together, resulting in every single attack increasing explosively in might. There's a limit to how long the Tao merge can take. I have to comprehend the 15th stance of the Heart Sword art. If I cannot, I'll definitely fail the Tao merge. When Ning came to understand this, his face instantly turned pale. There wasn't enough time. The 15th stance of the Heart Sword art was incredibly difficult. In truth, the Heart Sword art was just a sword-focused energy combining technique which Emperor Heartsword had created. There had been other major powers in the vast Chaosverse who had done the same. Ning didn't really need the technique itself, what he needed to do was to truly perfect his sword heart. Whoosh! One technique after another flickered through Ning's mind. These were the various similar techniques which had been created by the cultivator civilizations as well as the Sith. What should I do? How should I make the breakthrough to the next level? Although the state he was in during the Tao merge allowed breakthroughs to come much more easily, he still wasn't able to find the key to the 15th stance. Wrong. 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 The Heart Sword art and the other techniques all came as a result of the unique hearts and minds produced by the experiences these various major powers had. Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. In the end, they reached perfection, but they each walked their own paths. Every single cultivator will have different mental and spiritual experiences. If you try to force yourself to emulate their paths, you might be able to reach an extremely high level, but you'll never reach perfection. This is why, despite the passage of so many chaos cycles, there has been no one save Emperor Heartsword who was able to master the 15th stance of the Heart Sword art. That's because one has to find one's own sword heart in order to reach this stance. The prajna state Ning was currently in was an extraordinary one, and he was able to quickly identify where the problem lay. In the early stages, the Heart Sword art might have allowed him to walk faster along his path, but the farther along the path Ning went, the more of an obstacle the Heart Sword art became. Thus, he had to discard it, because it represented Emperor Heartsword's sword heart. Then what of my own sword heart? Ning began to reminisce about all the experiences he had undergone through countless years of cultivation, as well as the many times he had trained in the sword. Slowly, Ning began to understand. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 1 month. 2 months. 1 year. 2 years. The Tao merge allowed for a Tao Lord to enter the most incredible and marvelous meditative state known to cultivators. This wasn't the first time Ning had thought back to his memories and his life, but now that he was in the middle of the Tao merge, the insights he gained were naturally different. Yes, long, long ago, I once lived a life that was without worries and carefree. That was back when my mother and father were teaching me. In the West Prefecture city of the Ji clan, I trained with them in sword arts. I was so happy back then. I simply loved sword arts, that was all there was to it. When did it all change? All kinds of different competing desires arose in my heart and in my cultivation of the sword. I sought to train in the sword to take revenge for my parents, to become famous in the Grand Xia, to kill the God King and take my revenge, to revive Yue. I entrusted all of my hopes to the sword, wishing to use it to make all of my hopes real. In doing so, my sword heart actually became impure. Even when I reached the stage of remorseless unto death, my remorselessness stemmed from my emotions and my love of Yue, not for the love of the sword itself. But, in truth, I really do love the sword as well. If he didn't love the Tao of the sword from the very depths of his being, there was no way he could have embarked upon the path of the Omega Sword Tao and reached his current heights. However, all of the many hopes and fears he had entrusted to the sword had resulted in his sword heart becoming impure. Ning suddenly thought of something which Autarch Titanos had told him: "Foolish child, sometimes, you have to learn when to let go." On the path of cultivation, excessive obsession can sometimes result in self-destruction. Ning had suddenly awoken to the truth. It was a true moment of epiphany. After spending 3 years of the Tao merge going through his many memories, he felt as though he had revisited his entire life, and as a result, he had truly awoken. Even if I cast aside everything, including all of my hopes and fears, I would still love the sword. I love it simply because I love it. There's no need for any other reason. The Tao of the sword is a vast and boundless one which allows me to experience many new things. Of course I love it. Why wouldn't I? Both the white-robed Ning and the black-robed Ning opened their eyes to stare forwards. In front of each of them, a stream of swordlight manifested. The swordlight flew out in a beautiful, natural, and transcendent way. There were no strong emotions attached to it, no grief, no sorrow, no madness. It simply flew forward, illuminating everything around it with its brilliance. One sword, one world. Ning smiled. He knew that his sword heart had reached the level of true perfection. In fact, he now suspected that Emperor Heartsword himself must have mastered the one sword, one world stance during the Tao merge as well. For those who had chosen a weaker sword Tao, simply possessing a perfect sword heart would allow for one to succeed in the Tao merge, even if one's Tao of the sword was flawed. Emperor Heartsword's sword Tao wasn't a particularly impressive one, but he had a perfect sword heart and as a result had succeeded in the Tao merge. Ning now had a perfect sword heart as well, but he was attempting to master an eternal Omega sword Tao. A perfect sword heart was just one component. My sword heart has been perfected. Ning immediately continued to the next stage of his Tao merge, causing the flower of eternity to continue its blooming once more. Now that he had a perfect sword heart, the flower of eternity seemed to have gained a spirit, and it rustled in his soul much like a true flower would in the outside world. It's nearly been 9 years. The Tao merge can at most last for 9 years. Tao Lord Darknorth's Tao merge must be coming to an end soon. I wonder if he will succeed or fail. Within the vast Heaven Everworld, the hegemons and the Ice Peak army were all waiting. The other eternal emperors, such as Taoist Bluestone, Emperor Goldisle, and Emperor Blackcloud were all waiting nervously as well. It had indeed been nearly 9 years since Ning had unleashed that wave of terrifying presence. Perhaps the Tao merge time limit for Omega Daos is longer than normal? Hegemon Netherlily suggested curiously. Who knows? Hegemon Brightshore shook his head. Let's just wait. We'll see a result soon, Hegemon Windrain said. All of the hegemons and emperors were waiting, as were Hegemon Azure Fiend, Flame Wing, Emperor Soulsky, Su Yuji, Pilsaint, and Ning's disciples and fellow apprentices within Vast Heaven Palace. All of them were extremely nervous. I'm almost out of time. The white-robed Ning in Vast Heaven Palace and the black-robed Ning in the Azure Flower Estate both knew that they only had 9 years for the Tao merge. The Tao merge Firecloud Flower had saved them 3 years of time, but they had wasted 3 more in perfecting the Tao heart. The flower of eternity slowly continued to bloom. There could be no mistakes at all right now. Time for the final push. Ning could sense the growth of the flower of eternity within the Tao tree in his body, and could also sense how his God gems had reconfigured themselves. It was time to take the final step. In his heart, he already had a complete structure for his eternal Omega Sword Tao. Whether or not it was the correct one could only be ascertained through actually using it in the Tao merge. There are no mistakes. Such a perfect Tao has to be worthy of eternity. Ning was filled with confidence, but since he hadn't had the chance to simulate a Tao merge, he had to be absolutely correct in order to succeed. The slightest of errors would result in failure. I'm out of time. There's no way to stop the Tao merge. Time for the final step. Ning willed it, and with a rumble his flower of eternity went into full bloom, revealing dazzling amounts of radiance. The god gems in his body instantly went into a brand new configuration as well. Would the result be eternity? Or a withering? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 43, The Curtain Falls. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 43, The Curtain Falls. The flower of eternity bloomed with incandescent light, striving to achieve eternity, but then, its light began to slowly shudder. The transformed and reconfigured god gems also sought to stabilize, but they slowly began to tremble as well. The awesome aura of the eternal Omega Sword Tao emanating from Ning's body suddenly began to decay, with Ning's own life aura weakening as well. No! I was too hasty. In the final instant that his flower of eternity fully bloomed, Ning immediately understood where the error lay in his eternal Omega Sword Tao. If he had been given a chance to simulate the Tao merge, he would have been able to actually test out some of the assumptions regarding his Tao and discover its flaws. But he hadn't had that chance, and so he had to forge ahead without it. Samsara Tao Lords took a total of 4 steps, and each step represented them treading the line between life and death. However, these 4 steps were all fairly short steps. They only led the Tao Lord to rise to a slightly higher level each time, which was why almost all of the truly talented Tao Lords were able to reach the 4th step. However, the Tao merge represented an enormous chasm. Even when ordinary Tao Lords succeeded in the Tao merge, their power would rise by 2 full levels. As for supreme Tao Lords like Nine Dust or Winesage, they'd immediately become hegemons. Those slightly weaker would still reach the Archon level of power. Ning's Omega Sword Tao would have an even more incredible result. The mysteries of the Sword Tao alone would result in him improving by 2 full levels of power, but he also needed to infuse it with a perfect sword heart. In other words, advancing from the 4th step Tao Lord Omega Sword Tao to an eternal Omega Sword Tao would result in an increase of more than 3 full levels of power. This was an enormous step he had to take, and there was no chance at all to test it out in advance. Even though Ning's preparations had been quite plentiful, in the end he had still made a tiny mistake. This must be the true eternal Omega Sword Tao. Ning opened his eyes. In front of him was a faint sheen of sword light. It looked very ordinary, with nothing special about it at all. It seemed to have no aura, no presence, nothing. Rumble. Unfathomably far away from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, there existed a place. This place was where the prime essences of the entire Chaosverse were located, including the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword. So this is the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword? Ning's mind could clearly and distinctly sense it from afar, and it was identical in nature to the eternal Omega Sword Tao he had just understood. Suddenly, a surge of invisible power swept out and surrounded Ning's consciousness. This power was vast and overwhelming but also as gentle as a mother's embrace. Ning instantly understood. This surge of power was the power of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. The power was embracing his mind and comforting him. It was as though the Chaosverse itself felt a sense of regret and sympathy towards this cultivator. So I am the only one who has ever comprehended an eternal Omega Tao? Ning understood what the Chaosverse was whispering to him. There had been others who had embarked upon the path of the Omega Tao, but all of them had failed during the Tao merge. The vast majority of the failures didn't even have a technique like the Heart Sword art available to them. Much like Ning, they had only realized how stringent the requirements for their Tao hearts were during the actual Tao merge itself. Most of them had failed due to this. Occasionally, there were a few incredibly talented Tao Lords who did in fact have perfect Tao hearts, but in the end there were quite a few errors in the eternal Omega Tao they devised. Even though they eventually realized what their mistakes were, there was no way for them to discover what the right answer was. Ning had the Autarka Stone Dais, the Stonefire Pearl, the Tao Merge Fire Cloud Flower, and other external sources of support. He also had a perfect sword heart and was at a level of talent that was every bit the equal of anyone who had come before him. In the end, he had still failed the Tao Merge, but immediately afterwards, he had instantly realized what the true eternal Omega Sword Tao was. Alas, it was too late. He was now in control of and the master of the eternal Omega Sword Tao, but he had already failed his Tao merge. Each person would only have one chance at the Tao merge. If you failed it, you failed it. Even the prime essences of the Chaosverse couldn't help but sigh on his behalf. Alas, there was nothing they could do. All they could do was function in the way their nature intrinsically demanded. Everything they did was simply an expression of their intrinsic nature, and in truth they weren't fully sentient by the normal definition of the word. All they could do was feel and express an innate sense of sorrow and sympathy for this poor soul. The flower of eternity withered away, its petals crumbling apart and falling. It had been just a single tiny mistake, but that mistake was still enough to cause everything to crumble. There was no way for it to gain eternity. Divine power and immortal energy could be instantly recovered, they didn't count for much. The truly lethal aspect of failing the Tao merge was the dissipation of the soul and true soul. There was no way at all to halt or reverse the crumbling of a true soul. No one was capable of it whatsoever. Not even autarchs were able to do this. The white-robed Ning within Vast Heaven Palace and the black-robed primal twin in the Azure Flower Estate were both filled with Ning's true soul. Their failure in the Tao merge caused the true soul to begin to crumble. Ning's soul and true soul had become incredibly powerful over his countless years of cultivation, and the 9 Chaos Seals technique had further strengthened it to the Archon level, but it was of no use. Hairline fractures had already appeared throughout every part of Ning's true soul. Crack! A tiny, crystalline piece of true soul broke free. This fragment was translucent and dazzlingly beautiful, but as it floated away it gradually disappeared into nothingness, returning to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Those who had their true souls destroyed in a chaos world would see their soul fragments be reclaimed by the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Those who failed the Tao merge would see their true soul slowly and naturally fragment apart, also to be reclaimed by the Chaosverse. When the final pieces of true soul were gone, they would die. They could do nothing but watch as they slowly died. This was a very cruel end, and there were some Tao lords who would be driven mad as a result. The aura of life disappeared from both of Ning's avatars, and the true soul within Ning's main body and primal twin both began to crumble. Ning arose from the altar. Even before the Tao merge had began, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of failure. For one who has found the Tao in the morning, death in the evening is nothing. I may have failed, but my failure has allowed me to find the true eternal Omega Sword Tao. Compared to many other cultivators, I'm quite lucky. Nothing in the universe will go exactly as one hopes. Ning's gaze was distant. He murmured, "Yue, sorry. I still failed in the end." Ning didn't care too much that he had failed the Tao merge and would perish. Given how long he had cultivated for, why would he fear death? As for his family, he had already spent an extremely long period of time by the side of his parents and his daughter. The only one he felt a debt towards was his wife, Yue. I thought that I was invincible, that I could do anything and everything. But in the end, there was a limit to what I could accomplish. My road has come to an end. Ning waved his hand, causing a black jade stone to appear before him. This jade stone had already been cut to be roughly as tall as Ning himself. Ning stretched out his right hand, gently stroking the surface of the jade. Swordlight appeared from the tips of his fingers, and as it swept past the jade, tiny bits of jade dust flew everywhere. Slowly, the figure of a black-robed maiden became formed from the jade stone. Her features truly were dazzlingly beautiful, and her aura was quite extraordinary. A hint of a smile appeared around Ning's lips. His wife, Yue, truly had been a dazzling and beautiful person. She had been the most beautiful member of the Black-White College. Whoosh! 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 Ning's fingers continued to flicker across the jade stone, causing the sculpture to become more and more distinct. The jade Yue's hair seemed to flutter, and her eyes stared lovingly at Ning. Suddenly, Ning came to a halt and stepped back. The white-robed Ning and the black-robed Yue stared at each other, their gazes meeting in the air. It was almost as though she was still alive. Moments later, Ning regained his composure. With but a thought, he caused the sculpture of the black-robed Yue to fly towards him while shrinking to become palm-sized. As it flew towards Ning's chest, a string suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced through it. It hung inside Ning's clothes like a necklace, pressed against his bosom. Ning gently stroked his chest. Yue, accompany me on the final steps of my journey. Ning then waved his hand, causing all 6 Northbow swords to appear before him. Quintessences, arise! With but a thought, Ning transformed the quintessences within his 6 lifeblood weapons, upgrading them from the 4th step Daolord level Omega Sword Dao to the Eternal Omega Sword Dao. Boom! 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 The 6 Northbow swords all emitted a keening sound as sword light flared around them, revealing a terrifying sharpness. The light circulated across them, revealing that each and every one of them was changing and evolving from inside out. They immediately skyrocketed to the universe treasure level. A good while later, the light completely vanished from them. Their power was now so reserved that they were like ordinary pieces of wood, but in truth, they had already become the deadliest weapons in all the Chaosverse. This was because the quintessence cores within them had been created by the Eternal Omega Sword Dao, something which had never existed before. The Dao of the sword was a Dao meant for battle and slaughter. In terms of killing power, these 6 swords had already vastly outstripped all other universe treasures. Whoosh! 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 All 6 swords flew back into the sheath on Ning's back. Vast Heaven Palace. That aura of might is weakening. How can this be? But Emperor Soul Sky, Hegemon Azure Fiend, the Flamewing God, Pilsaint, and the others were all shocked. Su Yuji's face was completely ashen and devoid of all color. Master. Senior apprentice brother. Ning's students and fellow disciples were all frantic as well. In the air outside Vast Heaven Palace were Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Lord Wolf, the Black Emperors, Taoist Bluestone, Emperor Goldisle, and the other Eternal Emperors. Some sighed. Some shook their heads. Some smiled with delight. Some had ugly looks on their faces. All of them had their own thoughts and considerations, but all of them knew that Daolord Darknorth had just failed the Dao merge. They had seen far too many Daolords attempt the Dao merge. If a Daolord succeeded, there was no way his aura would plummet like that. In addition, they would also sense an aura of true eternity about that cultivator. Darknorth, a dazzling and peerless Daolord, has come to an end just like that. Hegemon Brightshore shook his head inside. Dao merges for Omega Das are simply too difficult, Hegemon Windrain said. Go ahead and report it to Realms Lord Windgrace, Hegemon Netherlily said. The 3 of them had long ago received orders from Realms Lord Windgrace to monitor the situation, and so they all began to send word back. Hurry up and inform His Majesty that Daolord Darknorth has already failed the Dao merge. The distant Lord Wolf could already foresee the grand war that was about to erupt, but he didn't dare to delay in the slightest. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse. The Black Sun. A bearded, disheveled-looking old man walked out of a courtyard. He raised his head to stare into the void, his eyes filled with light. Daolord Darknorth, he was such an incredibly talented figure, but he still failed. The war against the Lonely King shall come next. The Endless Great Dark. A large group of onyx humanoids were clustered together within a realm ship. Alongside them were 2 golden humanoids who were standing to each side of a silver throne, and a 3rd golden humanoid dressed in silver robes who was seated on that throne. His gaze was as cold as ice, and the blood-red diamond in his forehead was beginning to change. In truth, this man had long ago led the entire Ice Peak army to a place within the Great Dark that was extremely close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He had been silently waiting for the signal, as he knew that if he was to fight against Realms Lord Windgrace he couldn't afford to get there late. Your Majesty, Lord Wolf sends word. Tao Lord Dark North has failed the Tao merge. A gray-robed emperor said respectfully. As expected, he failed. The lonely king rested his arms on the armrests of his throne, then said softly, "Windgrace, let's see if you win or if I win. Head out." Boom! The realm ship tore through spacetime and immediately began to warp towards the Flame Dragon realmverse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 1, A Tao Lord Who Failed the Tao Merge. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 1, A Tao Lord Who Failed the Tao Merge. Vast Heaven Palace. The Dark North Estate. Emperor Solsky, Suyuji, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and the Flamewing God were all staring at the sealed gates to Ning's estate. Rumble, the gates to the estate swung open, followed by a white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back emerging from within. Everything seemed so ordinary, as though nothing at all had happened, but Solsky, Azure Fiend, and the others all sighed silently. All powerful experts were able to sense the tiny ripples generated by a decaying true soul. Even though the ripples were incredibly minute, they were constant and continuous. Even though Ning's true soul was unfathomably more powerful than an ordinary mortal's, given enough time it would still be extinguished. Master! Flamewing raised its giant head to stare at Ning rather desperately. Dark North. Solsky and Azure Fiend wanted to say something, but both hesitated. Su Yuji's eyes were completely red, and she was using her immortal energy to evaporate her tears as soon as they appeared. Look at all of you. Ning laughed. Everyone who has chosen the path of cultivation knows how difficult a path this is. The Tao merge for an Omega Tao is the most difficult of all. I failed my Tao merge, but I was mentally prepared for that long ago. It is no big deal. Good. Azure Fiend's eyes lit up and he called out, "Dark North, you have only trained for a fairly brief period of time, but I must confess that my Tao heart is inferior to yours. If I had failed my Tao merge, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. Given my temperament, I probably would have gone crazy. Even if I managed to eventually calm down, it would have only happened after I vented for an extremely long period of time. I can't promise anything else, but I'll definitely continue to serve you. So long as you are alive, I will follow you and be by your side. I'll also carry out to the absolute best of my ability any tasks you wish me to do in the future." "Thank you." Ning smiled. Some people who were forced to become retainers would feel resentment, but Ning and Azure Fiend had known each other for so long that Azure Fiend knew what type of person Ning was. Ning was an open, straightforward man who was benevolent to his friends and terrible to his foes. Azure Fiend enjoyed his relationship with Ning, and he couldn't help but feel heartache upon seeing Ning fail the Tao merge. He couldn't help but sigh at how such a peerless Tao Lord was about to vanish from this universe. "Dark North, your students and fellow disciples are all waiting outside. Shall you?" Solsky spoke out. "Don't worry about them. This can be considered a lesson to them as to how cruel and brutal the Tao merge is," Ning said with a laugh. Come. All of you, sit and drink with me. We'll have guests arriving soon." "Guests?" Azure Fiend and Solsky were briefly startled, but then they immediately understood. The lonely king and realm's lord Windgrace had been biding their time. Now that Ning had failed the Tao merge, they would probably make their move. "We'll drink over here while awaiting our guests." Ning turned to stare towards the outside, where a number of figures were flying over to Vast Heaven Palace. He smiled. "Brother Brightshore, since you've arrived, share some wine with us." Whoosh! The protective barriers around Vast Heaven Palace split apart, allowing Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Taoist Bluestone, Emperor Goldisle, Emperor Blackcloud, and some other hegemons and emperors who were on good terms with Ning to fly inside. Everyone knew each other and could be considered friends. Now that Ning had failed the Tao merge, all of them felt great regret and wished to meet with him. When they saw how the white-robed youth greeted them all with a smile, The hegemons and emperors couldn't help but secretly sigh once more. How many of them would be able to so quickly regain their calm after failing the downmerge and suffering the most grievous blow a cultivator could possibly suffer? No wonder Lord Darknorth had reached such impressive heights. A pity. Such a pity. His path was that of the Omega Dao. If he had chosen a simpler path, such as fusing multiple Supreme Daos, he probably would have already become a hegemon. Let's not chit-chat too much today. Drink up, Ning said. Hegemon Brightshore and the others all understood. An expert like Ning didn't need the pity of others. Alright, let's just eat and drink. Darknorth, don't blame me if I end up cleaning your entire stock of wine. Drink as much as you like. Our guests will probably interrupt us soon and prevent us from drinking, Ning teased. Guests? Hegemon Brightshore and the others all quivered. They knew that Ning was referring to Lonely King and Realms Lord Windgrace. They couldn't help but sigh. The only ones present who could truly maintain their uncaring calm were Flamewing and Ning himself. The hegemons, emperors, Suyuji, Pilsaint, and Flamewing all casually sat down alongside each other. Some sat down on the grass, some sat down on the stone bridge, some sat down within the pavilion. Everyone had a wine-laden table before them, and the estate was filled with the sound of jesting and laughing. Just a short while later, a rumbling sound could be heard. Ning raised his head fractionally, glancing off into the distance. His gaze pierced through the void and allowed him to see a streak of azure light that had just reached the vast heaven-ever-world and making its way over here. This streak of azure light was the bearded, disheveled old Realms Lord Windgrace. No one aside from Ning noticed the Realms Lord's arrival. The Black Sun truly is remarkable. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse and the Flame Dragon Realmverse are quite far away, but he was able to arrive in an instant. Ning couldn't help but sigh. The Sith truly are remarkable. Realms Lord Windgrace walked through the air within the vast heaven-ever-world, quickly arriving outside Vast Heaven Palace. My young friend Darknorth. His voice suddenly rang out from outside. Realms Lord Windgrace has arrived. Come and share a few cups of wine with us, Ning said. The barriers parted before the Realms Lord, giving him a passageway inside. Realms Lord Windgrace walked through the skies, following the passageway into Vast Heaven Palace. The hegemons and emperors within the Darknorth estate all rose to their feet. Even the irascible hegemon Azure Fiend rose. The only ones to remain seated were Ning and Flamewing. Greetings, Realms Lord Windgrace, everyone said respectfully. When Realms Lord Windgrace saw that Ning remained seated, he felt quite intrigued. His face, however, remained completely unruffled. Realms Lord Windgrace. Please have a seat. Ning pointed at a table located atop a patch of grass. This wine certainly smells nice. Realms Lord Windgrace walked over to the table, then sat down in the lotus position. He picked up the gourd of wine and began to guzzle it down. Delicious, delicious. Darknorth, my young friend, I hurried here as soon as I heard that you failed the downmerge. Alas, the downmerge for an Omega Dao must have been incredibly difficult. The autarchs once told me that no one has ever been able to succeed in the downmerge with an Omega Dao. The entire area quickly fell silent. The many hegemons and emperors no longer dared to say a word. Suyuji and Pilsaint both sensed how oppressive and gloomy the atmosphere had become. For Realms Lord Windgrace to immediately raise the topic of Ning failing the downmerge meant that he had clearly come on business. I imagine you already know why I have come here, my young friend Darknorth. Realms Lord Windgrace looked at Ning. It would be very difficult to convince the Flamewing God to willingly serve me, but if you, his master, agreed to help out, then things would be much simpler. I won't force you to agree, in the end, it will be your own choice. If there's something you desire from me, you merely need to let me know what you want. I, Windgrace, will definitely do everything within my power to accomplish it. In fact, I can even swear a lifeblood oath on it. Even if you do agree, I won't take the Flamewing God away immediately. I'll wait until you die and your Tao vanishes before doing so. Realm's Lord Windgrace looked at Ning. Guara R. Ning was quite calm, but the happily eating Flamewing was enraged upon hearing this. It let out a vicious roar as it transformed into its true form of a winged, flame-bathed bear, then moved to charge straight towards Realm's Lord Windgrace. Be good, Flamewing. Ning's voice caused Flamewing to come to a sudden halt. It turned to look rather unhappily at Ning. Maester. Be good. Just keep eating. Don't worry about this stuff, Ning said. Oh. Flamewing once more transformed into human form, then sat down and began to eat. Just 2 mouthfuls in, he once more turned his head to stare at Ning. Master, the only one I'll follow is you. I don't like any of the others. Windgrace. A cold, clear voice filled with frigid might suddenly rang out, shaking the skies above Vast Heaven Palace. Ning, Realm's Lord Windgrace, and the others all turned to look. They saw an enormous rift in spacetime appear in the skies above, with an entire host of figures flying out of it. There were more than 50 of the titanic onyx humanoids, and they were lined up in orderly rows. At their head was a pair of golden humanoids, who stood to each side of a giant, levitating silver throne. A silver-robed golden humanoid was seated atop the silver throne. He stared downwards at the distant Vast Heaven Palace with a cold look in his eyes, and the blood-colored diamond in the middle of his forehead glared like an icy third eye. Lord Wolf led his 4 black emperors to immediately reunite with the others. Lord Wolf couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, His Majesty had arrived quite quickly. If he had been just a few minutes slower, things would have become troublesome. You came quite fast. Realm's Lord Windgrace's voice echoed within the skies above the palace. And you brought the entire Ice Peak army. It seems you must have been waiting outside the Flame Dragon Realmverse for quite some time now. But Lonely, you should probably know that the soldiers of the Ice Peak army would be throwing their lives away if they got involved in this. You should have them hide and avoid getting involved in this. And who would take their lives? You? The Lonely King stared down at him from atop his throne. The hegemons and emperors inside Vast Heaven Palace, the disciples of Vast Heaven Palace, the eternal emperors who were watching from within the Vast Heaven Everworld, all of them were completely stunned. Nobody dared to make a move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 2, Struggle. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 2, Struggle. That many legendary Black Emperors? The Eternal Emperors who had simply been drawn over by the aura Ning had emanated during the Tao merge were utterly terrified out of their wits when they saw the Ice Peak army appear. Even the basic soldiers were all at the hegemonic level of power, capable of wiping out the ordinary emperors with ease, and the 3 generals had also come, alongside their leader the Lonely King himself. Is that the legendary leader of the Ice Peak army, the Lonely King? I heard that Tao Lord Dark North led the Flamewing God in attacking and killing quite a few Black Emperors of the Ice Peak army. However, the Ice Peak army hasn't responded at all. Now, the Lonely King has finally appeared. Both the Lonely King of the Ice Peak army and Realm's Lord Windgrace of our 16 Realm vs. Alliance has appeared as well. They must have all come for the Flamewing God. It is a legendary chaos primordial. Who wouldn't want it? Tao Lord Darknorth is just a Tao Lord, but no one would dare to offend him with the Flamewing God by his side. Now that he has failed his Tao merge, the Lonely King and Realm's Lord Windgrace have come out to fight over the beast. This was what the Eternal Emperors were whispering mentally to each other. In truth, they all wanted to just flee, but they were simply too slow. As for tearing through spacetime? The Ice Peak army emanated invisible ripples of such incredible power that they simply didn't have the courage to do so, for fear that the Ice Peak army might kill them out of irritation. Long ago, during the Dawn War, I encountered and fought far more Sith than you have in your puny little Ice Peak army. If I activate the Black Sun, I'd massacre them all. Realms Lord Windgrace's voice was filled with danger. Lonely, if you are also interested in the Flame-Wing God, let's sit down and have a peaceful little competition over it. But for you to bring the entire Ice Peak army, if we actually got into a fight, it'd probably impact the entire Vast Heaven Everworld. If we aren't careful, the shockwaves might hit Vast Heaven Palace. Don't worry. If I wasn't able to control my power, there's no way I would have been able to live as long as I have. The Lonely King continued to sit atop his throne as he said coldly, as for massacring my Ice Peak army? The only reason you were able to render so many merits during the Dawn War was because you had many other major powers helping you out and fighting alongside you. Gentlemen, let's sit down and talk this over, Ning said, wine cup in hand. His voice echoed out and shook the air above the Everworld, but did so via riding alongside the natural ripples of the Tao. He would no longer use divine power or immortal energy unless truly necessary. Don't get involved. Windgrace and I will decide amongst ourselves who is superior, the Lonely King replied coldly. Come on out, Realms Grace. If you don't come out, I'm going to batter my way inside. Humph! Realms Lord Windgrace let out an angry snort, then rose to his feet. Dark North, my young friend, let me shoo the Lonely King away. Go ahead. Ning didn't stand on ceremony. Wine cup in hand, he simply watched as Realms Lord Windgrace flew away. Boom! 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 The Lonely King's silver throne suddenly glowed with dazzling light which flew out towards the right and left sides of his throne. There, a second and third Lonely King appeared, all seated on silver thrones of their own. There were now 3 Lonely Kings seated on 3 silver thrones, and they all looked identical and had identical auras. Assemble the formation. The Lonely King ordered. Whoosh! The silver diagrams covering his 3 gold emperor generals all lit up, as did the silver diagrams covering the many black emperors. They had always emanated dense, frigid auras, but now the aura swept out to form an entire silver-white wave of ice which roared out in every direction. The 3 generals and the many soldiers came together to form a strange silver formation diagram, with their bodies being covered by a layer of silver armor. Come. Let's see if my Ice Peak army is stronger or if you are, Windgrace, the Lonely King said coldly. Realms Lord Windgrace strode out of Vast Heaven Palace, his eyes narrowing slightly. In truth, he was quite wary of the Ice Peak army. It wouldn't be too hard for him to deal with the Lonely King, but the Ice Peak army represented an enormous number of opponents. If he wanted to deal with them, he'd have to activate the Black Sun multiple times. In addition, to actually kill a Black Emperor would require the Black Sun to unleash a high level of power each time, and this would cost him greatly. He felt a 50% degree of confidence in dealing with the Lonely King and was 100% certain in being able to stay alive, but now that the entire Ice Peak army was here as well, his chances of victory were 10% at best, while his chances of staying alive dropped down to 80% to 90%. Fortunately for him, the Lonely King felt rather nervous when faced with the Black Sun as well. This was why the Lonely King had immediately used a protective ability to divide himself into 3. You split yourself into 3 bodies? So long as I wipe out all 3 of you, you'll probably die, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Kill me? Go ahead and try. The Lonely King's voice remained as arrogant and domineering as ever. As soon as he spoke, the blood-red diamonds in his 3 foreheads simultaneously shot out rays of light. Swish! 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 The 3 blood-red rays of light flew even faster than Flamewing as they struck out towards Realms Lord Windgrace. Realms Lord Windgrace remained quite calm. In front of him, a small fist-sized planet suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This planet was covered with countless runes, and it rapidly expanded to become 30 meters in diameter. Boom! 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 It effortlessly deflected the attacks of the 3 blood-red rays of light. Realms Lord Windgrace then walked straight inside the small planet. The Black Sun. The Lonely King couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had more treasures, but Realm's Lord Windgrace's Black Sun was a terrifying war machine which had allowed the Sith to influence and control an entire sector of the battlefield. The controller of the Black Sun could remain hidden within it in perfect security. He might have the Black Sun, but he isn't an actual Sith. He doesn't have their limitless reservoirs of energy. I, on the other hand, have many tricks up my sleeve. I can have the entire Ice Peak army attack him. So long as they can surround and entrap the Black Sun, even if he remains hidden inside, it'll be like he's in a prison. The only result will be death, the Lonely King mused. However, he also knew that his chances of actually killing Realm's Lord Windgrace were quite low, while the cost would be quite high. So long as I can force Realm's Lord Windgrace to flee with the Black Sun, I'll have won. The Lonely King knew exactly what he needed to do. If the Realm's Lord fled, he felt certain that Tao Lord Darknorth would know what decision to make. Attack! The Lonely King commanded. Boom! The three Lonely Kings on the three silver thrones began to build an aura of increasing and terrifying power. This aura was so strong that even Ning, who was calmly drinking wine below them, to grimace slightly. He raised his head to stare into the skies, then murmured softly, "The legends say that the Lonely King was once able to annihilate an entire otherverse. Was this the technique he used? I can't let them continue like this. If this fight progresses, they might accidentally destroy the vast Heaven Ever world." Halt! Ning shouted as he rose to his feet, his voice tinged with a hint of anger. Up above him were Realm's Lord Windgrace, the Lonely King, and the Ice Peak army. They were just about to engage in combat, but all of them turned to stare blankly. "Are you afraid?" The three Lonely Kings stared downwards and laughed coldly. "Realm's Lord cannot kill me, and he doesn't even know all the tricks I have available. Faced with my Ice Peak army, he'll probably have no choice but to flee. Thus, Tao Lord Darknorth, I recommend that you simply go ahead and hand the Flamewing God over to me and let it serve me. I am the most appropriate master for it." Although the Lonely King had heard of the Black Sun long ago, when he actually saw Realm's Lord Windgrace produce it, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The same was true for Realm's Lord Windgrace. When actually faced with the entire Ice Peak army, he could sense that this would be a truly vicious battle. It would be best for them to end this without a fight. Once Tao Lord Darknorth came out to openly support one side, the battle would becoming meaningless, because the side who had the help of the Flamewing God would be the side to win. The Flamewing God was virtually indestructible, and nothing could withstand its charge. Even the Black Sun would be knocked aside, while the Ice Peak army would be torn asunder. "Darknorth, you can choose for yourself." Realm's Lord Windgrace looked at Ning. "Humph, Windgrace made you some promises, I expect?" The Lonely King said coldly, "But you should know what type of a person I am. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. If anyone offends me, I'll pay any price needed to exact my revenge." The entire area descended into a deep silence. All of the hegemons and emperors were quivering inside. They all knew of the Ice Peak army's brutal reputation. The Lonely King truly was a terrifying figure when angered. "I've been waiting a long, long time for that Flamewing God," the Lonely King said coldly. "You have failed the Tao merge. Even if you live with the utmost of caution, you will still be nothing more than a puny Tao Lord with at most 1,000 chaos cycles of longevity left. If you make an enemy out of me, I swear that I will annihilate any friends or family who have any connection to you whatsoever, and I'll wipe out your homeland as well. Based on the reports I uncovered, you first appeared within the Badlands territory, yes? Back then, you were just an elder god. I imagine a puny elder god couldn't have traveled all that far, which means your homeland should be near the Badlands territory. Given my power and the power of the Ice Peak army, we'll definitely be able to locate it." The three Lonely Kings stared intently at Ning, the diamonds in their foreheads glowing with that eerie, evil blood-red light. "I trust you know what the right choice is." The Lonely King all but palpitated with malevolence. Originally, Ning had been quite calm, but when he heard the Lonely King threaten to annihilate any friends or family who have any connection to you whatsoever and say that Ning's homeland should be near the Badlands territory, a cold look flashed through Ning's eyes. Snick! Ning drew a sword from the black sheath on his back. What, are you about to go crazy? I hear that some Dao lords who failed the Dao merge will cast caution to the wind and go berserk, but not even your flame-wing god is able to harm me in the slightest. No matter what, I'll be able to annihilate everyone and everything you care about. Murder all but radiated from the Lonely King's eyes. Whoosh! Ning took a single step forwards, his body flickering as he moved so fast he vastly surpassed both the flame-wing god and the light which had shot out of those blood-red diamonds. He appeared right next to the leftmost Lonely King, and he delivered a casual chopping blow with his northbow sword. Swish! It was an ordinary strike which even the distant hegemons and eternal emperors were able to see with clarity. It seemed so very slow, but it sliced through the Lonely King's neck with ease, cutting through his silver robes and even his golden body as though they were made out of tofu. The cut was so clean that one couldn't even see a wound actually appear on the Lonely King's neck. The attack looked slow, but that was just a deceptive illusion caused by the temporal disruption inherent to this strike. In truth, it was so fast that no one was able to react at all. Why you? The Lonely King's eyes bulged out. An invisible power struck at him through karma, instantly wiping out his soul. At his current level, Ning didn't need to worry about which of the three was the real one. Ning's sword was connected to karma itself. Even if the true Lonely King was hidden away in a completely different realmverse or otherverse, he still would have perished. The Lonely King's bulging eyes suddenly softened. A look of release appeared in his gaze, and his lips actually curved upwards in a smile. Moments later, his aura completely vanished. All three Lonely Kings slumped downwards. Two of them completely vanished, while the other lay fallen atop his silver throne. Ning glanced sideways at the already perished Lonely King, then murmured softly, "You are right. As a Dao Lord who has failed the Dao merge, there's a limit to how long I can live. I really didn't want to use up any energy, but once you made those threats, I had no choice but to respond." Snick! Ning resheathed the northbow sword back into the scabbard on his back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 3, Accept Punishment. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 3, Accept Punishment. Ning stared weighingly at the Lonely King's silver robes, his blood-red diamond, and the silver throne he had been seated on. These were all extremely powerful Sith weapons. They were of little use to him, but of incalculable value to others. He immediately waved his hand, collecting the Lonely King's corpse, throne, and treasures. The entire area was completely silent. The skies above Vast Heaven Palace had previously been the arena for the face-off between Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak Army. Moments ago, their auras had been flaring, but now, all of them held their breaths. The terrified emperors who were watching from afar were all staring in disbelief. Even the people inside Vast Heaven Palace such as Emperor Soul Sky, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and the Flame Wing God all stared with heads upraised. In this moment, every single cultivator's attention was completely focused upon the white-robed youth with the black sheath on his back. His aura was quite ordinary, the aura of a Dao Lord. One could even sense that his true soul was continuously crumbling away in tiny amounts. He was nothing more than a pitiful Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge, but they all watched blankly as the white-robed figure collected the Lonely King's Sith weapons. No one dared to stop him, even though they were deeply interested in those treasures. Master, Eichi, Su Yuji stared with her head raised. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and her face was red with excitement. She felt excited for Ning. She could still remember the first time they had met. Back then, he had been an elder god while she had been an ancestral immortal. She had already been incomparably beautiful, with many cultivators wooing her in the hopes of becoming her Dao companion. When she had met Ning, she had watched as Ning battled above his class against world-level cultivators, and thus she had immediately chosen to voluntarily join him as his retainer. She had followed him, watching him grow from up close. He had become increasingly dazzling, becoming the #1 Dowlord in all the history of the Flame Dragon realmverse. He had taken on a hegemonic retainer and even tamed the Flamewing God, but in the end, he had still failed his Dow merge. She felt a sense of great heartache and sorrow as she watched her master's true soul slowly but surely crumble away, but then she saw that single, dazzling sword strike. The Lonely King, someone who even hegemons viewed with reverence, had collapsed supinely beneath that strike. First, Su Yuji had felt stunned. Then, she had felt a true sense of excitement and delight for her master. Even though he has failed the Dow merge, he'll become the most dazzling star in all the night sky. Even though he will one day perish, his light shall illuminate countless realm verses and other verses, and be forever whispered unto the end of time. He shall become one of the most unbelievable of legends. Su Yuji stared upwards at him, her eyes blazing with eagerness. Such power! How could he have? How? Emperor Soul Sky mumbled nonsensically to himself as he stared. The Lonely King? Finished with just one strike of the sword? Hegemon Azurfian's wizened old face was contorted with shock. I've wandered the vast chaosverse for many years, but I've never even heard of such a thing. Most likely, only the exalted autarchs or perhaps the supreme members of the Sith race, those exalts, would be capable of such a thing. In the cultivator civilizations, the only ones capable of such an act were the autarchs. Although the Sith exalts were weaker than the autarchs, they were still definitely above the other verse lords in power. They were unfathomably powerful and even faster than the Flamewing God. In a direct clash, the Flamewing God would be suppressed by a Sith exalt even though Flamewing had an indestructible body. 3 exalts working together had actually managed to capture it alive. In the cultivator civilizations, only autarchs were capable of capturing chaos primordials. Now, a Dowlord who had failed the Dow merge had actually reached that same, terrifying level of power? How powerful was he? Was he comparable to those Sith exalts, or was he even stronger than them and close to the autarchs in might? The hegemons and emperors had no idea, and it didn't really matter. The only thing that mattered was this truth: hegemons and other verse lords would all perish with just one strike from Ning's sword. After Ning collected the Lonely King's treasures, he swept the area with his gaze, then smiled. Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak Army, please follow me. As for the other emperors and hegemons, you'll have to pardon me, I won't be able to accompany you for now. You are being far too courteous, Dowlord Dark North. The ordinary eternal emperors off in the distance all felt surprised and delighted by his courtesy. They all relaxed quite a bit. Normally, they had to behave with great reverence when they were in the presence of hegemons. This truly peerless Dowlord had just slain the Lonely King with ease and was so powerful that even hegemons wouldn't dare to breathe too loudly in front of him, and yet he spoke with such courtesy. Dowlord Dark North, I truly have never even heard of sword arts like yours. Impressive, truly impressive. I, Taoist Violet Star, have truly been enlightened today. I've wandered for over 10 million chaos cycles and visited many realm verses, but I've never been as stunned as I am right now. Even if I died the very next instant, I would still feel that it would all have been worth it. Dowlord Dark North, we won't bother you any further. We'll leave now. The emperors still felt a mixture of reverence and fear. Right now, they were even more nervous when facing Dowlord Dark North than they had been when facing Realms Lord Windgrace or the Lonely King. Ning simply smiled, watching as the emperors all departed. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Taoist Bluestone, and a number of others all flew over. The others all felt rather nervous, but Hegemon Brightshore had always been on very good terms with Ning. As a result, he felt a bit more relaxed. His ancient eyes were filled with a look of amazement, and he let out a sigh. Dark North, after seeing your sword, I still feel panic in my heart. I didn't want to draw my sword, Ning said. But the Lonely King was protected by Sith artifacts. If I didn't draw my sword, I wouldn't be able to kill him. Using my weapons and exerting my energy will result in my true soul crumbling even faster. Correct. Hegemon Brightshore nodded. From now on, you should avoid fighting whenever possible. Your sword arts truly are dazzling to behold. A pity that we won't be able to see it too many times in the future. You win some, you lose some. All you can do is meet it with a calm heart, Ning said with a smile. Dark North? Taoist Bluestone smiled. You said that you had to draw your sword if you wanted to kill the Lonely King. Are you saying that you wouldn't even need to draw your sword to deal with us? Ning nodded. Correct. You might not need to draw your sword, but you'd still need to use up a bit of energy to deal with us, Emperor Goldal said with a chortle. So it's best if you don't just go crazy and start killing everyone, Tao Lord Dark North. Goldal, I won't go crazy anytime soon, but, generally speaking, I should be able to kill my foes just by activating the might of my Tao. There's no need for me to actually use up any of my divine power or immortal energy, Ning said. If one didn't use one's weapons, divine power, or immortal energy, the amount of power that one could summon simply from the might of his Tao itself was quite low. But Ning's Tao was the eternal Omega Sword Tao, and it represented the true prime essence of the Tao of the sword itself. The domain generated by his Tao might not be able to kill the likes of the Lonely King, nor would it be enough to kill other verse lords who were protected by the prime essences of their own other verses, but it was more than capable of killing ordinary hegemons. Ning wouldn't need to use up any of his own power at all. You? A sour look appeared on Goldissel's face. Can't you let us save just a tiny bit of face? Ha, enough chit-chat. I need to go speak with Windgrace and the Ice Peak Army, Ning said. Right. We'll head off then. If there's anything you need, just send word. We'll definitely help out. We're off. The supreme powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse began to leave, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. In truth, by now they were able to guess that the reason why Ning was so strong was most likely due to him being in control of the eternal Omega Sword Tao. But, he had also failed the Tao merge. There was no doubt about that. What a true pity. A peerless major power is going to slowly fade away, and there's nothing anyone can do. Hegemon Windrain sighed. We won't be able to see his dazzling sword arts many more times in the future. It will eventually become nothing more than a myth, Hegemon Netherlily said. Ning simply stood there. It was for Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak Army to come meet him. Tao Lord Dark North. A look of shock was in Realms Lord Windgrace's eyes, and he actually bowed slightly. I truly am stunned by the sword arts I just saw. The autarchs might be powerful, but their power comes from their Tao birth, where one Tao births many Taos. As far as the pure Tao of the sword goes, you, Tao Lord Dark North, are number one in all the Chaosverse. I was a bit too arrogant when I came and asked for the Flame Wing God. I'd like to ask you to pardon me. If there's anything you need, just let me know. If you wish to punish me for my impertinence, I'm willing to accept it. Nin nodded. No one had ever gained eternity for an Omega Tao in all of history, he was the first. That meant he was naturally the first to be the master of an eternal Omega Sword Tao. He truly was the number one master of the sword in the entire history of the Chaosverse. Windgrace. Ice Peak Army. Ning's gaze turned to the nearby members of the Ice Peak Army. The 3 Gold Emperors and the many Black Emperors of the Ice Peak Army all felt very nervous. Respectful greetings, Tao Lord Dark North. We truly are ashamed to have offended you by our actions, and we too are willing to accept any punishment you may mete out. Now that you have slain the Lonely King, we actually feel a sense of gratitude in our hearts, Lord Wolf said respectfully. Myself, Brother Wei, and Brother Soulfinger, along with the many Black Emperors under our command, although we gained the power of Gold Emperors and Black Emperors and became much more powerful, we lost something as well. Our lives fell under the complete control of the Lonely King, and we have never dared to oppose his commands. Now that you have slain the Lonely King, we have finally been released. Nin nodded. I won't punish any of you, but there is something I need you all to do for me. Please tell us what you need, Tao Lord Darknorth. The three generals and the many black emperors all respectfully awaited Ning's orders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 4, Searching for Nuwa. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 4, Searching for Nuwa. I wish to find a female cultivator, Ning said. Find a female cultivator? The three generals and the black emperors were all rather puzzled, as was the nearby realm's Lord Windgrace. They all knew that Ning had trained for a fairly brief period of time and hadn't traveled to many places. It should be easy for him to find a female cultivator. There was no need to send the entire Ice Peak army to carry out a task like this. Her name is Nuwa, Ning said. She hasn't trained for very long either, and she should be incredibly talented. She might be a Tao Lord, but she might also have become an eternal emperor. She is most likely located in a place which is extremely far away from the Flame Dragon realmverse. Ning hadn't visited too many places, but he had accumulated records on all the Tao Lords and Emperors of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. There had been no records of Nuwa at all. Clearly, ever since Nuwa left the three realms, she had never again appeared within the territory of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. After Ning had mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao, he had reached an inconceivably high level of insight. He was now in control of one of the prime essences of the Chaosverse, the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword. In other words, he now had a vague understanding of how the entire Chaosverse itself functioned, giving him a greater degree of insight into fate. Mother Nuwa and Ning were connected to each other by karma, because the very first step Ning had taken as Immortal was to study the Nuwa painting. After Ning had completed and mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao, he was able to sense through the whispers of fate that Nuwa was still alive in an extremely remote part of the Chaosverse. Nuwa? The three generals, Realm's Lord Windgrace, and the Black Emperors all revealed puzzled expressions. None of you have heard of her? Ning couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed when he saw the looks on their faces. Realm's Lord Windgrace had many friends but was permanently stationed in the Hidden Fiend realmverse. It wasn't surprising that he hadn't heard of Nuwa. The Ice Peak army, however, roved the Chaosverse and visited many places. Ning had thought that they might have heard of her, especially since Ning felt certain that Nuwa's level of talent must have led her to accomplish great things. It must be remembered that when the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World collided, that represented the smashing together of two Autarch-level god gems. In the resulting battle, Nuwa had broken through to the world level. Karmic luck had descended upon her, resulting in a great deal of the essence fragments of the Autarch's god gems to swirl around her as well. It was incredibly rare and marvelous for a cultivator to break through to the world level without any guidance whatsoever. Even Ning had merely been at the Elder God/Ancestral Immortal level when he left the three realms. True, Ning had only trained for a fairly brief period of time, but Mother Nuwa was definitely in a class of her own during the primordial era of the Pango Chaos World. She had definitely surpassed the three sovereigns, Tathagata, three purities, and Subhuti, and she was the unquestioned leader of the Nuwa Alliance. By now, even Subhuti and Windfiend had fused multiple Supreme Taoists together. Ning felt certain that Nuwa wouldn't be inferior to any of them. That meant that Nuwa would probably be quite famous in the region she was currently in. If the Ice Peak army had visited her region, it was highly likely that they would have heard mention of the name Nuwa. Haven't heard of her? Lord Wolf shook his head, then turned and barked, "Have any of you heard of a Nuwa before?" No. We've roamed through many places, but we've never heard of a powerful female cultivator named Nuwa. Haven't heard of her. They all shook their heads. Ning turned to look at Realm's Lord Windgrace, who immediately shook his head. I haven't heard of her either. Tao Lord Darknorth, the Ice Peak army has visited many places. If even they haven't heard of her, she's not going to be easy to find. Ning frowned. Nuwa has only trained for a short period of time, perhaps she isn't well known yet. Ice Peak Army, the mission I have for you is for you to ride realm ships to one realmverse after another. Spread the word on my behalf. Say that I, Lord Dark North, am searching for a female cultivator named Nuwa. She should have only been training for roughly 100 chaos cycles of normal time. You can also make it known that I, Lord Dark North, will owe a debt to the first person to find Nuwa for me. I can use treasures to pay off my debt, but I can also help deal with someone, such as the Lonely King, who I slew. This, Realm's Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak Army were shocked. This offer was a crazy one. The Lonely King had been an incredible figure in the Chaosverse, a mighty ruler in his sector. Lord Dark North's promise was definitely enough to drive many major powers wild with excitement. A favor from Lord Dark North was definitely something worth having. Hurry up and spread the word to as many realmverses as you can. This is the only task I have for you, Ning said. Once I find Nuwa, you'll gain your freedom. If I cannot find her, then you'll be released from this oath after I die and my Dao vanishes. Very well. Don't worry, Lord Dark North. The three generals and the Black Emperors all immediately agreed. This was an incredibly simple task, all they had to do was serve as a messenger. Lord Dark North wasn't going to be around for much longer, at most, he'd survive for another 1,000 chaos cycles. This was quite easy. The Ice Peak Army immediately swore the requisite lifeblood oaths. Go now. If anyone discovers Nuwa, they can immediately inform Windgrace. When he knows, I'll know, Ning said. In the end, he himself simply didn't know enough people. Even if someone did locate Nuwa, it would be quite difficult for that person to find Ning. Windgrace, however, had a wide network of friends, it would be far easier for others to reach him. Understood. The members of the Ice Peak Army all assented to his order, then excitedly departed. How could they not be excited? This wasn't the calamitous punishment they had expected, in fact, it was a huge blessing in disguise. Now that the Lonely King was dead, their lives were their own again. They would truly be free once more. How many major powers were truly willing to serve as pawns and foot soldiers for another? Long ago, they had been weak and thus lusted after the power which becoming a Black Emperor or Gold Emperor would grant them, which was why they had gritted their teeth and accepted servitude. Now, they didn't lose any of the power they had gained, nor was their fate in the hands of another. They were all free. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? And once they helped Lord Dark North locate Nuwa, they would become truly and perpetually free. Windgrace. Ning looked at Windgrace. You can probably guess what I need you to do. A simple task. I'll send the word out as widely as I can, Realm's Lord Windgrace said. Good. Ning nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Realm's Lord. 'Tis nothing at all. Realm's Lord Windgrace secretly let out a sigh of relief as well. Lord Dark North truly was an easygoing person. Many cultivators in his position would behave much more ruthlessly. Given that Ning had already failed the Dao merge, no one would have been surprised if he had turned ruthless and chose to simply kill Windgrace. If that happened, Windgrace wouldn't even have had a chance to feel regret. Thus, he had waited nervously for Ning's judgment, not daring to argue in the slightest. But now, it seemed, Ning's request was quite simple. All he had to do was to spread the word. The story of the legendary battle which occurred after Lord Dark North's attempted Dao merge was quickly spread by Realm's Lord Windgrace, the hegemons and emperors of the 16 Realmverses Alliance, and the Ice Peak Army. The latter rode realm ships in every direction, spreading the news far and wide. As a result, word spread like a tempest. Although the Chaosverse was so vast that spreading information was usually quite difficult, this particular bit of news was utterly astonishing, especially given how famous the Lonely King was. As a result, news truly did spread quite fast. Old man! Old man! A giant foot came crashing down through the clouds and slamming against the surface of an enormous planet, causing the earth to tremble. The towering figure to which the giant foot belonged continued to bellow, "Hurry up and wake up, you blind old man. Fuck off." A hoarse, ear-piercing voice rang out from deep underneath the earth. "Hurry up and wake up. Something big just happened. Stop sleeping." This time, the towering figure stomped down on the ground using his 2 bare feet, causing the earth to shudder and shake. "One day, I'm going to eat you," the hoarse, unpleasant voice said. A boom rang out, followed by the entire planet exploding as an ugly black bird appeared in its center. This bird had just a single eye, but the eye was shut. It looked rather like an owl, but it had a pair of extremely large black wings. "I've got some good news for you, you blind old man. A while ago, the Lonely King sent the Ice Peak army after you and forced you into fleeing, right?" The speaker was an alien hegemon dressed in simple armor and who had 2 furry heads. "The Lonely King died. Why are you mentioning this again? I told you to never, huh? Did you just say the Lonely King died?" The black avian let out a startled, ear-piercing screech. "It's true. Word has spread to our 5 bug realm verses. You're probably the only one who doesn't know because you spend all your time sleeping." The 2-headed hegemon said. "How'd he die?" The black avian immediately asked. Given how strong the Lonely King was, so long as he didn't do anything suicidal, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing him, but... Ha. I have to tell you a story about someone truly remarkable named Lord Dark North. The 2-headed hegemon immediately began to narrate the story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 5, Arrangements. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 5, Arrangements. In a different, incredibly distant part of the Chaosverse. A vast layer of golden clouds could be seen here within the emptiness of space. Above the clouds, there were many divine palaces that emanated rays of golden light. The palaces were all connected together and emanated such incredible light that it illuminated the cosmos. Within a side room inside the tallest, most towering palace, a white-winged man was standing by himself, staring into the endless darkness outside his window. He said calmly, "Demon Empress, why have you come here?" Another person was within the room, a blood-winged woman with a single horn. She had a smile on her face that was filled with strange, beguiling charisma. "God Emperor Helong, we were once Tao companions. Why must you be so heartless to me? For the sake of your Tao, of your God Emperor's apocalypse, you were willing to give up even your Tao companions. Even if you do succeed in becoming an autarch, would it all be worth it? Karma brought us into each other's path, then took us away from each other. Our ties are ended," God Emperor Helong said calmly. "No need to waste time on such nonsense. Why have you come here? You've always thought of yourself as being an extraordinary figure," the blood-winged woman smirked, "but have you heard of someone known as Lord Dark North?" Lord Dark North. A Tao Lord? God Emperor Helong was puzzled. "Oof. I knew you wouldn't know." The blood-winged woman said, "While meeting with a few of my friends, I heard some interesting news." "You should have heard of the Lonely King of the Icewind Army, yes?" God Emperor Helong said coldly, "He was destroyed by his love and went insane. He's not worth discussing." "But he was still fairly strong," the blood-winged woman laughed. "Are you able to kill him?" He engaged in the ritual sacrificium to become a golden emperor, and is also protected by multiple Sith war machines. I heard that he once destroyed an Otherverse. I admit that he's quite strong. Killing him would be very difficult, but someone like him, who purely focuses on power, will have a Tao heart which is riddled with flaws, God Emperor Helong said disdainfully. "The Tao Lord Dark North I just mentioned to you? He killed the Lonely King with just one swing of his sword," the blood-winged woman said. "Impossible." God Emperor Helong's face completely changed. "Impossible. There's no way it could be done with one strike, and no way it could be done by a Tao Lord. One would at least have to have the power of a Sith Exalt to accomplish this. The blood-winged woman said, "Let me finish. Tao Lord Darknorth is an incredibly talented figure, and he trains in one of the legendary Omega Das. He convinced a hegemon to follow him as a retainer, and also tamed a Chaos Primordial. Not long ago he finally attempted the Tao Merge. Although he failed in the Tao Merge, the failure allowed him to truly understand and comprehend the eternal Omega Sword Tao, and so he used just one strike of his sword to slay the Lonely King, who had come to take his Chaos Primordial from him. Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak army were so terrified that they immediately moved to obey all his commands." Eternal Omega Sword Tao? God Emperor Helong was stunned. There's always someone stronger than the strongest. Even in the cultivator civilizations, there are now those aside from the autarchs who are more powerful than you, such as Tao Lord Darknorth. The blood-winged woman smirked. Do you still think you are all that extraordinary? You aren't even close to being his equal. An Omega Tao can actually be perfected into eternity? A stunned look was in God Emperor Helong's eyes. Incredible, simply incredible. I truly am not a match for him. I, Helong, have only ever admired the autarchs. Now, I also feel admiration for Tao Lord Darknorth. The woman was stunned. She had wanted to use the story of Tao Lord Darknorth to belittle the endlessly arrogant God Emperor. Who would have thought that Helong would immediately begin to feel admiration for Tao Lord Darknorth? If I could borrow his eternal Omega Sword Tao and study from it, how wonderful that would be. The God Emperor murmured softly, eagerness in his eyes. Stop dreaming. The Tao is not to be casually taught to others, and only Tao Lord Darknorth has ever successfully mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao. You can stop dreaming about it, the woman mocked. However, she didn't see any anger or frustration on God Emperor Helong's face. This displeased her greatly, causing her to turn and leave. Still, at least she had achieved her goal of mocking the man. The 12 palaces of Brightshore, especially the Sword Palace, were filled with just as many excited discussions as the outside world. I heard that our Palace Lord Darknorth has already been praised as the #1 expert of the Endless Territories. Right. The Eternal Emperors all seem to be talking about this. Palace Lord Darknorth failed in the Tao Merge, but he has actually reached an inconceivable level of power as a result of it. Even hegemons are far beneath him. Even hegemons are far beneath him? How powerful must he be? Although the Tao Lords of the Sword Palace didn't really know the details or what the Ice Peak army was, there had been so many emperors present watching the battle that details of it had quickly leaked. Thus, the Tao Lords all knew one thing: Tao Lord Darknorth might have failed the Tao Merge, but he was so powerful that he surpassed even the hegemons by a great amount. He was able to kill hegemons with a flick of his wrist. This caused the countless Tao Lords to feel stunned, and the Tao Lords of the Sword Palace were especially proud. Even hegemons are far beneath him? The universe treasure within Armament's Gorge, the broken sword, suddenly manifested a pink-robed woman above the sword. She was the sword spirit, and she couldn't believe this news. How can someone be more powerful than a hegemon? Are we talking about that silly Tao Lord who visited me twice? Oof. Even if it's true, so what? He failed his Tao Merge, which means he will die soon, the sword spirit murmured to herself. Besides, given how he asked me to join him last time, he probably still doesn't have any universe treasures. Oof. The many major powers in the vast Chaosverse, including the hegemons, the emperors, and other incredibly famous ancient figures who were on par with Realms Lord Windgrace and the Lonely King, were all stunned by the news they heard regarding this Tao Lord Darknorth. The weaker ones were able to gain a general sense of how terrifying Tao Lord Darknorth was, but only the strongest ones truly understood what the eternal Omega Sword Tao truly represented. All of them knew that Tao Lord Darknorth was most likely second only to the autarchs in all the parts of the Chaosverse ruled over by the cultivator civilizations. Even though he failed the Tao Merge and his life would be brief as a result, no one would dare to challenge him so long as he was alive. The legend of Tao Lord Darknorth only continued to grow, as did a second person's name. Nuwa. Tao Lord Darknorth was searching for a female cultivator called Nuwa. The first person to find her and send word of her to Tao Lord Darknorth would be owed a favor by the Tao Lord. Such a favor had tremendous uses and implications. Nuwa? Have you heard of a powerful female cultivator named Nuwa? An incredible Tao Lord or a powerful hegemons? Never heard of her. Based on what Tao Lord Darknorth has told us, Nuwa has probably only trained for 100 chaos cycles or so. She can't be all that strong. Maybe she's already dead? Impossible. Think about the level which Tao Lord Darknorth has reached. He's second only to the autarchs. How could he be mistaken about her being alive? News continued to spread. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. Rumors continued to bubble and froth in the outside world. By now, Vast Heaven Palace had become something of a holy place, the most unique power in all the 16 Realmverses alliance. Ning, however, was busy taking care of many things he had to handle. Whoosh! Ning and his team rode the realm ship into the Terror Star Sea. Master? Flamewing looked at Ning, puzzled. Here we are. Ning stared up front. Here we are? Hegemon Azure Fiend stared towards the front as well, puzzled. The only thing in front of them was an area of jumbled primordial chaos. There's nothing in front of us. A cave is hidden there, Ning said with a laugh, and it holds a world where my third disciple, Skywind, resides. I'll go in first. As he spoke, he took a single step forwards and disappeared from the realm ship. Ning's mastery over the Tao of spacetime was such that he was able to easily enter the cave within that hidden pocket of spacetime, while his swordlight was even more easily capable of cutting a hole into it. Same old cave. Ning swept the area with his gaze. He saw the two hegemons' corpses as well as the Black Emperor's corpse. Disciple. Ning stared into the Black Emperor's corpse. His gaze pierced through the dimensions, allowing him to see Tao Lord Skywind within a planet inside that corpse. I have several disciples, but you, alas, have the toughest destiny, Ning sighed softly. His mastery over the Tao of Karma had long ago reached the Archon level. Now that he had mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao, he was able to see even farther into the future. The future was in a constant state of flux, but he was now able to see the vast majority of possible futures. Now that he had failed his Tao merge, he turned to focus on preparing things for his family and friends. As for the three realms, he had naturally spent even more effort there. He was searching for Nuwa for the sake of the three realms. As Ning saw it, Mother Nuwa had to be fairly powerful and was most likely capable of helping out and protecting it. Ning was planning to give the Sith war machines he had acquired from the Lonely King over to Nuwa. As for his disciples? His first disciple, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, lived a carefree life, but as a result she had accomplished the least. There was no need to discuss her. His second disciple was Green Bamboo Yang Suiting. Ning had engaged in some divinations on his behalf and had discovered that Yang Suiting was a person of remarkable mental prowess. He would be able to solve even the most dangerous of problems, and he was surrounded by great luck. His future potential was virtually limitless. Most likely, he would become the most accomplished of Ning's disciples. His third disciple was Skywind. Skywind was the best suited to the Tao of the Sword, but he was stubborn and antisocial, and he was the most vicious of his peers. That stubborn, eccentric personality would bring him many problems. Ning had scried the future, and it appeared as though Skywind would be incredibly dazzling amongst the other Tao Lords of the fourth step, but he would be constantly surrounded by trouble. The ties of karma surrounding him indicated that he would actually fail his Tao merge without question. This was much like how Emperor Waveshift had once divined that Ning would definitely fail the Tao merge. His fourth disciple, to this very day, no one had acquired the legacy Ning had hidden, the legacy which would result in that person becoming Ning's fourth disciple. Ning had the vague feeling that his fourth disciple would not be born for a long, long time. His fifth and sixth disciples were both at Vast Heaven Palace and so were blessed with many advantages. There was no need for Ning to worry about them. Skywind, Ning murmured softly, everyone chooses their own paths in life. The only thing I can do to help you is this. Ning waved a finger. Countless streams of swordlight began to gather together, coming to form a formation. Ning placed some presents inside the formation, which had many illusions and other tempering techniques within them. It also included various techniques involving the Tao of the sword, some spirit fruits, and treasures, as well as treasures which were unremarkable to Ning but which would be of tremendous help to Skywind. Of all my disciples, the one I worry about the most is you. Ning shook his head slowly. However, in the end, I'll still have to eventually let go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 6, Nua's Trail. Book 39, Nua, Chapter 6, Nua's Trail. There was a limit to how much longer he would live. He certainly wouldn't be able to hold on until Skywind's Tao merge. The Lonely King had said that if Ning was extremely careful, he'd be able to live 1,000 chaos cycles, but in truth, Ning knew that his eternal Omega Sword Tao was actually the same thing as the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, one of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. This Tao had a nurturing effect on his soul, which meant that the true soul's crumbling speed would be fairly slow. Different Taos would have different effects. For example, those who trained in the Tao of Water would have stronger protective abilities and invulnerable forms. In turn, the destructive Taos such as the Tao of the Sword were superior in offensive power. Different Taos had different strengths. Although the eternal Omega Sword Tao was quite incredible, it still represented the Tao of the Sword and thus it didn't have an exaggeratedly massive effect on the soul. Still, there was something else that was special about Ning, the Azure Flower Mist energy. This was a very unique type of energy which Autarch Awakener, the master of the Azure Flower estate, had devised based on the cultivation methods of the Sith race. It was a technique that allowed for divine power, immortal energy, and heart force to all be transformed into Azure Flower Mist energy. It had marvelous effects on the true soul and made it much stronger. If I can avoid using up my energy, I can live a maximum of 8,000 chaos cycles, Ning mused. But if I have to use my energy, my lifespan will dramatically lessen to just 3 or 4 chaos cycles. Ning spent the rest of his time in Vast Heaven Palace training his students and fellow disciples. Every so often, he'd go roaming through the 3 realms. While he wandered through the many chaos worlds of the 3 realms, Ning ended up choosing a 7th disciple. His 7th disciple was an ancestral immortal who had been known as Grand Immortal Amander, and who had been a plant spirit who had trained to the point of understanding the Tao. It must be remembered that after such a long period of development, the 3 realms now had so many chaos worlds and experts that a single ancestral immortal truly didn't count for much. Grand Immortal Amander had a very eccentric personality who rather reminded Ning of his old friend, Patriarch Lu Dongbin, because the man loved to play matchmaker. He tweaked events to ensure that lovers met with each other, and when he encountered people he didn't like he would play all sorts of tricks on each other. In fact, he would sometimes make people he truly disliked end up attached to each other. While wandering the 3 realms, Ning stumbled upon this Grand Immortal Amander. He followed Amander in secret, watching for some time. Amander seemed to be eccentric and rather lazy when it came to cultivation. It seemed obvious to many that he would have no future prospects, which was why none of the Tao Lords or world-level cultivators of the 3 realms had taken him on as a disciple or had taught him. However, Ning had the feeling that this Grand Immortal Amander was an extraordinary figure. When Ning scried his future, Ning came to understand that Amander truly was a piece of unpolished jade. Given that Ning had slowly grown fond of the young fellow, Ning chose to take him on as a 7th disciple. News that Tao Lord Darknorth had taken on a 7th disciple, Grand Immortal Amander, stunned the 3 realms and caused quite a few immortals and fiend gods to stare blankly in confusion. Ning lived a relaxed life, waiting for news of Nua. roughly 69 million years after Ning's downmerge attempt. Within an alternate universe, a giant boulder was levitating within an empty patch of space. Two major powers were seated in the lotus position atop this boulder, drinking wine and making merry. The empty area around them was displaying images of various things occurring within this otherverse. Isn't Downlord Dark North just incredible? The muscular man with tousled golden hair said with a sigh. He really is. If you didn't tell me about him, I wouldn't even know about it. I really cannot imagine that someone was able to kill the legendary Lonely King of the Icewind Army with just one blow of the sword. He truly is incredible. The bald, red-robed hegemon Goodsong nodded and sighed. I was stunned when I heard this. I wish I was there to witness it all in person. Ha ha. Downlord Dark North is in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. That place is way too far away from us. You'd have to travel through several incredibly vast stretches the Great Dark to get there. I'm surprised the news even made it this far. I'm an otherverse lord with quite a few friends, which is why I heard about this, the muscular man said. It really is far. The bald, red-robed man nodded. Some realmverses were fairly close to each other. Realm ships could allow you to travel between them in just a few tens of thousands of years. Others were hundreds of times farther away, separated by that endless darkness with no realm verses inside, which many cultivators referred to as the Great Dark. To emperors who weren't willing to pay for travel via realm ship, traversing the Great Dark would simply take too much time, tens of millions of chaos cycles, or even longer. Most weren't willing to travel too far. Oh, right. There's something I forgot to tell you. Downlord Dark North is searching for someone called Nuwa. The muscular man laughed. He said that he would owe a favor to anyone who does find Nuwa. He'd be willing to hand over a treasure, or even help carry out a task, including a task like killing major powers on the level of the Lonely King. Nuwa? Who is Nuwa? Hegemon Goodsong asked. A female cultivator who supposedly has only trained for 100 chaos cycles. Downlord Dark North says that she's probably an incredibly talented Downlord or an eternal emperor, the muscular man said. Oh. Hegemon Goodsong began to feel excited. 1 hour later, the red-robed Hegemon Goodsong left the otherverse and reached another realmverse which was connected to the former via a spacetime tunnel. By now, he was no longer able to suppress his excitement. Nuwa? A female cultivator who has only trained for 100 chaos cycles? Hegemon Goodsong narrowed his eyes. Last time, when I met with Patriarch Treewind of the Blue Sky Realmverse, he brought a female disciple named Nuwa. Back then, he praised her multiple times and described her as being incredibly talented. She was just a Downlord of the third step back then. I wonder how she is doing now. I'll go and take a look. She's probably the person Downlord Dark North of the Flame Dragon Realmverse is searching for. Hegemon Goodsong immediately went off to go hire a realm ship. Realm ship owners generally charge the same for 100 million year flight as they would a 100,000 year flight. They were only hired every so often. After all, they had to make the most of it. Thus, this trip merely cost Hegemon Goodsong roughly 30% of his net worth. Although he felt sorrow over the cost, it was within the limits of what he could accept. Hegemon Goodsong, we just reached the Blue Sky Realmverse. Wait for me here as I go test out the information I heard. Don't worry. It only took me 3 million years to get here. I'll fly you around until the 100 million years are up. The hegemon in command of the realm ship was quite relaxed. To earn so much treasure in exchange for merely 100 million years of his time was an absolute steal. Hegemon Goodwong went off searching. Soon, he found Patriarch Treewind's residence. A handsome young disciple was in front of Patriarch Treewind's tree palace, and this disciple respectfully welcomed Hegemon Goodsong inside. Hegemon, the Patriarch has gone off on a trip to the Blaze Sun domain, the disciple said respectfully. His avatar has left this place to go meet with the avatars of his friends to ensure that they are in constant contact. Almost all of them have gone off to the Blaze Sun domain. The Blaze Sun domain? Your patriarch is quite bold. Where is that female disciple of his, Nuwa? Hegemon Goodsong immediately asked. Senior apprentice sister Nuwa? The youth was startled. He immediately responded. Don't you know? Half a chaos cycle ago, she completed her Dao merge and became a hegemon. It was her recommendation that they visit the Blaze Sun domain. After the Patriarch and the other major powers agreed, they joined together to accompany her there, but she became a hegemon? Hegemon Goodsong's eyes bulged out. But she's so young. She hasn't been training for too long, has she? Senior apprentice sister Nuwa's experiences have been extraordinary. Supposedly, the Patriarch discovered her in the Blaze Sun domain and brought her back here, the disciple said. I've only known her for around 100 chaos cycles. 100 chaos cycles? Hegemon Goodsong felt a sense of excitement. He asked curiously, you say that she was discovered in the Blaze Sun domain? This was new to him. Yes. Many people know this. For her to appear there means that she probably has an extraordinary background. She truly is a monstrously talented figure. She became a hegemon in just 100 chaos cycles. This is unbelievable even to me, the disciple said. The more hegemon Goodsong heard, the more excited he became. This was right, this was definitely right. The legendary Dao Lord Dark North said that Nuwa was either an incredible Dao Lord or had succeeded in the Dao merge. No wonder he had spoken with such certainty. Nuwa truly was incredible, but Dao Lord Dark North was even more incredible. He had killed the Lonely King as if the latter was just a chicken, which meant that in the cultivator civilizations he was second only to the autarchs. I was right. She's the one. She's an incredible figure, but Dao Lord Dark North is even more incredible. There's no way this could all be a coincidence. It has to be her. Hegemon Goodsong mused silently, and she actually came from the Blaze Sun domain. It seems that she and Dao Lord Dark North must know each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 7, First Mention of Dark North. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 7, First Mention of Dark North. After verifying that Nuwa of the Blue Sky Realmverse was indeed the same person Dao Lord Dark North was seeking, Hegemon Goodsong felt both delight and nervousness. I need to hurry up and notify Realms Lord Windgrace of this. If I'm too slow, someone else might report it ahead of me. Ugh, we're incredibly far away from Realms Lord Windgrace's territory. It won't be easy to get this information over to him. The Blue Sky Realmverse was indescribably far away from Realms Lord Windgrace's Hidden Fiend Realmverse. Even though word of Ning and his request had spread like wildfire, it had still taken 60 million years before Hegemon Goodsong had found out and then been the first to locate Nuwa. If he had to fly over to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse via realmship, just passing through the numerous special zones of the Chaosverse which lay between them would probably take several billion years. This was probably more than enough time for another major power to also discover Nuwa and then notify Windgrace. Realms Lord Windgrace is quite famous. He rendered incredible merits during the Dawn War and has been taught by numerous autarchs, Hegemon Goodsong mused. He's even able to contact the legendary autarch Titanos. Grand Emperor Skydeep is the closest person to the Blue Sky domain who is also able to contact autarch Titanos. I should be able to quickly notify Realms Lord Windgrace through him. Grand Emperor Skydeep. I need to hurry up and go visit him. Hegemon Windgrace used his hired realmship to hurry towards Grand Emperor Skydeep's residence. Contacting an autarch was an extremely difficult task. All of them were mysterious and hard to locate, most hegemons were incapable of reaching out to them. The only one who permanently resided in his own estate was autarch Titanos, who was the easiest one to contact. However, even then the only ones who were able to reach out to him were supremely powerful figures who were favored by the autarch due to having rendered great merits in the past. For example, even though Ning had met autarch Titanos in person, he didn't have any way to reach out to the autarch. The Lonely King was extremely strong, but he still wasn't able to contact autarch Titanos. If he wished to do so, he would have to ask other major powers to send word on his behalf. Only those who had rendered truly great accomplishments in the past, such as Realms Lord Windgrace, Grand Emperor Skydeep, or God Emperor Helon, were able to reach the autarch. But of course, even then they would only reach out to the autarch as personal disciples. That was equivalent to reaching the autarch himself. In the end, there were very, very few people who had rendered great enough deeds that they gained access to an autarch. Hegemon Goodsong had to fly for over 50 million years before reaching God Emperor Skydeep's abode. In contrast, the Flame Dragon Realmverse was much farther away. It would have taken him billions of years to reach it. And so, roughly 120 million years after Ning had made his Dao Merge attempt, Hegemon Goodsong managed to send word to Realms Lord Windgrace via Grand Emperor Skydeep. In truth, roughly 90 million years after Ning's Dao Merge attempt, word of Dao Lord Darknoth slaying the Lonely King with one strike of the sword and Dao Lord Darknorth is searching for Nuwa had already finally made its way to the Blue Sky Realmverse, and thus to Nuwa in the Blaze Sun domain. Within the Blaze Sun domain, rumble, a series of explosions could be heard coming from that distant, blazing star as countless flaming meteors continuously blasted out from its surface. A silvery white ship was flying through the void with 5 figures within it. All 5 had extraordinary auras, with the most extraordinary auras belonging to an old man and a young man. The old man had long, fiery red hair, a stooped body, and was dressed in robes made out of fiery leaves. He had a fiery tree branch growing out of his head as well. This was the awesome, legendary Patriarch Treewind. As for the young man, he looked extraordinarily cold and remote. He was dressed in beautiful robes, and he was known as Imperator Jade Rainbow. He was the only person in this squad who was the equal of Patriarch Treewind. For him to style himself as Imperator rather than merely Emperor was a testament to his arrogance and self-confidence, but right now, his eyes were filled with smoldering rage. Our luck has been terrible. We fought for so long and that otherverse was almost in our grasp, but we ended up being ambushed by Palegrace and an entire host of hegemons. This pisses me off. A furry alien youth let out a low growl, his entire body crackling with fiery power. He was a hegemon as well. Master. A woman was located right next to Patriarch Treewind. She was dressed in unusual green robes which were also covered with leaves, but her leaves were all green. Her master's robes were covered in red leaves. She was incredibly beautiful, and when she smiled anyone who saw her would feel their hearts grow peaceful. If we lost, we lost. We ran into that otherverse by accident anyhow, Nuwa said with a laugh. Besides, an extra otherverse wouldn't make much of a difference to our upcoming explorations. Agreed. Patriarch Treewind nodded slowly. Although it was disappointing and frustrating to see an otherverse be stolen from right in front of us, Nuwa is right. Brother Jade Rainbow and I already have otherverses, while Nuwa has a Sith weapon. This otherverse wouldn't have made too much of a difference to us. We've joined forces to enter the Blaze Sun domain, and our true goal is the Sith armory Nuwa spoke of. That otherverse was nothing more than something on the side. Forget it. The dazzlingly handsome Imperator Jade Rainbow still had a cold look on his face as he snorted, "I'll spare that stupid bitch Palegrace this time. Next time I see her, I'll teach her a lesson." Nuwa, how far are we from the Sith armory? When I discovered that Sith armory, I was still just a world-level cultivator, Nuwa said. I was lucky enough to somehow survive, but I only have a vague idea of where it was located. Based on what I know, we should be fairly close to it now, but Nuwa had appeared in the Blaze Sun domain as a world-level cultivator. Back then, she had discovered a Sith armory but was too weak to fully obtain it. She had barely managed to drag away a single treasure, then had immediately fled. She had nearly died on multiple dangerous occasions before eventually running into Patriarch Treewind, who had taken her on as his disciple. He had led her out of the deadly Blaze Sun territory and over to the Blue Sky domain. Nuwa had never truly understood what this Sith armory she had discovered truly represented. Only when she became a Dowlord of the Fourth Step did she understand, but she didn't dare to make it public. Only when she succeeded in her Dowmerge and became a hegemon did she mention it, electing to invite a large number of hegemons to join forces and search for those treasures. Imperator Jade Rainbow suddenly revealed a look of shock as his face actually turned pale. "What's wrong, Brother Jade Rainbow?" Patriarch Treewind was rather surprised. What could have happened for the perpetually cold and arrogant Imperator Jade Rainbow to lose control of his emotions like that? Something huge just happened. Imperator Jade Rainbow was no longer as cold and grim as he usually was. Even his voice was rather shaky. Something huge? Nuwa listened with curiosity. She had trained for the shortest period of time out of the 5, and she was filled with great admiration towards Imperator Jade Rainbow, who was as strong as her master. Without question, he was an incredible figure. "Old Man Treewind, you know the lonely king of the Ice Peak army?" The Imperator asked. "I know of him." Patriarch Treewind nodded. "He's dead." Imperator Jade Rainbow said somberly, "He was killed by a single sword strike from a terrifying person known as Dowlord Darknorth." "What?" Patriarch Treewind revealed a look of shock. "How is that possible?" "Wait, there's more. I don't know the full details yet." "Give me a moment," the Imperator said. His primal twin was in another extremely distant place, and it was chatting with some other major powers about Dowlord Darknorth. Eventually, the Imperator was given the full story, and then he heard that Dowlord Darknorth was searching for Nuwa. "Huh?" Imperator Jade Rainbow turned to stare at Nuwa in astonishment. Nuwa blinked, puzzled at the look on the Imperator's face as he stared at her. "What's going on, Brother Jade Rainbow? What's the story behind Dowlord Darknorth?" "The Lonely King used the ritual sacrificium to become a Golden Emperor. His body was tougher than even yours, and he was protected by multiple Sith war machines. Most likely, the only cultivators capable of killing him in one blow are the legendary autarchs. Dowlord Darknorth is very powerful." Imperator Jade Rainbow stared at Nuwa as he continued to speak. "Based on what my friends have deduced, he has most likely managed to master the eternal Omega Dao of the sword. He's at an unfathomable level of might. The Lonely King died before even being able to react to that single sword strike from him." Patriarch Treewind was stunned upon hearing this. Darknorth? Nuwa had never heard this name before, but for some reason she had the vague feeling that he was connected to her in some way. It was as though some blurry lines of karma were linking them together. Alas, Nuwa's skill in the Tao of Karma simply wasn't strong enough for her to fully investigate every single karmic thread attached to her, but she was still able to at least sense it. He's been publicly acclaimed to be second to only the autarchs amongst the cultivators of the Chaos Verse. He's so powerful that he can wipe the two of us out with just a wave of his hand." Imperator Jade Rainbow stared at Nuwa. "And he's currently looking for a cultivator named Nuwa." "Nuwa?" Patriarch Treewind and the other 2 hegemons all turned to look. Now, all 4 of them were staring at Nuwa. He said that Nuwa is an incredibly talented female cultivator who has probably trained for roughly 100 chaos cycles. He said that she is either a freakishly powerful Dowlord or possibly an eternal emperor. Imperator Jade Rainbow stared intently at Nuwa. "That's a huge coincidence." All of them were stunned by this. As for Nuwa herself, she didn't say anything, but a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 39, Chapter 8, One Last Thing. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 8, One Last Thing. Who was this Dowlord Darknorth? She definitely didn't know him, but how could he possibly know that she had trained for roughly 100 chaos cycles? She had encountered many profound encounters. When factoring in temporal acceleration, the actual amount of time she had spent training was far longer than just 100 chaos cycles. And yet, it was true that she had only spent 100 chaos cycles of normal time in training. Lord Darknorth is incredibly talented, Imperator Jade Rainbow continued, and based on what I know, he should have trained for roughly the same length of time as you have, Niwa. Unfortunately, he failed his Dao merge. He must have immediately mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Dao after failing the Dao merge. His sword arts are unequal throughout the entire Chaosverse. Niwa, he knows you and is trained for roughly the same length of time as you. Do you know him? Niwa frowned slightly. Niwa, the nearby Patriarch Treewind asked hurriedly, do you know Lord Darknorth or not? I've never heard of him. There's no way I can be mistaken about this. None of the old friends I used to know were named Darknorth. Niwa slowly shook her head. Odd. Patriarch Treewind was puzzled. Is it possible that the Niwa he is looking for is someone else? There are countless beings with same names, but the chances are very low that there is a second person who just so happens to be Niwa, who is also incredibly talented and is trained for just 100 chaos cycles. Imperator Jade Rainbow was puzzled as well. Is it possible that this really is just a crazy coincidence? Is there really a second incredibly talented female cultivator named Niwa out there? Niwa pondered silently to herself. She had the strange feeling that the person this Lord Darknorth was searching for was her, even though they had never met before. Lord Darknorth, who is he? Niwa mused to herself. The Flame Dragon Realmverse was indescribably far away from the Blaze-Sun domain. A white-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position atop a solitary mountain within Vast Heaven Palace. In front of him was a table, while the red-robed Su Yuji was by his side, pouring his wine. Ning gulped down one cup of wine after another, a hint of a smile on his lips as he analyzed the boulders placed in front of him. Some were jagged, some were slick, and some had plants growing next to them. There was even a little bug that was clambering up a plant quite slowly, even though it was furiously working its tiny little claws. Ning watched as the beetle managed to climb atop one of the leaves. Its weight caused the leaf to droop downwards, resulting in the beetle falling back down to the ground again. Ning couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Master, you seem to be quite happy just watching the bugs. Su Yuji continuously poured wine for Ning. Ning smiled as he pointed at the bug. Bugs need to fight for food and mates. Their lives are short, but spectacular. Ordinary mortals might live for a bit longer, but they generally only last 100 years. I seem to have been sitting here drinking some wine for quite a long period of time. Master, you've already been drinking wine here for exactly 32,822 years, Su Yuji said. Oh. Ning laughed. I'm a Dao Lord who has failed the Dao merge. All the eternal emperors sigh at how short my life will be, but I still have thousands of chaos cycles left. I have far, far more time than those bugs or those ordinary mortals. Hell, ordinary chaos worlds rise and fall within the span of a single chaos cycles. If you look at it from that perspective, I actually have a lot of time left. I wonder, though, will I be able to last long enough to find any word of Niwa? You definitely will, Master, Su Yuji said hurriedly. Ning nodded. Ever since he had failed the Dao merge, he had focused his efforts on making preparations for the people he cared about. He had mostly finished his preparations for his disciples, the rest would be up to them. Success or failure, life or death, it would all be based on their own efforts. As the saying goes, the master can show the way, but the student must walk it himself. Right now, Ning's still worried about the three realms more than anything else. This was because the three realms held his parents, his daughter, his master, his fellow disciples, and many of his good friends. It was also his homeland. The final task I have is to find a good protector for the three realms. In the past, he had borne this burden by himself. Alas, he didn't have much time left. Ning was entrusting all of his hopes to Nuwa. If he couldn't find Nuwa, he was entirely capable of forcing a few major powers to swear lifeblood oaths to protect the three realms. However, someone who was doing something willingly would be far more effective than someone who was acting out of compulsion. There was a limit to how effective a compulsory lifeblood oath would be. The best solution was for him to find someone who truly cared about the three realms and would be willing to sacrifice for it. Ning trusted Nuwa. She had once been the true leader of the three realms, with the three sovereigns, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist three purities, and the others all serving by her side. This was a testament to her personal charisma. Whoosh! Ning could sense a ripple manifesting outside. He turned to stare, his gaze piercing through the dimensional walls and allowing him to see a streak of azure light descending into the emptiness of space outside the vast heaven-ever world. Realms Lord Windgrace had arrived via the Black Sun. Tao Lord Dark North. Realms Lord Windgrace quickly arrived at Vast Heaven Palace. He descended, then walked over to face Ning. Sit, Ning said calmly. Tao Lord Dark North, we've found Nuwa, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ning's eyes instantly shone with utterly dazzling light. The entire world around him seemed to have been bathed in infinite joy, and even Realms Lord Windgrace couldn't help but be caught up by it. Where is she? Ning asked. She's currently in the Blaze Sun domain, but she was previously living in a realmverse, Realms Lord Windgrace said. That realmverse is extremely far away from us. It's actually fairly close to the quintessence of the Chaos Verse. Its name is the Blue Sky Realmverse. It's fairly close to the quintessence of the Chaos Verse? Ning was rather surprised. His will was connected to the incomparably distant prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, and thus he knew just how incredibly far away it was. Realms Lord Windgrace nodded. Oh, right. Nuwa is a hegemon of the Blue Sky Realmverse. She recently succeeded in her Tao merge and gained hegemony, and is the disciple of Patriarch Treewind. She's only trained for 100 chaos cycles, yet has already reached hegemony. In terms of talent, she is probably second only to you yourself. Ning felt even more excited upon hearing this. Nuwa had become a hegemon after training for just 100 chaos cycles. This had to be her. And she was a hegemon? That meant she would be capable of truly protecting the three realms. Weaker cultivators weren't capable of using the Sith weapons Ning had acquired from the Lonely King. Why is she all the way over there? Ning was puzzled. He immediately asked, do you know anything about her? I heard that she first appeared in the Blaze Sun domain, all by herself. She experienced many dangers before being discovered by Patriarch Treewind, who accepted her as his disciple. Thus, she's technically a foreigner and not native to the Blue Sky Realmverse, Realms Lord Windgrace said. A foreigner? Ning now felt absolutely certain it was her, and his subconscious was whispering the same. She was Mother Nuwa of the Three Realms. You said she is currently in the Blaze Sun domain? Ning frowned. Why is she in the Blaze Sun domain? I heard that she is accompanying Patriarch Treewind and several other major powers in an alliance to explore its depths, Realms Lord Windgrace said. I heard this information from someone named Hegemon Goodsong. Ning frowned. The Blaze Sun domain, that's one of the 8 domains next to the place where the prime essences of the Chaosverse are located. The prime essences of the Chaosverse were located in a marvelous place known as the Quintessence. You couldn't simply find them through normal means, not even hegemons or other verse lords were able to locate them by simple searching. The Quintessence was the font for all things in spacetime, and it resided in the very core of the Chaosverse itself. Only those who were at a sufficiently high level of enlightenment would be able to find them. Autarchs were able to locate the Quintessence, but hegemons were not. Ever since Ning had taken control over the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, he knew that he too would be able to discover the location of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. The land of the prime essences, the Quintessence, was a truly marvelous place, capable of giving birth to chaos primordials, source walkers, and many other living beings. Chaos primordials were born as gluttonous wanderers. They would slowly drift away into the vast chaosverse, making it quite rare for someone to encounter one, but source walkers were different. They were highly intelligent and thus generally preferred to stay in the general vicinity of the prime essences. The region around the prime essences would be naturally blessed with an incredible density of treasures, and every so often even armories of Sith weapons left over from the Dawn War would appear, as well as other verses. The 8 domains around the quintessence with the highest concentration of treasures were all incredibly famous. Ning had never been there before, but he had heard of them long ago. If Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others have joined forces, they should be able to keep themselves safe, Realms Lord Windgrace said. According to the legends, those 8 domains are incredibly dangerous to us but of no danger at all to the autarchs. I imagine they should be of no danger to you either, Dao Lord Dark North. Agreed. Nin nodded. If Nuwa is at the Blaze Sun domain, then I'll go pay it a visit. The Blaze Sun domain is far too distant from us. It'll take you several billion years to get there by realmship, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Although my Black Sun is able to tear open spacetime tunnels and allows for instantaneous transportation, there's a limit to what it can do. The farther the tunnel must stretch, the greater a cost must be paid, and at a certain point, it just can't stretch any farther. I understand. Ning smiled. If that wasn't the case, the Sith would have been able to spread out throughout the Chaosverse without any limitations. If it takes a few billion years, it takes a few billion years. Doesn't really matter. Ning was in a superb mood. He had found Nuwa and had discovered that she was a hegemon. This absolutely delighted Ning. He now had a chance to bring a final resolution to the last thing he was worried about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 9, Traveling Together. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 9, Traveling Together. At the peak of that solitary mountain, Ji Ning and Realms Lord Windgrace remained seated facing each other, while Su Yuji poured their wine. Master, Su Yuji suddenly said. Ning turned to look at her. I'm going to go with you on this trip to the Blaze Sun domain, Su Yuji said hurriedly. She knew that since Ning had failed the Dao merge, there was a limit to how much longer his lifespan would be. He might end up in a battle, resulting in his lifespan depleting even more quickly. She wanted to accompany Ning in his final days for as long as she could. Ning hesitated for a moment. He knew what Su Yuji was thinking. In the end, he nodded, very well. However, you need to stay with me and listen to my orders. Su Yuji immediately smiled radiantly. All right. Dao Lord Dark North, shall I use the Black Sun to help speed you on the first part of your journey? Realms Lord Windgrace was rather hesitant. If you poured in all the treasures you own, how far would you be able to send me via the Black Sun? Ning said with a laugh. Tearing through space consumes an enormous amount of energy. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse is fairly close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, which makes things easy for me. But if I did that a few hundred times, I'd completely use up all of my treasures, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ning was surprised. A few hundred times? Not bad. You live up to your reputation, Realms Lord Windgrace. I didn't realize you had that much treasure. I probably don't have as much as you, Dao Lord Dark North, Realms Lord Windgrace said with a laugh. The Lonely King plundered his way through the Chaosverse. He had many foes, but he also had many more treasures than I do. Ning admitted to it. The Lonely King had an entire army pillaging on his behalf, and had killed 3 other Verse Lords. He had also acquired a complete Sith armory, and now, all of it belonged to Ning. In other words, even if you used up all your treasures on the Black Sun, it'd only save me less than 100 million years of flight time via realmship. Ning shook his head. This trip to the Blaze Sun domain will take billions of years. Saving a bit of time won't be of much use. His lifespan was limited, but it was still calculated in chaos cycles. Short was relative to the lifespans of eternal emperors and Dao Lords. "Thank you, Dao Lord Dark North," Realms Lord Windgrace said gratefully. He couldn't help but feel rather nervous before Ning, who was capable of killing him with ease. He previously had designs on Ning's Flamewing God, after all. The next day, Ning led Flamewing, Hegemon Azure Fiend, Protector Whitethaw, and Su Yuji in boarding his realm ship and departing from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. They were heading off to the distant Blaze Sun domain. Within the endless great dark, Hegemon Azure Fiend was helping to steer the realm ship. There were two ways to ensure that a realm ship could continue to proceed at incredible speeds. The first was to use chaos jewels to replenish its power, the second was to have a hegemonic figure use his immortal energy to keep it activated. This journey would last billions of years, and they'd be traveling every day. It would be quite hard to come up with enough chaos jewels to meet the consumption need. Hegemons, however, could constantly replenish their immortal ki and were completely capable of restoring it at a rate which surpassed what the realm ship used up. "Thank goodness we have Azure Fiend." Ning stood there, staring into the endless great dark. "Ha ha." Azure Fiend squeezed an exaggerated smile onto his withered, gnarly old face. "It is my honor and my blessing to be able to serve the almighty Dao Lord Dark North." Other hegemons would beg for this opportunity on their knees, to no avail. "Oh, almighty Dao Lord Dark North, if you were willing to give me just a few pointers, I would benefit endlessly from your wisdom." "Knock it off," Ning said with a light groan. "Ha ha ha," Azure Fiend snickered. "Your smile looks ugly as all hell," Flamewing said, casting a sidelong glance at Azure Fiend while eating. Azure Fiend's old face tightened as he pointed at Flamewing. "You glutton, it's none of your business if I wish to flatter my master." "What's that?" Flamewing glared at him. "Azure Fiend, you want to go outside the ship and have a little sparring competition?" "I'm just kidding with you." Azure Fiend immediately shifted tacks and smiled ingratiatingly at Flamewing. By now, everyone had known each other for quite some time. At the beginning, Azure Fiend would never have dared to jest with Flamewing like this. By now, they were just teasing each other. Everyone understood everyone else. Su Yuji smiled as she watched from nearby. As for Whitethaw, he stood by Ning's side with that honest look on his face as always. "Enough. I'll give you some guidance on our way over." "Focus on controlling the realm ship," Ning said. His mastery over the Eternal Omega Sword Dao had allowed him to reach a brand new level. All other Daos instantly seemed so much simpler to Ning. Ning's insights into the other Daos were continually increasing. He didn't have to train like crazy, all he had to do was spend the occasional period of time in meditation, and he would begin to skyrocket in his understanding of those Daos. It must be remembered that Autarch Bolin, as a hegemon, had to spend an extremely long period of time before managing to upgrade all those other Daos to the hegemonic level. Ning was now far more powerful than Autarch Bolin had been as a hegemon, and it could be said that there was now only a small difference in insight between himself and the Autarchs. The Autarchs were born off the principle of one Dao births many Daos. Ning, in contrast, was a pure ruler of the Dao of the Sword. In terms of the Sword Dao, he was the absolute #1 expert in all the Chaosverse. Given enough time, it wouldn't be too hard for him to reach hegemony in the Dao of Water, the Dao of Lightning, the Dao of Formations, and his other Daos. Alas, there was a limit to how long he would be alive for, and thus there was no way he could study the other Daos as he pleased. "Don't worry, Master," Azure Fiend chortled. By now, he also addressed Ning as Master, and even he didn't notice the change. Ning was simply so powerful that Azure Fiend no longer felt the slightest bit of pride when facing Ning. All he felt was a sense of submission. By now, there were probably many hegemons who would be willing to serve him. A casual bit of tutelage from Ning would represent an enormous karmic blessing for those hegemons. Time flowed on. More than 3.9 billion years went past in the blink of an eye. Ning had acquired a detailed star map from the treasures he had taken from the deceased Lonely King, and he had also gotten another star map from Realm's Lord Windgrace. Although it was impossible for anyone to fully map out the entire Chaosverse, he now had fairly complete records on most of the places cultivators had visited. On this journey, Ning had continuously used the Tao of Numerancy to divine the most appropriate paths forward, as well as the safest route through some places with distorted spacetime. This allowed them to easily pass through even the most dangerous of environments. Master! Master! Azure Fiend said hurriedly, the Square Mix Realmverse is up ahead. That's the place Hegemon Goodsong asked to meet with us. He should be in the Grand Void Canyon of the Square Mix Realmverse. Hegemon Goodsong? Nin nodded slowly. He informed me of Nuwa's location. I owe him a debt and should go repay it. Oof. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to ask for too much, Azure Fiend said with a cold snort. If he does, I'll eat him. Flamewing called out, his mouth covered with grease. Enough, you two. Pipe down, Ning said. Let's go meet Hegemon Goodsong. Swoosh. Just a short while later, the realm ship arrived in the Grand Void Canyon of the Square Mix Realmverse. This was a very unique place with distorted spacetime that came together in layers, forming an enormous spatial canyon that could be seen with the naked eye. The depths of the canyon led to another mysterious realm that was filled with tremendous danger. This was a place that had been created during the Dawn War, and the depths of the canyon were filled with many relics. However, by now Ning didn't care about such relics or legacies. Here they come. A bald, red-robed man was standing directly above the Grand Void Canyon, scanning the area anxiously. Moments later, a spacetime rift appeared and a realm ship came sailing out of it. The red-robed man was overjoyed and immediately flew over to welcome them. Several figures came flying out of the realm ship. The leader was a white-robed youth who had a black sheath on his back. Others could dimly sense that his true soul was slowly but surely fragmenting apart, generating unique ripples as the fragments disappeared into the void. Next to him was the furry Sith protector Whitethaw, as well as a peerlessly beautiful woman. There was also a skinny, shriveled old man and a fatty who was holding onto a haunch of meat. The fatty was Flamewing. It was a born glutton who was capable of devouring entire realm verses with ease. It truly did have a terrifying appetite, and it suddenly glanced sideways at the bald, red-robed man. Eek! The red-robed man instantly quivered as his subconscious screamed to him that he was in terrible danger. He knew that the fat man was the legendary Chaos Primordial which Lord Darknorth had tamed, a creature which could kill hegemons like him with ease. However, Hegemon Goodsong also knew that the most terrifying member of this team wasn't the Chaos Primordial. Rather, it was the harmless-looking white-robed youth standing in front of him. Goodsong greets you, Lord Darknorth. Hegemon Goodsong bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. I have to thank you, Hegemon Goodsong. Thanks to you, I finally know where Nuwa is. If I didn't find her, I would probably harbor regrets until the day of my death. Ning smiled. I promised long ago that I would owe a favor to the first person to help me locate her. What do you wish of me, Hegemon Goodsong? I'll do anything I'm capable of doing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 10, Request. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 10, Request. Hegemon Goodsong instantly began to grow nervous. The moment of truth had come. He had spared no expense and even hired a realm ship, all for the sake of this favor. If Lord Darknorth hadn't been willing to offer anything at all, it wouldn't matter how strong he was, no one would have been willing to work so hard for him. However, Hegemon Goodsong couldn't help but feel nervous. He was worried that his request would be too excessive and anger Lord Darknorth. In the end, a favor was just that, a favor. If Hegemon Goodsong asked Ning to do something that would result in Ning's true soul crumbling even faster, Ning would probably refuse immediately. Thus, there was a limit to what he could ask for. Hegemon Goodsong himself was rather nervous, but he had long ago decided on what he needed. He felt certain that Lord Darknorth wouldn't attack him. Lord Darknorth, Hegemon Goodsong said respectfully, I reached the level of hegemony long ago, longer than even I can remember. I have many friends, and a good number have become Otherverse lords. But I remain a mere hegemon, unable to improve in power. Ning continued to listen. Lord, as you know, we are quite close to the 8 domains. Although hegemons are quite powerful, there are also many people here who are stronger than hegemons, Hegemon Goodsong said sadly. Ning had to agree. This was a place that was completely unlike the 16 Realmverses alliance he resided in. The 8 domains, they were closer to the prime essences of the Realmverse than any other place. Aside from the prime essences themselves, which were almost impossible to find, the 8 domains represented the most central region of the entire Chaosverse. It was filled with countless treasures and experts, which was the major powers of neighboring Realmverses would often go exploring and adventuring within them. Many major powers had died in the 8 domains, but some would successfully acquire the treasures they sought. Every so often, an Otherverse would appear within the 8 domains, as would Sith weapons and other things. Even Nuwa, who had merely been at the world level, had somehow reached the Blaze Sun domain from the 3 realms, then stumbled across a Sith weapon there. The Blaze Sun domain was one of the 8 domains, and it truly was a special place. In comparison, the Flame Dragon Realmverse was extremely far away from the prime essences. It could be viewed as something of a peripheral backwater, a place where very few Otherverse lords resided. It was simply too far away from the core. So what are you asking for exactly? Ning said. Hegemon Goodsong gritted his teeth. Lord, I wish to increase my power to the Otherverse Lord level. Ha! You actually dared to make a request like this? The nearby Hegemon Azure Fiend let out a cold snicker. Generally speaking, there are 3 ways in which one can reach the Otherverse Lord level of power via external methods. The first is to take control of an Otherverse. However, the appearance of every single Otherverse will result in a frenzied struggle and competition that is far more cruel than you can imagine. The second is to obtain a Golden Emperor form and to use it via the ritual sacrificium to become a Golden Emperor, but do you know how rare and valuable those things are? Even the Lonely King chose to transform himself into a Golden Emperor. Who the hell are you and why do you think you deserve one? The final method is to acquire extremely powerful Sith weapons that can let you unleash the power of an Otherverse Lord. Some Sith weapons are strong, some are weak. A Sith weapon that will increase your power to the Otherverse Lord level is probably going to be just as valuable as a Golden Emperor form. Ning frowned as well. Could he accomplish this? He could. The Lonely King had a total of 6 extremely powerful Sith weapons, but he himself normally only used 3 of them. The most valuable of the 6 was the Silver Throne, which could create illusory doppelgangers and allow one to flee by warping through spacetime. It could also build up power to unleash an attack that was so terrifying it could destroy an entire Otherverse. The other Sith weapons were a bit weaker, but they were still enough to raise a hegemon to the Otherverse Lord level of power, but Ning was planning to give them to Nuwa in the 3 realms. I'm a cultivator. My only goal is to increase my personal power as much as I can. Aside from this, there truly is nothing else that I need. Hegemon Goodsong looked at Ning. Ning was silent for a long moment, then said, Otherverses are blessings that can only be hoped for, not counted on. I can't just find one for you. Sith weapons, although I have some, I already have plans for them. As for Golden Emperor forms, I don't have any. The Lonely King had long ago used up all of the Golden Emperor forms he had acquired. Lord Darknorth, you might not have one, but someone nearby known as Divine Sovereign Goldsun does, Hegemon Goodsong suddenly said. Divine Sovereign Goldsun? Ning frowned. Are you asking my master to go and get it from him? Azure Fiend stared. If Lord Darknorth went to ask for a Golden Emperor form, I imagine Divine Sovereign Goldsun wouldn't dare to decline, Hegemon Goodsong said. Ning began to ponder on this. Although the star map which Realms Lord Windgrace had provided Ning was fairly incomplete, it did record information about the supreme powers of various regions. The 16 Realm versus Alliance was something of a backwater, but the area around the 8 domains could be considered part of the core of the Chaosverse. Experts were incredibly common here, and the people who were able to become local rulers were all extraordinary. Divine Sovereign Goldsun was someone who was unquestionably as powerful as the Lonely King. If the Lonely King could be described as a madman, then Divine Sovereign Goldsun was like an emperor who had unified this entire region under his rule. Divine Sovereign Goldsun controlled a total of 8 nearby realm verses. He himself was an Otherverse Lord, and he also had acquired Sith armories in the past. He had once bestowed 2 Golden Emperor forms to his subordinate hegemons, and had promised that anyone who had rendered great merits would be given one as well. "You are quite daring," Ning said. "But aren't you afraid that Divine Sovereign Goldsun would come for you later?" No, a frenzied look appeared in Hegemon Goldsun's eyes. "Once I become a Golden Emperor, it'll be very hard for anyone to kill me. I have no kith or kin who can be used against me, and I'll be far more powerful than I was in the past. What do I have to fear?" "Very well." Nin nodded. "I owe you a favor. I'll go pay Divine Sovereign Goldsun a visit." As Ning saw it, visiting the Divine Sovereign might end up being a good thing. "Let me lead the way." Hegemon Goodsong was delighted. It was incredibly difficult for a hegemon to increase another level in power. For the sake of becoming more powerful, many hegemons would be willing to risk their lives. Alas, very few would have a chance like this. Hegemon Goodsong had successfully grasped his. It took them more than 5 million years to fly from the Square Mix Realmverse to the Goldsun Realmverse, the central region of Divine Sovereign Goldsun's rule. Whoosh! Before them was an enormous flaming star that was emanating endless amounts of heat and light. The surface of this fiery star was actually covered with many beautiful palaces. This was the Goldsun Palace of Divine Sovereign Goldsun, and there were more than 10 hegemons who resided here. There were also 2 Golden Emperors and 16 Black Emperors. This flaming star is actually a marvelous Sith weapon as well, the white-robed Ning evaluated as he stared at the star. They had used the realm ship to warp through spacetime and come to this place. The formations covering this entire cluster of palaces is quite abstruse and profound. It won't be easy to attack this place. But it would be nothing for you, Dao Lord Dark North, Hegemon Goodsong flattered. Come, let us go meet with Divine Sovereign Goldsun. I'm quite curious about him. Ning had a rather favorable impression of Divine Sovereign Goldsun, as the man was truly committed to the Tao. He clearly had access to Golden Emperor forms, but he didn't undergo the ritual sacrificium. From this, one could see that he was still committed to attempting to become an autarch. Whoosh! Ning immediately flew out towards the surface of the fiery star with Su Yuji, Whitethaw, and the others by his side. Right as they landed. Halt! A loud shout rang out, followed by an onyx humanoid flying over in a fierce manner. When he saw Ning's group, he barked, "This place is the Goldsun Palace. Trespass is not permitted." As a guard of the Goldsun Palace, he had long ago grown accustomed to behaving arrogantly and carrying out his duties. Hoofa Flamewing let out a cold snort. Its aura flared malevolently, causing the guard to instantly feel a terrifying sense of danger. "Send word to Divine Sovereign Goldsun. Tell him that Dao Lord Dark North has come to visit him." Ning smiled. "Dao Lord Dark North has come to visit him?" The guard stared blankly for a moment. In the next moment, his face turned completely ashen. When he thought of the many rumors swirling around this man, his voice began to quiver as he said respectfully, "Please wait a moment, Dao Lord Dark North. I'll go send word right now." Ning nodded, and the guard instantly flew off. "Master, why are you so courteous to him? Just fly right on in. I'd like to see what Divine Sovereign Goldsun would do about it," Hegemon Azure Fiends said. I already have an overwhelming advantage in power. There's no need to use it to bully others. Ning shook his head. Within the Gold Sun Palace, Divine Sovereign Goldsun was being waited upon by two female attendants. He held a jade slip in his hands and was viewing and meditating upon it. Divine Sovereign! Divine Sovereign! A frantic cry came from outside as the Black Emperor Guard came rushing into the room. HRM? A hint of annoyance could be seen in Divine Sovereign Goldsun's eyes as he glanced at the guard. The Divine Sovereign was someone who cared tremendously about propriety and status. He naturally felt rather irritated that this guard actually dared to barge into his private meditation room. Divine Sovereign, Lord Darknorth has arrived. The guard called out frantically. Divine Sovereign Goldsun snapped, and so what if Lord D.A.? Did you say Lord Darknorth? His face instantly turned ashen, and his heart began to quiver. He naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of pride or arrogance when faced with someone who could slay him with ease. In fact, he felt a hint of terror. Why had Lord Darknorth suddenly come to visit him without any preamble? Could it be that Lord Darknorth had come to kill him and take his treasures? Where is he? Divine Sovereign Goldsun could feel that his heart was shaking. He's right outside the palace gates, the guard said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 11, Hou City. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 11, Hou City. You what? You actually had Lord Darknorth wait outside the palace gates? Divine Sovereign Goldsun instantly cast the guard a furious glare as he hurriedly rose to his feet. Swoosh! He instantly disappeared without a trace. Ning, Suyuji, Whitethaw, the Flamewing God, Azure Fiend, and Hegemon Goodsong were all waiting outside the gates to the Goldsun Palace. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was the beautifully dressed Divine Sovereign Goldsun. His face was now covered with smiles. As soon as he saw Ning, he could immediately sense that this Lord whose true soul was slowly splintering apart had to be the legendary Lord Darknorth. This was because Divine Sovereign Goldsun could sense that unique aura emanating from this white-robed youth, an aura that was profounder than profound. This aura actually had a whiff of the prime essence of the Tao of the sword itself. Ning wasn't trying to hide his aura, but even so ordinary hegemons would not be capable of detecting it. Divine Sovereign Goldsun was focused on becoming an autarch and had trained for many years. He had reached an extremely high level of power and had gained tremendous insight into many different Daos. As a result, his senses were even more acute than the likes of God Emperor Helong. Goldsun greets you, Lord Darknorth. Divine Sovereign Goldsun instantly bowed respectfully, then said with a smile, I never would have imagined that you'd come to visit me. I'm absolutely overwhelmed and delighted. I've come here because there's something I need to trouble you about, Divine Sovereign, Ning said. Please come in first. We can discuss it shortly, Divine Sovereign Goldsun said hurriedly. If there's anything I can help you out with, I'll do everything I can. Lord Darknorth, please come in. Ning followed him inside. Suyuji and Whitethaw followed from behind, with Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and Hegemon Goodsong bringing up the rear. Hegemon Goodsong felt particularly delighted, while Flamewing gave Divine Sovereign Goldsun a provocative stare. What a savage, bloodthirsty aura. It is probably just as strong as I am. This should be that legendary Chaos Primordial. Divine Sovereign Goldsun glanced at Flamewing as well, but continued to warmly guide Ning deeper into his estate. He had long ago ordered for his subordinates to prepare a banquet. A feast had been laid out at the main hall of the Goldsun Palace, with many servants and maids all waiting to serve them. Ning and Goldsun sat down in the lotus position in the highest seats. Divine Sovereign Goldsun intentionally set his table slightly lower than Ning's. I've heard of your illustrious name long ago, Lord Darknorth. I've always admired you, but I live too far away from the Flame Dragon realmverse. I've regretted being unable to visit you, but today you've overwhelmed me with delight by coming to visit my Gold Sun Palace instead. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun smiled. Come, come. Let us share a few toasts first. I wish to celebrate your visit to my palace. The other major powers of Gold Sun Palace all raised their cups in unison as well. Ning smiled and lifted his own cup, downing it on the spot. Fine wine, Ning couldn't help but speak out in praise. When he drank the wine, he felt as though a ball of fire was going all the way down his throat into his belly. The tremendous heat instantly filled his entire body to the point where he felt it was going to burst out of his skin. Moments later, a cool and refreshing feeling spread out from his stomach and encompassed his entire body. This alternating process of heat and cool resulted in him feeling as though his body had just undergone a baptism of sorts, almost as though it had been transformed and remade. This is a special product of the Gold Sun Palace, the Triflame Jewel Brew. I have quite a bit of it stockpiled away in my palace. If you like it, Downlord, you can take some with you and enjoy it in the future as well, Divine Sovereign Goldsun said with a laugh. He knew very well that he had to be extremely careful when dealing with someone like Downlord Darknorth, who now stood at the very apex of power in the cultivator civilizations, and who had failed his downmerge. The slightest bit of discourtesy could result in irreversible repercussions. Ning smiled and said, "Then I'll accept some." Divine Sovereign Goldsun, I've come because there is something I need to bother you about. Pray tell, Downlord, Divine Sovereign Goldsun said hurriedly. The entire room turned silent, with Hegemon Goodson listening the most attentively. Ning waved his hand, causing a storage bracelet to appear. He handed it over and said, "I wish to use some of the treasures within this estate world to trade for a golden emperor form from you, Divine Ruler." Ning had quite a few treasures by now. He had looted the Jadefire realm clean and had stripped the Lonely King of all his treasures. Ning had left behind the ones he thought would be of great use to the three realms, then chose some other rare materials that were of limited use to him right now. There were around 10 or so which, all combined, were more or less equal in value to a golden emperor form. Is that it? A golden emperor form? Downlord, for you to visit me in person and show such courtesy shows that you hold me in esteem. How could I possibly be so stingy as to hold back a golden emperor form from you? Divine Sovereign Goldsun waved his hand as he spoke, causing a head-sized ball of golden liquid to immediately fly out. This golden liquid was shaped like a perfect globe, and it was covered by a layer of continuously flowing light. It seemed quite mysterious. As for your treasures, Downlord, I don't need them. Divine Sovereign Goldsun said hurriedly, "This golden emperor form is my gift to you, Downlord." He was able to bestow these things to even his subordinates. To him, a golden emperor form actually wasn't all that valuable. He cared far more about the Sith weapons he used to keep himself safe. He actually felt relieved that Downlord Darknorth had merely asked for a golden emperor form. The loss wouldn't have any impact on his own personal power. Ning waved his hand to accept the golden globe of liquid, then smiled, "Go ahead and take it." The storage bracelet continued to hover in front of Divine Sovereign Goldsun. Divine Sovereign Goldsun hesitated for a moment, then said, "Downlord Darknorth, there really isn't any need for you to give me the treasures inside this bracelet. I have cultivated for many years and have many treasures, a few more really won't make any difference to me." But, Downlord Darknorth, would you be willing to perhaps give me some guidance? The Tao was not to be casually transmitted to others. Divine Sovereign Goldsun didn't dare to ask Ning to actually transmit the Eternal Omega Sword Tao to him. All he asked for was some guidance. Ning nodded. "Very well. I'll give you 3 days' worth of guidance in order to repay you." Within a vast hallway, Divine Sovereign Goldsun manifested a pair of wings and wielded a semi-translucent saber in each of his 2 hands. The sabers were as thin as the wings of a cicada. Ning stood off in the distance, facing him. A single streak of swordlight manifested in the air between them. This sword light was generated from the external manifestation of the aura of the prime essence of the Tao of the sword. Unless absolutely necessary, Ning wouldn't use any of his own divine power or immortal energy. Swish! 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 Swordlight danced in a ghostly, dreamlike manner, almost like moonlight playing across the darkness. Divine Sovereign Goldsun fought with tremendous savagery and in an extraordinarily dominating style, but faced with Ning's sword arts his stances became filled with countless flaws. Each time, Ning was able to break apart his attacks with ease. Whoosh! The swordlight came to a halt right in front of Divine Sovereign Goldsun's forehead, causing him to awkwardly halt his attacks. I lost again. Divine Sovereign Goldsun shook his head and sighed. I always thought that my saber arts were impressive. I've never suffered such catastrophic losses after becoming a hegemon. He had been completely outclassed in a battle of technique. Autarchs could do this as well, but autarchs couldn't be bothered to guide him. Generally speaking, they would only provide a bit of guidance to figures who they liked and who had rendered great merits. By now, there were countless hegemons who deeply desired to be given a bit of guidance by the peerless Tao Lord who had mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao, but this required luck and karma. Divine Sovereign Goldsun had decisively rejected any treasures and instead asked for guidance from Ning. These past 3 days have been more helpful to me than the past 10 million chaos cycles of solitary training. I now realize that my saber arts are actually flawed in many ways. Divine Sovereign Goldsun said gratefully, "Thank you, Tao Lord Dark North. Since the 3 days have come to an end, it is time for me to leave," Ning said. After spending 3 days with Ning, Divine Sovereign Goldsun no longer felt as much fear as he had in the past. He now had the feeling that Ning was quite easygoing. He said warmly, "Tao Lord Dark North, dare I ask, have you come here from the distant Flame Dragon Realmverse because you are searching for Nuwa?" Yes. Ning didn't deny it. Word of his search for Nuwa had long ago spread to countless places. "If you wish to find Nuwa, I should be able to help out a bit," Divine Sovereign Goldsun said with a laugh. "You can help out?" Ning was surprised. "Tao Lord Dark North, you are probably aware that Nuwa is currently accompanying her master, Patriarch Treewind, and other major powers in a journey through the Blaze Sun domain," Divine Sovereign Goldsun said. "But, you probably don't know that Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and the others are currently within the city of Howu in the Blaze Sun domain." Ning's eyes lit up when he heard this. The city of Howu? The Blaze Sun domain was enormous. It would actually be quite tricky to locate Nuwa within it. He had been planning to first locate Nuwa and Patriarch Treewind's avatars, then find them in person. "Ha, I have a bit of a reputation in the area around the Blaze Sun domain," Divine Sovereign Goldsun said with a laugh. "I'm kept quite up to date with news in this area, and I'm good friends with Lord Howu. All I need to do is send word to Lord Howu and ask him to inform Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa and have them wait for you in Howu City. That way, you can just meet them there and save yourself some trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 14. Book 39, Chapter 12, Blaze Sun Domain. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 12, Blaze Sun Domain. They are currently at Howu City? Ji Ning was delighted. This really would make things much simpler. I received this information just a short while ago. Usually, cultivators will spend an extended period of time resting at Howu City once they reach it. Let me reach out to Lord Howu once more. Divine Sovereign Goldsun immediately sent out his godsense to contact with one of his subordinates. "Help me immediately contact Lord Howu and ask if Nuwa and Patriarch Treewind are still at Howu City. If they are there, I would like to ask Lord Howu to keep them here. Tell them that Tao Lord Dark North will be arriving in around 20 million years and wishes to meet Nuwa." Yes, Divine Sovereign. This hegemon servant of his had a primal twin in the distant city of Howu. Howu City. Within the Blaze Sun domain. Howu City was an enormous levitating city that saw several estates sprinkled throughout the city. Very few cultivators came here. Generally speaking, only eternal emperors would ever dare to come here. Ha! Loud laughter rang out, followed by a green-robed elder and two retainers flying into the skies above an estate. Brother Treewind! Brother Jade Rainbow! The green-robed elder called out loudly, his voice shaking the entire estate. Soon, a total of 5 figures came flying out from within the estate, including Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and Nuwa. Lord Governor, why have you come to our residence? If there's anything you need from us, all you needed to do was send word. Patriarch Treewind and the others were all quite courteous, and they hurriedly moved to welcome their guest. The green-robed elder chortled as he turned his gaze towards Nuwa. I come on important business, after all. This must be Nuwa? Nuwa said, Nuwa greets you, Lord Governor, but... Impressive, truly impressive. You were able to complete the Tao merge and reach hegemony in just 100 chaos cycles, the green-robed elder praised. No wonder Tao Lord Darknorth has come to seek you out. You praise me too much. I made use of temporal acceleration treasures when I trained. My actual amount of time spent cultivating was far more than 100 chaos cycles, Nuwa said with a smile. The green-robed elder said, I've come to help Tao Lord Darknorth send you a message. Help Tao Lord Darknorth send a message? Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and Imperator Jade Rainbow were all stunned. Tao Lord Darknorth has sent word to me via Divine Sovereign Goldsun. He hopes that you will remain at Howu City, because he'll be arriving soon. Tao Lord Darknorth shall be descending upon Howu City in person in 20 million years to meet with you, Nuwa. The green-robed elder looked at Nuwa and smiled. Nuwa, congratulations. Countless hegemons and emperors desperately desire to have a chance to meet with Tao Lord Darknorth, but never will. For you, however, Tao Lord Darknorth has flown all the way here from the incredibly distant Flame Dragon realmverse. It seems that he views you as being incredibly important. Even I can't help but envy you, Nuwa. If I need to ask for your help in the future, I hope you won't refuse me. I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Nuwa was rather puzzled. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but... I don't believe Tao Lord Darknorth and I know each other, but... If you don't know each other, why would he go to such great lengths to meet with you? I imagine you'll know who he is once he actually arrives. The green-robed elder continued, Alright, I've already conveyed his message. Just wait for him here in Howu City, you'll only need to pause for a few tens of millions of years. Also, please don't make things difficult for me. Since Tao Lord Darknorth asked for me to keep you here, I wouldn't dare to let you leave. Don't worry. We'll wait at Howu City for Tao Lord Darknorth, Imperator Jade Rainbow said immediately. Good. Lord Howu smiled and nodded. I'm off, then. Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and Nuwa all watched as Lord Howu left. It seems we have to stay here for a time, Patriarch Treewind said with a chuckle. If we tried to leave, Lord Howu would probably trap us here by force. Imperator Jade Rainbow smiled coldly. Lord Howu has always been an arrogant and overbearing bully. He only spoke to us with courtesy for the sake of Tao Lord Darknorth. He wouldn't dare to refuse to convey Tao Lord Darknorth's message. We were planning to hide in Howu City for a time anyhow, Patriarch Treewind said. Let's make use of this opportunity to meet with the legendary Tao Lord Darknorth. Nuwa, when that happens I might need to ask you to say a few words on my behalf. Nuwa said self-deprecatingly, I still have no clue who this Tao Lord Darknorth really is. Don't be impatient. A mere 20 million years will go by like nothing. You'll know soon enough, Imperator Jade Rainbow said. Time flowed on. Ning's team left the Goldsun Palace and began to advance through the endless Great Dark. After a total of over 20 million years, they finally reached the Blazesun domain. Whoosh! Endless flames were flying through this entire region, as were blazing rocks. In front of them was an incredibly vast and dazzling realmverse which was filled with planets and stars that all looked like giant balls of fire. The 8 domains. Hegemon Goodsong was dressed in red robes, and his entire body gleamed like gold. He smiled and immediately began to introduce the place. In the vast chaosverse, there are many sacred places which are formed by the convergence of certain types of energy. This place is the closest region to the quintessence of the chaosverse, and it is divided into 8 incredibly marvelous domains. The Blaze Sun domain is filled with the power of countless flames. Ning nodded while the nearby Azure Fiends said, "The Icewind Sea we visited in the past was a place which was formed from a convergence of freezing energy that was roughly comparable to a territory in size. The Blaze Sun domain, however, is unfathomably vaster in size and scope than the Icewind Sea. It is one of the 8 domains, the most supreme of sacred lands, and it is comparable in size to more than half of a realmverse. The Icewind Sea was an ordinary sacred land, while the 8 domains were the most supreme sacred lands of the entire chaosverse. All sorts of unique living beings had gathered here, including source walkers, the occasional chaos primordials, and more. Downlord, Hegemon Goodsong said warmly, "There are 2 ways for us to travel into Howu City. The first way is fairly safe. It involves us avoiding many dangerous locations, and it'll take us tens of millions of years to get there. The other method is to just blaze our way straight through. We might run into quite a great deal of danger in doing so, but we'll only need 500,000 years or so, but we'll go straight through," Ning said. "Right on." Hegemon Goodsong continued hurriedly, "We might encounter some danger when going straight through, but I should be able to resolve any dangers myself. If we encounter something really serious, we can then have the Flameling God intervene as well. There should be no need for you to personally intervene, Downlord." "All right." Nin nodded. Goodsong was now a golden emperor. Between him and the Flameling God, the vast majority of dangers could be easily resolved. Whoosh! The realmship flew straight into the Blaze Sun domain, charging towards Howu City at maximum speed. The Blaze Sun domain was a place where an incredibly vast amount of flaming energy congregated. Its vast size actually gave it superior stability, resulting in it being a world unto itself. It was filled with fire, but there are also places with earth, water, stone, and more. There were many empty pockets of space where the temperature was a bit higher than in normal realmverses, but celestial immortals and Empyrean gods would still be able to survive. The more stable a region was, the more hospitable for life it would generally be. But of course, the Blaze Sun domain also had some incredibly dangerous places within it, places which were far deadlier than the Icewind Sea. The Icewind Sea merely had 2 source walkers in it, the Blaze Sun domain had far more. However, they were scattered throughout the entire domain, making chances of running into them quite low. Whoosh! A dark red river could be seen surging through the emptiness of space, stretching off into infinity. This dark red river had to be many millions of kilometers long, and it emanated an aura of endless heat. Every so often, a few serpentine beings could be seen swimming through the river. Guarar! A long black serpent lifted its head and half of its enormous body above the surface of the river, focusing its flaming gaze on Ning's realmship, which was advancing through the region at high speeds. Its eyes were filled with malevolence, and it raised its serpentine head high as it let out an earth-shaking roar. The roar actually generated a ripple of power that caused space around it to twist and distort. Instantly, additional giant black flame serpents lifted their heads up as well. Cultivators were actually trespassing here? They were courting death. The environment here was extremely inhospitable to ordinary life. There was no way to warp through spacetime here, and so Ning's group had to physically fly through this region. If they wanted to avoid it, they would have to take a detour that would last millions of years. Black Flame River has dozens of these giant black flame serpents living within it. All of them are unique creatures born from the quintessence of the Chaosverse, but only 3 of them have reached the Otherverse Lord level of power. Most of the others are hegemons. They are of little danger, Hegemon Goodsong immediately explained. Once Flamewing appears, they'll be so terrified that they won't dare to move. Ning said, Flamewing, go out with good song and give these little black snakes a good scare. Ha ha ha, they look delicious, actually. Flamewing immediately flew out of the realm ship, letting out an excited howl as it transformed into its true form. Bathed in flames, the Flamewing god flapped its giant wings and immediately swooped down towards the nearest black flame serpent. Clearly, Flamewing enjoyed being in the fiery environment of the Blaze Sun domain. Being here excited it, and as a result it moved with such incredible speeds that the giant black flame serpent was terrified. Its malevolent aura vanished and it immediately moved to flee, but how could it possibly escape? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 13, They Finally Meet. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 13, They Finally Meet. Crunch! The Flamewing god's giant maw came crunching down upon the black flame serpent. As Flamewing began to chew, the black flame serpent's writhing body suddenly began to erupt with flames. Soon, it became burnt to ash. This sight completely terrified the other black flame serpents in the flaming river. Chaos Primordial, hurry up and leave our territory. An exceptionally large black flame serpent roared furiously, but it didn't step forward. It knew that perhaps the only members of the race who would survive a fight against Flamewing would be him and the other two leaders. The others were completely incapable of battling against a Chaos Primordial. If an actual battle erupted, they would simply be throwing their lives away. Flamewing let out a loud and smug growl. Impressive. If I tried to go up by myself, I'd definitely be surrounded by them, Hegemon Goodsong said enviously. Flamewing had a virtually indestructible body and possessed incredible speed, surrounding it was useless. Most likely, only Sith Exalts would be able to effectively surround and threaten it. Let's leave. Seeing this, Ning knew that the black flame serpents would no longer try to bar their path. With Hegemon Goodsong and the Flamewing god clearing a path for them, their journey was simple and uneventful. Ning didn't need to intervene a single time. They did encounter several unique and bizarre types of lifeforms, all of whom were birthed from within the quintessence of the Chaosverse. The most powerful creatures birthed from the prime essences were the Chaos Primordials and the Source Walkers, but both were incredibly rare. Chaos Primordials were born with immense power, while Source Walkers were a bit weaker but had incredible powers of insight and thus had more room to grow. The other creatures born from the prime essences were blessed with far less power than the Chaos Primordials and far weaker levels of insight than the Source Walkers. They were much more numerous, but on the whole the Source Walkers remained the most powerful creatures birthed from the prime essences. This was because the most powerful Source Walkers were actually comparable to Sith Exalts in terms of power. For example, the Blaze Sun domain had one of these supreme Source Walkers within it who was comparable to Sith Exalts in power. But of course, he was the only one in the entire domain who had reached such a level of power. 520,000 years went past in the blink of an eye. Master, Hou City is up ahead, Azure Fiend called out as he controlled the realm ship. Hou City? Ning stared at it from afar. This was a city covered in countless mysterious runes that levitated within the emptiness of space. It rippled with formations, and it was surrounded by numerous levitating continents as well. Lord Dark North, Hegemon Goodsong said quickly, we cultivators only have this single city in the entire Blaze Sun domain. This is a place where we can hide and rest while we are adventuring through this region. The entire city itself is actually a powerful Sith warfort and it is capable of easily defending against any dangers, so long as the ruler of the Blaze Sun domain doesn't come and attack in person. The ruler of the Blaze Sun domain? Suyuji couldn't help but ask, who is that? Yuji, Ning smiled as he explained, the term ruler of the Blaze Sun domain refers to the most terrifying Sourcewalker located in the Blaze Sun domain. The legends say that he is as powerful as a Sith Exalt. His overwhelming power means that he is honored with the title of ruler of the Blaze Sun domain. However, in the end he's still just a Sourcewalker, he won't get involved in the affairs of the cultivator civilizations. Right. So long as you don't offend the Blaze Sun ruler, he won't make trouble for us either, Hegemon Goodsong said. After all, we have the invincible autarchs on our side. As a result, the Supreme Sourcewalkers don't dare to go too far. Even if he does become so crazy as to assault the city of Howu, the city should be able to hold on for a while, albeit at great cost. Given enough time, most of the cultivators should be able to flee. As they spoke, the realm ship continued to move towards the levitating city at high speeds. Halt! A loud shout rang out. The city's entrance was guarded by a golem guard. Hurry up and send word, Hegemon Goodsong barked back, that Dowlord Darknorth has arrived. Dowlord Darknorth? The golem guard was shocked. I'll send word to Master right away. The entire city of Howu was in a state of uproar. News spread quite quickly amongst cultivators, and just a few seconds later the news that Dowlord Darknorth had arrived at the city was known by a majority of the cultivators here. The Hegemons and Eternal Emperors, as well as the few fearless Samsara Dowlords who had chosen to adventure in the Blaze Sun domain, all came flying out to see what the legendary Dowlord Darknorth looked like. Dowlord Darknorth has arrived? Where is he? Look over there. Dowlord Darknorth is flying within the realm ship above the city. More and more cultivators came pouring out from every direction, and they all hastened to stare at the main gates in front of the city. Quick! Quick! Brother Treewind, Brother Jade Rainbow, Nuwa, all of you, hurry over here and accompany me in meeting with Dowlord Darknorth. Lord Howu was the most impatient of them all. Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa had been meditating silently, but they were immediately startled awake and hurriedly came running over. Hurry up and go welcome them. Dowlord Darknorth has arrived? Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and Nuwa all grew nervous right away, with Nuwa being the most nervous of them all. Dowlord Darknorth had come all the way here from the distant Flamedragon Realmverse for the sake of meeting her. The green-robed Lord Howu was the first to fly into the skies, with Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Nuwa, and the others all following by his side. The cultivators around the gates all parted before them, not daring to bar their path. Lord Howu was at the head of the delegation. Behind him was Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa, and at the very rear were the other Hegemons and Emperors. They exited the city gates in an awesome procession. Howu City, as a warfort, was covered with barrier spells. Generally speaking, the barriers would remain sealed, preventing people from simply flying out. Above the city hovered that realm ship. I am the governor of Howu City, and I respectfully welcome Dowlord Darknorth. The green-robed Lord Howu immediately bowed respectfully, his face covered with joy. His Taoist title was Howu, and so he had named this warfort after himself after acquiring it. We respectfully welcome Dowlord Darknorth. The surrounding Golden Emperors, other Verse Lords, Hegemons, Eternal Emperors, and Samsara Dowlords all bowed respectfully as well. Faced with the legendary Dowlord Darknorth, these major powers were as nervous as Ning himself had been when he had first met Autarch Titanos. The difference in power was simply too great. Even the most powerful person here would probably be slain by a single blow from Ning's sword. How could any of them dare to show the slightest bit of incivility towards him? Who is this Dowlord Darknorth? Nuwa was standing behind Lord Howu. She stared into the skies, her heart filled with curiosity. No need to stand on ceremony. A wave of power surged out, pressing against Nuwa's arms and preventing her from bowing down. For the others to show Ning such respect was one thing, but Nuwa was different. Ning felt a sense of tremendous respect for Mother Nuwa. Perhaps he was now much stronger than her, but Patriarch Subhuti was his master. Mother Nuwa had shown great favor to Patriarch Subhuti in the past, and indeed had done great things for the entire three realms. How could he possibly allow Nuwa to bow towards him? This aura, Nuwa was secretly startled. In fact, all of the cultivators were shocked. For his aura alone to be so powerful meant that Dowlord Darknorth lived up to his reputation. Swoosh! 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 3 additional figures came flying out from the realm ship. The first was the chubby Flamewing, the second was the red-robed Hegemon Goodsong, and the third was Hegemon Azure Fiend. After flying out, they stood slightly behind the white-robed youth who bore the black sheath on his back. In addition, Ning was flanked by the simple, muscular protector Whitethaw and the dazzlingly beautiful Suyuji. This white-robed youth had appeared with his entire entourage. His aura wasn't all that powerful, and his true soul was slowly fragmenting and dissipating. If he was an ordinary Tao Lord who had failed his Tao merge, these major powers wouldn't care about him at all, but he wasn't. This white-robed youth caused all of them to feel nervous and breathless due to the great difference in power between them. Lord Houwu, sorry for the trouble. Ning stepped forward, landing on the ground and smiling. It was nothing more than conveying a message. It was my honor to be able to serve you, Tao Lord Dark North, Lord Houwu chortled. A thought came to his mind, and he hurriedly turned to glance at the nearby Nuwa. Tao Lord Dark North, this is Nuwa. Ning's gaze turned towards Nuwa as well. In truth, he already knew for certain that she was the person he sought, as there was no way to fake the karma ties between them. When he saw her just now, he felt absolutely convinced, because he was very familiar with her appearance. He had spent his entire youth visualizing the Nuwa painting, which was a depiction of Nuwa. How could he not be familiar with her? The woman before him was the legendary Mother Nuwa of the 3 realms. Ning stared at Nuwa, and she stared at him as well, her heart filled with many questions. She had the vague feeling that there had to be some sort of connection between them, but she simply couldn't remember ever having met this Tao Lord Dark North before. Dark North greets you, Nuwa. Ning smiled. Nuwa was startled. For the legendary Tao Lord Dark North to speak so courteously to her had caught her off guard. Ning chuckled, and as he did, a voice suddenly rang out within Nuwa's mind. Pangu established heaven and earth, while Nuwa repaired the heavens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 14, Transmitting the Tao. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 14, Transmitting the Tao. Nuwa instantly trembled. She stared with disbelief at the white-robed youth standing before her. Waves of emotion rippled through Nuwa's heart. She instantly understood that Tao Lord Dark North knew of her past. Either he came from the 3 realms or he knew of its history. In short, Tao Lord Dark North definitely knew where the 3 realms was located. Nuwa had been searching for many years to return to the 3 realms, but she still had no idea where it was located. Which realmverse was the 3 realms in? She had no idea. She spent a great deal of time searching, but the Blue Sky domain was simply too far away from the Flame Dragon realmverse. Even a trip via realm ship would take billions of years. Even other verse lords and other major powers would rarely drift to such a great distance. Such a journey would entail many dangers, after all, and they could easily get lost or even die. Unless there was an extremely compelling reason, few would venture to such a great distance. It seems as though this Nuwa before us must be the person you are searching for, Tao Lord Dark North. Lord Houwu immediately laughed and said, to be able to meet at last after being separated by such a great distance is a joyful thing indeed. There's no need for us to speak here outside the city, let's hurry on inside. I've already prepared a fairly humble banquet to welcome you, Tao Lord Dark North. I hope you'll show me a bit of face and sit down for a time. Ning nodded. Very well. Since he had found Nuwa, there was no need for him to rush into a conversation with her right in front of the gates. Nuwa stared at Ning, her heart filled with both excitement and confusion. We can chat at length later. You have many things to say to me, and I have much to say to you, Ning said. Disciple, let's invite Tao Lord Dark North into the city first. There'll be plenty of time to chat with him later. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow both behaved with great friendliness as well. Understood. Nuwa was able to make herself be patient. Led by Lord Houwu and surrounded by many major powers, Ning entered Houwu City and traveled to the Lord Governor's estate. The palace had already prepared a banquet for them, with the maids quickly assembling and making themselves up in order to welcome Lord Dark North. "Please come in, Lord Dark North." Lord Houwu immediately led Ning to the highest seat. Ning didn't decline, walking up and sitting down in the lotus position. He smiled, "Gentlemen, please be seated. Nuwa, you can sit over here." Lord Houwu spoke with great friendliness, arranging for Nuwa to in the first seat located directly to Ning's left. As for Lord Houwu himself, he sat in the first seat to Ning's right. It must be remembered that multiple Otherverse lords were present. Lord Houwu himself was an Otherverse lord. For him as the Lord Governor to be seated second only to Ning was one thing, but for Nuwa to be seated similarly? Some of the major powers present couldn't help but mumble to themselves, "Lord Houwu truly is going out of his way to curry favor with Lord Dark North." These major powers were all treating Ning the same way they would treat an autarch, and in truth, many of them had never even met an autarch in all their lives. Ning was close to an autarch in terms of insight, and he had failed his Dao merge. It was guaranteed that his life would be a brief one, and so they wanted to seize this chance to befriend him. If they missed this chance, they would probably never get a second one. Some simple pointers from Ning would probably be more effective than countless chaos cycles of training on their own. Most of them had been trapped at the hegemon level for many years without making any improvements at all. "My friends, you have all come here to welcome Lord Dark North." Lord Houwu's face was all smiles as he spoke. As a result, Houwu City has also been given a chance to host a truly rare banquet. To be able to meet with Lord Dark North is our good fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that he was searching for Nuwa, we would probably never have a chance like this. Let us first offer a toast to Lord Dark North in honor of the karma which brought us together. A toast to the Lord. Instantly, all of the major powers lifted up their cups. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow were considered ordinary powers here. Only those who were at least at the hegemon level of power were seated, while the weaker ones weren't even permitted to take part. But of course, Lord Dark North's retainer Su Yuji was able to take part. She was even seated close to the front. Ning lifted up his own wine cup, doubting the wine before replying with a smile, "No need to be so courteous. Everyone, be more relaxed and casual. This is my first visit to the Blaze Sun domain, which is filled with countless dangers, many strange lifeforms, and sourcewalkers of incredible power. It isn't easy for cultivators to stay alive here, and I've long heard that the one and only city which we cultivators have here is the city of Houwu. This place is a place where we cultivators can rest and be sheltered, and now that I'm here I can tell that it truly is extraordinary." "It is nothing more than a resting stop," Lord Houwu said humbly. "In the end, we're still the weaker party here. Everyone still acknowledges that the Blaze Sun ruler is still that sourcewalker." The major powers all chatted in high spirits during this banquet, telling Lord Dark North of all the marvels they had encountered within the Blaze Sun domain. Ning was quite curious as well, although he had heard of some of the Blaze Sun domain's secrets from Hegemon Goodsong and Realms Lord Windgrace, he still knew very little. As he listened to one secret after another, he began to gain a clear understanding of just how marvelous the Blaze Sun domain was. As the major powers continued to converse, they all gradually began to grow more familiar with each other as well. "What? A Sith Exalt is trapped here?" Ning said in shock. "Just so." Lord Houwu laughed. "The Blaze Sun domain does indeed have a Sith Exalt imprisoned within it. An autarch captured him during the Dawn War and sent him into the Blaze Sun domain, where he has suffered all sorts of torment ever since. Not just the Blaze Sun domain, 5 of the other 7 domains all have a Sith Exalt within them." Next to Lord Houwu was a silver-browed old man who held a fan in his hands, and he said with a smile, "A total of 6 Sith Exalts have been trapped in the 8 domains. All of them were captured during the war and have been tormented ever since." "Oh?" Ning truly was surprised by this. He had heard long ago from Emperor Waveshift that there were Sith Exalts trapped somewhere, but he never would have imagined that 6 of the 8 domains each had a Sith Exalt imprisoned within them. Do you know why the autarchs captured them instead of killing them? Ning asked, puzzled. No idea. The autarchs must have their own plans. However, the Sith Exalts truly are being constantly tortured. They suffer a fate worse than death and constantly let out miserable bellows, the major powers reported. Ning nodded slowly when he heard this. Downlord, if you wish to pay a visit, when you are free I'll lead you there myself, he Jemin Goodsong said. Although I've never visited myself, I know where it is. Very well. Ning did indeed wish to pay a visit. He had the feeling that there had to be a profound reason behind the autarchs imprisoning the Sith Exalts here. In fact, why didn't the autarchs imprison them within their own estates rather than in the 8 domains? Perhaps I'll know once I visit them, Ning mused. The other major powers weren't able to see through the secrets behind the Sith Exalts, but Ning was at a much higher level of insight than them. Perhaps he would be able to see through to the truth that they could not. Ning glanced at the nearby Nuwa. This entire time, Nuwa didn't seem to really care for the food she was eating. This entire time, she was trying to guess just who Ning was. Ning laughed, then said in a loud voice, I think we should call it a day, but... Lord Howu was caught off guard. He hurriedly rose to his feet and said, Downlord, there's one thing I would like to ask of you. Pray tell, Lord Governor, Ning said. I've heard long ago that your Tao of the Sword is unfathomably profound and abstruse, Downlord, Lord Howu said. I, Howu, am focused on cultivation. I go out adventuring and brave many dangers, all for the sake of finding new insights. I wasn't able to become much more powerful, but I did find this city. To me, however, what I truly desire is to be able to walk farther along the path of the Tao. I've always wished to become apprenticed to an autarch, but never had the chance. Now that you are before me, Downlord, how could I give up a chance like this? As Lord Howu spoke, he immediately knelt down and kowed out towards Ning, then said respectfully, Howu is willing to follow you, Downlord, and obey your orders. I only beg that you are willing to transmit the Tao unto me and let me see a vaster, more profound Tao. Transmit the Tao? Everyone in the hall fell silent. All of the major powers turned to stare at Lord Howu in a rather unhappy manner. If Lord Howu had merely asked for Ning to provide him with some guidance, that would be fine. It was a bit much for him to curry favor with Ning in order to gain from it, but Ning would have been alright with that. The problem was, Lord Howu had actually requested that Ning transmit the Tao to him, but... What did transmit the Tao mean? It meant for Ning to actually transmit his full Tao to Lord Howu in its entirety. Divine Sovereign Goldsun had given Ning a golden emperor body, and even then Ning had only given him 3 days of guidance without actually transmitting his eternal Omega Sword Tao to him. This was the only eternal Omega Tao which had ever existed in the entire Chaosverse. Its value was truly incalculable. Taoist Bluestone had paid an enormous price just to view the Daylord level Omega Sword Tao, and now, Ning had upgraded it to become an eternal Omega Sword Tao. How was it that Lord Howu even dared to make a request like this? Ning sat there on his seat, staring down at the kowtowing Lord Howu. His gaze grew cold. And why the hell should I transmit my Tao to you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 15, Private Talks. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 15, Private Talks. And why the hell should I transmit my Tao to you? Ji Ning's icy voice continued to echo within the silent hall. The atmosphere within the entire hall seemed to have frozen over. The other major powers were secretly speechless at how rash Lord Howu was behaving. Although Downlord Dark North was supposedly an amiable person, he was still a figure of terrifying power who could wipe them out with ease. How could someone behave so impetuously before a person like him? None of the major powers here would dare to do such a thing. Only someone who was as crazy as Lord Howu would. Lord Howu continued to kneel there on the ground, his heart shaking. He was rather afraid as well. He was afraid that Tao Lord Darknorth would kill him, but he still chose to take this action. By his very nature, he was a risk-taker. That was why he had established a city for cultivators within the Blaze Sun domain. The entire Blaze Sun domain only had a single city in it. Logically speaking, someone who had acquired a Sith warfort would put it within his own citadel or realmverse. That was normal and made sense. Lord Howu, however, had insisted on putting it within the Blaze Sun domain instead. This was a testament to his personality and the type of person he was. He dared to do the things which others did not. As Lord Howu saw it, even if he failed in his request, the warm way in which he had welcomed Tao Lord Darknorth should at least ensure that he wouldn't be killed out of hand. Lord Howu knelt there, suppressing his terror as he spoke. Tao Lord, I haven't been able to improve in the Tao despite the passage of countless years. I simply cannot accept this. Now that you have appeared, I finally see hope. I am willing to give up everything for this opportunity. Give up everything? Ning's face had been icy cold, but now a hint of a smile played across the corner of his lips. The kneeling Lord Howu, however, was unable to see it. Very well. Give me your city and all of your treasures, including your universe treasures. Only then would I accept you, and even then, I'll only teach you whenever I'm in the mood. Do you accept? Lord Howu was stunned. He was to give up everything? He had risked his life countless times to acquire his treasures, to have the foundation and fortitude needed to establish a city here in the Blaze Sun domain. Without his Sith treasures, he would merely been an ordinary figure amongst the other major powers. Lord Howu's body felt limp and weak. Was he really able to give up all of these things? He was not. Even if he did acquire the eternal Omega Sword Tao, he wouldn't necessarily be able to improve all that much. He would, however, lose all of his Sith treasures. He simply couldn't accept this. Clearly, you aren't able to give up everything, but... Ning calmly rose to his feet, then began to walk towards a side room. There's no need for any of you to follow. As he spoke, he nodded towards Niwa, who immediately moved to enter the side room with him. Only after Ning left did sound return to the hall. Phew! Brother Howu, you truly are bold. I'd never dare to act as you just did. Some other major powers walked over, while Lord Howu rose to his feet. You dummy! The only person in the hall who was still eating was the Flame Wing God, and it raised his head to glance at Lord Howu. Dummy? Lord Howu looked back at Flame Wing. I know exactly what type of person my master is. There's no way he'd take advantage over one of his students like that. If you really said that you were willing to offer everything to Master and obey him in all things, I can guarantee that there's no way he'd actually take your crappy treasures. Flamewing snickered as it shook its head. A pity. You missed your chance, and you won't get another one. Ah. A look of regret and sorrow appeared on Lord Howu's face. Alas, he wasn't really familiar with the type of person Tao Lord Darknorth was, and he truly wasn't able to give up all of those treasures. Most importantly of all, when Ning spoke, he had infused his voice with a sort of natural illusion which ensured that Lord Howu would be completely focused on this choice. If he truly was determined in pursuing the Tao at any cost, Ning probably would have nodded and accepted him. However, he had failed the test. This was proof that his Tao heart was insufficiently resilient. Within the side hall, only two people were here. The first was Ning, while the second was Niwa. Sit. We can speak at length now. Ning felt rather emotional as he stared at the woman before him. Niwa, she was a legend to the Three Realms. But of course, Ning himself was now a legend of the Three Realms as well. Back when he was very young and weak, his first step on the path of cultivation had been in visualizing the Niwa diagram. Now, the two most dazzling cultivators of the Three Realms had come together in the Blaze Sun domain, a place which was incomparably distant from the Three Realms. Destiny truly was a marvelous, unfathomable thing. Lord Dark North, can you tell me where the Three Realms is located? Nuwa asked the question which she wanted to ask above all others. Cultivators were blessed with long lives, but spending all that time without even knowing where home was located was a source of pain and torment. If she had been born a chaos primordial, a creature who was born into solitude and lonely wanderings, that would have been one thing, but she had been born into the Pango chaos world and then lived in the Three Realms. She had fought for that place, and that was where all of her friends were. The Three Realms is located in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning said. So it really is there. Nuwa nodded. When I heard that you came from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Lord Dark North, and that you were searching for me, I immediately began to suspect that the Three Realms might be located there. However, the Flame Dragon Realmverse is extremely far away from the Blaze Sun domain. When I left the Three Realms, I encountered a spatial tempest within that dimensional corridor and ended up being lost. I appeared here within the Blaze Sun domain. I never would have dared to imagine that I had drifted so far from home, but... Ning was rather surprised. Really? So you really did lose your way within the dimensional passageway and end up arriving in the Blaze Sun domain? It took billions of years when traveling by realm ship to cross such a great distance. How could she have ended up in such a distant place just because she was lost? This was crazy. Yes. Nuwa nodded. Back then, I was merely a world-level cultivator. How could I, all by myself, have traveled from the Three Realms to the Blaze Sun domain? The Blaze Sun domain, Ning was intrigued. Actually, on this journey to the Blaze Sun domain I had the vague feeling that this place is truly quite extraordinary. Now that you tell me that you came here from the Three Realms after being lost in space, the secrets within the Blaze Sun domain are most likely even greater than I suspected. Secrets? Nuwa was curious. If I can discover them, I'll let you know, Ning laughed. I've failed my downmerge, after all. That means I'm going to die. There's no need for me to hold anything back from you. Ning had already decided that Nuwa would be the one to protect the Three Realms on his behalf. Lord Dark North, can you tell me who you are, exactly? Nuwa couldn't help but ask, why is it that you know of me? Haha, Ning laughed. My master is Patriarch Subhuti of the Tristar Crescent abode of Mount Innerheart. Subhuti? Nuwa was stunned. Why, you are Subhuti's disciple? Yes. Ning nodded. I never would have imagined that you. Nuwa had a complex look on her face. She remembered those years, those battles she had experienced alongside those lifelong friends. Back then, none of them had any guidance from the outside world at all. They had to blindly find their own paths for cultivation. Pangu had perished after establishing heaven and earth, and so Nuwa had become the leader of the group. Subhuti, Three Purities, Tathagata, Swearin, are they doing well? Nuwa asked. Ning blinked, then shook his head. My master Subhuti is still alive, but Daiwa's Three Purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Swearin, Shinon, Fushi, as well as many of the other immortals and fiend gods of the Three Realms have perished, as have Keeper Everwood and Mother Devil Hand of the Seamless Gate. What? Nuwa was stunned. She had been born from the primordial chaos itself. To her, those ancient fiend gods were her family, her kith and kin who she had fought alongside. How was it that they had all died? There were two instigators behind their deaths. The first was Patriarch Demonheart, Ning said, while the other was Old Man Yuan. Ning immediately narrated the tale of what had happened during that era. Nuwa was surprised to hear that the number one sword immortal of the Three Realms, Daofather Fuju, had actually been world god Northrest. She was enraged to hear of what the Seamless Gate did. She felt regret that she hadn't slain Patriarch Demonheart, while she felt pain over Hoi's death. Most of all, she felt incredible sorrow when she heard of how many of her old friends in the Three Realms had chosen to perish via self-detonation in an attempt to take out Old Man Yuan. Tears began to fill her eyes. Alas! Nuwa let out a gentle sigh. That battle truly was a calamitous one, Ning said softly. I simply hadn't been training long enough back then. In truth, I've always been hoping to be able to revive them all in the future as well, but when they self-detonated, their souls and true souls were shattered. To bring them back to life is far, far too difficult. Ning didn't go into detail as to why. If even a celestial immortal like Yue was very difficult to revive, 3 purities and the others would be nearly impossible to bring back. All of them had been incredible figures who had been blessed with the essence of autarch awakeners' god gems. How incredibly hard would it be to revive them? In the end, I failed my Dao merge. I failed by just a thread. Ning shook his head. Ever since I failed the Dao merge, I've been wanting to find news of you. I could sense that you were still alive. I'm going to die, and the one thing I cannot help but worry about is the 3 realms. I wish to find a protector for the 3 realms, but I just cannot trust anyone else with it. But if you, Nuwa, were present, I wouldn't feel nearly as worried as I do currently. As Ning spoke, he waved his hand. A series of treasures appeared before them, with the most important one being a jade slip. This jade slip emanated a terrifying aura of power even though it simply levitated there in the air, and its aura was so strong that Nuwa could barely breathe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 16, Soldiers Descend on Houwu City. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 16, Soldiers Descend on Houwu City. A total of 4 treasures were hovering in front Ji Ning. The first was a silver throne, the second was a set of beautiful silver robes, the third was a blood-colored diamond, while the fourth was a jade slip. The first 3 were the Sith weapons which the Lonely King had often used. These 3 Sith weapons, I acquired after I slew the Lonely King of the Ice Peak army, Ning said with a laugh. The silver robes are protective in nature, while the blood-colored gemstone can instantly unleash attacks of incredible power which are so fast that even other verse lords might perish if caught off guard. In fact, there truly have been other verse lords who have perished to the Lonely King as a result of this gemstone. The silver throne, however, is the most important treasure. It allows one to warp through space, create multiple illusory clones, and even launch attacks. At full power, its attacks can destroy an entire otherverse. Nuwa was shocked upon hearing this. These 3 treasures truly were extraordinary. If all 3 were used together, even most other verse lords would feel a sense of fear. The Lonely King had relied upon them more than anything else. Starting today, these 3 Sith treasures shall belong to you. Ning looked at Nuwa. I can't accept this, Nuwa rejected instinctively. Although they had adventured to a Sith armory and she had acquired a treasure, any of the treasures which the Lonely King had used to dominate the Chaos Verse was vastly superior to hers. Don't decline. I've failed the Dao merge and won't use energy without a good reason, Ning said. And, a casual blow from me would be more powerful than these treasures by far. In the 3 realms, my masters Subhuti and the others are incapable of using these treasures. The only person in the 3 realms who can use them is you, Nuwa. With these treasures, you'll be strong enough to protect the 3 realms. Accept them. Nuwa wasn't the wishy-washy type. She immediately nodded, very well. I'll accept them. The 3 realms is my home, of course I'll protect it. Ning smiled. As for this slip, it contains my eternal Omega Sword Dao. I've recorded it all here, and no one has ever viewed it before. Ning chuckled. Take a look and see if it can give you a few new ideas. Eternal Omega Sword Dao? Nuwa stared at the levitating jade slip. Its aura continued to cause her to feel a sense of shock. She knew that compared to the first 3 treasures, the jade slip was the most valuable treasure of them all. Thank you. Nuwa didn't decline, nor could she decline. She reached out to gently touch the jade slip, then instantly sent out her god sense. A flood of information entered her mind. The first thing Nuwa did was to swear a lifeblood oath that she could only allow members of the three realms to study the eternal Omega Sword Tao. But of course, if she herself was able to glean certain insights from the eternal Omega Sword Tao, she wouldn't be limited in her ability to transmit them to others. This Sword Tao, Nuwa was stunned when she sensed how vast and overwhelmingly powerful the eternal Omega Sword Tao was. Except the Jade Slip. You can view it and ruminate on it as you please, Ning said. The eternal Omega Sword Tao was simply far too profound. Not even a direct transmission into one's mind could allow one to brute force memorize it all. If you read through it quickly, you'd soon begin to forget it all. Your memories would grow blurry, because this was something which vastly surpassed your ability to understand it. You had to have the Jade Slip by your side and constantly meditate on it and study it. As a result, the Jade Slip itself was incredibly important. This was why Ning had requested that Nuwa only allow the members of the three realms to be trained in it. All right. Nuwa accepted the Jade Slip, then sat down in the lotus position and began to meditate on it. She was completely consumed by it, completely intoxicated by this truly grand Tao. As for Ning, he sat down next to her as well. Dark North, this sword art seemed to have its own spirit. Why is it that it is so marvelous and agile? Nuwa raised her head and asked, her fingers demonstrating as she spoke. Ning began to demonstrate his sword arts while answering each of her questions. Ning held nothing back from Nuwa at all, because once he died and his Tao vanished, Nuwa would become the most powerful expert of the three realms. Ning had been able to vaguely scry parts of the future. He was able to see that Nuwa would indeed continue to safeguard the three realms and that she was definitely worthy of his trust. But of course, there were many other images that had appeared as he scried the future. In the end, the future was in a state of flux. Since it had yet to actually happen, all things were technically possible. In the blink of an eye, Ning had spent more than half a year guiding Nuwa as she trained. Nuwa was completely absorbed with training in the eternal Omega Sword Tao, and for Ning to personally instruct her and resolve her questions was a truly rare opportunity. Ning wouldn't even be this detailed when teaching his own students. As for Lord Hou or Patriarch Treewind, none of them dared to disturb the two. Rumble, a terrifying wave of power suddenly spread out into the city from afar. Ning frowned and rose to his feet. He walked over to the entrance to take a look towards the distant horizons. He could sense that a vague, malevolent aura was surging towards them from afar. What's going on? Nuwa rose to her feet and walked over to the entrance as well. Something feels wrong. I can sense that a force is drawing near, Ning said. And it is quite strong. Let's go take a look. Ning and Nuwa flew out side by side. In truth, figures were flying out from residences throughout Hou City. These hegemons, emperors, and samsara Tao lords could all sense the increasingly powerful ripples generated by the encroaching power. Master! Flamewing, Suyuji, Whitethaw, Azure Fiend, and Hegemon Goodsong all immediately flew towards Ning. Tao Lord! Lord Hou flew out as well, behaving as warmly as before. Lord Governor, Ning asked, what's going on? Lord Hou hesitated slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the horizons. This was something who had four hooved legs but the upper body of a human. This strange creature was as crimson as blood, and it galloped through the skies. These creatures were wielding all sorts of weapons, including great axes or heavy warhammers. They all radiated auras of tremendous power. Crimson blood fiends? Lord Hou growled, over 100 crimson blood fiends have appeared at the same time? Rumble, the 100+ crimson blood fiends galloped towards them. Moments later, towering 8-armed giants whose bodies were as white as snow suddenly began to appear as well. The many 8-armed giants each had just a single eye, and they let out furious roars as their awesome auras spread out as well. These were all unique lifeforms, but what truly surprised Ning was that all the members of these two races had reached the hegemon level. These are incredibly powerful races, and for the two to appear at the same time? Ning was surprised. Lord Howu, does this happen often here? No. We rarely see such powerful beings. Lord Howu was puzzled as well. Suddenly, the two races of creatures split apart into two sides, revealing three figures in their midst. To the left was a towering crimson blood fiend whose entire body was covered with golden armor. The fiend wielded a double-edged battle axe which was covered with runes and emanated a shocking aura of power. Clearly, this was a very unique Sith weapon. To the right was an 8-armed giant who was holding a set of fiery chains. Most of the fiery chains were wrapped around him, and his aura was just as terrifying as the fiend's. Finally, there was a red-robed maiden in the center. The faces of quite a few cultivators turned gray when they saw these three appear. Them? Lord Howu's face tightened as well. Where did they come from? Ning frowned as well. Although he didn't know who these three people were, he could roughly estimate how strong they were. The three leaders, two were unique lifeforms, while the other was a source walker. All three of them were extremely strong, significantly stronger than most other verse lords. The red-robed maiden stepped forward to stand in front of her allies. She said, "All cultivators of Howu City, hear my commands." Her voice was ice-cold and it shook every part of the region. "I have come on orders from the ruler of the Blaze Sun domain. I have come to Howu City to capture 5 cultivators." The red-robed maiden waved her hand as she spoke, causing a scroll to instantly unfurl and reveal a total of 5 images. These were images of Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Nuwa, and the other 2. In the images, Patriarch Treewind and the others were advancing carefully. Same rules as always. The red-robed maiden actually glanced at Patriarch Treewind, then at Nuwa who stood behind Ning. "Hand the 5 of them over and we won't harm anyone else. If you dare to refuse, then that means Howu City shall enter yet another war against us." A total of more than 200 hegemonic creatures were hovering in the air behind the 3 leaders. The pressure they brought upon the cultivators was quite enormous, and they were backed by the even more powerful Blaze Sun ruler. This was a threat which another type of civilization was levying against the cultivators, and here in the 8 domains, the cultivator civilizations were clearly the weaker party. Walker Scarletbind, Lord Howu called out loudly, "Can you tell us how they have offended the Blaze Sun ruler?" The Blaze Sun ruler was one of the most supreme of Source Walkers, comparable to Sith Exalts in power. So long as an autarch didn't intervene, these creatures were invincible. Poof! These 5 thieves actually dared to barge into one of the ruler's hidden residences. They caused an enormous amount of damage and wiped the place clean. They even destroyed one of the ruler's favorite treasures, the Jade Heart lamp. The ruler was infuriated by this, and so he sent the order to capture them and bring them back. They are to be tortured to death. Otherwise, there's no way he can give vent to his rage, the red-robed maiden said angrily. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 39, Chapter 17, Battle Erupts. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 17, Battle Erupts. Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Nuwa, and the others all turned pale. "A fine disciple you have, Treewind." Imperator Jade Rainbow instantly sent a frantic mental message, "A Sith armory?" It was actually one of the Blaze Sun ruler's hidden estates. "We're in serious trouble now. What's the use of saying all of this now? When we broke through layers of formations and penetrated to the very depths of the estate, we already suspected that this was actually a place which belonged to the Blaze Sun ruler, right? You still chose to take the Sith treasures away with you. The entire reason we chose to hide within Howu City was because we wanted to see what would happen next." Patriarch Treewind said angrily. "Damn it." Imperator Jade Rainbow was extremely nervous. He glanced at the white-robed youth standing next to Lord Howu, then said mentally, "Old man Treewind, do you think Lord Dark North would be willing to help us out? And, do you think he can beat the Blaze Sun ruler?" "Hard to say," Patriarch Treewind sent back. If he was in perfect shape with unfettered access to his divine power and immortal key? Given how he was able to slay the Lonely King with just one strike, he definitely wouldn't need to fear the Blaze Sun ruler. Even if he wasn't able to win, Lord Darknorth would definitely be able to defend against him. The problem is that he has failed his downmerge, which means he can't battle for too long. It'll probably be very hard for him to fight against the Blaze Sun ruler, who is in perfect shape. Ugh. Imperator Jade Rainbow said nervously, I hope Lord Darknorth cares about Nuwa to defend her. Ning frowned. Of course he had to protect Nuwa. He'd protect her even at the cost of his own life. Flamewing, release a bit of your aura, Ning sent. Need me to attack? Flamewing asked rather eagerly. Don't be impatient, Ning instructed. Fien. Flamewing immediately flew into the air while returning to his true form. The enormous, flame-bathed body of the Flamewing god appeared in the skies, emanating an aura of inexhaustible power. As a chaos primordial, its energy stores were virtually limitless, and its body was all but indestructible. Even Sith Exalts had to attack in numbers, a single one wouldn't be able to do anything to it. A chaos primordial. The mighty experts serving the Blaze Sun ruler were all shocked, while the three leaders felt a sense of trepidation. Chaos primordial, why are you standing with cultivators? The Crimson Blood Fiend leader roared angrily. We've come on orders from the Blaze Sun ruler. Are you going to make an enemy out of him? The eight-armed chain-bearing giant roared angrily as well. You two idiots, the red-robed maiden muttered. Who the hell is the Blazeson whatever? I don't know him. Flamewing bellowed back. The red-robed maiden secretly felt helpless. All chaos primordials had the intelligence of children, and they were born completely fearless. Nothing and no one could control them. Yes, the Blaze Sun ruler might have the power of a Sith Exalt and was indeed stronger than Flamewing, so what if he was? He still wouldn't be able to capture Flamewing, much less kill it. There was nothing the Blaze Sun ruler could do to this troublemaker. Chaos Primordial, why must you interfere? This is an affair between us and these cultivators, the red-robed maiden said. What's with all the questions? Flamewing bellowed. Ning said, it is true that the five of them offended the ruler by trespassing on his estate, but they weren't aware that it belonged to him. They thought that it was a relic site of some sort. Although they are in the wrong, capital punishment would not be fitting. I'll have them return all the treasures they took to the Blaze Sun ruler and have this matter be brought to the end. Is that acceptable? Is that a puny little Dowlord speaking? The red-robed maiden glanced downwards with a smirk. And one who failed the downmerge at that. You actually dare to speak? He's my master. Flamewing bellowed, turning to look at Ning. Master, let me eat them. Don't be impatient. Ning continued, a minor matter like this isn't worth starting a war with us over. Oof. A Dowlord was actually able to tame a Chaos Primordial? This Chaos Primordial truly is a fool. The red-robed maiden chuckled. As for this being a minor matter? Oof. The Jade Heart lamp was something which the ruler loved dearly. If all they had done was steal a few treasures, this matter would be at an end after they returned them, but they caused a large amount of wanton destruction and even wrecked the lamp. No one can save them now. Lord Howu, don't hide in the back. Speak. Are you going to hand them over or not? If not, we're going to attack. But Lord Howu turned frantically towards Ning. Based on how he normally handled things, he would lower his head and endure the threats while trying to come up with a way to let Patriarch Treewind and the others flee. As for whether or not Patriarch Treewind would perish during their flight, that was up to luck. Make your choice. The red-robed maiden barked coldly, while the two leaders by her side emanated auras of murderous malice. Seeing this, Ning frowned. He immediately instructed, Flamewing, attack with all your power. Ha 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 ha. Flamewing had been waiting for just this order. Delighted, it immediately charged forwards while belching out the dark red fire from its mouth. The flames covered the entire region, spread out in every direction. The Crimson Bloodfiends and the 8-armed giants were all instantly swept up within the flames. Although it felt rather painful, they were still in fine shape. These special beings were born with more powerful bodies than cultivators, after all. More importantly, they had always lived within the Blaze Sun domain and thus were born with a fondness and affinity to fire. As a result, fire wasn't all that harmful to them. Their bodies were extremely sturdy, but they would still die if the fire made its way inside of them. But of course, there was no way they would allow the flames to enter their bodies. "Stop that chaos primordial!" the red-robed maiden commanded. "All right. Leave it to us." The Crimson Bloodfiend leader and the 8-armed giant leader both charged forwards, but they were clearly quite a bit slower and wouldn't be able to catch up to Flamewing. Slash! Slash! 2 of the 8-armed giants were torn into tiny pieces in the blink of an eye, the pieces then burnt to ashes by the flames. Damn it! The 2 leaders were stunned and enraged. "It is quite fast, much faster than the last chaos primordial I saw." The red-robed maiden frowned slightly as a semi-translucent dirt-colored gemstone appeared in her palm. She waved her hand, causing a series of black tentacles to appear out of nowhere and reach out towards Flamewing. These black tentacles were incredibly tough and took no damage from the flames which Flamewing belched out. A total of 8 tentacles were created, and they came from all directions, making it impossible for Flamewing to avoid them. Yep! Flamewing used its sharp claws to tear them apart by force while also biting at them. One tentacle after another was severed, but they continued to tighten around them. Flamewing had so much brute force that it was still able to split the tentacles apart, but they would then regrow to coil around it once more. This caused Flamewing's speed to drop drastically. Damn Sourcewalker! The enraged Flamewing moved to pounce towards the red-robed maiden. "Stop it in its tracks," the red-robed maiden instructed. Boom! The Crimson Bloodfiend leader struck out with its giant double-bladed battle axe towards Flamewing, while the 8-armed giant sent its chains flying out and lashing towards Flamewing like a whip. Boom! Bang! The Crimson Bloodfiend leader and the 8-armed giant leader continuously attacked Flamewing, while the red-blooded maiden continued to use her tentacles to bind and slow Flamewing down. For a time, Flamewing found itself surrounded and unable to break free. "Good song, go and help Flamewing out," Ning instructed. Got it. Hegemon Goodson was filled with the desire for battle, and he transformed into a streak of golden light that flew straight towards the 4. However, halfway there he was slapped back by a black tentacle. That single black tentacle was enough to completely tie him down for a time. Hegemon Goodson was just barely able to break it apart, but it then quickly regrew. Clearly, he was still quite a bit weaker than the Sourcewalker was. Ning frowned when he saw this. The 2 armies of strange creatures had yet to attack. If all of the cultivators of Howu City all took part in this fight, they would naturally be able to defend against this attack. However, their foe still held the upper hand in the Blaze Sun domain. If the Blaze Sun ruler gave the order, even more Sourcewalkers and strange creatures would appear. Dark North, Nuwa sent mentally, "Perhaps we should back down and pretend to negotiate with them, then immediately flee. Given our fleeing abilities and your assistance, we should be able to escape. This is the Blaze Sun domain. The Blaze Sun ruler's influence is too great," Ning sent back. "Even if you are able to temporarily flee, you'll probably be caught soon. Resolving this matter here is the best solution." Right at this moment, the red-robed maiden glanced downwards and shouted, "Did you think you'd be able to resist us just because you have a chaos primordial? The Blaze Sun ruler has always been courteous to you cultivators, but do you really think that he is someone to be trifled with? You wrecked his estate and destroyed his beloved lamp. The 5 of them have to die. Obey my orders and attack. Attack! Attack!" The crimson bloodfiends and the eight-armed giants simultaneously let out earth-shaking bellows, then began to swoop down from the skies. An aura of endless might enveloped the entire city of Howu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 18, Ning Attacks. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 18, Ning Attacks. When the cultivators inside Howu City saw that swarm of creatures swooping down towards them, they couldn't help but start to panic slightly. In truth, they were unwilling to fight with these creatures to the death. According to the customary rule, everyone would just help out a bit to give the person who caused the problem a chance to flee. That was as far as everyone was willing to go. The problem was, this time the one standing behind Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa was Tao Lord Darknorth. Thus, they hesitated. All of you, enter the city. Lord Howu immediately barked mentally, then turned to look at Ning desperately. Tao Lord Darknorth, what should, If it wasn't for Ning, Lord Howu would have followed the usual rule. There was no way he would be hesitating for this long. Ning raised his head to stare upwards at the throng of creatures swooping down towards them. Suddenly, the ordinary aura surrounding Ning began to dramatically skyrocket in power. Boom! 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 The skies above the city of Howu began to shake as countless streams of swordlight appeared out of nowhere. Many millions of swords manifested with Ning at the center, and all of them hung up high. In a single instant, the entire region had transformed into a world of swords. The creatures which had been furiously swooping down towards Howu City came to a sudden, startled pause. The crimson bloodfiends and eight-armed giants stared at the swordlight in terror, not daring to move at all. They could sense how sharp the swordlight was, and in fact some of them were nicked by the swordlight, causing wounds to appear on their bodies. They all understood that the omnipresent swordlight was able to annihilate them all with ease. This is, the crimson bloodfiend leader, the eight-armed giant leader, and the red-robed maiden were all stunned as they stared at the countless streams of swordlight in the world around them. This was a world of the sword. Some of the swordlight seemed lively and joyful, some seemed moody and ghostly. Some were filled with malevolence, others were ephemeral and drifting. The countless streams of swordlight combined to form a perfect world of the sword. Commander? Clan leader? The crimson bloodfiends and the eight-armed giants all turned to stare at their leaders. They were filled with terror that sprang from within their very bones. The red-robed maiden swallowed hard. Her face was rather ashen, and she stared with a degree of fear at the white-robed youth who continued to stand there calmly. He's too terrifying. He hasn't even attacked, all he's done is unleashed his domain, and it's already terrifying. This domain, most likely, there's no way hegemons can survive it at all. They'd be wiped out instantly. This was indeed Ning's sword Dao domain. Or, to put it another way, this was a domain formed by the prime essences of the Dao of the sword. Anyone who wasn't powerful enough would be slaughtered with ease by this domain. Ning didn't wish to intensify the problems between him and the Blaze Sun ruler, otherwise, the terrified creatures would have all been wiped out long ago, save for perhaps those three leaders. It wouldn't have cost him a single scrap of his own power. This scene stunned all of the cultivators within Howu City. So this is the power of the eternal Omega Sword Dao? They stared at the omnipresent streaks of swordlight in the skies. They could sense how terrifyingly powerful the swordlight was. Tao Lord Darknorth had reached such a terrifying level of power that he didn't even need to personally strike, his domain alone could effortlessly annihilate anyone below the Otherverse Lord level of power. Now this is the real Tao Lord Darknorth. Patriarch Treewind said with a sigh. It seems we'll survive this, Imperator Jade Rainbow said, still filled with awe and fear. Lord Howu raised his head to stare at the skies, his gaze filled with envy. If Tao Lord was willing to transmit the Tao to me. Master. Darknorth. Right now, there were two people who cared about Ning the most. The first was Su Yuji, while the second was Nuwa. The two of them truly cared about Ning's life. For him to merely release a Dao domain was one thing, but if he truly wished to kill the three leaders he would have to use his own energies, which was akin to Ning using up his own lifespan. Su Yuji's feelings towards Ning went without saying, and while Nuwa had only met Ning a short while ago, she already viewed him as one of her closest friends. Her homeland had produced such a dazzling genius, someone who, even after failing the Dao merge, cared enough to then seek her out to ensure that she would safeguard the three realms. Nuwa felt a sense of admiration towards Ning. She naturally didn't wish for Ning to use up any more of his life energy. This was doubly true because Ning was getting into this dispute for her sake. The 200-plus hegemonic reachers all stood in midair, terrified. None of them dared to move at all. SSS Senior. The double-bladed battle-axe-wielding Crimson Bloodfiend leader was the most frightened of them all. Even his voice quavered when he spoke. Ning turned to sweep them with his gaze, and as he did, the three leaders felt a sense of terror rise in their hearts. This Dao domain had completely enveloped the surrounding area and suppressed everything here. Scram! Ning barked coldly, his voice echoing for countless kilometers around. The Crimson Bloodfiend leader lowered his head and gulped, so terrified that he immediately turned tail and fled. As for the other Crimson Bloodfiends under his command, they all followed him in fleeing. The ashen-faced red-robed maiden took 2 steps back. She was hesitating. As a source walker, she was extremely intelligent and possessed tremendous skills of comprehension. She could naturally tell how terrifying this Dao Lord was, but the Blaze Sun ruler truly was extremely angry. She wanted to try and negotiate and see if a better resolution was possible. As for the 8-armed giant, he stared intently at Ning without backing down in the slightest. The red-robed maiden spoke out, "I am Walker Scarletbind, and I serve the Blaze Sun ruler." "Dare I ask who you are, senior?" "Dark North," Ning said. "Scarletbind greets you, Dao Lord Dark North." For the first time, the red-robed maiden bowed her head with great respect. She showed nothing but disdain when meeting with other cultivators, but as soon as she saw the swordlight flooding the skies, she understood just how terrifying this cultivator Dao Lord was, and how worthy of respect he was. His skill in sword arts alone vastly surpassed the Blaze Sun ruler she served. "Walker Scarletbind." Ning nodded. "I imagine you understand what I am intending. I do not wish for a battle to arise between the Blaze Sun ruler and myself. A minor matter like this isn't worth it." "I do understand," the red-robed maiden said respectfully, "but, this time, the ruler is extremely angry. I'm afraid that he won't just let things rest, but..." "Scarletbind, why are you wasting time on him? You there! Cultivator Dao Lord." The 8-armed giant let out an earth-shaking shout. "What technique did you use to unleash this domain of swords? However, this thing isn't a threat to me at all. Your sword domain is harmless to me. I'll kill you with one lash of my chains. Let's see how long you can maintain your arrogance then." "8-armed hill, do not be rude," the red-robed maiden said frantically. "Don't be fooled, Scarletbind. This cultivator Dao Lord is just putting up a false front of bravado. Cultivators love to lie, cheat, and steal, but all of them are very weak. He's just a Dao Lord. How strong can he be?" The 8-armed giant leader forced down the fear he had felt earlier, transforming it into rage at the thought of having been deceived by Ning. "Die!" The 8-armed giant leader howled as he ran through the air towards Ning. "You!" The red-robed maiden hurriedly waved her hand, sending out one of the black tentacles and intending to use it to catch the 8-armed giant. However, the 8-armed giant's chains began to clatter and clack, smashing the black tentacles apart. The 8-armed giant howled loudly, "Scarletbind, do you think I don't know all your little tricks?" The 8-armed giant turned towards Ning once more. "Die!" His chains clanked with terrifying power that was nearly equivalent to the Flameling gods as he struck out at Ning. The red-robed maiden felt both frantic and helpless. These creatures all had a far lower level of intelligence. Chaos primordials weren't so bad, they simply had childlike personalities. These creatures, however, had personalities as bizarre as their appearances. Some were sly, some were sinister, some were stupid, some were brutish, and as for this 8-armed giant, he was famous for his explosive temper. He easily went berserk, and now, he had just gone berserk again. Master, I'll go stop him. Flamewing moved to charge out. Leave it to me. Ning commanded coldly. Flamewing stared wide-eyed at Ning, as did Nuwa and Su-Yuji from behind. Do not. Nuwa said hurriedly. Flamewing won't be able to dispose of him. It'll keep causing trouble for us. Ning stared at the distant 8-armed giant, which had almost instantly charged towards him. A murderous look was in Ning's eyes, which caused all the major powers present to hold their breaths. At his current level, Ning was invincible in all the Chaosverse against everyone save the autarchs. How could he not feel a degree of pride in himself? Whoosh! Ning stepped forward as well. All the cultivators in Howu City raised their heads to look, with Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa staring particularly intently. In this instant, time itself seemed to have froze. Ning stepped forward in a graceful and casual manner, and as he did so, space itself seemed to have shrunk between him and the 8-armed giant. He instantly appeared in front of the giant, whose eyes had been filled with berserk savagery, but in the next instant, the look in the giant's eyes was replaced by a hint of shock. Swoosh! Ning struck out with his sword. All of the cultivators present were able to see with clarity how Ning drew a single black sword from the sheath on his back, and then as part of the same motion delivered a chopping blow downwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 19, Blaze Sun Ruler. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 19, Blaze Sun Ruler. The godlike sword carved through the air, leaving behind streaks of swordlight that looked like petals frozen in the air. The streaks of swordlight then all connected to each other into a beautiful arc, and it was as though the dazzling, snow-white swordlight had come alive. It was like a dazzling snowflower that had bloomed with breathtaking beauty, and the petals of that flower just so happened to pass through the 8-armed giant's body, leaving behind a single giant wound. Ning's sword intent spread out through the power of karma, instantly annihilating every scrap of true soul the 8-armed giant possessed. The giant's life energy instantly vanished, but the dazzlingly beautiful snowflower of swordlight continued to hover there in the air. Clink! Ning once more returned his sword into the sheath on his back, and with that, time seemed to return back to normal once more. Ah! This! He twisted time? That scene, it's been forever burned into my memories. The cultivators of Howu City were all shocked. That sword strike had been so beautiful. In addition, they had been able to see everything with perfect clarity. The drawing of the sword, the chopping, the flower of swordlight, the resheathing, it had all been clearly visible. It must be remembered that it was extremely difficult to see the attacks of hegemons with clarity. And to be precise, it wasn't that they had really seen Ning's attacks clearly, rather, Ning's sword arts had emblazoned themselves into their memories, making it impossible for them to forget any detail. Boom! The 8-armed giant fell down from the skies, landing on the ground below. It has a Sith treasure on it. Quite a few cultivators instantly grew excited. Everyone could tell that those chains were quite extraordinary, but none of them dared to go and take it. Ugh! A major power like him would never suffer insults lightly. The red-robed maiden couldn't help but sigh as she watched from afar. She had wanted to stop the giant, but failed. They are fine when calm, but when angered the end result shall be calamity. He had always been an idiot, but how could he be such an idiot in front of such a major power? It was much like how no one would dare to offend an autarch, or even an autarch's friends, family, and servants. There was no one who could endure the consequences of enraging an autar. The red-robed maiden could see that Lord Darknorth was also someone who couldn't be offended by the likes of her. The 8-armed hill was simply too stupid. He deserved to die for offending you, Tao Lord Dark North, the red-robed maiden said hurriedly. As for those cultivators the ruler seeks to capture. Tao Lord, what do you think? There's no way I can hand them over to you, Ning said. Go ahead and tell the Blaze Sun ruler that there's no way I'll hand them over. That's my bottom line. Anything else is negotiable, but if we cannot come to an agreement and he insists on killing them, then there's nothing I can say or do. Your ruler can come by himself or bring his army. I, Dark North, will be waiting for him. The red-robed woman's heart trembled. What a fierce thing to say. There really were very few cultivators who would dare to say something like this to the Blaze Sun ruler. I'll inform the ruler about this. I'll be leaving now, then, the red-robed maiden said. As she spoke, she turned and immediately departed alongside the remaining creatures under her command. No one paid any attention to the eight-armed giant's corpse, nor did they dare to go pick up the Sith weapon he had left behind. Ning watched from afar as those creatures hurriedly departed into the horizons. Dark North, Nuwa said, a hint of apology in her eyes, because of me, you. I'm someone who failed the Tao merge. Even if I'm extremely careful, I only have a few thousand chaos cycles left. A few less years won't make any difference, Ning said with a laugh. Then what of the Blaze Sun ruler? Nuwa was worried. Tao Lord, the Blaze Sun ruler is a truly supreme source walker, the nearby Hegemon Goodsong said. Ning slowly nodded. The Blaze Sun ruler's power cannot be underestimated. If we can avoid battle, that would be the best solution. Everyone, make your preparations. This very day, we shall depart from Hou City. All right. We'll head out today. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow had come over as well, and they fully supported Ning's decision. Although they knew Tao Lord Dark North was incredibly powerful, they still felt a degree of fear towards the Blaze Sun ruler. It was better to avoid battle. That very day, Ning led Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and the others in departing from Hou City. Be careful on your journey, Tao Lord. Lord Hou watched from afar as the realm ship vanished from his domains. Lord Governor, you were far too rash. If you had merely asked Tao Lord Dark North for some pointers, he would have agreed to give you some guidance, the nearby silver-browed elder said. Forget it. That ship has already sailed. Just being able to witness the dazzling sword strike was all worth it, Lord Hou said. That sword strike. I will probably never be able to forget it. It was simply too incredible. That dazzling, snowy-colored, flower-like sword had already surpassed the limits of sword arts. It truly was unsurpassably beautiful. The Blaze Sun domain was a truly mysterious place. It was filled with many Sith treasuries, sourcewalkers, chaos primordials, strange creatures, and multiple other verses. It was one of the most marvelous places of the Chaosverse, one of the 8 domains. Swoosh! The red-robed woman and the crimson bloodfiend leader flew through the void side by side, finally landing upon a long walkway of frozen ice. For a walkway of frozen ice to appear within the blazingly hot Blaze Sun domain was truly a marvelous thing. Thanks to its vast size, the Blaze Sun domain was a self-contained system unto itself that was extremely stable, and filled with places that had both mud and water. Ice, however, was still very rare, much less an entire walkway made out of ice. The frozen walkway was semi-translucent and stretched off for countless kilometers. It was lined with stone columns to each side, and each column had a ball of fire blazing on top. The red-robed maiden and the crimson bloodfiend leader walked across the walkway of ice. After walking for a time, they saw an enormous altar that had been sculpted out of ice. It had many layers of frozen steps which led to a frozen throne at the very top. Atop the frozen throne sat a muscular man whose entire body was black. He was dressed in black armor, and his eyes were 2 blazing balls of fire. He rested his jaw on one hand as he stared downwards and said calmly, "The 8-armed hill's lifestone has shattered, which means it is dead." How did it die? I do not believe the Lord Governor of Hou City has the courage to launch a war against me. In addition, I've never humiliated or made things too difficult for their city. This time, they went too far in destroying something which I loved. The Crimson Bloodfiend leader shivered, not saying a word. The red-robed maiden, however, bowed respectfully. Ruler, we went on your orders to apprehend those 5 cultivators. As you said, the Lord Governor of Howu's city would never dare to make an enemy out of you, but those 5 cultivators have a powerful backer. A backer? The muscular black figure stared downwards at them. Yes. The red-robed maiden said hurriedly, their backer is named Tao Lord Dark North. A Tao Lord? The muscular black figure was instantly astonished. In truth, neither the red-robed maiden or the Blaze Sun ruler had heard the name Tao Lord Dark North before. Although the legend of Ning had spread quite far by now, it had only spread amongst the cultivators. No one would go out of their way to share news like this to Sourcewalkers or the other civilizations. In addition, the Sourcewalkers were located quite far away from each other. It was generally quite hard for them to send word to their fellows. Thus, there were very few Sourcewalkers who knew the legend of Tao Lord Dark North. Are you joking with me? The Blaze Sun ruler said coldly. I wouldn't dare. We would never dare to lie to you, ruler. The Crimson Bloodfiend said hurriedly. It truly was a Tao Lord, an extremely powerful one. He didn't even use any techniques at all, he simply manifested countless streaks of swordlight in the world, and every single streak of swordlight was capable of slaying hegemons with ease. He was utterly terrifying. I was completely dazed when I saw this. What? He manifested countless streaks of swordlight, each of which could slay hegemons. The Blaze Sun ruler rose to his feet in shock. Yes. The red-robed maiden said hurriedly, it should have been a domain formed by the Tao of the Sword. A terrifying one at that. The 8-armed hill, that fool, actually thought that Tao Lord Dark North was just faking it and putting on a false front, insisting on charging towards Tao Lord Dark North and attacking him. I couldn't even stop him. Tao Lord Dark North used just a single blow of his sword to kill the 8-armed hill. In addition, Tao Lord Dark North is a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. I can sense that his soul and true soul were slowly dissipating with every passing breath, but... The Blaze Sun ruler murmured softly, I've never even heard of such a terrifying sword Tao domain. Can it be a legendary eternal Omega Tao, one of the sword? Omega Taos were all legends. The Blaze Sun ruler knew of them, but he also knew that no one had ever succeeded in the Tao merge for an Omega Tao, and that no one had ever mastered an eternal Omega Tao. But when he heard of how Ning had created such a terrifying sword Tao domain, and that Ning was a Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge, save for the eternal Omega sword Tao, the Blaze Sun ruler couldn't think of any other possibility. Interesting. The Blaze Sun ruler's eyes lit up, and the flames that served for his eyes suddenly glowed brighter. A Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge but mastered the eternal Omega sword Tao? I've never heard of such a thing. Finally, something interesting has appeared to break up the monotony of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 20, A Strange Feeling. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 20, A Strange Feeling. Scarlet Bind. The Blaze Sun ruler began to walk down from his altar of ice, his blazing eyes burning brightly. He ordered in his sonorous voice, come, accompany to Howu City. I can't wait to meet this Tao Lord Dark North. Yes. The red-robed woman immediately assented to the order. Sparring against those other 7 domain rulers is completely pointless. Tao Lord Dark North is a cultivator who has mastered the eternal Omega sword Tao, the first in the entire Chaosverse. The Blaze Sun ruler was filled with eagerness and a desire to do battle. He stood at the very apex of power amongst Sourcewalkers. Each of the 8 domains had a domain ruler, and all of them were at the level of the Sith Exalts. There might be a few other supreme Sourcewalkers located in other incredibly distant parts of the vast Chaosverse, but there truly were very, very few of them. Just half a day later, the Blaze Sun ruler reached Hou City. Rumble, a black warship which was completely made out of deep fire blackstone, tore through spacetime and appeared in the skies above Hou City. Ha! What is that? The hegemons, emperors, and other cultivators of Hou City all stared in shock at the enormous black warship which had just appeared in the distant skies. They felt a sense of pure terror from the oppressive aura generated by this vessel. This was a powerful warship which was similar to the stone elephant wall, and it was the most powerful Sith treasure which the Blaze Sun ruler possessed. This was far more powerful than a mere realm ship. That's the Blaze Sun ruler. Lord Hou and a few of the more experienced cultivators immediately recognized this ship, and they all flew into the skies. Whoosh! The surface of the giant warship rippled as a door appeared, followed by two figures flying out of it. The first was the red-robed maiden, Walker Scarletbind, who had been here just a short while ago. The other was undisputably the most terrifyingly powerful figure of the entire Blaze Sun domain, the Blaze Sun ruler. When Lord Hou saw the muscular black-colored figure appear, he immediately bowed respectfully. Respectful greetings, Blaze Sun ruler. Respectful greetings, Blaze Sun ruler. The cultivators felt shock and fear, but on the surface they showed nothing but respect. They knew that the Blaze Sun ruler was on a completely different level of power than them. When adventuring through the Chaosverse, they had occasionally battled against Sourcewalkers and other marvelous creatures, but none of them would dare to contend against the Blaze Sun ruler. He was simply far too powerful. Even dominating cultivators like the Lonely King or Lord Hou would have no choice but to bow their heads in his presence. The Blaze Sun ruler was comparable in power to that of the most supreme Siths. Even an autarch wouldn't be able to slay a Sith Exalt with just 2 or 3 full power attacks. But of course, given enough time they could still accomplish it. In the end, there was a degree of difference in power between the autarchs and the Exalts. Still, to all other cultivators, the Blaze Sun ruler was someone vastly beyond their level. This why the Blaze Sun ruler himself generally didn't deign to battle against cultivators. At most, he would only show his might against those foolish cultivators who had offended him. In this case, Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa had barged into his estate, completely wrecked it, looted it clean, and destroyed one of his beloved items. Of course he would be angry, and of course he had to make clear the weight of his displeasure. Tao Lord Dark North. Where is he? The Blaze Sun ruler stared downwards, his voice booming out to shake the entire city of Hou. As he spoke, he scanned the city and searched it. Although he was able to find a few Samsara Dao Lords, he wasn't able to find one who had failed the Dao merge. Domain ruler, Lord Hou said, bowing once more. Dao Lord Dark North left Hou City after defeating Scarlet Bind. He laughed? The Blaze Sun ruler was startled. He shook his head and murmured, "Can it be that he's afraid of me? He's the only cultivator in the entire Chaosverse who has ever mastered an eternal Omega Dao, and he actually chose to flee instead of fighting? I truly am disappointed." None of the cultivators below him dared to say a thing. They were afraid of Dao Lord Dark North, but they were also afraid of the Blaze Sun ruler. In fact, they were even more afraid of the Blaze Sun ruler, because there was a limit to how long Dao Lord Dark North would be around for. Sooner or later, he would die and his Dao would vanish. The Blaze Sun ruler, in contrast, possessed an endless lifespan. Where did Dao Lord Dark North go? The Blaze Sun ruler growled. None of us dared to ask, Lord Hou said hurriedly. Dao Lord Dark North and the others left quite quickly. They could have gone anywhere. The Blaze Sun ruler laughed coldly. This is my Blaze Sun domain. They won't be able to escape it. Let's go, Scarlet Bind. The Blaze Sun ruler turned and walked back towards his black warship. Let's go find this Dao Lord Dark North. Yes, domain ruler. The red-robed maiden immediately followed behind obediently. The giant black warship left with a rumble. All of the cultivators below finally let out sighs of relief. Even Lord Hou still felt a hint of lingering fear. Thankfully, the domain ruler didn't make us the object of his ire. If he did, we'd probably all have to run for our lives. Even though we have the citadel protecting us, it's likely that only a few of us would make it, the silver-browed elder said. Tao Lord Darknorth on one side, the Blaze Sun ruler on the other. I cannot afford to offend either one. Moments later, a startled look appeared on Lord Howu's face. That's odd. Why is it that the Blaze Sun ruler only asked about Tao Lord Darknorth and didn't ask about Nuwa and the others? It was Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa who wrecked his estate. Logically speaking, his main target should be Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa, right? Right. The silver-browed elder was puzzled as well. Can it be that he was able to foresee that Nuwa's group is traveling alongside Tao Lord Darknorth? But I've never heard anyone say that he is particularly accomplished in the Tao of numerancy. That is odd. Lord Howu was similarly puzzled. What none of them realized was that by now, the Blaze Sun ruler no longer cared about Nuwa's team at all. His beloved item was nothing more than a trinket he was fond of. What the Blaze Sun ruler really wanted to do was to find Tao Lord Darknorth and have a good fight with him. The Blaze Sun ruler gave the order, fully mobilizing all of his forces to begin a search for Tao Lord Darknorth. More than 300,000 years after Ning and Nuwa had first met. Whoosh! A realm ship was flying through a sea of fiery clouds. Inside the realm ship was the white-robed Ning and a silver-robed Nuwa, who were having a conversation with each other. Nuwa was now dressed in longer silver robes, and a red diamond was affixed to the middle of her forehead. When the Lonely King had wielded these weapons, they had emanated icy and evil auras, but on Nuwa they looked noble and beautiful. The silver robes glowed with a holy aura that looked like moonlight, while the red diamond put Nuwa's alabaster white skin on full display. Nuwa and Ning spent much of their time discussing the Tao. Ning held nothing back, unstintingly sharing his own experiences in detail. This caused Patriarch Treewind and the others to feel a sense of tremendous jealousy. However, Ning occasionally provided them with a few pointers as well, but he naturally didn't put as much effort into it as he did into teaching Nuwa. Treewind, Jade Rainbow, based on my calculations, we should be arriving soon, yes? Ning suddenly asked. Tao Lord, Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow answered at the same time. After sharing a glance, Patriarch Treewind was the one to answer. We should arrive in just 3 more months. By then, you'll be able to see the imprisoned Sith exalt. Ning smiled and nodded. The reason why Ning had been unwilling to meet the Blaze Sun ruler and spar against him was because the more he battled, the faster his true soul would dissipate. And yet, it would take nearly 500,000 years to use a realm ship to fly from Howu City to the outskirts of the Blaze Sun domain. Given how much time even this fastest path would take, it was entirely possible that the Blaze Sun ruler would be able to intercept them. Thus, Ning had chosen to take a roundabout path that would make it harder for the domain ruler to find them. And since they had already chosen to take a roundabout path, Ning decided to go ahead and pay a visit to the imprisoned Sith Exalt. Ning had never seen a Sith Exalt before and was quite curious about them. He also had the vague feeling that there had to be a secret hidden behind the fact that the 6 Sith Exalts had been imprisoned in 6 of the 8 domains at the very center of the Chaos-verse. The realm ship continued to advance, occasionally encountering a few creatures who Hegemon Goodsong or Flamewing quickly dispatched. Another month went by in the blink of an eye as they drew closer and closer to the imprisoned Sith Exalt. Halt! Ning suddenly shouted. Hegemon Azure Fiend, who was responsible for controlling the realm ship, immediately halted the ship and brought it out of its spacetime warp. Everyone in the realm ship turned to stare at Ning. Master, what is it? Flamewing was rather puzzled. These ripples, Ning closed his eyes, sensing as those faint ripples washed over him. These ripples were constantly changing and transforming, but on the surface they seemed quite ordinary. Given how much fire elemental energy the Blaze Sun domain held, for there to be a few energy ripples was quite normal. These ripples, in this area, they've actually scattered apart into a total of over 300 million ripples, but they should all come from the same source. Ning murmured softly, vast, ancient, and powerful. The nearby patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, Azure Fiend, Goodson, and other hegemonic figures were all puzzled. They could hear what Ning was murmuring, but they didn't sense anything at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 21, The Path to Becoming the Strongest Autarch. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 21, The Path to Becoming the Strongest Autarch. Listen to my commands. Ning opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He used his left hand to point towards a certain direction, advanced towards that direction. Understood, Hegemon Azure Fiend acknowledged. The Blaze Sun domain was filled with too many dangers. Not even a realm ship could be used to engage in long-distance warps through spacetime. At most, only short warps were possible. Sometimes, ordinary flight was necessary as well. Now this direction. Ning's fingers suddenly moved to point a different location. Now over there. Ning followed his senses, and as they moved closer he continuously had them change directions. Whoosh! A strange but subtle sound, almost like the roaring of the waves of a river, was beginning to pervade this entire region. Although everyone within the realm ship remained puzzled, the sound of the roaring river was enough to let them know that Ning was leading them to some sort of secret place. It continually shifts through spacetime, moving from one continuum to another. It's almost like a maze, Ning smiled. It's hidden quite well, but it still won't be able to evade my senses. Advance! Ning continued to point, guiding the realm ship to fly up, left, down, right. The directly constantly changed, and every so often they would even warp into a different continuum. As time flowed on, the echoing sound of the river water began to grow increasingly loud as well. 5 months went by in the blink of an eye, and by now the sound roared like thunder. Boom! The realm ship suddenly rammed into an invisible barrier, which bulged inwards. The realm ship continued to press inwards, quickly piercing through the invisible membrane. As it did so, the environment around it completely changed. Wow! What in the cultivators in the realm ship were all stunned, as was the Flamewing God. Su Yuji's eyes turned completely round with shock. The calmest was Ning, but even he narrowed his eyes as he stared at their new surroundings. They were now in the midst of an enormous, fiery red sea. If one took a close look at the fiery liquid within the sea, one would see that it was actually composed of incredibly dense and concentrated flames. The countless flames all flowed together like a liquid, coming together to form an indescribably vast sea. At the very center of this sea was an enormous whirlpool that was continuously twisting and churning, causing all of the fiery liquid within the sea to move and generate those rumbling roars. This was a sound that surpassed the limits of spacetime and spread out in every direction. What in the world is this place? Hegemon Azure Fiend sighed with astonishment. This entire sea is composed of countless flames that have been liquefied? And the flames. I feel as though they are on par with the flames which Flamewing belches out. Yeah, what is this place? How is it that a place like this can exist in the Blaze Sun domain? I've never even heard of it. Patriarch Treewind didn't understand either. I like this place, Master. I want to dive right in. Flamewing looked excitedly at Ning. Go ahead. Ning smiled and nodded. Swoosh! Flamewing immediately exited the realm ship and transformed into his true form, then dove straight down towards the flaming sea. Even in his true form, it was nothing more than a tiny little dot in the great sea. Plop! It plunged into the flaming sea, kicking up some spray. As the water shot up in Flamewing's wake, it quickly dissipated into flames. Whoa! Whoa whoa ah! This is nice. Ah ha ha ha! This feels great! Flamewing delightedly swam through the flames, growling and howling happily. Master, come and try it out for yourself. It feels great. The last time I felt this comfortable was when I was born. Ning and the others all flew out of the realm ship, then stood in the empty void and stared at the great sea. When it was first born, Ning's face twitched. Flameling was born in the quintessence of the Chaosverse. That means that this place is actually quite similar to the quintessence? But there's no way this place can be the location of the prime essences. Ning's will was able to maintain constant contact with the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, and so he had a rough idea as to where the prime essences were located. This place was not it. Such an enormous amount of fire energy. I've never seen anything like this, Hegemon Goodson mumbled. If my guess is correct, Imperator Jade Rainbow said, this place should be the true nucleus of the Blaze Sun domain. The true core? Are you saying that the entire Blaze Sun domain in all its vastness originated from this place? They all spoke out simultaneously. Ning continued to scrutinize the place carefully. His gaze fell upon the very center of the giant whirlpool, seeing through it as he scanned the many traces and scars within. They actually brought Ning many new insights, and he immediately said, Jade Rainbow speaks the truth. This place is indeed the wellspring of the Blaze Sun domain. The reason why the Blaze Sun domain has such an enormous amount of energy within it is because of this place. It all stems from here. Stay here, I'm going to go take a look. No one is to disturb me. As he spoke, he flew straight towards the whirlpool. Be careful, Master, Suyuji called out with worry. Just wait for me here. I'll be fine. Ning's voice echoed in the air, while he himself had already reached the area directly above the giant whirlpool. Boom! 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 The giant whirlpool was filled with limitless amounts of power, and the rumbles emanating from it were especially loud here. The region around Ning began to be filled with his sword Tao domain, which served to protect him. It must be remembered that Ning's domain was able to slay even hegemons with ease. To use it to repel the water of the whirlpool was quite easy. Whoosh! As Ning slowly descended, the sword Tao domain ensured that the liquid flames were repelled and pushed aside. So that's how it is. Ning slowly sank deeper into the whirlpool. The region around him for 300 meters was completely empty, with the liquid flames unable to move into it. The deeper Ning sank, the more stunned he felt as he saw how the giant whirlpool had been formed. So fire in liquid form can possess such tremendous power. The more Ning saw, the more thoughts filled his mind. His primal twin had temporarily returned to the Azure Flower Estate, and was making use of the Autarka's stone dais to completely focus on understanding the profound mysteries behind the whirlpool. A mere 2 days later, Ning had reached the hegemonic level in the Tao of Water. This was primarily because his eternal Omega Sword Tao had propelled him to simply incredible heights of insight. It was like a towering skyscraper, allowing him to understand other Taos with far more ease. In recent years, he had continuously improved in many other Taos. This time, he was able to break through to the hegemonic level in the Tao of Water with just one blow. However, even though he had reached the hegemonic level, it still couldn't compare to his eternal Omega Sword Tao. The Blaze Sun domain is filled with the power of the element of fire. Who would have thought that its wellspring is actually able to form a liquid stream which holds so many secrets of the Tao of Water? The way it has naturally formed has resulted in it completely merging the secrets of the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Water into itself. There's no way to tell them apart. Ning laughed, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Why do I have the sudden feeling that I can merge the Tao of Water into my sword Tao as well? Ning immediately sat down in the lotus position. His sword Tao domain once more spread out to 300 meters, pushing aside the liquid fire. After Ning had reached hegemony in the Tao of Water, he suddenly had the feeling that he was completely capable of infusing it into his Omega Sword Tao. This was something which happened as a matter of course, and as soon as he spent a bit of time meditating on it, he immediately knew why. So, my path to autarky is actually different from that of the other autarchs. Ning was stunned. For the first time, he understood how he should break through to autarky. His lifespan was now limited, which meant he probably wouldn't have the chance to do it, but he now knew what he should do. From hegemony to autarky, the paths which Autark Bolin, Autark Awakener, and all other autarks had taken were identical. They had first become hegemons, then reached the hegemonic level of understanding in other das as well. After gaining enough insight into hegemonic das, they would finally and naturally break through to become autarks. At that point in time, they would reach the Tao birth level of one Tao birth's many das. It would naturally form a Tao birth essence which was capable of forming the prime essences of a universe. Using this Tao birth essence, the autarks were able to create alternate universes which would have prime essences that came from the Tao birth essence which the autark had devised. But I'm different from them, Ning murmured. Autark Bolin, for him, his one Tao which was the Tao of the claw, while his many das referred to all other das. They came to form a Tao birth essence which could also be referred to as a claw Tao birth essence. As for Autark Awakener, his Tao was the Tao of wind. He used it to reach the Tao birth level, and his Tao birth essence was the wind Tao birth essence. Ning had received Autark Awakener's legacy and had seen the Tao guidance of Autark Bolin. Thus, he knew that autarks were strongest in their own specific das. Autark Bolin's had been that of the claw Tao birth essence as he was strongest in the Tao of the claw, his many das were only at the hegemonic level. As for Autark Awakener, he was most powerful in the Tao of the wind, whereas all his other das were merely at the hegemonic level. When they were hegemons, all the hegemonic das they mastered were all on equal footing. I, however, am different. Ning took a deep breath. My eternal Omega Sword Tao is simply overwhelmingly powerful. It far surpasses all other das, to the point where das such as a hegemonic Tao of water can be infused into it, making the Tao of water part of my eternal Omega Sword Tao. The more hegemonic das I infuse into my eternal Omega Sword Tao, the more massive and powerful it will become. After it accumulates enough, it will then undergo a fundamental evolution and catapult to a new level, an autark level Omega Tao. Ning finally understood. If he became an autark, he would be an Omega Tao autark, the most powerful of all autarks. Alas! Ning knew that this would be an extremely difficult path to walk. The other autarks only had to master multiple hegemonic das, then gain an epiphany and then breakthrough. He not only needed to master those das, he also needed to figure out how to fully infuse them into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. The process of infusion would be far more difficult than merely mastering those hegemonic das. If he wanted to infuse those other das and then evolve his eternal Omega Tao, it would take time, luck, and many insights. The problem was, his lifespan was extremely limited, he only had a few thousand chaos cycles left. This wasn't going to be even close to enough. Although I know how I can become an autark, I don't have enough time. What a pity. Ning slowly shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll first completely fuse the Tao of water into my eternal Omega Sword Tao. Ning immediately closed his eyes and focused all of his efforts into this task. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.